Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter engulfed in flame of phoenix and manifested future knowledge? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry's arm was starting to ache. He had been in Ollivander's shop trying wands for a while now, and every time he waved one, something weird would happen and Mr. Ollivander would snatch the wand away while mumbling something. Harry was getting worried about all the damage he was doing to the shop, but the more wands they tried, the more excited Mr. Ollivander seemed to get. Bloody Ari. Most people don't take this long to find a wand, you must be destined for something special, Hagrid stated. At those words, Mr. Ollivander's eyes lit up, and he ran to the back of the store to collect a wand. I wonder. Yes, this could be just the one. Holly and Phoenix Tail Feather, give it a try, Mr. Potter. Harry took the wand and instantly this one felt different. He felt it connected with something inside him, and it felt warm in his hand. Excel, Mr. Ollivander started to say but was cut off. Suddenly Harry burst into flames. He didn't know how or why, all he knew was it was painless, and that despite the flames nothing was burning. A few seconds later the flames extinguished as quickly as they came, and Harry was standing there shocked and scared by the experience while Hagrid and Ollivander just stared at him. Well, I have never seen a wand connect to its wizard that strongly before, but I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. For your wand to react like that, it must be a sign, Mr. Ollivander said, but Harry was only half listening as he stared at the wand in his hand. But it is most curious that you should get this wand, Mr. Potter. Most curious indeed, when it was its brother that gave you that scar. He said as he gently brushed Harry's fringe aside, revealing the only part of Harry's looks that Harry thought looked cool. The phoenix who donated the tail father for your wand gave 2 feathers, just 2. One went into the wand you hold in your hand, the other to the wand that did so much damage. A sad look came over the man's face as he continued to speak. If I had known then what that wand was going out into the world to do, I never would have sold it. Harry was shocked by the revelation that his wand was related to the wand that killed his parents, but as he felt the connection to his wand, so new to him but at the same time so right, he decided he didn't care. He was related to Aunt Petunia, and she was a bitch. You can't help who you are related to, but you can make a choice to be better. The thought echoed through his head. He had heard it somewhere before but he couldn't remember where. However, he always took solace in the thought that he didn't have to be like the Dursleys, and now his wand didn't need to be like its brother. Harry arrived back at number 4 with his new magical books and equipment. He didn't know how, but somehow the Dursleys had gotten there first, considering Hagrid had taken their boat and left them in the old lighthouse with no way back to the shore. When Harry walked in, his uncle was angry, and when he saw Harry he turned that anger on him. Boy, do you have any idea what you have done? Left on that goddamned rock with no boat to get back? 5,000 pounds. 5,000 pounds, that fucking ass wipe charged me to get us back to shore. With that, he backhanded Harry, sending him backwards over his new luggage. Where am I supposed to get 5,000 pounds from? Harry didn't say anything. The fact that 5,000 pounds was also what Smeltings charged per term, meaning his uncle could easily afford it, was irrelevant to trying to avoid his uncle's rage. Seeing what his uncle was about to do, he curled up in a ball, and just as he expected, he felt the impact of his uncle's foot on his back. Harry screamed out in pain and tried to scramble away, only for the enraged man to catch his collar and throw him back to the floor. Unfortunately, young Harry didn't have the wisdom of experience to buy himself a wand holster or sleeves tight enough to tuck his wand up his arm, so he did what many of the other kids he had seen with sticks over the years did when they were pretending they were swords. He had tucked it into the waistband of his trousers. That would have been fine if Harry hadn't just landed on it. There was a sound of snapping wood, and for the second time that day Harry was engulfed in fire. Suddenly Harry burst into flames. He didn't know how or why, all he knew was it was painless, and that despite the flames nothing was burning. A few seconds later the flames extinguished as quickly as they came, and Harry was standing there shocked and scared by the experience while Hagrid and Ollivander just stared at him. Harry looked around, wondering what had happened. Just a few moments ago, he had been back at Privet Drive while his uncle had been in another of his rages. Well, I have never seen a wand connect to its wizard that strongly before. But I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. For your wand to react like that, "It must be a sign," Mr. Ollivander said, but Harry was only half listening as he stared at the wand in his hand. It had broken, he had felt it, but now it was whole again and he was back in Mr. Ollivander's shop. "But it is most curious that you should get this wand, Mr. Potter. Most curious indeed, when it was its brother that gave you that scar," he said as he gently brushed Harry's fringe aside, revealing the only part of Harry's looks that Harry thought looked cool. But Harry's thoughts were more on how he had gotten back here. Had he time traveled? "The phoenix who donated the tail father for your wand gave 2 feathers, just 2. One went into the wand you hold in your hand, the other to the wand that did so much damage." A sad look came over the man's face as he continued to speak. "If I had known then what that wand was going out into the world to do, I never would have sold it." Harry paid for his wand for the second time, with the same money as last time, and followed Hagrid out of the shop. The two went back to the Leaky Cauldron and Hagrid prepared to go out into the Muggle world and arrange transport for Harry back to the Dursleys. Harry knew how that would turn out. Hagrid would arrange an expensive taxi, and Harry would have to face his uncle again. He had to do something. He looked around himself and saw that there was a sign with room prices on it. He did some quick maths in his head and the cost to stay here for the last month of the summer was nothing compared to what he had seen in his vault. "Mr. Hagrid," Harry started, but he was interrupted. "It's just Hagrid," the giant of a man reminded him. "Right, Hagrid. I can't go back to Privet Drive." Harry was nervous. If this didn't work he knew what was waiting for him. "Ye have to go back, Ari. Where else would ye go?" The big man was obviously trying to do what he thought was the right thing. Harry considered trying to tell him what his uncle was like, but he had tried that before and had the scars to remember the punishment Uncle Vernon had given him. "But there is no one there. The Dursleys are halfway across the country, and it will take them some time to get back," Harry explained, hoping that the confusion that the man had with the London Underground was universal to all normal means of travel. "I will just get a room here for a few days until the Dursleys get home, and then go back." This was, of course, a lie. He wasn't going to go back there for the rest of the summer, but Hagrid didn't need to know that. Hagrid eventually agreed after a conversation with Tom, the toothless bartender, and Harry had a room booked and Hagrid was gone. Harry made a second trip to Gringotts and withdrew enough gold to cover his room, breakfast, and evening meal from now until September 1st, and after paid a very happy Tom, who seemed equal parts happy to have a paying customer for a month and happy that said customer was the boy who lived. Harry spent the summer eating 2 good-sized meals every day, reading through his new books on magic, and getting to know his new owl, which he decided to name Hedwig. December 25, 1997 home of Bathilda Bagshot. Harry grabbed Hermione as he dove to the side, as the snake that had been an old woman only moments before tried to bite the who seemed to be the last person on Earth that he could trust. Hermione's reflexes were brilliant. Even as he pulled her out of harm's way, the amazing witch in his arms was casting a spell at the snake. Bombarda. The spell missed, but thanks to Harry so had the snake. The only problem was a spell like Bombarda was not a good spell to use indoors, as the results tend towards bringing down the house in a literal sense. Harry, Hermione, and the snake were suddenly buried in the rubble that had once been the home of one of Hermione's favorite authors. Harry and Hermione weren't trapped for long, though, as when Harry, who was still holding on to Hermione, tried to move, he heard a crack of wood from the wand that was still in his hand, and then the two of them were engulfed in flames and vanished. For the third time in Harry's life, at least from his point of view, he was standing in the middle of Ollivander's engulfed in fire that did no damage and caused no pain. Only this time, he wasn't alone. In his left arm with her arm around him was Hermione Granger. An 11-year-old Hermione Granger, who if Harry was right, hadn't met him yet. He was trying to figure out what to say, not only to Hermione but to the 2 adults who were staring slack-jawed at the 2 of them. That was, until Hermione's brain caught up with her sudden change in reality. "Harry, what's going on? Weren't we just..." Hermione's words trailed off as she took in the sight of Harry in front of her. It wasn't the 17-year-old Harry that she had come to know, but the 11-year-old Harry that she would meet on the Hogwarts Express. Harry didn't know what to say. He wanted to reassure Hermione that he had experienced this once before, but also he didn't want to say anything to alert the adults. The first time this had happened, he had kept quiet because he was worried he would be thought of as crazy or sent back to the Dursleys. But now, with everything he had heard about the laws of time travel from Hermione after their little adventure at the end of their 3rd year, and how with this new type of time travel Harry could change events. Unlike what you can do with a time turner, He didn't want to be dragged off to an unspeakable lab where the best they could hope for was to be obliviated of the time travel and returned to his relatives in the hope of preserving a timeline, or worse, magically dissected so they could understand how to recreate the phenomenon. He was saved by Mr. Ollivander, Miss Granger, Vine Wood and Dragon Heartstring, 10 3/4 inches, a good wand for transfiguration. Mr. Ollivander, what's going on? How am I suddenly at Diagon Alley? I was just at home, then suddenly I was here, Hermione said, sounding confused. But while Hermione really was confused, Harry could also tell she was lying. For one, he had known her for years as one of his closest friends, and more recently his only friend, as he remembered Ron's betrayal, so he could tell when she was lying. For two, she had already called him Harry and the Hermione of this time hadn't met him yet. I think it's my fault, I just got my wand and gave it a wave, and then there were all the weird flames and you were suddenly here. I could feel something flowing from me into the wand. Harry hoped that he could convince them that it was just a strange case of accidental magic. Phoenixes could fire travel, after all. Ollivander looked at Harry critically, and Harry thought the old man was going to call him out, but instead he said something that pulled Harry's ass out of the fire. You know, I think Miss Granger was the last one to try and use that wand last week when she was here for her Muggle-born orientation. Phoenixes can travel by fire and take people with them, and Mr. Potter's wand has a phoenix feather at its core. It's possible that when Mr. Potter bound to the wand, there was enough energy for the residential magic of the feather to bring Miss Granger here. Harry let out a sigh of relief. We need to call Miss Granger's parents. If she suddenly disappeared from her house, then her parents must be worried. I think I saw a pay phone near the Muggle entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. He was just about to pull Hermione out of the shop and rush off to where he had remembered there was a payphone, which he learned when he stayed in the alley for the first time after his first incident with his wand, when Mr. Ollivander cut him off. Mr. Potter, while your idea to contact Miss Granger's parents is indeed a good one, I need you to pay for your wand first. Harry handed the man a stack of 10 galleons before grabbing Hermione's hand and pulling her out of the shop. His plan was simple. If he overpaid, then Hagrid would probably stay to collect Harry's change, and if he didn't, then Harry would only be out a few galleons. He got lucky, as Hagrid stayed to collect the change, giving Harry a few precious minutes alone with Hermione. He pulled her along the alley at a run, ignoring her protests, and then through the Leaky Cauldron to Muggle London. Harry took Hermione to the phone booth that was about 150 feet from the pub and, as it was unoccupied, pulled her inside. Harry, will you stop this, please? Sorry Hermione, I just needed to speak to you alone for a few moments, and this is all I could think of. Harry panted, a little winded. When Harry called her Hermione, she relaxed. So you are my Harry then, the one I spent the last few months on the run with? Harry nodded, and Hermione threw arms around him and did the impersonation of a boa constrictor that is a Hermione hug. Hermione, air, need, air, Harry choked out, only half joking. She relaxed her hold and Harry gulped down lungfuls of air. Harry, what happened and why aren't you freaking out? How did we get here and when are we? We need to know the exact date. Hermione didn't stop to take a breath between questions, and would have kept on if Harry hadn't cut her off. Harry smiled a little at Hermione. Maybe it had been the effect of having so close a call, but Hermione hadn't been this energetic for a while and it was good to see his friend acting like herself again. I'm not freaking out because this has happened to me once before, not long after I got my wand the first time. I think it has something to do with my wand snapping, as that happened both times. Since we were squashed together, you came along as well. As for the date, it's the 31 of July 1991. My 11th birthday is the day I got my wand. Harry explained in a far more calm manner. Okay, what day of the week is it? She asked. Don't remember, why? My parents might be at work. I need to know where to call, Hermione explained. They ended up having to ask a random passerby what day of the week it was, and the person told them it was a Wednesday while giving them a look that clearly meant she thought the children were being stupid. It was one of the days that her mother was home, so Hermione rang and found her mother frantically sobbing. Apparently, she had seen her daughter spontaneously combust a few minutes ago, and was not exactly happy with the experience. She agreed to come to the Leaky Cauldron to collect Hermione. The two returned to the pub just as Hagrid was about to step out into the street to look for them. The three of them re-entered the pub and Harry gave Hagrid the same spiel about the Dursleys not being there that he did last time, so Hagrid agreed that Harry could stay at the Leaky Cauldron until his aunt and uncle picked him up. Hermione, who knew about his relatives, said nothing. That Britain was small enough that you could get to any part of the mainland from any other part in a day and a half if you were going to the ridiculous extreme of the North Scottish coast from the southern tip of Cornwall. And Harry was talking like it could take a week, didn't even raise an eyebrow from the bushy-haired girl. Harry and Hermione took turns going out to see if Mrs. Granger had arrived. Unfortunately, she turned up on Harry's turn, but he got to watch the two Granger women reunite and got to witness firsthand where Hermione got her squeeze them until they surrender style of hugs. And as much as the older woman was relieved to see her little girl alive and well, Hermione was also relieved to see her mother. Harry was then reminded that Hermione had altered her parents' memories and sent them to the other side of the world with new identities before joining him on his crusade. Something that was a long shot at fixing at best, and something that he knew Hermione regretted even if she believed it was necessary for them to be safe. At that moment, Harry vowed to himself that he was going to fix the future so that Hermione wouldn't have to give up her family again. He had a lot more information this time, and he had 4 years before Voldemort returned to find and destroy all the horcruxes. He knew where 2 were and had enough information to find a third. That left 3 to find, or 2 if Dumbledore had been right about the snake, as that wouldn't be a horcrux yet. He would need Hermione's help to put together a plan, but he didn't think his best friend would take much convincing. He laughed internally at the idea of convincing Hermione. She was probably already working on a plan, wondering how to convince him. Once Mrs. Call Me Emma Granger had checked her daughter and discovered that she was perfectly healthy, she calmed down and ordered herself a stiff drink that Harry insisted on paying for 2 reasons. First, it was his fault that Hermione was here, and secondly, and far more convincingly, Emma didn't have any wizarding money on her. What gold they had was packed into Hermione's school trunk for her to take to school with her. Harry had gotten Hagrid to leave by stealthily reminding him that he had an important package for Dumbledore in his pocket. The half-giant, realizing that he was sitting in the pub with the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, quickly made his excuses and left. With Hagrid the lovable oaf gone, Harry and Hermione were able to arrange to meet up a few times before they went to school on the first. As the Grangers lived in London, it wasn't far from their place to the Leaky Cauldron. Emma did ask about why he was staying in the pub rather than with his parents. However, when Harry told her that his parents were dead and his relatives strongly agreed with King James in regards to how people should suffer, not a witch to live, she had dropped the topic, though if the looks she was giving him meant anything like the one her daughter used, he suspected that he hadn't heard the last from her. A.N. Special thanks to Jack Schreiner. Hogwarts Chapter 2 Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione met up a few times after the two of them had been dropped in the past. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were very happy to help the two of them meet up every weekend, glad that Hermione would be going to school with a friend instead of having to face a completely new environment on her own. Of course, that Hermione would be somewhere new to her was a complete fiction. The two of them had their memories of 6 years of attending the school. Hermione, in one of the few moments of unsupervised time the two were able to get, had told Harry that she wished she could tell her parents about those 6 years. She had agreed she couldn't, because her parents would at least probably pull her from Hogwarts, if for nothing else because she wouldn't learn anything a second time around. They would probably think it would be more productive for her in a comprehensive school where she would learn things she didn't already know. Now it was the 1st of September, and Harry and Hermione had just left her parents on the Muggle side of the barrier that was the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had been kind enough to give Harry a ride to the station, and after a drawn-out teary goodbye to her parents, Hermione pulled him through the barrier. The two of them smiled as they saw the bright scarlet steam engine, smoke blowing out of the chimney as it built up the heat and pressure that would carry them north. The two of them were some of the earliest to arrive, in part because Hermione liked to be early and in part because the two dentists had patients to see that afternoon and wanted the time to set up their treatment rooms for the day. They found a compartment near the front of the train and worked together to get their trunks into the top rack, before collapsing into their seats. "We're finally alone. We need to talk." Hermione didn't waste any time jumping in. "Okay," Harry agreed. "What specifically do you want to talk about?" "Well, what are we going to do?" "You mean what's the plan going forward?" he asked, and she nodded, her bushy hair bouncing around her head as she did. "Well, we know where 3 of the horcruxes are. The diary is with Malfoy, the locket is at number 12, and the ring is at the Gaunt shack. And the snake isn't a horcrux yet," Harry listed, counting them off on his fingers. "We think there is one at Hogwarts, that just leaves one more to locate. I suggest we use the time between now and 4th year to collect what we can." If we can find and destroy them fast enough, who knows, maybe we can kill him before he returns and prevent the Second Blood War? Then Cedric, Mad Eye, and so many more wouldn't have to die. Harry's eyes flicked up to Hedwig when he mentioned others. Hermione was nodding along as Harry spoke. I agree, but we are going to need a plan. She pulled a pocket-sized notebook and a pencil from her coat pocket. She was just about to open it when she paused, a faraway look on her face. Harry. What are we going to do about Ron? She asked. Harry's jaw set hard. He abandoned us, left us in the middle of a war. I don't know if I can ever get past that. He paused for a few seconds considering his next words carefully. I know how you felt about him. If you want to try again with him, I understand. Just don't expect me to be his friend again. No, I think you're right. He went too far by leaving us. Maybe if he apologized, I could have gotten over it. But that can never happen now. This Ron cannot apologize for that one. Besides, he and I grew close because we were both your friends. I don't even think it's possible for us to get to a point where we like each other again without you there to ease the friction, she admitted. The two of them spent the trip plotting what they would do as they looked to take down Voldemort. Their plans were based around the next 4 years, getting more vague as time went, until by 4th year it was just a list of goals. They were interrupted 4 times during the trip. First by Ron Weasley asking to join them, but Harry refused, telling the redhead that he and Hermione were having a private conversation that needed to remain private. Ron had left looking annoyed and grumbling to himself. Second was a far more welcome Neville Longbottom looking for his toad. Harry sent him to find a prefect who could use a summoning charm. Third was the trolley lady, prompting Harry to buy a supply of his and Hermione's favorites. When Hermione had protested him buying so much sugar as it was bad for his teeth, Harry pointed out that he wasn't going to be able to visit Hogsmeade, so it was his last chance to stock up, probably until the summer. Hermione agreed with that and accepted a sugar quill when he offered her one. She may deny it, but the dentist's daughter loved sugar quills. The final interruption was Malfoy, when he introduced himself and his companions, and Harry and Hermione had introduced themselves in turn. Draco had spouted off about not knowing the name Granger, so she must be a mudblood, and that Harry could do better. Harry was just about to throw Malfoy from the carriage when Hermione spoke up, reminding them that Hector Dagworth Granger was the founder of the most extraordinary society of potioneers. Hermione had then berated him for not knowing such a prominent wizarding figure. Once Malfoy had retreated with his security trolls disguised as students, he was convinced that Hermione was, at the very least, a half-blood. Harry and Hermione spent a few minutes laughing at Malfoy. The best part was Hermione hadn't lied once. She had told him that Granger was a wizarding name and that he needed to be more knowledgeable about prominent wizarding fingers. That she sounded like someone defending an ancestor she was proud of just made Malfoy jump to the wrong conclusion. Harry and Hermione enjoyed their trip across the lake, getting to see that specific view of the castle only for their second time. It was easy to understand why the first years were given this as their first view of the school. It was an inspiring sight. They were soon out of the boats, up to the castle, and waiting in an antechamber just off the entrance hall. The two of them stayed slightly off from the other students who were speculating on how they were to be sorted. The others just seemed so young. 6.5 years may not sound like a lot to an adult, but to a teenager it was a lifetime filled with the development of your personality. Despite the appearance, compared to Harry and Hermione, these were children, and the two didn't feel quite at home with the group. They felt more like they should be babysitting them rather than be one of them. Eventually they were led into the Great Hall and were treated to the exact same song that they remembered from their first year. The sorting started with Abbott, Hannah being first. Back on the train, Harry had worried about the Sorting Hat telling Dumbledore about their being from the future. Hermione had once again got on his case for not reading Hogwarts, a history. Honestly, Harry, would it be so difficult for you to just read the book? She shook her head in dismay again. There is a fascinating little charm in the book preventing you from finding a page until after you have been sorted into a house. That page is all about the history of the sorting and the Sorting Hat. There are charms on the hat preventing the hat from telling anyone a student's secrets. You could confess you intend to blow up the school and all of the teachers and students with it, and the hat couldn't tell anyone about it. His bushy-haired friend explained. That had seemed a little over the top to Harry, but he was glad of it now. Granger, Hermione. Professor McGonagall summoned Hermione up for her turn, after a full 3 minutes, with Hermione muttering quietly to herself as she talked with the hat shouted, Gryffindor, and Hermione went to sit at the familiar table. More students were called up for their sorting, working through the alphabet, including Longbottom and Poddle. Then, it was Harry's turn. The hat slipped over his head covering his eyes, just like it did the first time all those years ago. Well, another time-traveled soul. You are only the sixth I have had to sort. Now let's have a look at what I said last time. Slytherin, I can see why he said that, but I don't think you belong there anymore. You have spent so long in Gryffindor that it has trained the Slytherin side out of you. A pity, that, some cunning, would have served your plan well. You could do well in Hufflepuff, you are loyal to your friends and you don't shy away from hard work. Harry didn't like that idea. He had nothing against the Puffs, but it didn't seem right. Ah, but I can see it in your head you want to go with Miss Granger, and you would charge into the fires of hell for her. You did well in Gryffindor before, and you can do well there again. That got Harry thinking. Just how far would he go for Hermione? Well, he had already vowed to himself to change history itself so that she wouldn't lose her parents. One last thing before I send you on your way. This plan of yours, whatever happens, please keep that madman, the one using your defense against the dark arts professor as a show pony, from hurting my students. Harry sent a mental nod at the hat. He would do everything he could to prevent that. Then good luck in Gryffindor. Harry took off the hat, left it on the stool, and went and sat in the spot next to Hermione. They watched the rest of the sorting while quietly chatting away about nothing specific. As Harry's eyes wandered at the other students, his heart would skip a beat whenever his eyes passed over someone who had been hurt during the previous timeline. Katie, who had touched that cursed necklace. Justin and Penelope, who had been petrified by the basilisk. Neville, hurt in the Department of Mysteries. Victims of the Inquisitorial Squad, and, of course, a smiling Cedric Diggory who was currently talking to Ernie Macmillan, helping the new first-year settle into his new house. Cedric had died right in front of him. It had been a needless waste, not because he was a threat but because he was there and he wasn't needed. His was another life Harry was going to save. Soon, the sorting was over. Dumbledore had done his senile old man act, and then the tables filled with food. Harry and Hermione sat eating and chatting to the other first years, pretending that they didn't already know everyone already. When the main course had just dissolved into nothing, taking with it the remnants of Harry's steak and chips, and the table was suddenly filled with desserts, Harry felt it. After all his occlumency training with Snape, Harry never was able to shield his mind from being seen, but with the number of times the Death Eater had forced himself inside Harry's head with no more information on how to keep him out than shouting the word, focus, at him when he failed, Harry had developed the skill to feel when someone was trying to poke around in his head. It had been Hermione who had come up with Harry's strategy to deal with this. It wasn't going to be fun, it would single him out amongst the students, but they couldn't let the fact that they were from the future be known. Harry grabbed his scar and started acting like he was in a lot of pain. He felt the pressure in his head drop, and he relaxed and acted like he was catching his breath. The whole school was looking at him, and whispers were spreading amongst them as Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey descended from the staff table, the hospital matron casting diagnostic spells as soon as she got to him. "What's wrong with him, Poppy? Is he all right?" Concern was evident in the Scotswoman's voice. Surprisingly, Madame Pomfrey answered, and while she spoke quietly they were still surrounded by Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. So, when she said, "There is a lot of dark magic in his scar," something must have irritated it. Enough people heard it that it spread like a wave in the Great Hall, giving two pieces of information. First, it told the students that Harry wasn't faking for attention. Many students from pureblood families had heard about dark magic-infected cursed scars that acted up occasionally, and a curse from he who must not be named would probably leave a lot of dark magic behind. Second, and more importantly, it had told Dumbledore that it was probably his probe that triggered the pain Harry faked. He had expected to need to repeat his performance 3 or 4 times before Dumbledore reached that conclusion. Harry spent the night in the hospital wing while Madame Pomfrey tried to work out what had triggered the dark magic in his scar, but when morning came and she hadn't found anything and Harry was obviously in good health. Though the Medowitch had found some worrying signs of mistreatment that she would bring to the headmaster, but she never mentioned that to Harry. She let Harry go down to breakfast. Percy Weasley came over to Harry when he sat down and handed Harry his book bag with a few books in it. "Mr. Potter, I am Percy Weasley, one of the Gryffindor prefects. Here are your books. You haven't been shown the common room yet, and that would make finding your way there once Professor McGonagall hands out your timetable tricky. So, I brought you what you would need for today from your trunk." Harry was surprised that Percy would do that for him, but maybe he shouldn't have been. Percy had always taken his prefect status seriously. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. How did you know what books I would need?" Harry asked, curious. The ginger prefect smiled. "They don't shuffle the schedules. Your first-year timetable is the same first-year timetable they used last year and the year before that, probably for the last few decades. As the classes don't change, there is no need to rework the timetables. The only work that needs doing is for older years when they choose their extra classes. I just looked at my old timetable. I will be coming to your last class to show you the way to the library, and once I have done that I'll show you where the common room is." Harry thanked Percy and began fixing himself a bacon and egg breakfast sandwich as Hermione sat down next to him. The first few weeks of term were easy and relaxing, apart from defense against the dark arts and potions, which were being taught by Voldemort and the murderer of Dumbledore. Even then, the classes themselves were easy. The only chore was spending so long in the company of the professors. More than once Harry and Hermione had to duck into a disused classroom after classes so that they could rant at each other as they wanted to curse the two dark wizards. They eventually settled into a routine, just waiting until they got their first opportunity to act. The only difference they made in those first weeks was in their flying lesson, where Harry had grabbed Neville off his broomstick before he was more than a handful of feet off the ground. The two of them had ended up in an undignified pile on the floor, but the only thing hurt was their pride. It meant that Draco never got his hands on Neville's Remembrall, and as such Harry wouldn't get a shot at the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Until next year, but Harry found he wasn't bothered by that much. Yes, he loved playing Quidditch with the team, but a year off of Wood's ridiculous idea of training times had its appeal. Their first major change came at Halloween. Most of the day had gone the same way. They were still learning the levitation charm in Flitwick's class, and Ron was still suffering from his case of having his head stuck up his ass. Hermione had far thicker skin this time and had just called Ron a pathetic loser who stood about as much chance at passing his exams as the Chudley Cannons stood at winning the league. This had caused Ron's ears to go red and for him to spend the rest of the day sulking. This meant that Hermione joined Harry in the Great Hall at dinnertime, instead of spending it crying in a girl's bathroom. The two friends sat towards the back of the hall, close to the door and on the inside of the house table. It meant having their backs to most of the students, but that wasn't something they needed to worry about yet. They filled themselves on pork chops with baked apples, roasted nuts and pumpkin, and were about halfway done with the main course when the doors burst open. "Troll, troll in the dungeon, there's a troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know," and with that Quirrell fainted. Now that Harry and Hermione were more experienced in the world, even if they couldn't exactly be called older, they could see just how much of an act that faint was. When people genuinely faint, they just drop. They don't shift as they fall to prevent the solid stone floor from leaving an imprint on their face. That's not to say the man was a bad actor. He put on a performance that had almost the entire school fooled for 9 months in the original timeline. But now Harry knew to look for the deception, and while everyone else was thinking about a troll wandering the castle, he watched and saw the man flinch. As soon as Professor Quirrell hit the floor, Harry enacted the first part of his plan. Faking concern, he ran to the professor and, just like he had seen on TV a lot of times, or at least that was his excuse, he checked the man's pulse. Immediately Quirrell started screaming as the flesh on his neck burned at Harry's touch. Harry jumped back, not having to fake the look of horror. He knew what he had done, but he didn't have to like it. The next few days were a storm of activity. Harry was questioned by Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and Snape in the headmaster's office. Strangely, it was Professor Snape who helped him by confirming that touching someone's neck to check for a heartbeat was something that Muggles did when checking if someone was okay. Harry was still planning on dealing with the greaseball as soon as he could. Whether Azkaban or dead, he didn't exactly care which, yet in the moment Harry was a little grateful. Whatever happened to Quirrell was the big question that all the students were asking. Unfortunately, none of the teachers were talking. All anyone knew was that, after what happened in the Great Hall, Quirrell was taken to the hospital wing and he wasn't seen again. Some wondered if Harry had killed him, although Harry didn't think he had. It had taken a lot more than that to kill the man the first time. Some thought that Quirrell was now in long-term care at St. Mungo's, with some of them believing it was Harry's fault and some thinking it was just a coincidence that Harry touched him just as he started screaming. Some, and unknowingly the closest to the truth, thought that Harry had accidentally set off some dark magic the man had been experimenting with, and the man had been arrested after Madame Pomfrey had found it while trying to heal him. With all the gossip and whispering that everyone was doing about him, Harry wished he had his invisibility cloak again already, so he could avoid the gossiping hordes, but more importantly so he could try and eavesdrop on the staff and discover what Quirrell's true fate was. Harry had little doubt the man was already dead, probably from Voldemort fleeing like the coward he is, rather than because of the burn Harry had given him. But until he and Hermione knew for sure, they couldn't be sure that any prediction they made for the future was remotely accurate. Quirrell was replaced by Wilbert Slinkherd, who brought copies of the textbook that Harry and Hermione had grown to hate for the first years. Despite how much Harry hated the book because of Umbridge, he had to admit that Professor Slinkherd was a decent professor, and his book was a decent introduction for first-year students who had a mostly theoretical class already. And not even Slinkherd thought his book was appropriate for any students above first year. After Christmas, when Harry's cloak was returned to him with the same cryptic message as the first time, though this time Harry recognized Dumbledore's handwriting after he had grown familiar. With it in his 6th year, Harry and Hermione began exploring the castle for a horcrux. It was like trying to find a needle in a barn full of haystacks. It didn't help that they were mostly unable to check the place they thought most likely. The Chamber of Secrets, they had both decided, was off limits until they got their hands on the diary. They couldn't risk Lucius Malfoy changing his plans if he heard about the chamber being opened before he planted the diary on Ginny. Once they had that diary, they would be far freer to act. Harry had tried to eavesdrop on the teachers to what they were saying about Quirrell, but unfortunately the staff gossip had moved on since then, though Harry did discover that Professor McGonagall had a bet with Professor Sprout about when he would ask Hermione out. McGonagall had 10 galleons on it being the first Hogsmeade weekend of his 3rd year. The rest of the school year passed without incident. They were unable to locate anything that they thought could be a horcrux, but they had checked all of the classrooms, both used and unused. The two of them passed their end-of-year exams easily, Hermione getting straight O's in the top spot, while Harry had mostly O's with a few E's in the overall second student of the year. They kind of expected it, given they were competing against people who were doing this for the first time. Sorry the first year was glossed over so much, but the idea I had for the time travel would take Harry back to the bonding of his wand, and if you take Quirrell out early there isn't much story left to tell in the first year. Note that in this FIC Harry and Hermione never learned of Dumbledore's connection to Grindelwald, Snape was never revealed to be a spy, Ron never came back, and Harry doesn't know he is a horcrux. They aren't telling Dumbledore that they are time traveling because they think he will obliviate them to preserve timelines and to protect them, they still think he is a good man. I'll be posting chapters 3 and 4 on my Patreon page in the next few hours. That will give this FIC the same 2-chapter buffer there as my other FIC. Special thanks to Jack Schreiner for sponsoring my creativity discord.gg/sr9scywebzm to join my Discord. Chapter 3 Harry's summer kicked off to an amazing start. Hermione had gone behind his back and arranged for him to spend time with her family in London. Originally, Harry had planned on going with the Dursleys, then sliding out that night and returning to the Leaky Cauldron by way of the night bus. Hermione, though, had told her parents about this, and with the story that Harry's relatives were very religious and strongly agreed with King James on the matter of magical people, "Thou shalt not suffer witch to live." Hearing this, and that Harry was planning on using some money he inherited to book a room at a magical B&B, Mr. and Mrs. Granger had arranged for him to spend the summer with them. Apparently, after Hermione had given the Dursleys her parents' phone number and her assurance that her parents were perfectly ordinary dentists who ran their own practice in London, Uncle Vernon had been willing to call the Grangers, who had then gotten permission to keep Harry for the summer. The drive back to the Granger home was a lot shorter than the one to Surrey Harry had previously experienced. But then again, if they wouldn't have had to carry their heavy school trunks, they wouldn't have even needed the car, as the Grangers only lived about 45 minutes away from King's Cross on foot. Living with the Grangers was like night and day compared to the Dursleys. For instance, the Dursleys barely ate anything if it wasn't deep-fried or drowning in butter. Or sometimes even both. The Grangers, however, didn't even own a deep fat fryer and ate a lot of healthier foods. The Grangers were warm and kind to people, whereas the Dursleys were always trying to keep up an image of being important and successful. It was by far the best summer he ever had, after the first week anyway, as Hermione had insisted that they get their homework out of the way first. For Harry especially, it was also a summer of opportunity. For the equivalent of about £2, the night bus could take them anywhere on the island of Great Britain. So, with the gold Harry had access to, The two traveled around the country while the elder Grangers were fixing teeth. They visited Godric's Hollow first, letting Harry visit his parents properly this time instead of skulking around and being interrupted by a snake in a Bathilda Bagshot suit. Hermione used some of her allowance to buy a few flowers from a local greengrocer and they laid them on the grave. "Hey Mum, hey Dad, sorry I haven't been here before now. Or have I don't know how time works where you are. Maybe you saw everything that happened and how Hermione and I came back. This is Hermione, by the way. She is amazing. Some call her the smartest witch of our age. And she is, but I don't tend to call her that. Not because she doesn't deserve it, she does, but to me she is the most amazing person I have ever met. She has stood by me when any sane person would have run away screaming. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have survived as long as I have." Hermione, who had been standing there throughout his speech with a blush coloring her cheeks, butted in. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, don't listen to him. Harry is plenty amazing himself. I have stood by him, yes, and because I did, I have seen the stuff he has done. He truly is an amazing person, one I feel privileged to stand next to. You made a son to be proud of." That got Harry blushing and he switched the subject, telling whatever remained of his parents the story of his life. They didn't just visit morbid reminders of the past, though. They also took the opportunity to visit more fun locations. The beach was a regular favorite, as apart from travel it was a free day out, especially if they brought drinks and a packed lunch instead of buying lunch at an overpriced beachside shop. They did often find enough money to buy themselves an ice cream, though. They also made some plans for the coming year. First, and most important, was getting their hands on the diary. Once they had that, they would have a lot more room to move. Harry once again got a visit from Dobby in the middle of the night, telling him it was too dangerous to return to Hogwarts. "Dobby, I need you to answer me a question. I promise it is about elves in general, not about your master, okay?" Harry asked, and when the elf nodded Harry continued. "If I told you something that wouldn't hurt your master but would mean something that your master has planned would end up not working, would you or any elf be able to not tell your master about what you were told?" Dobby looked thoughtful for a moment. Dobby is thinking he would have to tell. Even if Dobby is not wanting to, the little guy answered sadly. "Damn it. Look Dobby, I know you'll have trouble believing this, but it's safer for me at Hogwarts. I need you to understand that I know things that you don't. I promise you I won't die in school, no matter what plan your master has. I hope you are right, great Harry Potter sir, but I am afraid for you." With that the elf popped away. The next day, Harry told Hermione about the visit, and they started working out a way to free the elf. By the start of September Harry could honestly say he had never had a better summer. They had gone to Diagon a few days ago, unfortunately once again arriving the same day as Lockhart's book signing. Harry picked up a Nimbus 2000 from Quality Quidditch Supplies. He considered getting the 2001, but he knew he didn't need it and the 2000 was 100 galleons, approximately 500 pounds, to the 150 galleons are 750 pounds for the 2001 it just wasn't worth it. Of course, it didn't stop Harry from debating the choice for 45 minutes, causing Hermione to start muttering about boys under her breath, much to the amusement of her parents. Though, Harry did get Hermione laughing not 20 minutes later when Gilderoy Lockhart tried to manhandle Harry into a photo opportunity, and Harry put the pompous git on his ass and started loudly saying how some stranger tried to grab him. Harry had to admit, the sight of the overdressed peacock on the floor was pretty funny. A few of the people were surprised that Harry didn't know who Lockhart was, but the crowd was mostly on Harry's side when Harry pointed out that for all Harry knew the strange man could have been a sympathizer of he who must not be named who was trying to grab the boy who lived. Lockhart was forced to give Harry an apology that unfortunately still ended up on the front page of the Prophet, but at least this time the headline was, "Lockhart tried to grab Harry Potter." A little sensational but true, and the story was a good retelling of the truth. Harry felt his heart stop when he saw Ginny with her family. He hadn't seen her the previous year, and she looked just like he remembered her from this time. Small and fiery, yet still shy, not the force of nature she would become in a few years. Though if he was successful, she may not become that woman he fell for. If everything went to plan, Ginny wouldn't be spending her summers living in hiding with a bunch of vigilantes. She wouldn't be conducting raids into the Ministry of Magic or fighting Death Eaters who had gotten into the school. She would never be his Ginny again. Harry watched her from a distance as Hermione hugged him while he mourned the loss of the girl she might have been, even if this was better for her. However, Hermione did have to hold Harry back when Malfoy Sr., Lord of the long flowing locks of shiny silver hair, got into a scuffle with Arthur Weasley as a cover to slip the diary into Ginny's new school supplies. September 1st arrived, and with it the return to school. King's Cross and Platform 9 3/4 were as chaotic as usual. The owls were squawking, the cats were meowing, and of course the Weasleys were late. Harry and Hermione spotted a few familiar faces. Some happily, like Luna and Colin. Others less fondly, like Grimmauld Vane. Harry got to see the sorting this time. He had been worried that Dobby would try to seal the barrier again, but the way had remained clear. Soon, the headmaster was giving his start of the year speeches and sending them off to bed. Harry passed Hermione one of the vials of potion they had prepared over the summer. Apparently the trace couldn't detect potions, and as they had their potion kits there was quite a lot they could brew, though her mum had complained a couple of times when one of the things they were brewing filled the kitchen with a foul odor. Hermione slipped the vial into her robe's pocket and made her way up to her dorm room. Lavender, Pavarti, Faye and Lily were already there changing. "Hey guys. Good summer?" Hermione asked. She hadn't been sitting close enough to them during the feast to gossip then. "Pretty good. I had to visit family in India for part of it, but that wasn't too bad," Pavarti answered. "How was yours?" "It was good. Harry spent the summer at my place. We spent a bunch of time taking the night bus to the beach," Hermione admitted. Lavender jumped on that information immediately. "Your parents let you have your boyfriend over the whole summer? My dad would flip if I asked for a boy to stay over." "Harry's not my boyfriend," Hermione protested. "Oh please, the only people who don't think you are a couple are you and Harry. You're always together, you obviously care about each other. Sooner or later the two of you will just have to wake up and realize it," Lavender teased but in a good-natured way. "Harry doesn't see me like that," Hermione insisted, as she pulled her night clothes from her trunk. "He liked pretty, sporty girls like Cho. And Ginny." She knew this from the previous timeline and that just wasn't her. "Harry doesn't see any of us like that yet. You know boys take longer to mature," Lily slipped into the conversation. "Give him a few months, a year tops, and he will. I bet you'll be number one in his head, Hermione." "That's true, Harry is the youngest in our year. You just need to be patient, Hermione," Lavender said as she slipped on her nightgown. Hermione gave up trying to convince them. They had made up their minds already, and only seeing Harry with someone else would convince them. She knew Harry didn't like her that way. She wasn't going to let herself be hurt again hoping for more. She finished getting changed for the night, hanging her dressing gown by her bed where she normally kept it in case she had to visit the ladies' room in the middle of the night. The castle was way too drafty not to have one. And she slipped the vial of potion into the pocket of her gown. Hermione then pulled out a book, unfortunately one of Lockhart's, but she needed to go over it again if she was going to tear it apart, and settled in bed to read. However, she wasn't just reading for the sake of it, she was waiting for her roommates to fall asleep. Eventually, at 1:45 she felt confident that she could slip out unnoticed. She pulled on her dressing gown and her fluffy slippers, and after pulling the curtains on her bed in case one of her roommates woke up to use the bathroom, she slipped out of the room. As quietly as she could, Hermione made her way down the spiral staircase until she reached the dorm for the first-year Gryffindor girls. She opened the door as silently as possible and slipped into the room. She took the potion vial from her pocket and opened it. Immediately, the potion started to give off a vapor that filled the room with a slight haze. She set the vial down then slipped back out of the room to wait. The potion she was using was an illegal version of a sleeping draught. The vapors would put anyone who breathed in enough of them to sleep for between 4 to 6 hours. The potion was illegal not because of its effects, but because it was mostly used by people doing exactly what she was about to do, though she was doing it for a less selfish reason than most. After 5 minutes she slipped into the room and checked on the first-year girls, and as assumed they were fast asleep. Hermione walked over to Ginny's bed, pocketing the now empty vial along the way. She pulled out Ginny's trunk, opened it, and started looking through it for Tom Riddle's diary. The problem was, it wasn't there. Hermione racked her brain trying to work out where the diary could be, then face-palmed for being so stupid. She slid her hand under Ginny's pillow and felt the warm softness of a leather-backed book. She pulled it out, and her eyes fell on the diary she remembered from so many problems ago. She pocketed the book and slipped out of the room. Instead of going up to her dorm, she went down to the common room and then up the boys' staircase. She and Harry had planned a lot over the summer and also discussed how things could go wrong, as only Gryffindor girls could have stolen the diary from Ginny, Her and the other girls' dorms were the logical place to search if someone, either Ginny or a professor, were looking for the lost book. So she put the book in Harry's trunk, and they would hide it somewhere safe in the morning, somewhere no one would find it. The first thing Harry did when he woke up on the first day of term was check his trunk. He smiled to himself when he saw the little book on top of all his things. He quickly went through his morning routine and got dressed. He slipped the diary into his pocket along with his invisibility cloak and went down to the common room to look for Hermione. She was there, dozing on a sofa. She had been up half the night getting the diary, so that made sense. He gently woke her up and handed her a wit sharpening potion. They had brewed a whole bunch of simple potions over the break and the wit sharpening was one of them. The effect was similar to a Muggle energy drink. Only stronger and without the jittery essence you could get from caffeine. It also lasted about 8 hours, so it was perfect for a school or work day if you had little sleep. Harry had all the potions because he had the room in his trunk, as Hermione had filled her extra space with books she had picked up at Flourish and Blotts. "Harry, a sleepy?" Hermione asked as he woke her. "Yep, drink this." He handed the potion to her. She drank it down without even thinking about it, pulled a face at the taste, and Harry watched as her face went from sleepy and cute to wide awake in seconds. "Good morning, Harry. Sleep well?" "Yep." He didn't return the question because he knew she hadn't. Instead he said in a low voice, "I see you had a productive night." She nodded. "Do you have them?" she asked, referring to the diary and the cloak. "As we planned," he said as he nodded. The two of them left the common room, and as they walked Harry slipped on his invisibility cloak. The cloak wasn't strictly necessary, but an overabundance of caution didn't hurt when dealing with horcruxes. He could already feel it pulling at him to write in it. He wanted to taunt Tom, tell him how he knew the secret and how he was going to destroy the diary, but it was safer to get it out of his hands as soon as he could. They walked through the school until they arrived at the second-floor girls' toilets and slipped inside. Moaning Myrtle was floating around the room depressed as normal. Hermione started talking to her trying to be nice while using the room for its intended purpose. Her ultimate goal, however, was to provide a distraction so Harry could open the Chamber of Secrets and toss the diary in. Of course, despite how friendly Hermione tried to be, Myrtle took everything the wrong way and dove into one of the toilets. Harry ignored what Hermione was doing, and once Myrtle left, Harry opened the way behind the sink and threw the diary in before closing it again. Hermione came out of her stall, washed her hands, and she left the room as Harry followed. Once they were away from the toilets and in a corridor alone, Harry pulled off the cloak and stuffed it in his pocket. "Did everything go okay?" Hermione asked, seeing him appear. "Plan worked perfectly. The horcrux is in the chamber and no one who is not me is getting in there for the time being," Harry replied. The two conspirators made their way to breakfast, happy in a job well done. They were soon tucking into a full English breakfast, each deciding that they had earned the less than healthy breakfast. Harry sat in the back of the defense against the dark arts class trying not to burst out laughing. Hermione had raised her hand at the start of the lesson and started asking questions about his books, and Lockhart was getting more and more flustered as she went on. "In your book Year with the Yeti, you say you spent the time between October of 1984 and August of 1985 in the Tibetan mountains with the Yeti, correct?" "Quite right, Miss Granger, sir. If you were in Tibet with the Yeti, how come in your book Holiday with Hags you claim to have been kidnapped by the Hags in February of '85? The Hag Coven was in Ireland. You can't have been in both Ireland and Tibet at the same time." "Ah, my editor must have made a mistake with the dates. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Miss Granger." 5 points to Gryffindor. The pompous man was about to turn to the whole class when Hermione continued. "Well, you should probably find a new editor because they made the same mistake with Travels with Trolls, Voyages with Vampires, and Marauding with Monsters. In the chapter you dealt with the Japanese Kappa gang who were emulating the Yakuza." Hermione went on pointing out the inconsistencies, finishing up with pointing out that in his 8 years of adventures he had apparently had 102 months of stuff to write about. Lockhart, after much spluttering, managed to get his class back on track and issue the test he had given the first time Harry had suffered through the class, and Harry had prepared his answers. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Silver, but only if it's shiny enough that he can stare at his own reflection. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To be more famous than Merlin. 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Convincing the world he has enough talent to do any of the stuff he claims in his books. 4. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite animal? Unicorns, because he needs powered unicorn tail hair to make the hair potion he uses. 5. How many times did Gilderoy Lockhart win Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award? It doesn't matter, all of the awards should be removed as he uses potions to achieve the smile. 6. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's shoe size? Size 6, but he uses charms to stick size 10 shoes to his feet so no one will realize how small certain body parts of his are. 7. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite type of quill? One that can do the writing for him as he is lazy. 8. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite book? His photo album of himself. 9. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite author himself? Gilderoy Lockhart hasn't bothered to read anything written by someone else. Harry went on, filling out every question with a similar answer. By the time he was done, he was having trouble keeping from laughing. 50. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and what would be his ideal gift? If the professor needs us to remind him when his birthday is, maybe teaching isn't a career for him. As for a gift, he would love a poor sap to tell him of something they did so Lockhart can wipe their memories and claim he did it in his next book. He sat back and waited for the other students to finish their tests. He ed a copy of the test to show Hermione later and slipped the copy into his book bag. Hermione had also finished, and she was looking at him confused at why he would make a copy of the test, but as there were still students taking the test, she couldn't ask him what he was doing. After almost 10 minutes, Lockhart had them all put down their quills and pass their tests forward. He started to go through the tests, commenting, "Well, looks like you didn't read my books closely. Enough, almost none of you got more than a handful of Ks." He trailed off, reading what Harry assumed to be his test. He looked a little flustered as he stared at the answers on the sheet. Was all Lockhart said as his brain rebooted, before he finally settled on a course of action. "Mr. Potter, can you please remain after class?" "Yes, sir." The rest of the class passed smoothly, though that was more to do with Hermione, who immobilized the Cornish pixies before they had even left their cage, preventing the chaos that had been the defining characteristic of their first lesson. When class ended and everyone left to get to their break, Harry packed up his bag but didn't leave. Knowing how free his professor was with memory charms, Harry kept his wand on his desk but where he could grab it quickly. "Harry, I want to talk to you about your test answers," Lockhart said as he stood posing by his desk, trying to look impressive. "What about my answers?" Harry looked right at the man unflinchingly. "Look, Harry, I like a good joke as much as anyone, but don't you think you went too far?" Harry smiled at that. He couldn't help himself. "But the whole test was a joke, wasn't it, sir? I mean, this is defense against the dark arts, right? What dark arts can be countered by knowing your favorite color or when your birthday is?" Lockhart sputtered at that, but Harry pretended not to notice. "Although, if you really feel I went too far, we can take the test to Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she will know what to do as soon as she sees it," Harry pushed, knowing that with Lockhart's age, McGonagall would have been his teacher when he was at Hogwarts, and Harry was betting that the pompous peacock didn't want her to see the self-centered test he had given out. "I don't think there will be a need for that this time. Just take this more seriously next time, Mr. Potter." He tried to cover how nervous he was by being magnanimous, but the quiver in his voice was a dead giveaway. Maybe this time the moron would focus on teaching. Harry slipped out of the classroom to find Hermione waiting for him, a slightly worried look on her face. "What was that about, Harry?" she asked. Harry pulled his copy of the test out and handed it to her. Hermione's eyes quickly scanned his answers, at first smirking but getting more worried as she read on. "What were you thinking, Harry?" she finally hissed at him angrily as she slapped the test back into his hands. "That the Ponce needs bringing down a peg or 200, Harry replied, not understanding why Hermione was so angry. "And what if he had managed to obliviate you like he did to himself last time? What would happen then? Where would that leave me? The only person who knows what's coming. Me needing to find a way to stop Voldemort myself. Me alone with no one who I can talk to. You need to be more careful, or everything we are doing is going to be destroyed before we even really start," Hermione lectured. Harry now felt bad. Hermione was right. Even if Harry was positive he could win against Lockhart, there was always the chance Lockhart could get lucky. He could have left Hermione with this burden, and for what? So he could score some cheap points against someone who doesn't even matter. "Hermione, I'm sorry. I didn't think about it that way. I was just trying to score some cheap points against the man after what he tried to do to me, he almost said, and Ron, but that was a sure way to get Hermione more angry. She was still holding a grudge against the redhead for leaving them. "Let's just leave it, Harry. I don't want to fight over this. Let's just go and plan what we are going to do next." Hermione relaxed and leaned into him. It wasn't one of her bone-crushing hugs, but she obviously needed to be close to him for a little while, so Harry put his arm around her. Quidditch tryouts were the third week of term, and when Harry turned up with a Nimbus 2000 and showed off his skill at catching the snitch, Oliver Wood practically begged Harry to join the team. He decided to do so. Quidditch was a good distraction from everything that was going on in his life. However, it didn't stop Hermione from lecturing him for taking time out of searching the castle for whatever horcrux was hidden here. Thank you to the people who support me on Patreon on Lowten. And special thanks to the awesome person Jack Schreiner. As always, the Patreon has the next 2 chapters already. You can join my Discord server if you want to chat, VECWTRGKST. Chapter 4. Now that they had secured the first of the horcruxes, Harry and Hermione had room to move. Their first order of business was Wormtail. Until Sirius was out of Azkaban, there was no way they could get into number 12 Grimmauld Place. They had debated a long time on what was the best way to get Sirius out, and the only workable option they could come up with was to use the rat to get him a trial. Capturing the rat had been laughably easy. The Death Eater hadn't expected a thing from the boy he had helped arrange a murder attempt of. So Harry, who was still proficient at silent casting, had stunned the rat as he and the red-haired menace had slept in the bed next to his. Harry had then stuffed the rat into an unbreakable cage that Hermione had peppered. While Harry was doing this, Hermione had the harder job. They needed a way to say they knew that the rat was an animagus, and the only thing that could do that was the Marauder's map. But there was no way the twins would be ready to part with it. Last time it had taken Harry saving their sister from the Chamber of Secrets to make the two feel they owed Harry enough to part with it. And Harry and Hermione were unwilling to put her through anything like that again. Ginny and Harry would never again have what they had, but that didn't mean Harry didn't care. So, Hermione slipped into the twins' dorm room under Harry's invisibility cloak, with a bunch of silencing and non-detection charms applied to herself just in case. She tried the summoning charm first, but nothing seemed to happen, which meant it was probably in one of the trunks. Hermione, knowing the twins, cast a silencing charm on the first trunk before she opened it. That was apparently a good call, as a bunch of stuff that looked loud started moving as soon as she opened the trunk. She tried her summoning charm again and got lucky. The map came sliding out of the copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4, that this twin was using. Hermione slipped a letter that Harry had penned, apologizing for taking the map the way they had, that he had signed, the Son of Prongs. They hoped that that would take the sting out of losing the map for the two. She closed up the trunk and slipped out of the dorm. The Weasleys had all gone nuts over their missing things. Harry didn't know which of them had gone through his trunk, and every other student in the tower's trunk. But given that the girls had been hid as well, he suspected Ginny. Ron was searching high and low for his rat, and the twins were grumpy. Given that Ginny had done the same thing in the old timeline, Harry and Hermione had not stored any of the items in the dorm. Harry kept the map on himself at all times, but in a pocket he had spelled to make anything inside it resistant to summoning charms. Wormtail was put in an old hidden room that was out of the way. Hermione had taken great delight in informing the animagus that there was nothing stopping him from turning back into a human if he chose to, but as the cage was unbreakable and he wasn't, the result would be messy. That Halloween was the first that Harry could remember that went well for him. Instead of the Chamber of Secrets being opened, Harry was visited by a few people from the Ministry. Harry had written to the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and had asked the man to come speak with him on that day. A similar letter had made its way to the head of the DMLE. Minister Fudge was as predictable as he was self-centered. A meeting with the boy who lived could do him a lot of good with the public. Of course, for him to get public support, the public had to know about it. That was why he had brought the witch, who was clearly losing the fight with middle age, even if the green robes she was wearing were any indication. She refused to acknowledge it. Harry heard Hermione whisper the phrase, "Mutton dressed as lamb," asterisk under her breath as Rita Skeeter walked in, and he had to fight not to burst out giggling. Both the minister and Director Bones were surprised by the other being there, having arrived separately. Professor McGonagall was there because when Harry had asked if it was okay for him to ask the two to the castle, she had reluctantly agreed on the condition that she was there to act as a responsible adult on their behalf. Harry had done some quick talking and everyone stayed. Madam Bones had tried to send Skeeter away, but Minister Fudge wanted her to stay. Eventually, they got around to asking why Harry had called the meeting. "Well, you see, it's a little complicated," Harry started, as he found that he didn't need to act nervous as much as he thought he would. The nervousness was all too real when he considered what was at stake. "I have very few memories of my parents, and what I do have is mostly just flashes. But I do have some memories of that night, just fragments. A flash of green light, my mother hugging me while she cried and told me she loves me as the sound of feet coming up the stairs echoed in the background, and my father saying, 'Run, he is here, Pettigrew betrayed us.'" The last of the three was only half true. He had no real memories of his father accusing Wormtail, but the rest was true. Harry remembered hearing somewhere that the best lies had a lot of truth in them. As he spoke, Rita was scribbling away with her quill. Harry was surprised it was a regular quill and not the acid green quick quotes quill. Maybe Skeeter didn't think she could get away with it in front of the director of the DMLE. "Of course, I don't know who Pettigrew is, but I did come across that name again. My father was a prankster at school. He and his friends called themselves the Marauders, and they made this." He pulled out the map and tapped it with his wand. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The map revealed itself to the astonishment of the adults. As you can see on the map, it shows the location of each person in the castle. "Look, here we are." He pointed to the room and started reading the names on the map. Minerva McGonagall, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Margarita Skeeter, Harry James Potter, Hermione Jean Granger, and lastly Peter Pettigrew. There was a gap from the assembled adults. "That's impossible, the man is dead, killed by Sirius Black. Your map must be faulty with age," Fudge started out. "That's what I thought at first," Hermione said, "that the map was broken. But then I noticed that the Peter Pettigrew name was nearly always following one person, Ronald Weasley. Harry took over. But I'm a roommate of Weasley's, and we share classes and everything, and there was no one following him anywhere. However, a few nights ago I was watching the map, and Weasley got up to use the bathroom but the Peter Pettigrew marker stayed in his bed. I looked and the only thing in his bed was his pet rat." Hermione took over again, sticking to the story they had concocted. "Harry told me about what happened, and I thought about Professor McGonagall's first lesson. She started the lesson showing us that she could become a cat. And I thought, if Professor McGonagall could transform into a cat, maybe someone else could turn into a rat. We tested it out by catching the rat and walking around the castle with it to see if the name on the map followed it, and it did." Harry finished up, with the adults looking at him, stunned. He pulled the cage with Wormtail out of his school bag and set it on the desk in front of him. "I know that it might be nothing. It might be just a coincidence or the map may be malfunctioning, but given what I remember my dad saying, I need to know, please?" Harry asked as only someone with the appearance of a child could. Amelia Bones looked at the rat with a calculating expression, as if she was weighing up the possibility of this being someone who everyone believed was dead. Given her job, she was probably trying to work out what crimes she could charge the man with if it was true. Rita was scratching away with her quill, her expression almost hungry. Knowing her, she was hoping that the rat was a hidden animagus. After all, that would be a much bigger story. McGonagall looked conflicted. Harry understood that, from her point of view, Pettigrew was a hero who had tried to avenge the deaths of some of her favorite students, a true Gryffindor that gave his life to stop a madman. Everything that she was hearing was an assault on that worldview. Fudge looked as calculating as Director Bones, though he was spending almost as much time looking at Skeeter as he was looking at the rat. He was a politician, looking for the best angle for himself. He probably thought that it was a war orphan with a broken toy and a bit of paranoia, albeit a famous war orphan who could earn him some good fluffy press stories. For once, both Director Bones and Minister Fudge were in agreement for what was to happen. "Okay, Director Bones, I think this is just the enchantments running out on an old map, but it should be easy enough to prove. Why don't you perform the charm to return an animagus to their human form and we can clear this up without delay?" The head of law enforcement for the magical community smiled a little at not having to fight with the self-serving oaf that currently held the title of minister. She slipped the tip of her wand through the bars of the cage and stunned the rat before removing it from its cage and setting it on the floor and started to cast the spell. "There, you see, it's just a norm, bloody hell he really is an animagus. But. Harry and Hermione watched from one of the classroom windows as the man was taken out of the school by 3 Aurors, one holding each arm and the third walking behind at about 6 feet, wand out and ready if the man tried to escape. Director Bones had called them. Almost as soon as the rat was turned back into his human form, She had only delayed long enough to shoot a stunner, a full body bind, and an incarcerus at the unconscious pile of human garbage that had just been revealed. The minister was flipping between wanting to throw the book at Pettigrew and believing the whole thing was somehow staged. But it was Skeeter who did exactly what Harry had hoped she would and set the minister straight, though admittedly Harry had expected it to be via new articles forcing his hand rather than collaboration on what article she would write. So, Minister, what headline sounds better to you? DMLE, Minister of Magic, and Harry Potter work together to capture hidden Death Eater? A little wordy, I admit. Or maybe, Death Eater taken down, would be better and use the first one as a subheading. The words had calmed the minister quickly, causing Director Bones to roll her eyes. Minister, perhaps we should be seen to be quick and decisive in this. Unless you have an objection, I'll open a full investigation into this. She nudged the unconscious man with her foot. I'm already considering what to charge him with. Being a Death Eater, of course. Fudge insisted. Bones sighed. That's a political charge, Minister, not a legal one. It's not illegal to be a Death Eater. However, I doubt the Weasleys knew about this, so trespass, voyeurism, theft, and tax fraud. Tax fraud? Harry asked. If you're pretending to be dead, you're obviously not paying your taxes, but you still owe them on what you earned between the last time you paid tax and when you faked your death. Madam Bones had explained. Harry went back to watching the group of people leaving the castle. Apparently the DMLE preferred to portkey prisoners rather than use the flow, as it was possible to leave the flow network by the wrong exit. Fudge didn't have that problem though and had left via flow. The disadvantage of having people leave in two groups became obvious less than a minute later, when a beetle Harry and Hermione both recognized flew up and landed on the windowsill the two teens were currently looking out of. The DMLE must have thought Rita left with the minister, while the minister thought she was following the DMLE. Hermione gave Harry a significant look before saying, "You want to head down to the feast, Harry?" Harry shook his head. Not really. Then an idea struck Harry. If Skeeter was going to spy on him, then he would use it to tell her exactly what he wanted her to hear. I wonder if Director Bones will look at the case of the man who was convinced of killing Pettigrew again. Hermione instantly caught on to what Harry was doing. Well, she should. If his victim is still alive, he obviously didn't commit murder, and if the investigation got that wrong, then the whole investigation needs going over to see what evidence was missed. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a lemon-flavored sweet rolling around his mouth as he considered the case of Mr. Potter. Obviously the boy still had his mother's protection. The incident with Quirrell was enough to prove that. The elderly man shuddered at the memories of what had happened to the posed professor at the boy's touch. Yet, it was also just as obvious that the boy still had the shard of Tom's soul in him as well. His reaction to legilimency was enough to work that out. Obviously Tom's shard didn't want to risk being discovered by a probe. Did that mean that the shard was connected to the boy's mind and was influencing him? The old man didn't think so. Mr. Potter spent all his time in the company of the Muggle-born girl. No way Tom would allow that if he had any say in it, but the boy was brilliant. He and the Granger girl were top of the class, and both Flitwick and McGonagall had mentioned that the two didn't appear to be pushing themselves. Maybe the boy could defeat Tom. He definitely had the brilliance to handle the feat, but to do that, he would need to find a way to rid himself of the foul shard. A feat that has never been accomplished without the destruction of the container. Yet the transfer ritual was never completed, and Mr. Potter wasn't a prepared vessel to hold a soul fragment. There was still hope that the shard's hold on Mr. Potter wasn't as strong as in most horcruxes, and what of their discovery of Pettigrew? He never expected for someone like that to be hidden right underneath his, admittedly crooked, nose. This will definitely take a lot of pondering to work out the best way forward. He slipped another lemon drop in his mouth and made a mental note to buy some more. The investigation into Pettigrew and the articles in the Prophet were enough to get Sirius Black a trial, and as the man volunteered to be questioned under Veritaserum, there was plenty of evidence to get him released and Pettigrew thrown in prison. Sirius was awarded 66 feet 000 galleons for being unlawfully imprisoned for 11 years, though it was just the money he would have made himself if he had been working for that time. 6 feet 000 gallons a year, or almost pound 30 feet 000. Harry went home for Christmas to meet him, and had slipped a basilisk fang that he had gotten from the basilisk in exchange for a buck Harry had stunned in the forest to Creature so that the elf could destroy the locket. As London was both where Grimmauld Place was and where the Grangers lived, Harry and Hermione spent a lot of their break visiting each other. Mostly Harry went to the Grangers, as it was an escape from the dungeon that was Grimmauld Place. Sirius was working at making the place into a livable home, but it was slow going. In part because the house had been neglected for so long that it was in a terrible state, but also because Sirius was still more focused on healing himself. But Sirius thought that the house should be livable by the time Hogwarts sent the students home for the summer. Harry thought Sirius was being a little optimistic, but he didn't say anything to his godfather. When he was at Grimmauld, Harry spent most of his time talking with Sirius about his parents. Harry had a few stories repeated from the previous timeline, but he had many more times that in new stories. He had never really had the time to just sit and talk with Sirius. The man was on the run during his 4th year, and in his 5th Molly Weasley was jealous that Harry was turning to someone other than her to be a parent. Coupled with her paranoia that Sirius might inform Harry of anything to do with the war without Dumbledore's approval, this had led to the woman keeping them apart as much as she could. Sirius went a little nuts at Christmas. First, he bought Harry and Hermione a high-end Muggle road bike each, so that it would be easier for the two of them to visit each other. But he went all out getting Harry everything he could think of. Harry now owned a deluxe chess set, a set of gobstones, exploding snap cards, a wand holster, a new wardrobe, both Muggle and wizarding, new Seeker's gloves, and an expanded 5-compartment chest to replace his school trunk. Harry returned to Hogwarts and the rest of the year passed without incident. He made a few trips to the Chamber of Secrets to see if the horcrux was hidden there. It wasn't, but Harry did find a hidden cache of books that included one with instructions on how to create a horcrux. However, Harry and Hermione already knew the information in it from the books Hermione had stolen from Dumbledore's office after he had died. Harry surprisingly developed a sort of friendship with the basilisk. Turned out, actually feeding her and talking to her so she wasn't completely bored was enough to get her to be friendly. She gave Harry some stories about Salazar. She exclusively used Slytherin's first name, and Harry half wished he could share some of the stories to the Slytherin purebloods, as some of the ideas they had about the man were completely wrong. For example, of the 4 Hogwarts founders, Salazar was the one who was considered the soft touch by the students. And as the one who loved animals, his lessons were a cross between care of magical creatures and the type of defense against the dark arts that Harry had experienced in his 3rd year with Lupin, when the teacher had focused on defending yourself from dark creatures. According to the basilisk, Salazar even advocated for better rights for goblins and centaurs. Without any petrification or rogue bludgers to interfere, Quidditch had gone off without a problem, with Harry catching the snitch in all of Gryffindor's games that year. Harry got a good laugh at Malfoy as he threw a fit at being beaten by a half-blood on an inferior broom. Wood was singing Harry's phrases for a week after Harry caught the snitch in their final match against Hufflepuff, winning Gryffindor the cup. On the last day before they left for the summer, 2 things of note happened. First, the curse of the defense against the dark arts professor struck again when 2 irate parents came storming into the Great Hall at breakfast, screaming at the self-absorbed moron for getting their daughter, a 7th-year Hufflepuff, pregnant. That another girl, this time a Gryffindor, had then spilled a jug of milk on the teacher's table to empty its contents over Lockhart while screaming at him for cheating on her was how everyone learned that the man had been sleeping with a number of 6th and 7th-year girls, 2 of which were pregnant. This of course meant that Dumbledore had needed to fire the man on the spot. The only thing keeping it from being worse was that each of the witches were of age. The second thing was that Harry met, or rather re-met, Luna Lovegood. Harry bumped into her as she was searching the castle for her possessions, and Harry offered to help her look. They were just finishing with the 3rd floor, where Harry's ability to use a summoning charm had helped in retrieving a copy of the Quibbler, a left shoe, a family photo, and, much to Harry's embarrassment, a pair of knickers, when Luna spoke up. "How far did you come back, Harry?" Her tone was light and dreamy as always, but her words chilled him. What do you mean? How far from where?" Harry tried to act calm, but the slight stutter in his voice was a dead giveaway. "I suppose the language is confusing. It should be how long did you come back, but that sounds like you could go back to when you came from. What I want to know is what was the date you left the future and what was the date you came back to?" Harry stared at Luna with his mouth hanging open. "How did you know?" She smiled at him. "I asked first." Harry sighed, knowing that Luna can be stubborn when she wants to be unanswered. 24th of December 1997 to 31st of July 1991. She smiled at him, looking innocent. "Your aura looks older than it should, both yours and the girl you hang around with, Miss Granger. I have been trying to work out what would make your aura age like that. but when you spoke to me your aura reacted to mine like we were friends. And not just casual friends either but best friends. But if we were close friends, I would know, wouldn't I? So we must have been friends in a time I can't remember, and no one remembers the future. Why did you come back? Luna said all that in a tone that a normal person might use to talk about the weather. Harry was still on edge but relaxing a little now. We didn't mean to come back, it just happened to us. But it's given us an opportunity to help a lot of people. Luna, please don't tell anyone about this. If people know, they will try to learn about the future and change it to suit them, or they may decide that it's more important to keep time the same as it was before. Harry didn't know it, but a dark look came over his face as he remembered the things that were going on during the war. Trust me, you don't want that future. Sounds lonely, the blonde girl said. Having to keep so much of your life a secret from everyone. Do you want to be friends again? The question took Harry by surprise, and he almost forgot to answer. I would love that, Luna, and I'm sure Hermione would love it as well. Harry helped Luna take everything back to the Ravenclaw's common room. Luna answered the riddle, opening the door and letting them both in. Harry was standing next to the stairs that led to the Ravenclaw girls' dorms. As both houses were houses in a tower, they had similar layouts for the common rooms, though Ravenclaw had a whole library of books instead of wall decoration. While Harry looked around, his eyes fell on a statue of who he assumed was Ravenclaw herself. The statue was wearing a tiara that looked familiar to Harry, though he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Luna reappeared at the bottom of her stairs, pulling her trunk behind her. She opened it and Harry started handing her the things he was carrying. He had agreed to put a simple ward on her trunk. His warding was not very good and would probably collapse in 2 or 3 days, but he could keep anyone apart from himself and Luna from being able to open it until then. But she would be home by then and her things would be safe. He would have excluded himself from the spell if he could, but the spell he knew was meant for someone to protect their own stuff, not someone else's. So he could add people apart from himself to the permission list, but couldn't remove himself as the caster. Harry left the Ravenclaw's common room still trying to work out where he had seen the tiara before. It wasn't like he had seen a lot of fancy jewelry in his life. N. Mutton dressed as lamb. I don't know how common this phrase is outside the UK, so just in case it refers to an older woman who is dressing like someone much younger, often with the connotation that they look ridiculous doing so. Thank you to everyone who has supported me over on Patreon, and special thanks to Sven GTX and Jack Schreiner, who are awesome people. Remember that people who support me there get the next 2 chapters for all my fics early. If you are interested, I use the name Lowten there as well. Also thanks to my beta Phineas, who turns my ramblings into something enjoyable to read. Chapter 5. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters, with special thanks to the awesome people Sven GTX and Jack Schreiner. As always, Patreon supporters get the chapters 1 month early. Chapters 6 and 7 are already up, and if you join on the 2nd of the month you get a whole month free. Though it will automatically charge you if you don't unsub before the next 1st of the month. I was also planning, when my supporters reach £50 a month, I will use some of that money to commission cover art for my fics. If you are interested in doing the cover art, then PM me a link to some samples of your work and your commission rates. I'll keep you in mind and get back to you when I'm ready to commission the art. I would prefer one of my readers rather than someone who hasn't read my work. Chapter 5. Harry's summer turned out to be amazing. Sirius had been successful in getting Grimmauld Place looking and feeling like a real home. Having money to spend on help, and actually being able to walk into a business to hire that help, had made the cleaning of Grimmauld Place a lot easier. Hermione had spent a lot of time with him at Grimmauld Place as well. With both of her parents working at their dental practice during the week, one of her parents would drop her at Harry's home and the two of them would spend time together. Of course, they got their homework out of the way in the first week. Thanks to Harry giving Creature the basilisk fang to destroy the locket, the house elf was a lot more willing to help Harry, and he hadn't called Hermione a mudblood all summer. Instead, the elf was helping them get to the books in the Black Library that Sirius had understandably banned the 2 teens from. They were researching how to get past the wards and traps that they knew were on the Gaunt shack before they even considered going anywhere near the building. They both remembered what had happened to Dumbledore's hand, and neither of them had any intention of experiencing that for themselves, especially as they hadn't been able to find the curse that Tom used, and without the curse it was almost impossible to find the counter curse. That's not to say their summer was all work. Sirius had gone out of his way to take the two of them to have fun as well. He had taken them to a professional Quidditch match, a dueling competition, the beach, even Oakwood Park. The five of them, Harry, Sirius, and the Grangers, went out to eat together a few times as well. Harry's birthday had been especially memorable, as Sirius and Hermione had worked together and had arranged a day at a go-kart center. The three of them had fun racing against everyone. Harry was surprised to find Hermione could be a bit of a speed demon when she wanted to be. With her aversion to brooms from her fear of heights, she had never had the opportunity to show off that part of herself in all the years Harry had known her. After that, they were joined by the Granger parents and Sirius took them to Ambrosia, the most exclusive restaurant in magical Britain. The food had been amazing, though the atmosphere was a bit stuffy for Harry's taste. Overall, Harry's birthday experience was good for Harry and Hermione as well as being good for Sirius. It reminded Harry and Hermione why they were pressing to change the future instead of running off to another part of the world, leaving Britain and letting the country that had turned its back on Harry until they wanted him to save them, rot. It was also good for Sirius to build some good memories after his years of Dementor exposure. Remus finally turned up 2 weeks before the start of the new school year. Harry had expected Remus and Sirius to immediately hit it off, so he was shocked and surprised when instead Sirius had punched Remus, sending him careening to the floor. "I guess I deserved that," Remus said as he rubbed at the bruise that was slowly starting to develop on his jaw. "Damn right you deserved it, you left me to rot in Azkaban. I thought you had betrayed James and killed Wormy. I thought it was what you deserved. You should have known better. You also didn't once look in on Harry. Dumbledore said Harry was safe. You're a marauder. It's not Dumbledore's responsibility to check on Harry, it was yours. Dumbledore said there were anti-werewolf wards to keep Greyback and his pack away from Harry. You could have still looked in on him from afar. Dumbledore dropped the ball. He wasn't checking up on Harry and Lily's sister was treating him like shit. It was easy to see that Sirius was not happy with Remus. And I have been out of that hell for months. Why is it only now you came looking for me? I didn't know. I was in Norway teaching English. I only got back into the country yesterday, so when I heard about your release today I came right over," Remus explained as he finally climbed back to his feet. "Why did you come back?" Harry asked. "Why suddenly return to Britain now?" Harry was sure he already knew the answer but asked it anyway. "Dumbledore is having trouble finding a defense against the dark arts professor, something about the previous one taking liberties. It was an opportunity to come home for a year and I would get to see you again, Harry." Remus explained his side, and Harry mentally nodded as that was what he thought. Considering he had met Lupin originally as his defense professor, it wasn't a huge leap in logic. Taking liberties? I guess that's one way to describe a teacher sleeping with a number of his students and getting too pregnant, Hermione said from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard Hermione come in, but Creature knew to let her straight in whenever she came over. With Hermione there, she and Harry retreated to Harry's room after a quick and polite introduction between Hermione and the soon-to-be Professor Lupin. The first thing Hermione did when they got to Diagon Alley for their back-to-school shopping run was to drop into Magical Menagerie and get Crookshanks. Harry had slipped Hermione a few extra galleons to get things for the cat, knowing how much Hermione had missed her pet. Sirius had insisted on buying both Harry and Hermione new trunks. Hermione had tried to refuse but Sirius had insisted, calling it a thank you for her part in helping to catch the rat, combined with an early birthday present. Hermione had given in, only to then discover just how far Sirius was going with their trunks. Each one contained a large freestanding wardrobe that grew out of the trunk when you opened one compartment, a full bookshelf when you opened the second, a chilled compartment for storing potions ingredients, and a second shelving unit not unlike the bookshelf but sized to hold their other possessions. Harry's had a tall section where he could keep his broom, for example. Hermione's trunk also had a vanity table with a large mirror in another compartment. They had both been surprised to find that the Monster Book of Monsters was missing from their book lists until Hermione had worked it out. Because they had prevented the basilisk from petrifying students. The real culprit of the murder Hagrid was accused of was never revealed. While they had kept Hagrid out of Azkaban, they had also cost him his chance at teaching. Harry was on the fence about that. On one hand his friend had loved teaching and knew his stuff, but on the other Hagrid was a bad teacher. Maybe it was better for the students to have a different teacher, even if it meant Hagrid was left where he had been. After they had gotten everything, leaving books until last, mostly so they didn't have to carry Hermione's books for every subject around with them, they went to Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Dan and Emma had grumbled a little over their teeth but had quickly given in to Hermione's pleading. Harry got a strawberry sundae and Hermione had a large bowl of chocolate ice cream with caramel sauce. As they ate, Hermione discussed what subjects they would take this year at length. She was going to take every class again, more because they wanted access to the time turner again. They had considered having Harry try to take every subject as well, but even with his improved grades over his first time taking his first 2 years, they didn't think that Professor McGonagall would agree. His grades were good, but not that good. He did agree to take a third class. Hermione's argument was that he could coast through care of magical creatures and divination to OWL level. He had opted for ancient runes because Muggle studies was a joke according to Hermione, and while he was okay at maths, arithmancy didn't hold any appeal for him. It was soon the 1st of September, and Harry and Hermione met up at King's Cross after saying goodbye to the Grangers and Sirius. It was Harry's most emotional departure for Hogwarts ever. After an entire summer of spending time with Sirius, a Sirius with better mental health than Harry had ever seen him with, Harry had gotten a taste of a real home, and leaving it was hard. The two teens settled into a compartment, glad that they had changed enough that the train wouldn't be attacked by Dementors this time. Without Sirius breaking out of prison, there was no need for the Ministry to set the damned demons loose on the public. However, without the Dementors, there was no need for Dumbledore to station Professor Lupin on the train either. Just after the train had left King's Cross, there was a polite knock on the door to the compartment. At their acknowledgement, the door slid open to reveal a second-year Ravenclaw and an old friend who wasn't supposed to know them yet but still had, in her own odd way, worked out some of the truth, despite no one else having been able to. "Hello Harry, hello Hermione, do you mind if I sit here?" Luna Lovegood asked. Harry and Hermione both smiled. Hermione invited her in while Harry hefted Luna's trunk into the overhead rack. Luna sat down next to Hermione. "So Luna, Harry said you worked out mine and Harry's little secret," Hermione said to Luna. She nodded to Hermione. It was the only option that made sense. Both of you are older than your bodies, at least your magical aura is, and the two of you are surrounded by raxperts. Most teenagers aren't troubled by thoughts heavy enough to attract even a third of the swarm you have. Most people wouldn't have seen it, but Harry had known Hermione for over 8 years, so he saw the muscles in Hermione's jaw flex as she bit back her comments on Luna's made-up creatures. Instead, Hermione remembered she needed to focus on what is important at the moment. "You understand that you can't tell anyone about where we are from, right? It would be dangerous for us and it would make our task a lot harder." "I promise, it's not like anyone would believe Loony Lovegood anyway," Luna shrugged. "You should never call yourself that," Hermione insisted firmly as she put an arm around the younger girl. "If you accept what they call you, then the bullies win, and once they keep coming back." Luna just looked at them in the off-putting way she had and said, "But they keep coming back anyway." Both Harry and Hermione silently vowed that, if they had any say in the matter, the people bullying Luna were going to stop. They would have said it out loud, but before they could, Luna changed the subject. "So I know you came from the future and you want to change something, but Harry never said what it is you want to change." Harry hesitated for a few seconds, but decided that if he was in for a penny, he was in for a pound. "We want to stop the Second Blood War from happening. When we left, I can't really say we were losing, we had lost. The Death Eaters had taken over the Ministry, and they were rounding up Muggle-born witches and wizards and sending them to camps. We can't say for sure what was happening there, but none ever returned, so all we can do is speculate. Death Eaters were running Hogwarts as well, and we know some students were taken to control their parents." Harry specifically didn't look at Luna as he said that. There were gangs everywhere looking for undesirables, hoping to collect on the reward offered by the new regime. I was actually undesirable number 1. We hadn't given up, but honestly looking back it was a fool's quest. However, it was that or lay down and die. Harry didn't realize it, but while he talked his voice became hollow and his eyes stopped focusing on the present as he watched the memories playing out in his head. Luna launched herself at Harry and pulled him down so he was seated between her and Hermione, and the two sandwiched him in a much-needed hug. The days slowly passed them by, and Hermione and Luna sat chatting for a long while. Harry hadn't considered that Hermione would miss having another girl she could talk with. Eventually the trolley came by, and Harry got them a few sweets each. Sirius had told the Grangers that the lunch trolley was all sugar, so the two more responsible adults had insisted on making lunch for Harry and Hermione. Harry was only looking for something to have after his chicken salad sandwiches. After lunch was an enjoyable game of every flavor roulette, where Harry and Luna got to have a laugh at Hermione when she got a Rhubarb-flavored bean, her own personal food hell. Of course, Hermione and Luna got to return the favor when Harry got a bean flavored like jellied eels. They were in the middle of laughing at Harry when the door to the compartment slid open. The three of them turned to find Draco Malfoy and his two security trolls standing in the doorway. Well, if it isn't Potter and the lying little mudblood. What do you mean lying? I don't recall lying to you. Hermione sounded indignant. You told me you were a pureblood, Malfoy insisted. No, I didn't. I have never said I was anything but a Muggleborn. Hermione knew where this was going now and she had to suppress a smirk. She had laid the foundation for this little prank 2 years ago. She expected it to happen far earlier, and as time had gone on she suspected the Malfoy heir had seen through her words and that the prank was over before it had begun. You said you were from the house Dagworth Granger. It was easy to see how angry the blonde was now. Hermione slipped into her lecture mode. No, you said you hadn't heard of the name Granger, so I must be a Muggleborn. I was curious if I was the first magical in my family, so I looked up wizarding families to see if I could find any Grangers, Rawlings, Pickmans, and a few other material names from both sides of my family. The only name that jumped out as worth following up on was Dagworth Granger, but there was no relation. When you said there were no wizarding families with the name Granger, I corrected you. I told you that House Dagworth Granger was an old prominent wizarding family, that's it. Everything else was just you jumping to conclusions. As Hermione lectured, Malfoy grew angrier and angrier. You think you're so smart, mudblood, I'll teach you your place. His hand shot into his robes and pulled out his wand. He was just in the middle of pointing it at Hermione when he was hit by a spell from Harry. Expelliarmus. Malfoy's wand went flying. Harry probably could have caught it if he tried, but he was too busy casting his next spell, Levicorpus. At Harry's non-verbal spell, Malfoy was hoisted into the air by his ankle. His robes started to fall, so Harry, remembering the scene between his father and Snape, cast a quick sticking charm, adhering the robes to the boy's legs. After all, Harry didn't want to see what was under Malfoy's robes, and he suspected that the two girls wanted to see it even less. Crabbe and Goyle tried to rush Harry, but this time it was Hermione who was quickest of the mark, hitting the two with impedimented jinxes, freezing them in place. Once the two trolls transfigured to look like students were dealt with, Harry walked up to Malfoy and looked him right in the face. Let's make this perfectly clear, Malfoy. If you ever draw your wand on Hermione again, you will be answering to me. No teachers, no bodyguards, and no daddy to protect you. Just you and me. And for now, here is a little taste. Harry cast a quick silencer, then drew back his fist and slammed it into Malfoy's nose with all the force he could muster. He felt satisfied hearing the crunching sound it gave off as it broke. Serves the get right for breaking my nose in 6th year, Harry thought. Blood began pouring from Malfoy's nose, covering the top half of his head in the crimson liquid, standing out starkly against the Slytherin's blonde hair. While Malfoy silently cursed and screamed obscenities, Harry turned his back on Malfoy and picked up his bottle of pumpkin juice that he had gotten from the trolley witch and took a drink, also surreptitiously checking on Hermione and Luna. Hermione barely looked like anything was happening at all. That made sense. Compared to what the two of them had done in the past, this was nothing noteworthy. Luna was looking at Harry with a strange expression that he couldn't determine, but when she noticed him looking, she flashed him a weak smile. The violence was definitely off-putting to Luna, so Harry decided to end it. He pointed his wand at Malfoy's nose and cast a pisky. There was a second satisfying crunch as Malfoy's nose was fixed. It was Luna who had first fixed Harry's nose with that spell, and Harry had first-hand experience that fixing it was almost as bad as breaking it in the first place. Harry considered leaving Malfoy covered in his own blood, but the decision was taken out of his hands by Hermione when she cast a scouring charm on his face that was meant for cleaning cauldrons. It wouldn't do any damage, but it was definitely not a pleasant experience. Harry ended the silencing charm and asked, "Do we have an understanding?" When my father, Malfoy started to rant, but Harry hit him with the silencer again before he turned back to the girls. So Luna, what's your favorite subject? Hermione had to hide a smile, as she knew exactly what Harry was doing. Winding up Malfoy by acting as if he was unimportant. Luna lit up at the question. I like transfiguration, you get to be really creative. I can't wait until we start animal transfiguration. I want to turn something into a crumple-horned Snorkick. Maybe if I can do that, my transfigured one can attract a real one. I always wondered, is there a smooth-horned Snorkick? Harry asked instantly, and Hermione was unavailable to keep herself from scoffing at the idea. "Not that I have heard of. Why?" Luna asked, curiosity painted across her face. "Then why specify them as crumple-horned? Why not just horned Snorkic?" Luna's face lit up like it was Christmas. "I need to owl Daddy as soon as I get to the castle. Maybe there is a different subspecies of Snorkic out there. If we can find that one, maybe it will give us a lead in looking for their cousins." Harry turned back to Malfoy and again tried talking to him but was hit with a string of vitriol, so Harry returned the silencing charm again. It took another 45 minutes and 3 more silencing charms before Malfoy worked out that he needed to agree to leave them alone and not point his wand at Hermione, but eventually he did. Only then did Harry let Malfoy and his bookends go. The rest of the journey to Hogwarts was filled with telling Luna a few stories from the future and giving her an idea of the items they were looking for. They avoided mentioning horcruxes and souls, not because they didn't trust Luna, but because it was better for the world that the information about them be lost so that people stopped trying to make them. They did tell her that they thought there was one at Hogwarts but that they hadn't been able to find it yet, despite doing an organized systematic search of the castle over the last 2 years at the castle. That's when Luna surprised them. "You're going about it wrong. You shouldn't be trying to search the castle. You need to think how you would hide something important in the castle." Suddenly, bitten by Luna's words, Harry started to connect a few memories. Him hiding Snape's book in the room of requirement and creating a marker in the piles of junk with a bust, a wig and a tiara. Dumbledore telling Harry about how Voldemort was obsessed with the Hogwarts founders. Seeing the statue of Ravenclaw in their common room with a strangely familiar tiara on its head that he was sure he had seen before. Harry threw his arms around Luna and hugged her. "Thank you, Luna, thank you." He turned to Hermione. "I know where it is, I know where it is." "Really, it's in the room of requirement. The hidden things room. I saw it in 6th year, but I had no clue what it was." "That's brilliant, Harry. That only leaves 2 more to get and we know where one of them is." Hermione, caught up in Harry's excitement, jumped to her feet and threw her arms around Harry who had just released Luna. As Hermione hugged him, Harry suddenly found he was aware of Hermione's chest as she held him close. The de-aging had robbed them of their physical development, and with it the awareness that came from Hermione's hugs in the later years. Now he was aware that she was almost 14 already, and his bushy-haired best friend was once again quickly turning into the beautiful young woman that he remembered from before, the one he had first seen, to his own chagrin, at the Yule Ball. The rest of the trip to Hogwarts passed extremely slowly, each of them wishing time away so that they could get to the school had the inevitable effect of making every second feel like a few minutes. Harry tried to focus on telling Luna tales from the previous timeline, mostly focusing on what happened in his first 2 years. As that time was past them, it felt safe to talk about in detail. Luna was a good listener, oohing and ahing at his tales of trolls, flying keys, giant chess sets, giant spiders, a basilisk, and a dark lord. But Harry's mind kept drifting back to the room of requirement and the fragment of Tom's soul that was waiting for him there. Oakwood Park is a British theme park that in the summer of 1994 was building Europe's first water coaster. Chapter 6. Thank you to all of my Patreon supporters with special thanks to the awesome people Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX and Jack Schreiner. Chapters 7 and 8 are already posted there, for those interested. Lowten on that site will take you to the page, Chapter 6. Harry and Hermione were finding third-year classes as easy as they found first and second year. They both found Trelawney less infuriating, given they now knew that she did actually give genuine prophecy. Strangely, she also stopped with the whole grim nonsense this year, which made them wonder if the seer was actually seeing Sirius and was misinterpreting what she saw, though she didn't quit with the warnings of fire and death in his future. The one class that wasn't just a breeze was Ancient Runes, and that was just for Harry because the class was only new for him. Memorizing the runes for younger Futhark, a Nordic rune set, was challenging, but as Harry had a lot less studying to do, it was more than manageable. Care of magical creatures was easy but also different. Hermione was right when she guessed that the new teacher wasn't Hagrid. Instead they had a middle-aged man, Professor Goldhorn, teaching the class. His first few lessons were on owls, crups and neasels. He had told them he was taking a probability approach to deciding what creatures they would study. The more likely they were to come into contact with a creature, the sooner they would learn about it. It made sense to them, but the two did find the class a little boring compared to Hagrid's classes, though Hermione did look rather smug when the Kneazle ignored everyone else and jumped into her arms. They got to the room of requirement on the weekend. Hermione had used the time turner to give them a perfect alibi, and they ducked into the room of hidden things not long before curfew. As long as they were less than 6 hours in the room, then they would still be back in the common room on time. Hermione had never seen the room of hidden things before and was equal parts fascinated and horrified. On one hand, the room was a pile of disorganized mess that needed cleaning. On the other, the room was almost like an archaeologist's dream. There were also a number of books hidden there, but the condition of a lot of the books was bad enough that it was almost blasphemous to the bushy-haired bibliophile. One book that looked like someone had used it as target practice particularly upset her. Searching for the diadem took them over an hour, as the mounds of hidden objects were not easy to navigate and the hall was huge, at least 10 times larger than the Great Hall. Eventually Harry spotted the familiar chipped bust of an ugly old warlock and called to Hermione, knowing they were close. They started digging through a few of the neighboring piles looking for the legendary lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It took them another hour to find it, only because Hermione found it first and discarded it into a pile. It was only when Harry was rechecking the piles of discarded items that he found it. He held it up to look at it and to make sure it was what they were looking for when Hermione spoke up. "Harry, why are you wasting your time looking at an old piece of costume jewelry? We need to find the tiara." Hermione sounded a little annoyed at him, but he could tell she was just vexed that the search was taking so long. Hermione, what does it look like I'm holding to you?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "A gaudy plastic toy tiara that looks like it belongs to a 5-year-old girl. Why?" "Because I think this is the diadem we're looking for," Harry told her. "Harry, don't be ridiculous." Hermione paused and then there was a flash of understanding in her eyes. "Oh, it must have been under some type of perception filter spell." Hermione started thinking it through out loud. Anyone looking for it would probably see anything but the diadem. No, not anything, but something that they would consider unimportant. "But why could you see it, Harry?" "Maybe because you had seen it before when you weren't looking for it." "No, that doesn't make sense. People could recognize the diadem after accidentally running into it, so it must be something about you specifically, Harry." "Oh, I know, it's the protection from your mum. It specifically defends you from Voldemort's magic, so the perception filter never took hold on you." Hermione's rambling finally faded away as Harry shook his head in amusement, before he pulled a basilisk fang from a pouch in his pocket. "Okay, let's destroy it." "Are you sure this is a horcrux? It would be a shame to destroy such an artifact. I mean, it's Ravenclaw's diadem. It's supposed to make the wearer smarter. That's such amazing magic that it's important to preserve it if we can." "I can feel it, Hermione, it's like the locket," Harry told her as he looked around for something to place the horcrux on so he could stab it. "But you need to be sure, Harry," Hermione pleaded, but Harry was too focused on his task to hear the tone in voice. "I'm sure, my own, trust me," Harry answered as he spotted a table that was whole but looked as though someone had spilled an acid or something on it, destroying the looks of the table. Harry set the diadem on the table and prepared to stab it with the fang. However, his danger senses went wild and he jumped back from the diadem quickly. However, he found that the danger wasn't from the diadem itself, but from the beam of red light that came from his left and would have hit his side if he hadn't moved. He looked to the left, trying to find the source of the spell, only to see Hermione with her wand pointed at him moving through the motions to cast another spell. Harry dived behind a pile of hidden things, dodging Hermione's second stunner. "Hermione, what are you doing?" "The diadem is too impotent to let you destroy it, Harry," Hermione said, though her voice was emotionless. Harry could believe Hermione hexing him in a fit of rage or slapping him silly if she was upset because he had done something stupid. She was the type of person who did things with a burning passion, but she was never cold like this. "Hermione, this isn't you. The horcrux is using you to defend itself." Harry tried to reason with her, but he still pulled out his wand to defend himself. "No, Harry, it's not the horcrux. We can cleanse the diadem and protect it. I'm sure I can work out how to do it. I just need to use the diadem, then I'll be smart enough to fix everything." Harry had heard enough. He couldn't let Hermione put the horcrux on her head. He stood out from behind the pile of junk he was sheltering behind and fired a stunner at Hermione. She held her ground and put up a shield reflecting Harry's spell back at him. The two started trading spells back and forth, both of them sticking to non-lethal and easily reversible prank spells. Even if both of them were going all out and trying to subdue the other, subconsciously neither wanted to hurt the other. Eventually Harry was able to catch Hermione's ankle with a Jellylegs jinx, and when she lost her balance he hit her with a full body bind. "I'm sorry, Hermione, but I think that the diadem was influencing you the same way the diary influenced Ginny," Harry told her as he cleared all the junk off of a sofa that looked like a tiger had made it into a scratch toy at some point but would still be more comfortable for Hermione than laying in a pile of random junk. He levitated her onto the seat, picked up the horcrux that had been knocked over in the fight, set it back on the table, and stabbed the thing with the fangs still in his hand. Black ichor bubbled up from where Harry stabbed it and screamed in pain and fury at what Harry had done. After Harry was finished, he went and sat next to Hermione, pulling her wand from where she still held it in her hand and started performing the counter jinxes on her. As soon as the full body bind was lifted, Hermione threw herself at him. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to start slapping him for destroying the diadem, but instead she pulled him into a hug and started crying into his shoulder, choking out the words, I'm sorry," between sobs. It took time for Harry to help Hermione put herself together enough to explain. "It was like I was under the Imperious curse. It kept telling me that I needed to kill you and put on the diadem. It was so strong, Harry, I'm so sorry. I couldn't fight it. I tried and tried, but I couldn't do anything." "Hermione, you say you couldn't fight it, but think about the spells you cast." He paused for a moment so Hermione could think about it. "Not one of the spells you cast would have hurt me, and you know plenty of spells that could have killed me if you hit me with them. Yet every spell you cast wouldn't have given me worse than a headache. So don't tell me you didn't fight it, you fought it hard, Hermione." That was indeed what Hermione needed to hear, as it calmed her down somewhat, but even then it wasn't an instant cure. Harry needed to hug her for almost half the night before they were ready to leave and go back to bed. They left the room and got under the invisibility cloak before Hermione pulled out her time turner and gave it a bunch of turns. Harry had thought that they would go back in time inside the room, but Hermione had quickly put a stop to that idea. "Harry, do you have any idea what would happen to us if we traveled back in time to a time before the Room of Requirement was opened?" Hermione had asked, and Harry had replied in the negative. "Neither do I, and I don't want to find out by experimenting like that. What if we go back and we are inside a wall?" Both of them had shuddered at that idea and had agreed that they would do all their time travel in places that were always present, if it was possible. With one more horcrux destroyed, the two of them turned their mind to the ring. Thanks to what Dumbledore told Harry in the previous timeline, they knew that particular horcrux was in the Gaunt family. Hovel outside of Lil Hangleton. The problem was, that was all they knew. Well, that and Dumbledore had suffered a curse while collecting the ring. The first step was easy enough. Hermione had her parents send her an atlas of the UK. After that, it had just been a matter of looking the village up, and Little Hangleton was just a little dot in the middle of nothing in the county of Yorkshire. Now they had a location, but not much else. If they were at home, Hermione would have gone to the library and asked for a copy of the survey map for the area, in the hope they could work out likely spots where the Gaunt property was, but such a map wouldn't be in Hogwarts library. So, their best course of action was to go there, only, that was rather difficult when they were supposed to be in school. They couldn't just disappear from the school. Well, they could, even without the Marauder's map. Each of them knew at least 3 ways out of the castle and 2 ways in, but as they had an entire village to search, it wasn't like they could get that done in a couple of hours. It could take them up to a day to locate the shack, and maybe up to a week to survey the place before they could do anything. On top of that, there was the reasonable restriction on underage sorcery to consider. How could they get the ring if they couldn't use any magic? They would need a competent adult with them to cast the spells, but who could they tell the truth to without them being dragged to St. Mungo's? October came along, and with it the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Harry was able to go this year because Sirius had signed his form straight away, instead of needing to coerce his uncle into doing so. Harry and Hermione decided to go down and have a look around, more so for a break than the expectation that anything would be new. They had been trying to prepare for scouting out Little Hangleton but were having trouble still. They decided to walk to the village this time. It was cold out due to being in the Scottish Highlands, but the weather was clear and the walk was enjoyable. About halfway down to the village, Hermione had gotten a little cold and had decided that the best way to deal with it was to hug Harry and steal his body warmth. The walk was thoroughly enjoyable and the two soon found their way into the village. First stop, as always when Hermione was a part of the group, was Tomes and Scrolls. Hermione asked if they had any books on the Gaunt family, but they didn't. Business out of the way, they still looked around at the books. Harry found a book on basic occlumency that he decided to get, mostly because he wanted to check if Snape had accidentally taught him anything or if, as Harry suspected, he was making it easier for Voldemort to invade his mind. Hermione, being Hermione, had brought herself 3 new books with complicated titles that Harry wouldn't even try to understand. Once they were done in the bookshop, they started checking other stores. They went into the apothecary and bought enough ingredients for half of the Gryffindor third years to practice potions on for the rest of the year. A number of their potential plans needed potions, and it was easier to buy the ingredients than try and swipe them from the school stores. They did find one shop they had ignored previously but decided to take a look. Furlet & Son seemed to be a Wicks pawn shop, so Harry and Hermione looked around. There were a lot of the usual things you would see in a Muggle counterpart, such as a display case of jewelry, although there were separate sections each for purely decorative pieces and pieces that had some type of magical effect. There was also stuff that would never appear in a Muggle pawnbroker, for example the selection of broomsticks that were mounted on one section of wall. Harry, of course, went to them first to check them out. There were a few clean sweep 5s and 6s and a Comet 230. Decent brooms, but nothing exciting. They browsed the other shelves as well. Most of it was boring to the two of them: self-stirring cauldrons, records from magical artists, books from Hogwarts subjects that people had dropped, including a stack of Lockhart's books that they may as well have relabeled as fuel for fire. There was an enchanted tea set that Hermione looked at for a while but decided against buying. One thing they grabbed immediately when Harry found it was a wizarding tent. Even secondhand it set Harry back 85 galleons, but the inside was in better shape than the one they had borrowed from the Weasleys for the Horcrux hunt, and with them keeping their distance from Ron this time, the tent didn't seem like it would be available if they needed it. Not that they planned on needing it, but it seemed like a good idea to have it and not need it rather than need it and not have it. Once they finished looking around the pawn shop, they started hitting the old favorites, in part because it had been so long since they had been there but also because they weren't supposed to have been to the village before and they wanted to keep up appearances. They went to Honeyduke's, where Harry had to struggle not to spend too much there. He bought himself a supply of their best chocolate, jellied slugs, and a large bag of mint humbugs. Hermione got herself a supply of sugar quills and a few cauldron cakes. After that, they were feeling the chill of the Scottish climate and decided to retreat inside the 3 broomsticks and warm up a bit. Hermione grabbed a seat in one of the few free booths and Harry went to get the drinks. It was good seeing Rosmerta smiling again, even if it was a little strained as she did her best to serve the large crowd of Hogwarts students on top of her regulars. The war hadn't been kind to her, and while she hadn't been targeted specifically, she had faced at least one unforgivable curse. Plus, the war wasn't exactly good for profits, as everyone had stayed hidden at home rather than going out to drink. "What can I get you, love?" Rosmerta finally worked her way through the crowd of customers battling for her attention and addressed Harry. "2 large warm butterbeers, please," he replied, placing a galleon on the counter. "Coming right up." She swept the coin into a drawer and set 2 large beer glasses under a barrel. With a tap of her wand, the sweet buttery beer started to slowly flow into the glasses, warming as it went until it was slightly steaming in the glass. "So, you're a third year, right? I don't recall seeing you here before," Rosmerta asked as she counted out his change, 10 sickles and a few nuts. Harry dropped the nuts in a large whiskey bottle that took the place of a tip jar and pocketed the silver. "Yeah, this is my first time visiting the village. A few of the older years recommended here to Hermione and myself." He pointed Hermione out to the woman, "and a warm drink to ward off the chill seems like just the thing." "Well, I recommend this or fire whiskey for warding off chills, but you'll need to wait a few years before you get to order that. Now you and your girlfriend enjoy, and come see me if you need anything," she said the last bit as she set the 2 beer glasses in front of Harry, and before he could say anything else she was off dealing with another customer. Harry went to the table Hermione had claimed and sat down next to her. Hermione took her butterbeer and took a drink. It's been years since I last had a butterbeer." Her words barely registered to Harry, and noticing that something was off, Hermione asked, "Harry, what's up?" Again Harry was lost in his thoughts, so Hermione poked him and asked again. "It's nothing. Rosmerta just assumed we were a couple, and it got me wondering how many other people think that. I mean, as far as most of the school is concerned, we disappeared together a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised that Sirius and your parents think the same thing." "Probably about half," Hermione replied. "Lavender and Parvati grill me on being your girlfriend every few months, and Mum has made a few comments, so she definitely thinks we are together. It doesn't help that I am a hugger and I hug you a lot more than anyone else. She had obviously thought about this already, but if her dorm mates were teasing her a little about it, then how could she not? Harry, knowing Hermione as well as he did, could hear the hesitation in her voice. She was worried that Harry would stop the hugs now that he realized that it led to people thinking they were a couple. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a side hug. "Well, I for one wouldn't give up your hugs for the world," he said, taking a drink from his butterbeer. Now that he was drinking it again, and Hermione reminded him how long it had been, he realized he really had missed this. Not just the butterbeer, but the sitting there enjoying it with someone he cared about. That had been even longer since his last good butterbeer. Once the war was in full swing, butterbeer was more of something to do while you fretted and waited for news. "So Harry, I had an idea when you bought the tent," Hermione said, still snuggled into his side. "Oh?" Harry asked. "You and I should go on a camping trip to Little Hangleton over Easter," Hermione told him. Harry was a little surprised by the idea, but instantly saw some problems. "I doubt your parents would agree to their 14-year-old daughter going off across the country on her own with no one but a teenage boy. I'm not sure Sirius would be too happy with that either, or maybe he would be, but for all the wrong reasons." "Well, that's easy enough, we won't tell them. We normally stay at school over Easter anyway, so none of them would think it weird that we don't go home, and if we aren't here everyone else will just assume we went back to London." She was right, Harry thought. As long as they left on the express, the teachers and other students would just assume they went home for the break. "Okay, what do we need to pull this off?" Harry asked, not expecting Hermione to have a full plan yet, but he needed to know what she had worked out so far. Hermione pulled out a sheet of parchment and the two of them started to plan what they would need. Chapter 7. Thank you to all of my Patreon supporters, with special thanks to the awesome people Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX and Jack Schreiner. Chapters 8 and 9 are already posted there, for those interested. Lowten on that site will take you to the page. If you wait till Saturday to join, you will get not only the next 2 chapters but the next 4 before being charged anything. Chapter 7. Only after Harry's second Halloween in a row where nothing went wrong did Harry start to relax. He and Hermione were still trying to work out where Tom would have hidden the last horcrux, but they were also able to focus on their schoolwork for a bit. Harry was having fun learning about runes. It really was an interesting subject. As Hermione didn't need to study for her classes, she didn't actually need the time turner, especially as she wasn't putting in the effort in Muggle studies and divination. Of course the two of them did actually use the time turner, but it was mostly so Hermione could have some free time. They did some prep for their planned trip at Easter, as Hermione had Harry brewing enough potions to last the two of them a week. However, there actually wasn't a lot of preparation they could do at school, though they both had a list of things they needed to do over Christmas. One thing neither Harry or Hermione noticed, but was noticed by a number of other people, was that they had gotten closer. It wasn't uncommon to find the two of them cuddled up together on one of the Gryffindor sofas near the fire. Even when they were completely ignoring each other while doing something else, they were still touching each other. Nothing inappropriate, but they would lean into each other or use each other as a pillow or footrest. According to Lavender Brown, even when they sat at the table together, nearly always one of their knees or elbows would be in contact with the other. It had gotten to the point that the Weasley twins had opened a book on the date and time of their first kiss and their first declaration of love. Some people wanted to bet on when Harry and Hermione would become a couple, but others argued that the two were already together. Seeing as working out a winner to that bet would be difficult, the twins decided against running that particular bet. That didn't mean that they didn't have a lot of bets. Even a few of the professors had placed bets on when the couple would have their first kiss. Christmas was different for Harry this year. He had experienced Christmas at the Dursleys, being locked away and being ignored. He had experienced Christmas at Hogwarts. Presents, a few well wishes and dinner. In the previous timeline he had even experienced a Weasley Christmas, an explosion of noise and chaos where Mrs. Weasley tried to get everyone to eat their weight in food. Christmas with Sirius this year was just the two of them, the same as last year, but this year it felt like there was something missing. The two of them exchanged gifts. Sirius had gone over the top again, getting Harry a dragon leather jacket, a full set of new high-quality Quidditch armor, a professional-level practice snitch, and the new top-of-the-line firebolt broom. They had a dinner of roast goose, a turkey being far too big for the two of them and creature, with all the trimmings. After dinner Sirius sighed along Harry to a Quidditch stadium in London that let the public in to fly when it wasn't being used for a game or a team practice. Harry spent the 2.5 hours just having fun pushing his new broom to its limits while Sirius joined him on Harry's old Nimbus. The day after Christmas, Harry had a chance and took it. Sirius had had a lot to drink after they got back from flying and he was sleeping late with a bad case of bottle flu. Harry took the opportunity to use the fireplace in the kitchen and flew to the leaky cauldron. The pub was deserted and there were closed shutters over the bar, as it was the day after Christmas and only about 7:30 in the morning. The flow only remained open because it was the access to Diagon Alley. Harry slipped out of the back door as quietly as he could. He didn't want to disturb anyone who was still sleeping. He tapped his wand in the sequence he remembered to open the wall and he was in Diagon Alley. There were a few people in the alley, mostly shop owners who were getting their stores ready. The day after Christmas was always a busy one, with people spending money they had been given the day before and others exchanging presents for various reasons. Harry wasn't particularly interested in the shops, though. He was here to visit Gringotts. The white marble building opened earlier than most of the shops, so Harry made his way up the stairs and into the bank. One advantage to getting here so early was there was only one other customer in the bank, and Harry was able to see a goblin straight away. Harry took a trip to his vault and took out 400 galleons, and then converted half of his gold into British pounds. If he was being honest, Sirius probably wouldn't have said anything if Harry had said he was going to the bank, but as the money was for the Easter trip he didn't want Sirius getting curious, especially as Harry had just pulled the equivalent of almost £2,000 out of his vault. He and Hermione didn't think they would need that much money, but they didn't want to be in a position where they needed the money and did not have it. Their biggest planned expense on the trip was food. Hermione said that spending money in the local shops to buy the things they need would likely be noticed in a small village. Harry was way overestimating how much they would need, but who knew what hidden costs they would come across that they didn't expect. Hermione was happy to spend Christmas with her parents. They went to visit family during the holiday, and it was good to see her extended family again, though she was missing Harry a bit. She had gotten lucky during one trip. Her parents had stopped into a motorway service station to refuel the car and to get a cup of tea. There was a shop nearby selling more local map books from all over the UK and she was able to get a street map of Lil Hangleton. Christmas Day was nice, with a traditional Granger family Christmas. She had gotten a lot of clothes from her parents and a wind-up pocket watch, as the magic around Hogwarts meant that her digital watch was almost useless. They also gave her some money to spend on books, as they couldn't get into Diagon Alley to get books without her taking them through the leaky cauldron. The day after Christmas, Harry came over for a visit, riding the bike he had received from Sirius last year. When she saw him, Hermione rushed over and gave him a hug before pulling him into the house. Harry said hello to her parents and chatted for a few minutes before he and Hermione retreated to her room. Hermione was surprised when Harry pushed what looked like almost £500 into her hand and 100 galleons. Before she could say anything and ask why, Harry started talking. "It's half of the money I got out for the Easter fact-finding mission. I thought we should each hold half." "Harry, this is way more than we need for what we are doing. We only need about £200 for everything and a few galleons for the night bus, so I think we will be bringing more than half the money back with us," Hermione said, exasperated that he would just give her so much money to look after. "I know, Hermione, but what if there is a problem with putting up the tent and we need to get a hotel room? What if the only way to get the information we need is to bribe someone? We can always use the money for something else later. Or I can put what's left back in my vault," Harry said, and Hermione admitted that it made sense at least for the Muggle money. She still didn't see the point of having so much gold, but didn't want to argue about it. She would just keep it safe and give it back to him once they were done. She then showed Harry the map book she had found and bookmarked. It would be a big help, as Harry remembered that the Gaunt shack was off a country road, and while the map showed there were a few of them, it would help them organize their search. With business out of the way, Hermione pulled them back to what she thought Harry was here for originally. She pulled a warped present from her trunk and handed it to Harry with a happy, "Merry Christmas." Harry blushed, realizing that he had committed a slight faux pas. Harry removed the bright red paper from the present, revealing a wand holster designed to be worn on his forearm. It was made of dragon leather, which caused Harry to smile. "Thank you, Hermione. I love it." "Well, considering what happened with your wand, it seemed like a good idea," Hermione replied, thinking of the event that brought them to the past. Harry handed Hermione her present, wrapped in a powder blue that was pretty close to her favorite periwinkle blue. Hermione pulled the paper off to reveal a brown dragon leather book bag. She read the card that was still attached to the bag that listed the enchantments on it, an undetectable extension charm on the main pocket, letting it hold a lot more books, cushioning and protection charms to protect whatever was stored inside, and the whole thing was charmed to be light as a feather even when full of books. Hermione threw her arms around Harry for the second time in under 20 minutes and this time refused to let go for a full 5 minutes, by which time Harry was calling her an insatiable cuddle monster. However, this only caused Hermione to laugh. After that they returned to the kitchen, where they pulled out their homework and had each other look it over, not to correct the work they had done but because they went too far sometimes and included information that wouldn't be taught for a few more years. After all, they were halfway through the NEWTs when they had gone on the run, and had done a lot of the reading for their final year over the last few years. After Christmas was almost a non-event at Hogwarts, in contrast to the Dementors of Harry's first time living this year, the biggest school. Drama for Harry was Quidditch. About a week after the students had returned to school, Harry had taken his broom with him down to breakfast. Wood had heard about the new broom from Harry's dorm mates and he had called for a team practice, ostensibly so they could get accustomed to the change in broom. However, as Harry played Seeker and the Seeker didn't interact much with other players besides staying out of their way and dodging bludgers hit at them, it was obvious that Wood was just fanboying over the broom and wanted to see it fly. The Quidditch captain wasn't the only person who went nuts over the broom. Once the twins laid eyes on it, they insisted that it be given pride of place on the table where everyone could admire it. Of course, this drew the attention of people from other houses, and some looked impressed at the broom while others looked dejected as they saw their house's chance at winning the Quidditch Cup die in front of them. Eventually the crowd drew the attention of the blonde ferret and he came over for his latest attempt at bravado. "What's this, Potter, you got a new broom, decided to copy me by getting the 2001? "Nope, I didn't get a Nimbus 2001. Harry said, sounding bored but Hermione and a few others could see in his eyes he was anything but. "Don't tell me you got a clean sweep. You'd do better on the outdated Nimbus you ride," Malfoy finished with a snort of derision. "I didn't get a clean sweep either," Harry said with a slight smile that some might have called a smirk. Getting impatient, Draco demanded, "Well, what did you get then, some piece of foreign trash?" Harry considered baiting Draco once more but decided against it. He reached over and turned the firebolt so that the name was visible to Malfoy. Malfoy leaned in and read the inscription, and Harry was able to see the exact moment that Malfoy understood what he was looking at. His eyes widened and his face lost what little color it had. Hermione, who was a little bitter at Malfoy's constant comments about her blood and parentage, said, "What was it you were saying about the firebolt, Harry? That it's over 20 miles per hour faster than the Nimbus 2001? 22 miles per hour faster, and it reaches its top speed 28% faster as well." Seeing what Harry was doing to Malfoy, Ronald, who was sitting near them, joined in. "And the firebolt has vastly improved handling compared to the Nimbus. Able to take tight turns at a much higher speed." Malfoy stormed off, much to the laughter of the Gryffindors. Even the people from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw smiled as they saw Harry's chance to beat Slytherin, who were favorites this year only because the full team were all riding Nimbus 2001s, the fastest broom on the market until the firebolt took the top spot. A few minutes later, Snape came striding over to the table. "Potter, Mr. Malfoy tells me you plan to use a firebolt in your upcoming Quidditch matches. This constitutes an unfair advantage, and to prevent such cheating I will be confiscating this broom." He reached across Harry and the table to grab the broom, but Harry slid in front of him and, while looking him dead in the face, said, "No." Snape was taken aback by this, but only a few seconds later the dungeon bat was off on one. "Why, you arrogant piece of filth? I am your professor and you will respect my authority and hand over that broom." Harry stood his ground. "A professor who is abusing his authority to cheat," he said calmly. "That's it," Snape was yelling now. "You will be in detention every night for the rest of the year." The shouting had, of course, caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, and everyone else on the grounds of the school, and the Lioness of Gryffindor came striding over. "Mr. Potter, what have you done this time?" "Nothing to warrant even a single detention, Professor," Harry said, and all the students, even the few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws that were still around, started to agree with Harry. "What exactly did you do, Mr. Potter?" Snape went to jump in but McGonagall cut him off. "I asked Mr. Potter first, Severus. You will have the opportunity to give your side as well." "Well, Professor, I was sitting here enjoying my breakfast before Quidditch practice, and people were admiring the broom I got from my godfather for Christmas. Harry indicated the firebolt. Malfoy comes over and has a look, then goes to speak to Snape. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall corrected him. Less than 2 minutes later, Professor Snape, Harry made the word professor sound like a question, came over and tried to confiscate my broom for no reason. I gave you my reasoning, Potter. Snape snapped at him. Harry nodded. Yes, you did. You said that my broom was too good for me to be allowed to use it, then tried to take it because I couldn't be trusted to follow a rule you made up on the spot just to suit yourself. Snape started to shout at Harry, but Professor McGonagall cut him off. Is that true, Severus? That broom is far too much of an advantage over the other teams. It's nothing but cheating. Strange you didn't have that opinion last year when your whole team was given Nimbus 2001s. If you go forward with this ban, it will apply to the 2001s as well. Plus, you can't confiscate a broom when a rule hasn't been broken yet. Now what are the 2 terms worth of detention for? Because I said no when he tried to take my broom, Harry told McGonagall. Professor McGonagall gave Snape a glare and said, Mr. Potter, 5 points from Gryffindor for back talking to a teacher. In future you are to keep a civil tongue and then come speak with me. You will not need to serve detention over this. Severus, follow me, now, and McGonagall walked out of the hall with Snape following her, leaving a hall full of stunned students in their wake, including Harry, who didn't even think to tell the professor that he had been calm and civil. The match with the Slytherins was a week before the Easter holidays, and between Hermione wanting to go over their plans for their trip and Wood, who was pushing for them to spend every waking hour on the pitch running drills, Harry was ready for everything to be over with. The team had finally gotten a 2-day break just before the match, but only because the entire team had threatened to quit if Wood didn't calm down. It gave them all at least a chance to rest their muscles so that the morning of the match, instead of screaming muscles that would have been an obstacle, they were only a little stiff and easily taken care of with a little stretching. Woods' pre-game speech was the same as the one he gave before every match, and Angelina, Alicia and Katie all took the piss, which was as much tradition at this point as the speech itself was. Harry picked up his firebolt, followed his team out of the changing room, and out onto the pitch. After the argument with Snape in January, nothing more was said about his broom being too good. Personally, Harry thought that Snape didn't have the guts to tell his Death Eater buddy Lucius Malfoy that the 14 feet 000 galleons he had spent on the brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team was going to be wasted because of a ban on broomsticks that were too good. Wood shook the hand of the Slytherin's Captain Flint, and the two looked like they were trying to break the other's hand, but they soon went back with their team. Madame Hooch sent the red ball straight up with a flick of her wand, and as one the 14 players kicked off from the ground and rose into the air. The two keepers shot for their goals and Harry flew high to start the search for the snitch. Angelina shot forward to snatch the quaffle from the Slytherin chaser who had got to it first. Lee Jordan's commentary echoed around the stadium, "Okay, and Potter is flying a firebolt today." According to which broomstick the firebolt is the broomstick for the Quidditch World Cup this year. All the national teams are doing everything they can to get their hands on one, and who wouldn't? The firebolt is capable of going from 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. This broomstick also boasts an unbreakable braking charm, superb balance and precision, and it even hovers at reasonable mounting height when let go. Personally, I'd sell my kidney for one, but I don't think my kidney is worth enough to cover the cost of one, according to the captain of the English team. Jordan's commentary was cut off by Professor McGonagall's voice. "Mr. Jordan, you are here to commentate on Quidditch, not to advertise firebolts. Do the job properly or I'll find someone who will." "Righto, Professor, let's go." "Okay." Spinnet of Gryffindor has the quaffle, she passes it to Belle, who zips it back to Spinnet, who passes, no, it was a feint, she speeds towards the Slytherin goals. She dodges a bludger, didn't see who it was hit by. Tackled by Warrington, Slytherin now in position, passes to Flint who passes to Montague, and it's intercepted by Belle. Nice bit of teamwork there from the Gryffindor beaters, forcing Montague out of possession after Flint had already thrown the quaffle. Belle makes a break for the Slytherin goals. Flint is pursuing and he has the broom advantage, but Belle is a much lighter load for her broom to lug around. Flint catches up to Belle and foul, foul. That dirty stinking cheat. Madame Hooch blows up and awards Gryffindor a penalty after the Slytherin captain shoulder charges Belle, almost knocking her from her broom. Belle takes the penalty and Gryffindor scores. It's 10 points to Gryffindor and no points yet for The dirty cheats. Professor McGonagall cut in again and admonished Lee for unprofessional commentary, but Harry wasn't paying attention anymore. It looked like Slytherin was planning for a rough game. Here was proof that Flint wasn't a good captain, in Harry's opinion. The goal of their strategy was simple. If your opponent flinched when you approached, you had an advantage, but this was a Gryffindor team. The defining trait of the team was that they charged forward. Any strategist with 2 brain cells wouldn't have chosen this tactic against Gryffindor, and that said everything Harry needed to know about Flint. Harry turned his attention back to finding the snitch. The sooner he caught it, the less of a pounding his teammates would need to endure. Luck wasn't on Harry's side, however, and the match stretched on as an hour went by. Gryffindor was leading 110-60, but most of the points had come off penalties. While Gryffindor's lead was steadily increasing, they were still far from the magic number of 160 points to guarantee a win no matter who got the snitch. The girls had taken a beating from the Slytherin chasers, and Harry was seriously considering letting them in on the secret of the Room of Requirement. A hot tub would be perfect for them after this match. Then, Harry saw something, and had to look twice. Once he was sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing, he burst into laughter. He turned his broom and shot straight at Malfoy, who saw Harry coming at him at speed and turned to speed away from him. Harry could tell Malfoy had no clue where the snitch was, and was obviously making a guess based on the direction Harry was flying, so he just continued to follow Malfoy. Malfoy was fast, but Harry was faster. The blonde was quickly running out of the playing field and would soon be hitting the stands, and he was looking around for the snitch as well as checking that Harry was still following him. Malfoy ran out of room to not crash into the stands, so he went down and to the right, barely missing the stadium wall. The blonde looked back at Harry again to see where he had gone, but was surprised and a little scared to see that Harry was still following him and gaining. The Slytherin was obviously thinking that Harry hadn't seen the snitch and was just charging him down, but Harry remained focused on the glint of gold that was sitting in the twigs of Malfoy's broom. Malfoy started to sway and bank trying to shake Harry off, but the firebolt had much better handling than the Nimbus 2001. Once Harry was close enough, he poked his hand into the mass of twigs that the snitch was hidden in and grabbed the walnut-sized ball, winning Gryffindor the match by 200 points and almost guaranteeing them the Quidditch Cup this year. The stands went wild, and Harry was soon drawn into the team celebrations. Malfoy tried to claim Harry had broken a rule by touching his broom, but as Madame Hooch explained, there was an exception in the rules allowing a seeker to retrieve a snitch from wherever it was hiding. The party in the Gryffindor common room that evening was legendary. McGonagall came to break them up at 1:30 in the morning, but actually decided to join them for half an hour before sending everyone to bed at 2 a.m. A quick Google search says that £1,000 in 1994 was equivalent to £1,671 and 8 pence, so Harry took out approximately £3,340 worth of gold by today's standard and converted half of it to Muggle money. Chapter 8. Thank you to all of my Patreon supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Tear supporters, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ollie Wizen, Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. You are all great people. Chapters 9 and 10 are already up and available. If you would like to find them, go to the site and add Lowten at the end. We are quickly approaching the £50 point where I said I would commission cover art for my fix. However, the artist I was in talks with has received a lot of work over the last couple of weeks and she won't be able to do the commission. Don't worry though, I still plan to keep to the same schedule, but I now need to find a new artist. If any of you know of an artist who is accepting commissions who you think is a good fit for the work, can you please send me their details or a link to their commissions page. Chapter 8. Harry and Hermione were only a little surprised when the door to their compartment slid open as they pulled away from Hogsmeade for the Easter holidays. After all, people visited each other a lot on the train journeys. They were surprised that the person the sliding door had revealed was Luna. Their blonde friend hadn't mentioned that she was going home for the holiday. "Hello," Luna said in her regular faraway voice as she came in and stood her trunk in the overhead rack with a swish and flick of her wand. "Hey Luna," Harry greeted while Hermione just waved. "You didn't tell us you were going home for the holiday." "Oh, I suppose that's probably because I'm not going home this year," Luna said as she pulled out the latest issue of the Quibbler. "Oh, are you and your father off on an expedition then?" Hermione asked. "Daddy is going to Egypt to see if he can find any references to a smooth-horned Snorkick. Daddy thinks if there was ever knowledge of a Snorkick that has been forgotten, Then Egypt is the best place to look. It's very exciting, but I won't be going with him. Luna sounded a little disappointed not to be going with her father. If you're not going with your father, who are you going to be staying with? Harry was confused now. Well, I'm coming with you too, of course, Luna said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Both Harry and Hermione stared at the Ravenclaw, completely flabbergasted. There was silence for a minute until Hermione found her voice. Luna, we aren't going on a holiday. We are looking for another object like the diadem. It could be dangerous. Luna shrugged. It just feels like I need to go with you. Maybe you need me, or maybe it's something else, but something is saying I need to go with you, Luna told them in her usual ethereal manner. Harry and Hermione tried to convince Luna that it would be better if she didn't come with them, but Luna held firm and there wasn't exactly a lot that the two of them could do about it. The only ways they had to force the issue were to basically take Luna back to the school or somewhere else and talk to an adult. Doing that would draw attention to the fact that Harry and Hermione were heading out for the week, something that they needed to avoid. They arrived at King's Cross in the early evening, waiting on the train until almost everyone was gone and then slipping out into Muggle London. The three of them slunk into an alley where they wouldn't be seen, where Hermione grabbed Luna's hand as they apparated to the Forest of Dean. They had originally thought they would go straight to Little Hangleton from London, but once they considered how late they would get to the village, they had decided that they would camp for one night, arriving early enough the next day to have a look around. Between the three of them, they got the tent up in about a quarter of an hour. Harry and Hermione were surprisingly the most awkward at putting the tent together. They were too used to putting up the tent with a flick of their wands during their time on the run, but as they had to be careful of the restrictions on underage sorcery, they were doing it all by hand. Luna explained her experience with the tent by telling them that she had often put the tent up for her and her father when he was focused on something else. The inside of the tent was not dissimilar to a cheaper London flat. It had 2 bedrooms and a shower, but the kitchen and living space were combined. The furniture looked like it had been sorted from a Muggle second-hand store. They spent the evening eating some pre-made sandwiches and crisps they had picked up at the train station, and going over their plan with Luna, making any modifications they needed to cover a third member of the group. The 3 children arrived on the outskirts of the village a little before midday, looking like campers in their mid-20s due to the aging potions that Hermione had spent the last couple of months brewing. She had also come up with an intense method to hide Harry's scar after every grammar or illusion Harry had tried had failed. Makeup. Something Hermione called concealer covered up Harry's scar so that the conductor of the night bus hadn't recognized him. They secured their packs and walked the rest of the way into the village. The weather still held a little chill, but the coming summer was already being felt. Add to that the fact that they were away from the chills of northern Scotland, and the 3 of them enjoyed the walk through the countryside. The Hanged Man pub was, as the case often was in small villages, in the center of the village, a short stroll from the church. The inside was the very model of a classic English pub. The ceiling was black, the walls were whitewashed stone, and the bar was highly polished oak. Even though it was only a little after midday, the pub was half full of people, most of them with a meal in front of them as well as a pint of something or a glass of wine. Everyone in the pub looked up at them when they came in, and there were a few moments of surprised silence at them not recognizing the people who walked in before everyone returned to their conversations. Hermione and Luna grabbed themselves a table and Harry went to the bar. "What can I get you?" the bartender asked with a cheery smile. 3 pints of lager shandy, please, and what's on the lunch menu?" Harry ordered their drinks. He had no problem buying alcohol. For one, he looked more than old enough, and he actually was in his 20s, even if due to time travel he needed a potion to look 20. Some might have thought he should have been more reluctant to buy a drink for Luna, but it was only a shandy and he thought Luna was mature enough to handle it. "We have a selection of sandwiches, a leek and potato soup, or baked potatoes and toppings." The man supplied as he started pulling a half pint of lager into each of 3-pint glasses. Harry stepped away for a moment to consult with Hermione and Luna, before returning to give the man their orders. He paid and the man handed him the 3 glasses as he topped each of them off with lemonade. Harry took the drinks and made his way over to the table the girls had claimed, setting the drinks in front of them before he took his seat. "So, what do we do now?" Luna asked. "Well, we need to ask around about a place we can put up the tent without bothering anyone. Last thing we need is for whoever owns the land to get annoyed at unattended campers and to come and try to take down the tent," Hermione told them. About 10 minutes later they were called to the bar to collect their food and Luna went up to get it. "Here you go," 1 leek and potato soup, 1 toasted ham and cheese, and 1 chicken salad. Anything else I can do for you, love? The barman asked Luna. Luna smiled at him. Oh, maybe. Do you know who we need to talk to about pitching a tent around here for a few weeks? My name is Luna, by the way. Sean. Well, if you're looking to pitch a tent then you'll do better down by the river. It's common land there and you won't be disturbing anyone. What are you going to be doing while you are here, if I may ask? We are mostly going to be walking around the countryside. My 2 friends spend too much time in the city and need to get out every once in a while. Luna said, coming up with the city part on the fly, before thanking the bartender and returning to her seat. They looked around the village center and did a little grocery shopping in the local shops. Shopping for food was probably going to become a daily chore, actually, as they had to act as though they had no way to preserve food. That had benefits, though, according to Hermione. Apparently spending money in business was a good way to get locals to warm up to you. The 3 of them set up the tent near the river just as the bartender had suggested to Luna, and then relaxed until the early evening when they went back to the Hanged Man to ask a few of the locals about the sights around the village that they might want to see. Over a few pints and a few games of pool with the locals, Harry had 2 lists of spots for them to look into. One list was purely scenery, and in truth only held Harry's attention in that they needed it to keep up appearances with the locals. That list included things like a small waterfall that was upstream. Interesting, but useless. The second list was far more relevant, including things like the old big house over the way. That was obviously the Riddle Manor, and the old graveyard on the edge of the village that Harry was sure was the one that haunted his dreams on occasion. Unfortunately, no one had said a thing about anything that could be the Gaunt home. It looked like they were going to have to find it the old-fashioned way. Go around and look. Once it got late, the 3 aged-up children went back to their tent, and Harry was nominated by committee to cook. He had done a simple chicken and rice, throwing in some curry powder that made it less bland and boring. After that, the 3 of them turned in, Luna and Hermione taking the larger of the 2 rooms that had a double bed and leaving Harry with the single bed in the second bedroom. 3 days passed after the trio arrived in the village of Little Hangleton, and they still hadn't found the Gaunt shack. Exploring the roads around the village had turned out to be harder than expected. The walks were easy enough, even pleasant, the problem was the number of them. There were a lot of roads that were just to provide access to the farms and fields that surrounded the village. However, they couldn't discount that the Gaunt house was off one of the side roads. In fact, from what Harry could recall from when he had seen the place in the school pensive, the only roads that could be dismissed were the 2 main roads in and out of the village that joined up with the bypass that took people to the relatively close town of Hangleton. They were currently walking down a road that led back to the village when Harry suddenly stopped dead, surprising Hermione and Luna until they looked at where he was staring. It looked different than it did in Harry's memories, but he would never have forgotten this place. He quickly walked to the gate and opened it, the iron hinges screaming as rust grated against rust. Harry strode forward down the path, not hearing Hermione and Luna as they tried to speak to him. He came to a stop and looked at the stonework in front of him. The angel looked calm and inviting in the Easter sunshine, but in Harry's head it was dark, and the statue in front of him that was supposed to comfort the people who had lost someone was instead restraining him, holding him so that he couldn't run away. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and knew it was Hermione without even looking. This is where I was standing when it happened. Wormtail stunned me after Voldemort had killed Cedric. I woke up and this statue was restraining me. I didn't have my wand, I couldn't run or fight. I was at their mercy, completely helpless. There was a cauldron right over there. Harry pointed to a spot about 7 meters from the grave statue. Bone of the father, taken from this very grave. Wormtail used a spell to crush it and added it to the cauldron. Flesh of a servant. Wormtail cut off his own hand and added that. Last ingredient was me, my blood. Wormtail came over and didn't even hesitate to plunge the knife in my arm so he could collect the blood. Then Voldemort rose up from the cauldron and called his followers. They stood right there watching and jeering as he tried to kill me. He tried all 3 of the unforgivables on me. He missed with the killing curse and I threw off the Imperius, but the Cruciatus hit. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. I was terrified I was going to die, but I was able to get away enough that I could dive behind that gravestone. He hadn't noticed that tears were streaming down his face and he was being hugged by the 2 girls as he pointed to a gravestone that had the name Bryce on it. Right there, when I cowering away from Voldemort, was when I realized I was going to die. I accepted it, I almost embraced it. It made things easier to cope with. There was an end I didn't need to fight for much longer. I remember thinking about my parents and I decided if I was going to die, I wasn't going to go out hiding behind a gravestone, I was going to die like my parents. Wand in my hand and fighting. While Harry continued to unburden himself, Hermione and Luna couldn't do anything except be there for him and listen. When he was finished, the two girls guided him back to the tent for the evening. Harry was surprised when he woke up in an unfamiliar bed. The next morning, the bedroom in the tent might not be anything fancy, but it was comfortable enough and he had quickly gotten used to its light blue walls and mismatched furniture. The room he had woken up in was dark, but he could see it had cream walls, and while it looked familiar he couldn't think of where he had seen it before through the befuddlement that sleep had left in his head. Harry tried to get up, only to be instantly pulled back into the bed. It was then he realized that there was someone in the bed with him and they were laying half on top of him. Harry looked down and relaxed a little. He didn't need his glasses to recognize the mass of brown curly hair as Hermione. She circled her arms around him more, trapping him from going anywhere. If it was any other girl, he would be terrified at waking up with them and not knowing why, but with Hermione Harry had faith that, whatever happened last night, their friendship wouldn't be hurt by it. He tried to recall what had happened the night before, but everything was still a blur. He could remember the graveyard and telling Hermione and Luna about his first visit. Then the girls had dragged him back to the tent. After that he couldn't remember anything specific. After about 10 minutes, Hermione started to wake up. She turned and looked at him, confused, and asked, "Harry, what's going on?" "I don't know, I was hoping you could tell me. Last thing I remember clearly is getting back to the tent after we found the graveyard yesterday," Harry told her honestly. At first Hermione looked like she couldn't remember either, but after a few seconds she shook off the sleep. "Well, you practically shut down last night. After seeing the graveyard brought back that night for you, you started unloading things that you had been bottling up for years. Once you were done, you just sort of sat there barely doing anything. I didn't want to risk leaving you alone, so Luna helped put you in here with me and then she took the other room," she explained to Harry. He was embarrassed that he had unloaded his problems on Hermione and Luna. His problems were for him to deal with. Those two had problems of their own without him dumping more on them. "I'm sorry Hermione, I shouldn't have dumped all that on you and Luna. You deserve better from me." "Oh shut up Harry," Hermione said as she hugged him again. "You needed to let all that out. You should have done it sooner. Keeping stuff like that bottled up isn't good for you. You have your own stuff to deal with, you don't need me to put more on you. I should deal with my own problems," Harry tried to apologize. "Harry James Potter, you can cut out that self-destructive macho crap right now. Everyone needs help. Everyone. And the people who love you want to help, just like you want to help other people. And to be frank here Harry, your problems aren't the type you can deal with alone. You have been through more than some war veterans. If it wouldn't break the statute of secrecy or get you labeled as delusional, I would suggest a therapist." "I don't need a shrink, I'm not crazy," Harry said with force. "Harry, I don't think you're crazy, and don't confuse a therapist with a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists are the ones who help crazy people. Therapists talk to people to help them cope with stuff. Now, get some more sleep and we can talk tomorrow." "Yeah?" Hermione returned to using his chest as a pillow and quickly fell back to sleep. Harry took longer to get back to sleep. He had things bouncing around his head, but eventually he drifted off as well. His last thought was about just how comfortable it was to have Hermione sleeping on him like she was. It took them another 3 days to find the Gaunt shack, and it was actually Luna who spotted it after Harry and Hermione had already walked past it. "Harry, Hermione, I think this is it." "What do you mean Luna? There is nothing there," Hermione said, sounding confused. "There is a magical aura here," Luna explained as if it was the most obvious thing. Harry remembered Luna finding him when he was under the invisibility cloak just before the start of 6th year in the old timeline and decided to trust her. He vaulted over the low stone wall that bordered the road, and instead of finding himself in a woodland like he had seen, he found himself in a clearing surrounded by the woods on all sides except the road behind him. At the far side of the clearing was the old rundown shack Harry remembered from his trips into the Pensive. Behind him Hermione was going nuts. "Harry, Harry, where are you?" Harry stuck his head back over the wall, hoping that would be enough. Judging by the way Hermione jumped when she saw him, it was. "I'm right here Hermione," Harry said, but was surprised when she ran up, grabbed his head, and ran her hands down his back before sighing in relief. "Hermione, what are you doing?" "Well, you suddenly disappeared, and then you're suddenly back as a floating head. Sorry for freaking out a little. Her tone saying that she was annoyed rather than sorry. It must be some kind of ward, an illusion combined with a notice me not charm, Luna said as she stuck her hand over the wall and watched as her hand disappeared. Hermione, whose brain was starting to catch up from her little shock, realized, oh, it's similar to how Hogwarts is protected to keep muggles out. But it's probably not keyed specifically to keep out muggles. It's done to keep everyone out. Harry nodded. That makes sense. Tom wouldn't want anyone in here poking around. He would want to keep everyone from here. And he would probably want to kill anyone who did go in, so be careful, Luna said lightly, as if she was commenting on the weather. Right, we are here on a fact-finding mission, not to try and get the ring, Hermione reminded them. The two girls climbed over the wall to join him and looked around. Hermione took out a pencil and a sketch pad and began making a plan of the place. Once she was done, she switched to a red pencil and asked, okay, do either of you see any obvious traps? Well, that looks like a patch of devil's snare at the tree line. Harry pointed to where the trees would provide a patch of constant shade. I don't know if it's meant to be a trap or if the gaunts just had some growing there, but it's definitely a hazard. The house is practically glowing, there is so much magic there. There is also some type of ward on the path. I don't recommend walking on it, Luna said. Harry sniggered, causing the other two to look at him. Tom's not thinking again. He blocks the place from view but still assumes that anyone who gets in is going to enter by the gate and walk down the path. Luna nodded. But because it was hidden, we jumped over a random bit of wall and there is nothing here. While Harry and Luna talked, Hermione was shading different parts of her map red, including a few spots that the two of them hadn't noticed. Once they were done with that, Hermione surprised them by asking Harry if he was setting this up where he would add traps. It was the same thinking that Luna had pointed out to them before that led to them finding the diadem, and Hermione wasn't going to miss that again in the future. Harry pointed out a few places he would put traps and Hermione marked those off in orange. They stayed there for most of the day, mapping out what they needed before returning to the tent. They spent their last days in Little Hangleton mostly enjoying the break, doing a little homework, and maintaining their cover with the locals. Easter Sunday, Hedwig had turned up with a basket of chocolate eggs from Sirius that Harry shared with the two girls. The trip back to Hogwarts was easy enough. They caught the night bus at 6 a.m. and had it drop them near King's Cross Station. They had arrived early, but they did have to wait for the last dose of aging potion to wear off before going to the train. Despite waiting, they were still some of the first students on the train going back to Hogwarts. They were worried when they got back that they would get called to Professor McGonagall's office for seeking off like they did, but apparently they had gotten away with it because no such summons came and none of them had a letter from home demanding to know where they had gone. Now they just needed to work out how they were going to get to the horcrux. Now they knew where it was. Well, that, and find the last missing horcrux. Then it was just the snake and Voldemort, and finally all this would be over and this trip back in time would be worth it. NA note on the drinking age in the UK. While it is illegal to sell alcohol to anyone under the age of 18, it is not illegal for a responsible adult to buy one for them. I would get the occasional can of cider, hard cider to Americans even if it's still fizzy, from my grandmother as young as 12. Common land is land that common people have the right to use. There are responsibilities to care for it as you do though. Voldemort must have killed Cedric for him to come out of Voldemort's wand. No way Tom would let Wormtail cast with his wand. My headcanon is Peter tried to kill Cedric, couldn't for some reason, bad aim for example, and Tom just did it himself. Therapist, psychiatrist. This is not an accurate representation of mental health providers but is a good representation of what most British people thought in the 90s. Chapter 9. Thank you to all of my supporters with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ali Wizen, Abuki Miota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. You are all great people. We are quickly approaching the £50 point where I said I would commotion art for my fix. I have found another artist I am hoping to work with and they seem interested. If we reach the £50 mark, received not pledged, I will put up a poll for my supporters to vote on to decide which FIC gets the cover art first. If you want to read the next two chapters immediately, chapters 10 and 11 are already up on Padre on Lowten. Chapter 9. Harry awoke in his four-poster bed, his pillow cuddled into his chest with his arms around it like it was a person, and he sighed in frustration. Ever since he had woken up in Hermione's arms after his little breakdown in the graveyard, He had been dreaming of Hermione lying next to him as he slept. He loved Hermione, she was one of his best friends, but his damn teenager hormones had latched onto Hermione, interpreting Hermione cuddling up next to him to keep the nightmares away as far more than it was. He reached down to the floor next to his bed and pulled on the socks he had left there the night before. Then once his feet had a barrier to the cold stone floor, Harry pulled himself out of bed and went to his trunk of a set of school robes for the day. Once dressed, he walked down the spiral stairs to the common room. Stepping into the common room, he saw Hermione and froze for a second before sighing and joining her at one of the study tables as she went over her notes for Transfiguration. The two of them were having a little bit of a fight over the last week. After their trip to Little Hangleton, they agreed they needed the help of an adult to deal with the ring. What they were fighting over was who. Hermione was of the opinion that they should avoid Dumbledore and speak with Sirius, as the man would probably know who to contact, but Harry wanted to keep Sirius as far away from this as possible. Even now that 4 years had passed by his point of view and he had his godfather back, Harry still occasionally had a night terror watching as Sirius fell through the stone arch. He was of the opinion that Dumbledore was probably their best shot at destroying the horcrux. They were also fighting about the Triwizard Tournament and whether they should take steps to keep Harry's name out of it. The problem with this disagreement was that neither of them could really decide on which side of the argument they fell. On one hand, if they let the tournament go ahead, then Harry would be kidnapped and used to restore Tom to a body. That did, however, have the benefit of putting Voldemort in a known time and location, and even if they couldn't kill him permanently, they could possibly make him a wraith again and buy themselves some time to find the missing horcrux. Of course, letting the tournament play out would mean keeping Mad Eye locked away in a trunk for a year, and neither of them were happy about that idea. It didn't help that when they got back to the castle they went straight into exam stress. While they were already well versed in the subjects, except for Harry's Ancient Runes class, the teachers weren't aware of just how prepared Harry and Hermione were, and they were piling on the homework to prepare them for the tests. The two of them were both just glad that this fight was not reaching the same intensity that some of their past fights had gotten. Neither of them were going behind the other's back, and both understood where the other was coming from, but in some ways the silent treatment was easier than the bickering whenever they couldn't be overheard. "Morning, Harry. Sleep well?" Hermione asked, only looking up from her notes for a moment to look at him. "I slept fine. You?" Harry flipped the question on her. "Well enough. Did you finish the essay for Professor McGonagall yet?" Harry gave an affirmative answer, and the two continued their small talk for a few minutes before Hermione pushed the Transfiguration notes she had already read at him to read. After another week, Hermione did come around to Harry's side of the argument. The fact that Dumbledore already knew what a horcrux was and had an idea of how dangerous they were helped a lot in convincing her. However, even if she was convinced to go to Dumbledore, she still didn't trust the man. How could she when she looked back on their original timeline? Quirrell, the chamber, Sirius's lack of a trial, the tournament being held at all, sending a petty thief to watch Harry, keeping her away from Harry when Harry had watched a friend murdered, and the first thing he did to Harry in this timeline was try to invade his mind. No, Hermione was most definitely not in Camp Dumbledore anymore. If they were going to try the headmaster, then they were going to take precautions. For one, Hermione started brewing a potion she had found that would restore the memories of the drinker if their minds were altered in any way. The potion had a lot of drawbacks to make it practical. For instance, you needed to brew the potion before your mind was tampered with. A part of the brewing process was whoever memories were to be restored needed to stir the potion for an hour with their bare hand, and the potion would only stay fresh for 6 weeks once it was bottled. However, Hermione's plan was otherwise simple. She was going to brew enough for her and Harry, with Harry stirring his own of course, and then she was going to give the vials to Luna. Once they were finished with the headmaster, Luna was going to make them take the potion, by force if necessary. It took the potion 2 weeks to brew, and during that time they all had to sit their end-of-year tests. The internal tests were earlier than the OWL and NEWT exams, in order to give those students a little longer to revise for the exams that shaped their future careers. Most of the exams were easy, and the two-time displaced teenagers got through them with no problems. Hermione did have to make liberal use of her time turner so that she could both be in her tests and in the potions lab they had set up in the room of requirement. Harry had 2 exams that he didn't breeze through. The first was expected, as this was his first time studying ancient runes. He didn't have his memories of learning it to fall back on, so he actually had to study this subject for more than just camouflage. The other surprise was divination. Harry had expected to give the teacher a made-up story about him facing trials over the next year. It really was easy to give predictions when you knew the future, and be on his way. After all, there was no wormtail running around to be prophesied about. But, as Harry sat in the hot room with heavily perfumed smoke swelling through the air, the woman fell into a trance and started to speak. It will happen tonight. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he was. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master. It was exactly the same prophecy that Harry had been told last time. Did that mean that Wormtail was gone to break out of Azkaban tonight? Sirius had done it in the previous timeline, so it wasn't impossible. His professor came back around and Harry made an excuse that she had succumbed to the heat and dozed off for a minute before rushing out of the tower and running to the room of requirement, where Hermione was currently splitting her time between studying for her arithmancy test and the potion. "Hermione, something just happened," Harry half shouted. Hermione jumped, startled at Harry bursting through the door and shouting at her, but she quickly turned serious as his words registered in her mind. "What happened?" "Trelawney just gave a prophecy. The exact same one she gave me last time." "Well, yes wait, the one about Pettigrew rejoining Voldemort? But he's locked up in Azkaban. If Peter can't help Voldemort, how can Voldemort come back next year?" "Well, the best I can figure is either Pettigrew is going to escape Azkaban tonight or someone else is going to and go to him." "But Hermione, how is this happening today? How is it the exact same prophecy?" That caused Hermione's mind to stall. Given how much they had changed in this time, the chances of an unplanned event happening on the same day with the same result were incalculable. Hermione started trying to logic it out. Maybe some events need to happen, fixed points in the timeline. Maybe outside of those points we are free to change what we like, but whatever we do tonight someone has to set out to find and restore Voldemort. But if that's the case, does any of what we are doing matter? It's all going to work out the same in the end? No, Harry, just because certain things need to happen doesn't mean we can't change the story. Look at all the changes we made so far. Sirius is a free man. We have destroyed 2 parts of Voldemort's soul that were still whole this year in the previous timeline, and we know where one more is and where one more will be. No one was petrified by the basilisk. Buckbeak was never put on trial. This history is already better. So Voldemort needs to come back, we already knew that, but this time is going to be much shorter and he will do a lot less damage, and don't forget that the prophecy about you may be why we could come back in the first place. Dying by his snake probability didn't count as dying by his hand. And the knowledge that this little time travel event has given us might just be the power in the prophecy. The one Voldemort knows not. Hermione's words were what Harry needed to hear. It was difficult to see your accomplishments as worthless when you had Hermione telling you all the good they had done. But what if someone gets hurt while Pettigrew escapes? It will be our fault. We are the ones who put him there. No, Harry, if Pettigrew hurts someone it's no one's fault but his. And the people who guard Azkaban are trained professionals who knew the risks when they signed up to join the DMLE. Hermione told Harry. He wasn't completely convinced, but there was nothing that could be done. If Hermione was right about fixed points in time, all telling anyone about the prophecy would do is make it more likely that someone would get hurt. In the meantime, he had to spend an hour with his hand in a cauldron full of potion, so he got ready to do that. The next day the prophet had big headlines declaring that Peter Pettigrew and Bellatrix Lestrange had escaped from Azkaban. The story said that the escaped convicts had left one Azkaban guard in critical care at St. Mungo's but there were no fatalities. Harry shuddered at the idea that Bellatrix was out, but was distracted when Neville let out a raw scream of anger and stormed out of the room. Many of the students looked at Neville, surprised that Neville had such anger in him at all. Harry wasn't surprised at all, however, and neither was Hermione. They both knew what Lestrange had done to his parents. The two went after him to offer what support they could. 2 days later Harry and Hermione found themselves on the spiral escalator that led to the office of Professor Dumbledore. They hesitated for a second outside the large ornate door before Harry knocked on the door. "Come in." The headmaster's voice called from within and the 2 teens opened the door and stepped in. The office was just how Harry remembered it, full of bookshelves overflowing with books and trinkets. The Sorting Hat sat on a shelf near the headmaster's desk and Fox sat on his perch. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, this is an unexpected surprise. Please sit down, what can I do for you? Even if they weren't sure of the headmaster, there was something about his grandfatherly persona that made you want to smile and trust him. The two took two of the three chairs in front of the headmaster's desk, and it was Hermione who spoke first. Professor, do you know what a horcrux is? The man jumped to his feet, and the change in Dumbledore's demeanor couldn't have been faster. Gone was the kindly old man, replaced with someone you would expect to see on a battlefield facing off against a Dark Lord. It was suddenly very easy to believe that this was the man who defeated Grindelwald in a duel and was the only one Voldemort was ever afraid of. I will not tell you about horcruxes. They are dark magic, the darkest of magic, and you would do well to forget any references that you may have found and not go looking for more information. Hermione shrunk under the man's glare but didn't back down. Harry jumped in and took the headmaster's attention onto himself. You misunderstand us, Professor. We are not looking for information on horcruxes. We already know what they are and agree that such a thing should never have been invented. What we needed to know was if you knew what they are before continuing with what we need to talk about, Harry said calmly. Dumbledore took his seat again, but the intense look didn't leave his face as he scrutinized them. The two of you can consider me suitably informed. Now tell me what this is all about, or detentions and expulsion will be the least of your worries. What would you say if I told you that we know not only what they are and how they are made, but we also know of someone who made some? Hermione asked, her nerves quickly recovering. Who? And you say they made more than one? How many? The old man was now gripping the edge of his desk, his knuckles white. Tom Marvolo Riddle, and as far as we know, 6, so as to create a 7-part soul. Dumbledore's eyes went wide, and suddenly Harry felt the man invading his mind. Harry held him off but knew he could only hold for a few seconds, so he grabbed his wand and quickly cast a Protego. Suddenly he was in Dumbledore's mind, but instead of the man's memories, Harry slammed into a stone wall and was rebuffed out of Dumbledore's mind. Stay out of my mind, sir, Harry said with force. I demand to know where you learned this. No, I will tell you everything you need to know, but where that information comes from needs to remain secret. Harry was firm. He tried to get Dumbledore to back off but doubted it would work. It didn't seem to matter, as Harry felt Dumbledore dive into his mind for a second time. This time, instead of trying to keep the headmaster out, Harry dumped the old man in a memory of his choice. Harry watched from under the invisibility cloak as Malfoy tried to work up to killing Dumbledore under the light of the dark mark. Harry could feel Dumbledore watching the scene in Harry's head. Then Snape came rushing up the stairs of the tower. Severus, please. Harry watched Dumbledore pleading and could feel the living Dumbledore start to feel smug until Snape raised his wand and blasted Dumbledore off the tower. The man retreated in horror from Harry's mind, all sense of power gone. He went to a cabinet behind his desk and opened it. The two teens saw it was a liquor cabinet when Dumbledore pulled out a crystal decanter and pounded himself a measure of some amber liquid before throwing it back and doing it in one gulp. What memory did you show him? Hermione asked, a cold edge to her voice. It was her idea for Harry to show the man specific memories if he kept trying to get into his head. The tower. Harry replied just as coldly, you let him off easy. Where did that memory come from? It's too clear for it to be faked. My past, your possible future. Harry deliberately left it vague. But not vague enough, as Dumbledore put the pieces together almost instantly. Messing with time is dangerous, and you can't change anything without destroying yourself. You know this, Miss Granger. It is what you agreed to when you were loaned the Time Turner. Now I find you have been abusing it. Hermione signed. I didn't use the Time Turner for this. I'm not even sure that would work, and if it did there would definitely be side effects. This is something that happened long after I returned the Time Turner and took us back to long before I received it. And we have changed a lot. I have a theory on that, but that's not what we need to discuss. Hermione refused to let the man know how they had traveled in time. He was the type to think he could do everything better and take Harry back, then obliviate him so that Dumbledore could take over. And she had already seen where the man's plans led. To Muggleborns being sent to concentration camps. What could be more important than finding someone who knows so much about Tom Riddle that they can give out information that I assume the man kept in the strictest of confidence? I assume you know who Tom is. The man sounded incredulous as he spoke. Tom Marvolo Riddle is an anagram of I am Lord Voldemort. Yes, we know, and what is more important right now is the destruction of his fourth horcrux. Harry sounded as though he was getting annoyed with this conversation. That stunned the old man. By fourth horcrux, Do you mean the fourth one he created or the fourth one you found? Found. Harry deadpanned. Where are the first three? They need to be destroyed as well. Dumbledore was making demands again. Already done. Harry answered. My boy, horcruxes are almost impossible to destroy. How did you do it? Are you positive they are destroyed? Dumbledore said in what Hermione thought was a rather condescending tone. We used basilisk fangs. Hermione said, trying to hurry things along. But every time they answered a question the old man seemed to develop two more. Where on earth did you get basilisk fangs? Shock evident in his voice. From the basilisk living in the Chamber of Secrets. She's quite nice when you feed her, Harry answered with his signature smirk. A flash of fear passed over Dumbledore's face. And just what are you feeding her? Deer mostly, a few acromantula. Basically whatever I can find in the forest that's acceptable to hunt. Harry said, and watched the headmaster relax a little. But the monster only eats people. That's what the legend says. Harry was officially annoyed now. Dumbledore was insulting a guardian of the school and one Harry had come to be friendly with. The legends also say I grew up a pampered prince in a castle well fed and doted on. Legends can be complete dragon shit, Professor. And you're getting sidetracked again. Destroying another horcrux, we need help. Okay, why can't you destroy this one like you did the other three? Harry was unable to keep the sound of condescension completely out of his voice. Now you're asking the right questions. The problem isn't the horcrux itself, it's getting to it. One was hidden here in the school. Another was also a weapon that was planted on a student that would have possessed her, and one was in the position of Sirius's brother when he died and was being held onto by his house elf. The next one is protected and we can't get to it without using magic, and as we can't use magic outside of the school without activating the trace we need someone who can. And that's where I come in. Dumbledore confirmed, getting a nod from the two of them. What about the other two? We don't have any leads on one of them yet, but the other is in his snake Nagini. So it's more about waiting until we know where she is. Dumbledore nodded. So what do you know about this horcrux and where is it? Harry nodded. The horcrux is in a ring. The ring is apparently a family heirloom passed down through the Gaunt family. Tom hid the ring in their old house. Hermione took a copy of their map from her ever-present book bag and slid it across the desk to the old man as she carefully avoided looking the man in the eyes. We did some reconnaissance. This is a map of the clearing that the Gaunt shack is in. We were able to find and avoid a number of traps around the house, but we couldn't get inside, so we can't tell you anything about what dangers might be. Inside, Harry took over again. Apart from the horcrux itself, of course, be careful with it and don't go alone. 2 of the horcruxes we destroyed tried to possess us and they all tried to influence us. Dumbledore smiled at them in what he obviously thought was a reassuring manner. I think I will be fine. After all, it's a lot harder to influence me than a couple of teenagers. Hermione scoffed and said, pride comes before the fall. Harry can throw off the Imperious curse and has the protection from his mother. Dying to save him, protecting him from Voldemort specifically, and yet even he can be influenced by the damn things. You made the same mistake last time. It cost you and led to things you don't want to happen again. Take some backup. Harry nodded and then pulled out a box from his robe pocket that was about the size of a ring box, enlarged it with a tap of his wand, then opened the box and slid it over the table to Dumbledore. You should also take these, he said, indicating the 2 basilisk fangs inside. They were lucky. Basilisk fangs grew back in 3 to 6 months, depending on how well fed the basilisk was, or she might have been a lot less willing to keep donating to the cause. Luna cornered the 2 of them after they left the headmaster's office and offered them each a dose of potion. Hermione took hers right away as that was the plan, but Harry tried to back out, knowing that the potion would probably taste disgusting. However, the waif-like Ravenclaw simply smiled at Harry, hit him with a full body bind, and poured the potion, slowly and carefully so that he wouldn't choke, down Harry's throat once he was lying face up on the ground. You know, Harry, if you had just taken the potion, then you could have drunk it down quickly and then gotten a drink to wash out the flavor. Luna said as she took her time pouring the disgusting liquid in his mouth while Hermione giggled at Harry's predicament. Dumbledore poured himself a glass of brandy once the teenagers left his office. He looked around the portraits of the former head teachers who were no longer feigning sleep and sighed. A number of them had been telling him that plans never survive first contact with the enemy, but he had plowed forward convinced he knew better. Now Potter and Granger had come in and, instead of following his carefully laid out plan, The two of them had just gone right for Tom's weak spot. They had already destroyed 3 bloody horcruxes, 3, and they were sending him after a 4th. And were they sending him after it because they weren't powerful enough? No, they were sending him because of the trace, because they couldn't use their wands outside of Hogwarts without alerting the Ministry and getting expelled. He looked at the map Miss Granger had given him. How had they been able to do this much without wands? It was incredible. It wasn't too hard for him to work out that they must have sneaked out during the Easter holidays, 2 weeks where the staff thought they were at home and their families thought they were at school. The big question, though, was what of Harry's scar? Did they know that it too contained a potion of Tom's soul? That Harry was just as much an anchor to Tom's life as the things they were trying to destroy? They didn't mention it as a horcrux, but they hadn't exactly been trusting of him during the meeting. Should he tell the boy about his scar? So I didn't originally plan for Lestrange to get out of Azkaban, at least not this early, but when I thought about an actual Death Eater escaping, then it made sense that he would release at least one other follower, and when I thought about it, Lestrange being free should present an opportunity to bring the cup into play. Please remember to comment and review. I love reading your thoughts and opinions. Chapter 10. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters. Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ollie Wizen, Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. As always, chapters 11 and 12 are already up over on Patreon under my screen name Lowten. Chapter 10. Harry and Hermione's early summer was pretty uneventful. The two of them did their homework first, then visited each other and went on daytime trips to places like beaches, theme parks, and the cinema, enjoying their time off. They spent some of their time trying to work out where the last horcrux was hidden, but they didn't have any leads and neither of them had a spark of inspiration. After a few weeks, Dumbledore sent them word that he had been able to retrieve and destroy the ring. That only left the unknown horcrux and the snake. They were so close that Harry and Hermione were starting to hope that they could actually pull this off. 4 of the 6 tethers to Tom's life, the diary, the diadem, the locket, and the ring. All stabbed with a fang taken from a 1,000-year-old basilisk. It was kind of amazing to realize what they had achieved this time around now that they weren't fumbling around in the dark. On Harry's birthday, Sirius and the Grangers took him out like they did the year before. This time they took him to a summer festival that was being held that week, having a lot of fun on the rides and stuffing themselves with junk food. Harry tried his hand at some of the stall games and found that he was surprisingly good at them. At one stall involving shooting small targets with a pellet gun, Harry hit the targets perfectly, and Sirius kept putting more and more money down, wanting to see how long Harry's streak without a single miss could last. It turned out the answer was 92. On Harry's 12th set of ammunition he twitched and missed his 5th of 8 shots. The prizes for all the points Harry had won were all stuffed animals, though, and Harry wasn't particularly interested in owning one, but feeling it would be a waste to not use the points he asked Hermione what one she would like. Hermione chose a stuffed dolphin and thanked Harry with a quick peck on his cheek. Harry was sure the only reason he avoided one of Hermione's semi-regular attempts to crush his ribs was because that honor was currently being given to her new cuddly dolphin. After the festival, they all went to a pizza restaurant. It was interesting for Harry to see what everyone put on their pizzas. Hermione and her mum opted to share a large pizza between them. Apparently they both liked the same toppings. A mix of ham, mushroom, pineapple and prawns. Both Hermione's dad and Sirius opted for a personal pizza each, Dan going for chicken and peppers while Sirius went for chicken, sausage, pepperoni and bacon. Harry looked at the menu and opted for chicken, mushrooms and garlic. While they were waiting for their pizzas to cook, Sirius handed Harry an envelope while wishing him a happy birthday. Harry, just expecting a card, was surprised that the envelope contained 3 tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. "What is it, Harry?" Hermione asked, and Harry slid one of the tickets across for her to read. They were both stunned for a moment. As they didn't have the friendship with Ron that they did previously, they hadn't thought that they would have a chance to go to the World Cup this time. It was Hermione who recovered her wits the fastest. "This is great, Harry. You love Quidditch. Imagine getting to see the World Cup. Do you know who's playing yet?" Hermione's words were enough to remind him that he would be overjoyed with this gift normally and that he had to act appropriately. "The semi-finals are this weekend," Harry said, acting as if he was still trying to get his head around the gift, then continued with building excitement. "Ireland versus Spain and Bulgaria versus Germany. The winners will play in the final the weekend after." He turned to Sirius. "Where is the game, I mean?" I know England is hosting, but where is it? When do we need to leave? Who is the third ticket for? Sirius smiled. They built a stadium on the edge of the New Forest National Park. We need to leave on Thursday and camp till the game on Saturday, and the third ticket is for whoever you want to invite, he said while giving Hermione a significant look. Harry didn't need that much of a hint, but took it anyway. Hermione, would you like to go with us to the World Cup? Harry asked her. Hermione instantly asked her parents if she could go, and they agreed quickly enough that it was obvious that Sirius must have already explained about the tickets to them and warned them that Harry would probably want Hermione to go with him. Oh, this is exciting. Mum and Dad used to take me camping in the Forest of Dean and that was a lot of fun, but I haven't been camping in years, Hermione said, blatantly lying considering what they had done last Easter. Is camping with magic any different from mundane camping? Sirius laughed at what he saw as Hermione's insatiable need for knowledge. Well, there is some similarity. The biggest difference is our tents. Magical tents have an expansion charm on them. They build a whole flat inside them, he explained. So maybe camping isn't a fair description. I think I heard some people call it glamping for glamorous camping. Honestly, I wouldn't even really call it camping at all. I got a tent that was in my family vault. It has 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a formal dining room, a library, and a sitting room. The Blacks didn't like slumming it. To them, if there was even a possibility that someone outside the family would see it, then it's important to prove to them just how superior the Black family is. So I would think of it more like a hotel in a tent. Any more discussion was interrupted by the arrival of the food. The time between Harry's birthday and leaving for the Quidditch World Cup passed slowly for the two teens, not because of excitement at seeing the game but because they knew what was coming after the match. The Death Eater riot in the first time didn't result in any casualties, however, they were already aware of how much things could change. What were the chances they would be so lucky again? Living in London had one advantage. Their portkey to the grounds left from Diagon Alley at midday rather than a random field on a hill at stupid o'clock in the morning. Harry made sure his backpack was secure before he took a hold of the Muggle hula hoop that was the Diagon Alley portkey along with Hermione, Sirius, and a bunch of people he had never seen before. Harry had to keep himself from laughing as he thought about his pack, as the preparations he and Sirius had done for their weekend trip had been almost exactly what he and Hermione had done at Christmas for their Easter trip. The only real difference was that because Sirius could use preservation charms, they had also bought their fresh food. Harry felt the familiar slightly sickening feeling of a hook grabbing him just behind his belly button as soon as a nearby clock struck midday. He was reminded why he hated portkey travel as he was sucked through some sort of windy tunnel for a few seconds before he slammed into a grassy field halfway across the country. Embarrassingly, he was the only one who wasn't able to keep his feet. Even Hermione, despite being less graceful than everyone there but Harry, had only stumbled a little at the landing but was able to keep herself upright. The other group split off to talk to the two wizards with clipboards who were standing there waiting, as Hermione and Sirius pulled Harry back up to his feet. Harry could hear the group talking and realized why they weren't familiar to him and why they had just nodded at their group rather than say anything. They weren't British. Harry guessed Bulgarian, but given that Harry couldn't do more than say their language was Eastern European, it was more a guess than probable. Soon the other group moved off, a map in hand, and it was their turn. 12 o'clock from Diagon Alley under the name of Black. Sirius said to a wizard who had obviously never actually spent any time in the mundane world, judging by the cowboy boots, leopard print leggings and camo print t-shirt that he paired with a set of purple sunglasses that looked like they had been swiped from Elton John's collection. Really, how hard was it for them to get an Empire catalog and just look at how people dressed in it? The wizard checked his clipboard. Yep, here you are. Your campground is about a quarter of a mile's walk over there, the second field you come to. Site managers called Mr. Payne, and he gave Sirius a map. They headed off to their campsite and found Mr. Payne. They paid for a few days and were given another map, this one showing where the amenities such as water and bathrooms were. Their plot was not the best placed, but it wasn't bad. When it came to setting up the tent, it was clear that Sirius had no more experience putting up a tent without magic than Arthur Weasley did, but the difference was that Sirius was willing to take instructions and not too overly excited to listen to them. It took them 45 minutes of Harry and Hermione working together, with Sirius just holding things where he was told, but they eventually got the tent up and they all stepped back to admire their handiwork. Harry had to give it to the Black family. The tent actually looked Muggle from the outside. Yes, it looked like a circus tent from a Tim Burton film, but there was nothing that looked off that couldn't be explained away as a stylistic choice. Some of the other tents they had seen had brick chimneys or wooden front doors. They had passed one section that had moving posters of Viktor Krum hung over their tents. Compared to that, the Black family's tent looked almost normal. Once they were done, they were all hungry, so Harry was volunteered to cook by Hermione while she and Sirius got cleaned up. Harry didn't mind. He had learned over Easter that Hermione was not the best in the kitchen. Harry decided to keep it simple and made some chicken, bacon and cheese toasted sandwiches. Lunch was soon devoured, and a sulking Sirius learned that because he was the only one of them who could use their wand, that left him to clean up. He tried to dump the chore on Harry, but Harry had to go clean himself up as he had been in the kitchen making the food while everyone else washed off the sweat that had built up as they put up the tent in the August sun. Sirius hadn't even tried to dump the chores on Hermione. Wandering around the campgrounds was no different than last time. The three of them bumped into people they knew, some of them they met last time like Oliver Wood, but others like Professor McGonagall that they hadn't seen last time. But considering how much of a Quidditch nut the professor was, none of them were surprised when they ran into her. Sirius even ran into a few people he knew, most of whom Harry and Hermione didn't know, and one that they had to pretend not to know. Mundungus Fletcher, who Sirius knew from their time in the Order of the Phoenix. Once evening fell, wizards and witches with carts started to apparate in all around the camp, selling trinkets and food from around the world. At Hermione's suggestion, they got some type of fried chicken and noodle dish that was salty, sweet, and a little spicy, from what Harry thought was a Japanese vendor, as his outfit looked similar to something he saw in one of the Karate Kid films his cousin was watching while he was cleaning at Privet Drive. They eventually went back to their tent and turned in for the night. Friday was mostly uneventful, though Harry and Hermione did run into Lavender and the Pottle twins and got introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Pottle. While there was nothing much going on at the campground during the day, and the vendors only appeared in the late afternoon, the whole campground was excited for the upcoming match. Harry grumbled good-naturedly as he left the stadium. He had lost 5 galleons when he bet Sirius that Ireland would win but Krum would get the snitch. The match had been going like it had last time, but this time when Krum did his second Wronski feint, the Irish beater was able to nail him with a bludger. After getting hit, Krum just wasn't flying as well. The match lasted longer this time, but eventually Lynch was able to catch the snitch just edging out over Krum. They headed back to the tent, with Harry and Sirius animatedly going over their favorite highlights of the match while Hermione ribbed Harry for his bet. It was past 1 a.m. when they got back to the tent. They grabbed something to eat, and after that Sirius went to bed, leaving Harry and Hermione alone, thinking that the two of them would be going to bed soon themselves. The two teens didn't even consider going to bed. As soon as Sirius left, Harry put the kettle on and pulled out a French press. Coffee would help him wait for the inevitable riot. The two of them had almost given up by the time they heard the sounds of the riot starting. Harry rushed to get Sirius up. He was groggy and it took him a few minutes to understand, but eventually Harry's repeated utterances of "There is trouble outside" got through to the man and he quickly started pulling on his boots. Harry went back out and joined Hermione in the tent's entryway as she was peeking out at the developing chaos. "Everything going like we expected?" Harry asked quietly, conscious of the fact that Sirius was going to join them at any moment. "Yes. They have some of the muggles who own the campgrounds and have them levitated over their heads," Hermione said, but Sirius joined them before she could say more. "Okay, what's happening?" Sirius asked, but instead of waiting for an answer he stuck his head out to see what was happening for himself. "Fuck, son of a bitch. Death Eater attack." "Okay, I want the two of you to wait and see." He trailed off as he saw the group of masked terrorists set fire to a tent. "Okay, new plan. I want the two of you to run for the forest and make your way to the Portkey Point. I don't care where you go, but get away from here and stay together. If you get separated, contact Dan and Emma once you are safe, do you understand?" Gone was Harry's fun-loving godfather. The man before him was a product of the First Blood War. "Where will you be?" Hermione asked, sounding nervous. "I need to go help stop them before this becomes some type of signal to them to come out of retirement," and with that he charged off, wand in hand. The two teens had no intention of running for safety, though. Harry and Hermione had seen the atrocity that these people would commit given the chance, and neither of them were willing to let that happen again if they could help it. "Hermione, can you catch the muggles? Maybe with the same spell I know you practiced in case I fell off my broom?" Harry asked as he pulled his invisibility cloak out of his pocket. Hermione bit her lip in nervousness. looking worried but nodded. Yes, I think so. Harry nodded. If Hermione thought she could do it, that was good enough for him, as Hermione constantly underestimated herself. He pulled the cloak around them both and they started moving towards the group of terrorists. Okay. I'm going to count to 3 and cast. The Muggles are going to drop right after, so you'll need to be a split second behind me to catch them. Harry told Hermione. He guided them to where they had a clear line of sight at the marked idiots, and after he confirmed with Hermione that it was a good spot for her, he started counting. 1. Harry remembered all the stories of murder he heard about these people, counting Sirius, before he went on the run, Mad Eye, Director Bones, and Minister Scrimgeour. 2. He thought about how quickly they would return to Voldemort given the chance. 3. He decided that he wasn't going to play nicely this time and changed the spell he had planned to use. The two of them whipped their wands out, shaped their magic and sent it towards their targets. Bombarda Maxima. Arresto Momentum. In a moment, the entire scene changed. Harry had targeted the ground beneath the feet of the Death Eaters, and it exploded into a cloud of dirt and the lower limbs of a few of the Death Eaters. The one in the middle was dead almost instantly, and the rest were flung away from the explosion, with the focus of the masked instigators. Now elsewhere, the Muggle family in the air started to fall. Hermione tried to catch them, but there were just too many. She caught 2 men, a woman, and 2 children, but 1 man and a little girl fell. The man, who must have been acting on pure instinct, caught the girl midair and rolled so that she would land on him, cushioning her fall. The 2 of them landed with a sickening thud and crunching sound. Red spells started flying towards the now disorganized rabble of Death Eaters as the Aurors and Good Samaritans like Sirius started raining stunning spells down on them. A bunch of the Death Eaters were able to activate portkeys and escape, taking some of the fallen with them, but there were still plenty of them left lying there. It was over in only a few seconds. Harry, we should get out of here, Hermione said in his ear. Why, the threat is gone. You just cast a lethal curse at what is probably a group of rich, wool-connected purebloods. It's best that no one knows we were involved or you'll probably be tried for murder. Even if you aren't, the ones who got away will want revenge if they find out you fired at them. It's best we get in the woods and head for a portkey, Hermione said as she started to pull him along. Harry followed Hermione without protest as she directed them to the woods, then to the portkey point. They weren't the only ones there. A lot of the campers had come looking for a way out and were just grabbing whatever portkeys they could get their hands on. Harry and Hermione eventually were pulled in by a group of 5 teenage girls neither of them recognized, and with a hook in the navel they were off somewhere. Once they landed in what looked to be a forest, one of the girls turned to them, a hopeful pleading expression on her face, and said, Désolé de vous avoir attrapé, s'il vous plaît dites-moi que vous parlez français. Sorry about grabbing you, please tell me you speak French. Harry only recognized enough to know that the girl spoke French. Hermione, however, replied, Oui, un peu. Yes, a little bit. The French girls all sighed in relief. Hermione was able to talk to them enough that they could explain that they grabbed the 2 of them because they had no way to know where they were going or how to find any of the magical places in Britain so that they could send a message to their families and arrange to get home. They walked for a bit and found that they weren't in a forest at all. It was a small section of a park in what looked to be a town or a city. Once they were out of the trees, they could see that the forest was only about 600 feet across. They were on a road, so Hermione tried to summon the night bus, but it never came. It was probably too busy with everyone else who had taken random portkeys and wanted to get back to somewhere they felt safe. Next to the stand of trees there was a lake with a path going around it, so the 7 of them set off along the path, looking for any clue as to where they were or a phone they could use to call Hermione's parents. As they walked around the lake, the whole group started to have an adrenaline crash. For the French girls, they were tired, hungry, and were suffering from nerves. Hermione, who was more used to the odd adrenaline crash, powered though it like it was nothing, especially after she saw what Harry was going through. For Harry, the adrenaline crash brought with it the realization that he had killed someone. He had fought before, he had failed to save people before, but he had never killed. Now he had killed, used the magic he so loved to snuff out a life. Maybe even more than one. Even if none of the others died, they would be marked for life by what he had done. As the images of the bloody stumps he had seen crossed his mind, it reminded Harry of the beef he had used to make burgers the day before. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he threw up. Hermione was suddenly by his side, whispering to him that it was okay and that he had done something that would save more people in the long term. Every Death Eater killed multiple people, so everyone dead was just less innocent victims in the future. Hermione's assurances that he had actually saved lives was little to no help, but the fact that even after he had killed someone Hermione was still by his side, still standing with him, was a massive comfort. Harry didn't think he could keep going if Hermione abandoned him like Ron had done. After he was able to pull himself together, they continued looking for a phone and for a way to find out where they were. The French girls asked Hermione if Harry was okay, and for once Harry's fame was a bonus. Once the girls learned his name, they attributed his reaction to the fact that his parents' murderer was the leader of the terrorists that had attacked the campgrounds. They soon found a visitors center with one of those "you are here" maps, and they were apparently in Roath Park, Cardiff. The park was pretty close to the city center, only a mile and a half according to the map, so they set off in that direction. It was approaching 4 a.m. when they got to the city center. They were able to find an open cafe that was selling tea and coffee to a mix of the half-drunk remnants of the night before and the early risers who were going into work. They had a public phone, and Harry still had the money from Easter, as he hadn't bothered to convert it back into galleons, and he had made sure to bring both the pounds and the galleons with him to the World Cup. So Harry got all of them a coffee and gave Hermione the change so she could call her parents. Sirius was apparently already at the Grangers and they were all sitting by the phone waiting for a call. They gave Hermione a hard time for not calling sooner, but calmed when Hermione explained that it had taken time to find a phone. They were happy to hear that they were okay, and after they told her that Sirius didn't know the destination enough to apparate to them to get them, Hermione told her parents that they would be home later in the day when the night bus was available for them. She also told Sirius the names of the French girls and asked him if he could find their two families and tell them that the girls were fine and that they would be back in London later that day. And Harry scoring 92 shots in a row is not actually that unrealistic. The game I am copying is one I have tried myself. I am blind in one eye, so I have almost no depth perception, yet I scored a perfect score with my first set of ammo and only missed one on the second set. The game is easier than it looks, but you need to win a lot to get to the big prizes. Also, I love Harry obliviously acting like he is dating Hermione by giving her a stuffed animal. I don't care what any of you say. Ham, mushroom, pineapple, and prawns is a god-tier pizza and my personal favorite. Empire Catalog was a clothing catalog in the UK that was big in the 90s but has since ceased trading under that name, but I believe the company still exists. I chose Japanese food because I didn't want European or American food, and it's in the extra canon that Quidditch is pretty big over there. So I can see them having had a team in the running for the World Cup and some vendors still at the final trying to make some gold. I was looking at the calendar and it looks like the Yule Ball chapter will actually go up 1 in AO3 just a few days before Christmas, so that's a big yay. As always, I love reading your comments. Chapter 11. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters. Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. So after a little confusion at the start of the month, we did meet our goal and the art was commissioned. The artist Soordash got the completed wart to me last night just in time for today's update. Fanfiction can apparently take a few hours to change cover art, but it has been done. What does everyone think of the artwork? As always, the next 2 chapters are available already for my supporters on Patreon under the name Lowten. Chapter 11. When Harry, Hermione, and the 5 French witches walked into Hermione's house, they were all enveloped in hugs immediately. Sirius had managed to locate the parents of the 5 girls, 2 sets of sisters whose parents were old friends, and had brought all 4 of them to the Grangers to wait. After all the parents had fussed over their children and made sure everyone was uninjured, save from the budding black eye Harry had when Marie, the youngest of the French girls, had accidentally elbowed him when the sudden jump of the night bus had sent her flying, the father of the 2 girls tried to give Harry and Hermione a reward for helping his daughters, but Harry and Hermione refused to take anything for doing what they considered the right thing. Sirius ended up offering the French families a place to stay for the night, as it was already quite late and they had nowhere else to go. All their money was in galleons, Gringotts was already closed for the night, and places like the Leaky Cauldron, Hog's Head, and 3 Broomsticks would already be full. Having no better options, they gladly accepted, and after Harry gave Hermione a hug they made their way to Grimmauld Place. It was after breakfast the next day when 2 grateful families disappeared through the flow in Grimmauld Place, leaving the place feeling a little empty. It wasn't long after that when an owl came in carrying a copy of the Daily Prophet. Shocking revelations as World Cup Riot investigation starts. Ladies and gentle readers, as many of you experienced or read about yesterday, we can confirm the rumors that the rioters who attacked the fans at the conclusion of the World Cup were in fact dressed in Death Eater regalia. Not only that, but one ministry official who spoke to me anonymously has confirmed that each of the rioters they have in custody does in fact have the symbol of you-know-who tattooed on their left arm. We can also confirm that one of the rioters died when a panicking member of the public cast an explosive curse at the group of Death Eaters, although the caster is currently unknown. The dead Death Eater has been confirmed as one Lucius Malfoy. The late Mr. Malfoy was charged with being a Death Eater in his youth, but claimed to be under the Imperious Curse and was subsequently let go by the Wizengamot. That he was now found rioting while dressed as a Death Eater and had a dark mark brings his earlier innocence into question. It also can't be ignored that his sister-in-law is the escaped convicted Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange. One Muggle and his newly discovered Muggle-born daughter were hurt in the attack, when the masked rioters dropped the family they were holding hostage after losing control of their levitation spells. It is suspected that the young girl, who cannot be named for legal reasons, was spotted doing accidental magic by one of the previously unknown Death Eaters. Both are currently undergoing treatment and the young witch is expected to make a complete recovery. Her father is also expected to live, though he will not regain the use of his legs. Harry felt the tension he didn't know he was carrying lift from his shoulders as he read the newspaper. The Death Eater he had killed had been Lucius Malfoy, one of the few people that Harry didn't have to convince himself needed to die. The man was a bigot and a straight-up murderer. Even in this timeline he already tried to pass Riddle's diary onto Ginny so that she could be controlled into freeing Slytherin's monster so that it could kill Muggle-borns. He was concerned about Hermione though. She was going to read the paper and think that she had failed, and beat herself up over not being able to catch all of the Muggles. Hermione was going to see the father's injuries as her fault, when in truth they were Harry's. It was his plan to change things at the World Cup when he knew that if he did nothing nobody would have been hurt, but he did it anyway. The rational part of his brain was breaking down the numbers. Malfoy was dead, a number of Death Eaters were facing charges, and all it had cost was one man his ability to walk. Hermione, during one of their planning sections, had once told him about what was called the equation of war, costs versus gains, risk versus reward. The equation was definitely in their favor this time, but his conscience didn't seem to give a shit about that. Harry got his bike and cycled over to Hermione's house, knowing almost instinctively that the two of them needed each other today. Fourth year started September the 1st as normal. Harry and Hermione said goodbye to Dan, Emma, and Sirius at King's Cross, and not long after claiming their compartment, the engine of the Hogwarts Express fired up and started pulling them north. Luna soon joined them and the three of them spent their trip north catching up. One thing Harry noticed was the absence of Malfoy. The blonde git didn't come and bother them once. That was a change in the behavior of the Slytherin, so Harry decided that he would need to keep an eye out for the boy. It was possible that the death of his father was enough that he realized that joining Dark Lords was dangerous, or he could be worse than before. Either way it was worth keeping an eye out. Harry and Hermione were thrown a curveball when they got to the school. Instead of an empty seat waiting for Barty Crouch pretending to be Moody, the seat was occupied by Professor Lupin again. Dumbledore even brought attention to it during his speech, saying that this was the first time in over 30 years that Hogwarts had the same defense against the dark arts teacher for more than a year, before he went on to announce the Triwizard Tournament. After the feast, though, things were almost identical to last time. The male Weasleys were bemoaning the fact that they couldn't enter while vowing to find a way to do so anyway. Some of the Gryffindors were also saying that they would enter, and others were trying to goad the rest of the of-age Gryffindors to go for it. Harry and Hermione had other things on their mind, though. Harry, at Hermione's insistence, rushed up to the boy's dorm and dove into his trunk, grabbed what he was looking for, and tried to bolt back down the stairs, only to have to wait as the mass of boys coming up was impassable. He eventually got back to the common room to find a nervous Hermione waiting for him. He laid out the Marauders map, and after wand tap and the password, they both started studying the map intently until Hermione pointed, saying, "There, in Professor McGonagall's private quarters with McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout." Harry looked where she was pointing, and sure enough, there was the marker labeled Remus John Lupin. So it really is Professor Lupin, not Barty Crouch Jr. "Looks that way. You said the map sees through Polyjuice," Hermione hedged. She had never seen Crouch's name on the map, so just had to take Harry's word on it. But if Moony is here instead of Crouch, who is going to put my name in the goblet? Harry asked, trying to find a way to keep their plan going. Maybe that won't be a problem this year. Our other years have been relatively quiet by comparison to our first run through. And maybe Tom is going to repent, give up on his world domination plans, and join a circus headlining as the Noseless Wonder, Harry joked. There are two things bothering me here. 1. If I'm not in the tournament this year, that means we are now flying blind. 2. How is Moony here? What did we do to end the curse? Well, the curse seems pretty simple. We destroyed the horcrux that was in the school. The curse was probably anchored to the diadem, and when you stabbed it with basilisk venom, you destroyed the curse along with the horcrux. And as for flying blind, maybe we need to consider that you can't use a sample from a werewolf in Polyjuice. It has the same problem as using animal hair, or maybe a combination of human hair and animal hair would be more accurate. Hermione shivers as she remembered the furry consequences of her accident in the previous timeline. And there is a good chance the drinker could catch lycanthropy, so that is probably why they didn't try to replace the defense against the dark arts professor. So it wouldn't surprise me if they've come up with another plan to get you into the tournament. Harry nodded understandingly. Any idea what they will try? I have no idea. What about the rest of the teachers? Could they have replaced one of those, or perhaps a student? She pulled the map to herself and started going over the names there, looking for Barty Crouch in the student dormitories and checking every teacher's name off a mental list. However, it seemed that everyone was indeed themselves, and the two teens spent an hour going over the map and trying to work out how Voldemort was going to try to kidnap Harry this year. They couldn't find anything, though, and eventually just went to bed. The next 2 months passed without incident. In the run-up to Halloween, all the Hogwarts students became more excited for the start of the Triwizard Tournament and the visitors from other schools. In contrast to this, the professors became almost neurotic, punishing students disproportionately for anything that they perceived would sully the castle's reputation and leave a negative impression on the visitors that would soon be in the school. Mr. Filch even reduced one group of first years to tears when, after a sudden heavy rain, they ran into the castle tracking in a little mud. Harry, who was still the son of Prongs, took exception to this, and with a little help from the Weasley twins he spelled a bucket of glitter to float into the air and spell out, "Don't make firsties cry." When Filch got near, and then explode down the corridor outside the man's office. The best part was that the Weasley twins had spelled the glitter so that it couldn't be vanished. That meant that the cleanup had to be done by hand, so the professors weren't any real help getting rid of the sparkly mess. In the end, Filch was able to get rid of most of it, but the corridor outside his office seemed to sparkle whenever anyone walked down it now, proving that it was impossible to ever get rid of it all. The other schools arrived the same as they did last time, but this time Hermione waved her wand over the Bobadins' visitors and cast a warming charm on them when she saw them shivering, earning her a grateful nod from a few of the visitors and a few house points from Professor Dumbledore. During the feast, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation Bartemius Crouch brought out the Goblet of Fire. In turn, each of the head teachers tapped the goblet with their wands and declared that their school would be participating in the tournament, and that the goblet was to select the best of their students to represent their school. That hadn't been done in the previous timeline, but Hermione said that it was. How the goblet was activated, and the three heads must have done it in private last time after the feast. On their way back to the common room after the feast, all of Gryffindor was one again saying how they would enter or were trying to push someone else to enter themselves. When some of the students said they were going to try and find a way around Dumbledore's age line, Harry was tempted to tell them to just get an older student to do it for them. It would serve them right for turning on him last time if one of them had to go through what he did, but as cathartic as it was to think about and to joke with Hermione about it, Harry didn't do it. It was a minor miracle that the tournament hadn't killed anyone the first time. It was with a sense of foreboding that Harry and Hermione entered the Great Hall for the Halloween feast and the drawing of the champions. The Great Hall was almost full, and the Goblet of Fire had been moved. It was now standing in front of Dumbledore's empty chair at the teacher's table. Harry and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table and looked around them. Fred and George were telling everyone that they hoped it was Angelina now that their attempts to get their names into the Pyrotechnic Cup had failed. The two of them still sported a bit of gray stubble as the beards would persist for a few days, and the two of them were yet to gain proficiency with a razor. The feast was filled with the regular Halloween fare, as well as a few foreign dishes that were equally enticing. Once everyone had eaten their fill and the desserts devolved into nothing, Dumbledore stood up and addressed the hall. Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision. I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber. He indicated the door behind the staff table, where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave with it. At once, all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins were extinguished, plunging them into a state of semi-darkness. The goblet of fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people kept checking their watches. Suddenly the flames turned red and spat out the first name. Krum got the honor again and disappeared through the door to the trophy room. The second name came out of the goblet, lifted high on a tongue of flame. Delacour rose from her seat and followed Krum into the trophy room. The third name came out, and Diggory got the loudest cheer of all the champions so far, but that was mostly from the Hufflepuffs who greatly outnumbered the visitors. The Hufflepuff followed the other two champions through the door to the trophy room. Everyone else relaxed while Harry watched the cup with anxiety. He knew what was coming. It was gonna be the same as last time, except the difference this time was he was expecting it. The fourth name came shooting out of the cup. Dumbledore read it and said, "Harry Potter." Harry sighed, resigned to his fate, and stood up. With a nod to Hermione, he followed the three official champions into the trophy room. "What is it? Do they want us back in Z Hall?" Fleur asked. Harry didn't want to be the one to tell them that the tournament they had entered had been messed with, but decided not to stall. "No, my name came out of the goblet as well. Professor Dumbledore said he would be here in a minute to sort everything out." Harry explained as plainly as he could. "But that's ridiculous. Hogwarts can't have a second champion. That is most unsporting." Krum's words were polite, but his tone said he was upset. "Agreed, and you are just a little boy. This tournament is far too dangerous for you. You will just," Fleur started, until she was cut off by Dumbledore, Snape, Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch, and Bagman strode into the room. Dumbledore strode up to Harry, and in his regular calm voice asked, "Harry, did you put your name into the goblet of fire?" Harry looked the man right in the eye and said, "No sir, I didn't." "And did you ask an older student to put your name in for you?" His voice was still just as calm as before. "No sir. And if that's all it took, I'm disappointed in your security, sir," Harry said truthfully. He had thought about this flaw in Dumbledore's security as the Triwizard Tournament approached. What if, in a fit of pique, one of the school's blood purists who were of age decided to enter all of the younger Muggle-born students, hoping to kill one of them off? "Your arrogance knows no bounds, Potter. You are disappointed with the headmaster's security. Just because you found a way around it and then stand there lying to our faces doesn't give you the right to degrade the headmaster." Snape sneered at Harry, getting into Harry's personal space. Harry rolled his eyes. "Here we go again, Snape calling me a liar, on evidence, no investigation. He just knows I'm at fault. What are you even doing here? There are no Slytherins here. You aren't mine or Cedric's head of house. Where is Professor McGonagall?" "You will show me some respect, Potter. I am your professor," Snape bellowed at him. "Severus, if you would please go to my office so I can speak with you later. Your presence is obviously going to be counterproductive," Dumbledore said to Snape, and the dungeon bat left the trophy room after sneering at Harry again. "Barty, you know the rules better than anyone else. What do we need to do?" "We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament." "That is preposterous. Hogwarts can't have two champions. It is most unjust," Madame Maxime said after drawing herself up to her full height. "I must agree with Olympe. The tournament rules also say the goblet will select one champion from each school. If Hogwarts gets two champions, our school should as well," Karkaroff said, sounding surprisingly reasonable to Harry. "I didn't even enter. I don't want to be in this damn tournament. Can't you just disqualify me?" Harry already knew the answer but had to ask anyway. Crouch spoke up. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Potter. Your name coming out of the goblet means you are now under a binding magical contract. If you do not compete and put forth every effort to complete the tasks, then you will forfeit your magic and will have to live as a squib." "What?" A voice boomed from the doorway, where standing there were Professor Lupin, Professor McGonagall, and Sirius, the one who had shouted. He stormed into the room with a look of absolute fury on his face. "Harry, please confirm to me that you didn't enter this tournament." You're not in trouble if you did. After the stuff you dad and us got up to, then I'm not enough of a hypocrite to punish you. But if you didn't enter yourself, then that means someone else did, and that can't go unanswered." Sirius was overtly trying to stay calm, and while angry, he wasn't angry at Harry. "Sirius, I swear I didn't put my name in the goblet, I didn't ask anyone else to do it for me, and I had no intention of entering the tournament," Harry said solemnly but calmly. Sirius nodded, then turned to the adults who were in the room before he got there. "Okay, what's the plan to find out who put Harry's name forward to compete in this death trap of a tournament, and how are there 4 competitors instead of 3? As I understand it, the goblet selects 1 person from each school. If there were only 3 registered schools, then Harry would be either unchosen or Hogwarts champion." Fleur stepped in then. "Excuse me, but before you get into all of that, wouldn't it be better to tell us what we need for the first task first? That way the unaffected champions can leave." Everyone stared at the French witch for a bit before deciding that she was right. Bagman gave them the same information that he did last time, that is to say, none, and the 3 other champions left. After that was an hour of arguing between the head teachers, Sirius, and Crouch, that all amounted to basically nothing. Harry needed to compete or lose his magic. Hogwarts teachers were forbidden from offering Harry any extra help, and Dumbledore had no clue how to find who it was to put Harry's name in the goblet. The only real difference was that Sirius was going to go straight to the DMLE once he was finished with this meeting and was going to push them to open a case of attempted murder for whoever had put Harry's name in the goblet, as well as a case of criminal negligence against Dumbledore, Crouch, and Bagman for not having tighter security on a magical device that created binding contracts while it was in a school full of children. Finally, everyone left and Harry made his way up to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady congratulated him on being a Triwizard champion, and Harry braced himself before climbing through the portrait hole. As expected, as soon as the door opened he was hit by a wall of sound. All the Gryffindors were cheering for him and begging to know how he got his name into the tournament. Despite the fact that they had just come from a feast, there was a few platters of sweets on one of the tables, and someone pressed a butterbeer into Harry's hands. Hermione had come up with a plan for him that, if he was lucky, would keep at least most of Gryffindor on his side this time. Harry climbed up on one of the tables and used a quick flick of his wand to let out the sound of a gong, getting everyone's attention. "Okay, everyone, listen up, because I don't want to have to repeat this a few hundred times," Harry said with a forced grin on his face. "I'm not holding out on you, refusing to tell you how I got myself into the tournament. I didn't enter my name. The current theory that the headmaster and my godfather have is that one of Voldemort's old supporters is taking the opportunity to kill me off while being as far away as possible." There was some murmuring, and Harry could sense some of the crowd turning against him, but he had expected that. "But whoever did put my name in is going to be disappointed because I'm not going to die, I'm not going to humiliate myself, I'm not even going to sulk over this. What I am going to do is win. I'm going to win every task, and for the first time in centuries, the Triwizard Cup is going to have the name of a Gryffindor on it." Harry finished his little speech and could tell the crowd was on his side, at least for now. He would have preferred not to give a speech like that, but needs must. Now he and Hermione would probably at least have some peace in the Gryffindor common room despite anything else the other houses did. Tomorrow, he would need to face the rest of the school and, with Hermione's help, of course, try to work out a better plan for facing a dragon. And for anyone who is going to point out that the tournament killed Cedric. No, it didn't, Voldemort did, after he was taken away from the tournament. The cup was grabbed and the tournament was over. Wow, guys, 1800 followers, you guys are amazing. Chapter 12. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters. Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. Also, I don't say it nearly enough, to my beta flying Deutschman, you are epic, man, and I couldn't do this without you. The update next week might be delayed a day as I have an appointment to have a booster jab for Rona. The problem is I have to travel quite a way to get to the vaccination center, so I may be a day late updating. As always, chapters 13 and 14 are already available at under the name, Lowten. Chapter 12. Most people thought that Harry was busy preparing for the first task, with Hermione's help, but the two of them actually spent most of November trying to work out how Harry's name had come out of the Goblet of Fire. Without Junior at the school, Voldemort had obviously found another way to do it. The problem was that without knowing who was working for the man, they didn't know who to be wary of. They had a list of suspects, with Snape atop the list because he was a backstabbing Death Eater. After how they changed things in the first year, Voldemort wouldn't have seen Snape saving Harry this time around, and he may have felt more comfortable approaching the man. There was also Karkaroff. Neither thought that if the man was offered a chance to redeem himself in the eyes of Voldemort that he would turn it down. They had even penciled in Professor Lupin under the Imperious Curse, just because it was nearly always the defense professor. But they had no true evidence. They had tried to look at it in Luna's way. How would they do it if they were in Voldemort's shoes? Unfortunately, it hadn't yielded any fruit, as there were just too many people who were vulnerable and Harry had no idea what information Voldemort had on people, so there was no way to work out who Voldemort would feel most safe with. Harry let everyone think he was preparing for the tournament, of course. He had considered throwing the first 2 tasks at first, just so the other champions could have some of the glory of the tournament, but Hermione sunk that idea fast. If Harry didn't have a lead going into the maze, someone else might get to the cup first, so that meant Harry had to give each task his all. He already had a strategy for each task. Over the years he had looked back on them and worked out much easier ways to complete them. At one point, Harry even tried to concoct a plan to complete each task using only first-year spells. He hadn't succeeded, although he had come pretty close for the first task. The weighing of the wands was interesting. This time around Rita wasn't a complete stranger, so her approach was completely different. Her goal was the same, a one-on-one interview with the boy who lived, but instead of trying to bully Harry into it, she actually asked and gave Harry the choice. Harry wanted to tell the 50-year-old woman wearing robes for a witch in her 20s to fuck off, but he didn't. He had the experience to know he needed to control the message that went out to the public, so he agreed. The first thing he did was deny her the use of her quick quotes quill, and with a huff from the witch they started the interview. She again tried to portray Harry as a rebel who flaunted the rules and entered himself into the tournament. However, Harry's confessed suspicions that it was a murder attempt by a free Death Eater. After all, we know after what happened at the World Cup there are some out there, was a much better story. She asked Harry how being in the tournament was supposed to kill him, and Harry reminded the woman that the tasks were designed for students in their final year of education, or were at least NEWT students. Harry was only a 4th year, so there was every chance he wouldn't have the required spell knowledge the task needed. Once the interview was over, it was time for Ollivander to examine their wands. Instead of going on about Harry's wand, this time Mr. Ollivander had asked Harry about what happened to the young lady Harry had met in his shop. The old man was delighted to hear that she and Harry were the best of friends and practically inseparable. That Cedric was able to ask if they were talking about Hermione was enough to tell Harry that he and Hermione were not as successful at flying under the radar this timeline as he had believed. Harry waited in the tent for the start of the first task. Hermione sat with him for now, but she would have to leave and join the spectators as soon as the judges turned up. He looked around the tent they were waiting in and found that it was a lot nicer than he remembered. There was even a table with drinks set out, yet it all looked familiar. Harry's best guess was that the tent was exactly the same, or pretty close anyway, and he had just been too stressed to notice last time. If he had been as stressed as the other champions looked right now, then he could understand that. They all knew that they were about to face dragons. Harry had gone to the clearing again this time to confirm that the task hadn't changed and had seen Maxime and Karkaroff doing recon for their champions. Harry had of course given Cedric the same hint as last time. He didn't want the Hufflepuff at a disadvantage just because Dumbledore couldn't get his head around the fact that he was the only one playing by the rules. He went to the drinks table and got everyone in the tent a glass of ice water. The other champions thanked him, glad to have something else to focus on rather than the knowledge that they were about to go up against a dragon. Bagman and the judges soon filed into the tent, and Hermione was told she had to leave, giving Harry one of her bone-crushing hugs before disappearing through the tent flap. Bagman ran through the task just like last time, and the order that they drew the dragons was the same as last time, but Harry and Fleur were the only ones who got the same dragon. It made some sense to Harry. Their biggest concern to the other champions was to not get the horntail. It was the most dangerous and its spiked tail was distinctive and easy to feel on the miniature. They weren't trying to put the most dangerous dragon on him, just avoiding it themselves. Harry didn't mind one bit and even flashed the other champions a confident smile. His plan would work just as well for the horntail as it would for any dragon, and Harry planned with the horntail in mind. As Krum had pulled the Swedish short snout this time, he was first. They couldn't see the task, but they could hear Bagman's commentary, and it was enough for Harry to work out that Krumm's strategy was pretty much the same as last time. Go for the eyes and grab the egg while it's distracted. One thing Harry didn't hear was any remarks about it costing Krumm points, so Harry had to assume that this time Krumm's dragon didn't trample her eggs. Harry was glad about that. No matter how big, dangerous and scary dragons were, he couldn't help but compare them to his own mother in this situation, guarding her children from a wizard. If Harry ever found out who it was that decided to use nesting mothers, that person was in for an earful from Harry. He would have to ask the twins how to ride a howler. After Krumm had collected his egg and the arena had been reset, Fleur went out to deal with her challenge. Like with Krumm, the remaining champions listened to Bagman's commentary, with one booming line from him explaining the whole thing. "Oh, would you look at that? Miss Delacour has charmed her dragon to sleep. Oops, sorry." Bagman, in his obsessive need to be loud and the center of attention, had woken the dragon right back up. Worse, judging by the cries of sympathy from the crowd, Fleur had gotten hurt because of it. Harry just hoped that, whatever it was, Madame Pomfrey could fix her up again. Cedric was the last before Harry, and he was going to be facing the Chinese fireball. There wasn't much Harry could tell about Cedric's strategy from the commentary, though Harry could tell that Bagman didn't seem to care that his bumbling had gotten a champion hurt not even half an hour ago. There were a few gasps from the crowd, but eventually the cheer went up that told Harry Cedric had his egg. 20 minutes later, once the arena had been reset, it was Harry's turn. Once more onto the breach, he thought to himself, then shook his head. He had obviously been spending too much time with Hermione. He didn't even know where that quote was from. He made sure he had his wand and walked out into the arena. The arena was done up to look like the top of a mountain, with huge boulders all over the place. It looked like there had been some greenery at the start of the day, but that was all burnt black and was long dead before he got there. The nest was pretty obvious, filled with about a dozen real eggs, each a little bigger than a rugby ball, and the golden egg he would have to retrieve was sitting right on top of them. It would be easy to walk over and take it, if it wasn't for the dragon that was big enough to make Hagrid look like a baby if he was to stand next to the dragon. The dragon was crouched over her eggs watching him while her eye would flick up to the stands and the people around them constantly. She was agitated and worried about her eggs, and as far as she was concerned, Harry was currently the biggest threat. Harry made a show of backing away from her but staying in sight. He figured that as long as she could see him backing away, she would probably maintain the status quo and not risk leaving her eggs. He tried the summoning charm on the egg, but like he expected, it didn't work. Bagman's voice boomed out, "Sorry, Mr. Potter, it's not quite that easy." Harry smirked at that. Little did the annoying man know it was going to be that easy. Well, almost. Harry pulled a thread from the sleeve of his robe and started to cast a bunch of simple charms on it, the most important of which was a sticking charm. Then, using Wingardium Leviosa, he floated the thread over to the golden egg and sat it down on top of the egg. The dragon either didn't see or didn't care about a single thread fluttering on the wind and did nothing but keep watching Harry. It was at this point Harry got ready to move quickly. So far the dragon had done nothing because from its perspective Harry hadn't done anything, but that was about to change. Accio thread. The golden egg came flying towards Harry, and the dragon, seeing an egg flying from her nest, was no longer in the mood to sit and watch. She launched herself at him with every intention of squishing the bug that was trying to steal one of her eggs. The only thing that saved Harry from the teeth that were suddenly occupying the same space he was only a handful of seconds before was that he had expected the dragon to attack and was already moving when the 7 tons of muscle launched at him. Harry grabbed the egg that was flying at him and dove behind a boulder just in time as the enraged mother dragon now unleashed her fire. The tricky part was now upon him. He crouched, ready to sprint, pointing himself at the exit of the arena. As soon as the roar of fire ended, Harry made like he was running from the hounds of hell and sprinted for all he was worth. The dragon of course saw him and launched herself at him again, but Harry got through the barrier first, though the tear that was now running down the back of his robes from the dragon's claws was a testament to just how close it had been. As soon as he was out of the arena, Madame Pomfrey was fussing over him, not believing him when he said he was fine. She bundled Harry into a tent she had set up to treat the champions. She parked Harry on a bed and started running diagnostic charms all over his body. While she was doing that, Harry looked at the other champions. Fleur was unconscious in the bed across from him. Her arm and torso were wrapped in bandages where blood had soaked through a few spots. Harry's heart went out to her, as it was obvious that Bagman had awoken her dragon and derailed her strategy. Cedric's Left side of his head was covered in a thick oily orange paste that Harry had heard mentioned could help with burns, but he was sitting up in his bed looking happy enough. Well, he looked happier than Krum, who looked like he was sucking a lemon but otherwise uninjured. Madame Pomfrey had indeed found a couple injuries on Harry from the task. He had apparently skinned a knee and an elbow when he dove behind the boulder to avoid being cooked by the dragon. A few quick waves of her wand was more than a match for the injuries that most people got as children. While Madame Pomfrey was dealing with that, Cedric called over to him. "Good show, Harry. Krum and I got to watch your attempt. That was a brilliant idea to attach something you can summon to the egg. Proves that I was majorly overthinking the task." There was no hint of pain or unfriendliness in his voice. Harry shrugged. "I had to go with what I know. What did you do?" Madame Pomfrey finished fixing him up and went back over to Fleur. Cedric went on to explain the same strategy he had used last time, transfiguring a boulder into a dog and trying to get the dragon to go after it instead. The problem with that strategy was that a nesting mother dragon was always going to try and keep her nest in sight and would abandon any prey to protect her eggs. Hermione came bursting into the tent then and tackled Harry into his hospital bed, pinning his arms to his side as she hugged him, happy that he was still alive. Unlike in the previous timeline, they didn't give the scores for each after their part of the task was done, but instead wanted until the end and gave them all at once. Harry, Krum, and Cedric were back in the middle of the arena facing the judges waiting for the scores. They were going to come out in the same order that they had faced the dragons, so Krum was up first. Champion Krum faced a Swedish short snout and used the conjunctivitis curse to great effect. Then while the dragon couldn't see, he created a noise away from the nest and swiped the egg while the dragon was distracted. Bagman told everyone, even though the only people there who hadn't seen it were Harry and Cedric. Golden ribbons raised from the wands of the judges and twisted around themselves to form numbers. Director Crouch 8, Director Bagman 6, Headmaster Dumbledore 8, Headmistress Maxime 7, Headmaster Karkaroff 10 total, 39 out of 50. There was some light booing at Karkaroff's score. It seemed that the crowd didn't think that Krum deserved a 10. Next, Champion Delacour charmed her Welsh Green to take a nap, however she didn't remain asleep and Champion Delacour was attacked by the dragon, sustaining enough injury that the safety team had to intervene. Champion Delacour failed to retrieve her egg. "I have also received word that Champion Delacour is expected to make a full recovery," Bagman explained. Director Crouch 3, Director Bagman 4, Headmaster Dumbledore 4, Headmistress Maxime 6, Headmaster Karkaroff 3 total, 20 out of 50. Harry felt bad about Fleur's score, as it was due to Bagman waking the dragon that Fleur had failed the task and gotten hurt. He wished there was something he could do about it. A few of the crowd seemed to agree with Harry and were now accusing Bagman of sabotage. Bagman ignored them and gave Cedric's recap as the judges gave their scores. Director Crouch 7, Director Bagman 6, Headmaster Dumbledore 7, Headmistress Maxime 7, Headmaster Karkaroff 5 total, 32 out of 50. The crowd cheered for Cedric. He was only a few points behind Krum, which considering the burn Cedric had was rather generous. But Cedric was always going to get a big cheer from the Hogwarts students. Now it was Harry's turn. Champion Potter faced off against a Hungarian Horntail and our youngest champion was the fastest at getting his egg and clearing the arena. He was also the only champion to not suffer an injury. Champion Potter was the only one of the champions who tried to summon the egg, and when he discovered the egg couldn't be summoned he improvised a way to get around the anti-summoning charms. Director Crouch 8, Director Bagman 10, Headmaster Dumbledore 9, Headmistress Maxime 9. Headmaster Karkaroff 5 total, 41 out of 50. Harry wasn't surprised that he was in the lead. Over the last 6 years, from his point of view, since he had completed the task the first time, he had probably spent more time working on a solution to the task than the organizers did coming up with it. After the scores were given out and the contestants were congratulated, the three of them were pulled into a conversation with the judges where they were told the golden eggs were a clue to the next task. "What about Miss Delacour? Shouldn't she get an egg as well?" Harry asked, a little angry that they would sabotage Fleur like this. He still remembered how she came and helped with the Death Eaters that attacked the school after Malfoy let them in. Fleur deserved better than this. "No, the rules were clear. You had to retrieve your own egg," Barty Crouch said in a tone that said he thought Harry was being stupid. Harry wasn't done yet though. "Don't the rules also say that the champions are to complete the task without interference? I think a judge who can't keep his mouth shut and waking the dragon counts as interference." Harry's tone was firm and hard in a way very few 14-year-olds can pull off. A few of the judges shifted uncomfortably at Harry's words and Madame Maxime shot Harry a smile. It did start a debate amongst the judges, and even they had a vote on it. Dumbledore and Maxime voted to give her an egg but the others refused. Crouch was sticking to the rulebook, and according to him 2 wrongs didn't make a right. Harry thought the man was a hypocrite, given he had his Death Eater son under the Imperious Curse for the last decade. Bagman was obviously just following whatever would make him the most gold with his bookie. Karkaroff was the easiest to read, he just wanted to give his champion the best opportunity to win the tournament. Harry decided right then that he would help Fleur. He wasn't sure how yet, but he would do it. He wasn't going to be so cruel as to leave her on the shore of the lake terrified about her sister. There was a massive party in Gryffindor that night. The only other Gryffindor parties that rivaled that night were the times Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup. This was actually bigger, as there were more than a few people from other houses. There weren't a lot from Slytherin, as most of them didn't like Harry or Gryffindors in general, or Hufflepuff, as they were probably having their own celebration for Cedric in their common room. The Ravenclaws, however, were there in force, with about 30 of them in attendance, including Luna, who was chatting with Hermione. Practically everyone there took the time to come and congratulate Harry and tell him that he deserved first place, but Harry didn't feel like he did. He kind of felt like he had cheated, or cheated more than everyone else, having had years to plan for the task. He kept telling himself that he had gotten first place the first time as well when he was the least prepared champion, but even then he was tied with Crumb. Now he had pushed everyone else down. Harry just didn't feel like he deserved his score, and that everyone seemed to want to praise him just made it worse. He was just getting himself a drink when Luna came up behind him, grabbed his arm, and pulled him through the common room. It took Harry until they were halfway to the dance floor part of the common room to notice that the blonde girl was also pulling Hermione along as well. Once they were at the dance floor, they were inside the sound suppression charms set up around them and the music was too loud to talk. That didn't stop Luna from communicating that she wanted to dance with her friends, and neither Harry or Hermione had the heart to turn her down. The 3 of them danced together to a song that Harry was sure was by a group of young-looking vampires that called themselves the Necromancers. It was considered a fun prank to tell Muggleborn first years you are a big fan of the Necromancers without any context and watch them panic a little when they look up necromancers. Harry and Hermione started to dance along, and soon Harry started to relax. Something about dancing seemed to help him relax and stop worrying about his score. After about 3 songs, the music slowed and everyone around them started pairing off to slow dance. Harry was about to duck out and return to the drinks table, but Luna had a different plan. She grabbed a passing Colin Creevey for herself and pushed Harry at Hermione. Hermione either didn't see Luna push Harry at her or she didn't care. She wrapped her arms around him and they started to sway to the music. While Harry and Hermione were distracted by each other, Luna pulled Colin to the side. "Hey Colin, do you have your camera on you?" The boy pulled a disposable one from his pocket. "I always have a camera, you know that," he said, looking at his classmate questioningly. Luna grinned. "Great. Take a picture of Harry and Hermione dancing together for me," she said, pointing at the 2 teens dancing in the middle of the dance floor. Colin, who didn't need much of an excuse to take photos, started lining up for a shot. "Why do you want a picture of Harry and Hermione? Those 2 belong together and they are the only ones who don't see it, so I pushed them together and I want a picture to show them when they realize they are perfect for each other." Luna sounded so excited. "So basically you're a shipper." Colin laughed good-naturedly at his friend. Luna didn't understand the Muggle term, so she had Colin explain it and agreed that she was. Once Colin was done taking photos, she gave him a peck on the cheek and pulled him back onto the dance floor, where both couples spent most of their time for the rest of the night. Now Luna just hoped that the 2 boys would wake up and see what was in front of them. Thanks to Ani over on the HMS Harmony Discord for the name the Necromancers. If anyone wants to use the Necromancers, feel free. We had a lot of fun coming up with ideas as to things that could happen with a name like that. If you haven't picked up on it, try saying the name out loud, winking face. Chapter 13. It took Harry 4 days to decide what he wanted to do about Fleur not having a clue to the next task. He took his egg to the room of requirement first and created a pool to check that the clue was the same as he remembered. As it was the same clue, Harry really didn't need the egg, though he did write down the clue so that he could be seen to be going over it later. Later that same day at dinner, he approached Fleur. "Miss Delacour, May I have a moment of your time please? He asked. Fleur turned to look at him, and so did the rest of the Beauxbatons students. Because the French delegation were all focused on Harry, about half of the rest of the students started to watch him as well, though he was getting used to being everyone's favorite soap opera, so he ignored everyone but Fleur. Yes. What can I do for you, Mr. Potter? The French witch obviously had no idea why Harry was talking to her, as she looked like she was preparing to turn him down when he asked her out. Harry couldn't blame her. He saw what had happened to her during the run-up to the Yule Ball in the previous timeline. Miss Delacour, after the first task I argued that you should be given the clue anyway, not out of charity, he added quickly, but because it was unfair that one of the judges sabotaged you by waking up the dragon after you had charmed it to sleep. Some of the judges agreed with me, but not enough, Harry explained, but it was obvious that Fleur was confused by where he was going with his little speech. However, I don't need the judge's permission to give you this. Harry pulled the egg out of the bag he usually used to carry his class books and tossed it to the girl. Fleur caught the egg, no longer confused but looking resigned. Let me guess, you want a date in exchange, she actually sounded. Resigned to giving Harry a date to get the egg, and don't you need the egg yourself? Harry held up his hand's palm out towards Fleur. I don't bribe girls for dates, Miss Delacour, and I have already worked out the clue in the egg for myself. The only thing I want is to give you a fair opportunity. The judges seem to have forgotten that this tournament is supposed to be about cooperation between our schools and nations, and a British judge sabotaging a foreign champion isn't going to leave anyone willing to cooperate with us in the future. There was a lot of muttering from everyone watching Harry and listening in on his conversation. Fleur smiled at him and said, Merci, thank you Mr. Potter. I was worried about how I would face the next task without being able to prepare, but now I think I have a good chance. Harry was just about to tell the witch that it was nothing when he was interrupted by Dumbledore. An excellent show of good sportsmanship, Harry. Though I do need to question, are you sure that you have worked out the clue? Harry nodded. Yes, Headmaster. He quickly cast a muffaliato and leaned in towards Dumbledore and said, Come seek us where our voices sound, before he stood up straight and cancelled the muffaliato charm. The headmaster's eyes narrowed as if he was studying Harry before he relaxed. Very well then, Mr. Potter, you have in fact found the clue, so the egg is yours to do with as you like. If you wish to give it to the lovely Miss Delacour, then that is not anything I nor the other judges can prevent. Oh, and I think 50 points to Gryffindor for good sportsmanship and helping to right an injustice. A cheer went up from the Gryffindor table at Dumbledore's pronouncement, and most of the other students in the Great Hall clapped politely, though the students with a green trim on their robes mostly didn't bother. Which looked more odd than usual, as the Beauxbatons students and the Durmstrang students definitely did join in the clapping, even with enthusiasm from the Beauxbatons students. A few days later, Harry and Hermione were sitting in Transfiguration. Near the end of the lesson, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. Harry looked down at the guinea fowl that he had been practicing turning into a guinea pig for the last hour and suddenly realized what announcement their head of house was about to make. Indeed, Professor McGonagall told the class about the Yule Ball, causing half of the boys to stiffen at the thought of needing to ask a girl to the ball and about half the girls to get giggly. Harry considered who he was going to ask to the ball. He wasn't going to leave it until the last minute like he had in the previous timeline, as that had only caused problems. This time he was going to ask someone today. Hermione leaned across him and grabbed his book bag, pulled it into her lap and started rummaging about looking for something. It was a pity that he couldn't ask Hermione, Harry thought. She was in the same position as him. Wait, why couldn't he ask Hermione? It wasn't like she was seeing anyone, she wasn't pining for Krum to ask her again, and they were friends. They would have fun together, and it's not like they hadn't danced together before. Best of all, Hermione wouldn't be going with the boy who lived, she would expect Harry, nothing more. Hermione pulled Harry's homework out of the bag and placed it with her own, ready to hand to Professor McGonagall when they left. As he expected, Professor McGonagall called on him to stay behind for a few moments after the lesson. The rest of the class filed out, dropping their homework on the professor's desk as they passed. Hermione waited by the door as Harry approached the professor's desk. It's okay, Professor, I already worked out that if there is a big fancy ball for the tournament, and that my date and I will need to open the dancing. Harry jumped in before Professor McGonagall could say anything. Very well, Mr. Potter, I'm glad you are on top of it. I presume you are equally on top of your dress robes, they're fitting for someone representing the school? Harry laughed, which caused Professor McGonagall to look at him, her expression hard. Sorry, Professor, I went shopping for my robes with Sirius over the summer. I just remembered the set he tried to make me buy. I would have looked like a Christmas tree. But yes, I have suitable robes now. Professor McGonagall nodded. If I were you, I would go and check those robes. Knowing Sirius Black as I do, he's probably bought the other robes and transfigured them to look like the ones you think you have, with a timer set to transform them back just before the ball or right in the middle of it. It is the sort of thing he would find funny. Harry paled at that. His professor was right. That was exactly the sort of thing Sirius would do. He would need to check his robes tonight and make sure that they were fine. Professor. McGonagall saw the look on Harry's face and understood that her warning was taken to heart, so she dismissed him. Hermione had been waiting by the door for him and fell into step next to him as he left. Harry glanced over at her. Hermione, I was wondering if you would. She cut him off with her response. Of course, Harry, I will help you check your robes. Professor McGonagall is right, that is the sort of thing that Sirius would do. It would be embarrassing as hell if your robes were to transform into the monstrosity you described in the middle of the ball. Harry smiled at her before saying, Thanks, Hermione, I appreciate the help, but that wasn't what I was going to ask. She looked at him with a questioning look on her face. Would you like to go to the ball with me? Surprise passed over Hermione's face for a few seconds, but then she looked at Harry again, studying his face, looking for something. Whatever she was looking for she must have found, because she nodded once, more to herself than Harry. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and she nodded again, this time definitely at Harry. Yes, Harry. I would love to go to the ball with you. At her words, Harry felt a smile spread over his face, and the two of them went down to lunch together. News that Harry and Hermione were going to the ball together went around the school rapidly. Although the two of them had no idea about the betting pool the Weasley twins were running, so had no idea why they were the topic of so much gossip. This time, however, the whispers weren't accusing him of being the heir of Slytherin, cheating to enter the tournament. Though there was still some of that from Hufflepuff and Slytherin. And they weren't whispering that he was an attention-seeking liar. All in all, the whispers that debated whether Harry and Hermione were officially an item now were a lot easier to put up with. Between asking Hermione to the ball and Christmas Day, there were a few things that Harry needed to do. First, he checked his robes as Professor McGonagall had suggested, and he found that she was right to warn him. Sirius had indeed switched them with the ugly robes and transfigured them into a copy of his robes. Harry had no way to tell when the transfiguration would wear off, but knowing his godfather, it would have been at the most embarrassing moment. He considered writing to Sirius and asking him for his robes, but wrote it off as a bad idea. Sirius would probably just prank them as well. Instead, Harry and Hermione got permission from Professor McGonagall to leave the castle to do some shopping. Professor McGonagall wasn't happy with it but took them to Gringotts and then to get Harry some new robes. In retaliation, Harry's first few Christmas gifts to Sirius were a piece of coal and a note that he had spent the money for Sirius's gift on replacement robes. Copying Sirius's prank, he transfigured them into a Christmas jumper and novelty mug and set the transfiguration to wear off shortly after the presents had been opened. He did, however, still send Sirius a bottle of fire whiskey via Madame Rosmerta at the Three Broomsticks, who had a service where underage people could buy alcohol for adults as gifts, but she would wrap and send off the gift without it ever getting into the hands of someone underage. It was technically illegal, as it was selling alcohol to underage witches and wizards, but nobody really cared as long as she didn't let the alcohol get into the hands of kids. Harry, Hermione, and Luna did spend some time together trying to work out who had put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, as Professor Lupin was confirmed to be himself and not a Death Eater in disguise, but none of the known names of Death Eaters ever appeared on the Marauders map except for Bartemius Crouch, but that was Crouch Sr. As far as they could tell, on Christmas Day, the whole school was abuzz about the upcoming ball, and a bunch of Gryffindors decided to blow off some steam with a snowball fight. Everyone was having fun as flicking wands saw snow flying back and forth, with the girls all ducking out halfway through so that they could start getting themselves prettied up for the ball. The boys gave it an extra hour or so before they too started to disappear to get ready as well. The Weasley twins were some of the last to leave, but they did give the field of battle one last wave of their wands before they left, leaving 2 impressive snow forts for the younger students who didn't need to go to get ready for the ball. Harry found it took him longer to get ready this time, as he found he couldn't be so uncaring about his appearance this time. He was more aware of the fact that how he presented himself would be seen by everyone around him, and tonight he would be dining with some high-ranked members of the ministry. He was certain that Bagman was at least a gossip, and how Harry presented himself tonight could have some bearing on how the Ministry reacted to him when he announced Voldemort's return. Originally, he had planned to kill Voldemort at the graveyard at the end of the year, but despite all the research they did, they hadn't been able to find where the cup was hidden. Harry also just couldn't slapdash for Hermione like he had done last time. Hermione had stood by him, though so much that she didn't deserve anything less than his full effort. One big help had been given to him by Sirius over the summer. Sleekeazy's hair potion was actually made by Harry's great-grandfather. It was originally developed to manage the curse that is Potter hair. The recipe was later sold to a company that makes beauty potions for a hefty sum, as well as a small stake in the company, and any Potter could get a free bottle of the potion every 3 months. With the help of the potion, Harry was able to tame the hair he was cursed with. This took longer than expected, however, as he didn't have the slightest clue what would look good on him, but eventually he settled on something he thought looked quite good. Harry was still the first one down out of him and Hermione. When she did finally come down the girls' stairs, he was one of the only students whose jaw didn't drop in shock. She was not wearing the same set of dress robes she had last time, though the color was similar, but periwinkle blue was both one of Hermione's favorite colors and a color she looked good in. This dress, however, did something Harry would have sworn was impossible. It made Hermione look like her real age. If he hadn't known better, he would have sworn that the girl walking down the stairs smiling at him was in the body of a young woman in her early 20s rather than the 15-year-old one he knew she currently occupied. Harry felt the smile spread over his face as Hermione saw him and smiled, and she quickly made her way over to him, her silver high heels barely slowing her at all. "Wow, Hermione, you look amazing." Harry complimented Hermione out loud before leaning in and whispering quietly, "Even better than last time." Hermione blushed a little, not used to such compliments from Harry. "You don't look half bad yourself," she admitted. He offered Hermione his arm and the two of them made their way down to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall pulled them aside when they got there and directed the two of them to join the other champions in their dates in the trophy room just off of the Great Hall. The champions and their dates were to be formally announced once everyone else had arrived and taken their seats. Cedric and Krum were already there. Cedric had once again brought Cho, but as Krum hadn't been able to ask Hermione this time, he had asked one of the Durmstrang girls that Harry had never bothered to learn the name of. Harry didn't know if Fleur was thinking of herself as fashionably late or something, but they did have to wait another 15 minutes for her to drag an almost drunk-looking Roger Davies in behind her. Dinner was nicer this time, as it was Crouch himself who turned up rather than Percy Weasley, and while the man was a little dry, he was perfectly presentable and even complimented Harry for his solution to summon an item that had been charmed to prevent summoning during the first task. He had apparently sent a memo around to the Aurors about the technique, as it could prove a useful strategy for dealing with some cursed objects. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, have you ever considered a career as an Auror? I think you might have what it takes to be a good one," Crouch asked. That question had instantly put Harry on edge, as it had been Junior in the previous timeline who had suggested that Harry be an Auror after school. Could that be why the map wasn't showing who was being impersonated? Was Crouch impersonating his own father with the same name? "Not really. I'm the last Potter. I think I would prefer a career without a mortality rate, and work on rebuilding my family a little," Harry replied. If this was Crouch Jr., maybe he would report to Voldemort that Harry was soft and the snake-faced kid would underestimate him. "I can see why you could choose that option. I'm the last of my line as well, but after the deaths of my wife and son I couldn't face getting married again. But maybe the Auror's loss will be another department's gain. There are plenty of safe careers in the Ministry. My own department is one of the safest. International cooperation may not be flashy but good work." "I don't know, I can't see myself writing reports on the thickness of cauldron bottoms," Harry said truthfully. Crouch looked at him confused for a second before recognition flashed on his face. "Oh, Weasley's project. While I will admit it is boring work, 8 to 10 witches and wizards die every year in Britain and Europe due to faulty cauldrons. If some boring paperwork and reports can help bring that number down, those are real lives that are saved. It's worthwhile work that could have a real positive effect on our society, even if all most people will do is complain about the slight increase in the cost of buying a new cauldron." Looked at from that point of view, Harry could see why Percy was so proud of his project, and even though Harry hadn't said anything in this timeline, he still felt like he owed Percy an apology. As most of the students danced, Daphne Greengrass and her date for the evening, Blaise Zabini, were standing next to the drinks table watching Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Are you sure this will work? Blaise asked, eyeing his date's cold smile. Of course, I have been planning this since I learned of the ball this summer. I have everything worked out. Daphne took a drink of her punch after she spoke. I still say we should have used something stronger, Blaise repeated to her for the 8th time since she told him her plan. And I told you it's an unnecessary risk for no additional benefit. Plus your plan was just skeevy. Daphne sounded exasperated. It's not like I plan to slip them anything strong. I don't care how strong they are. If I ever catch you slipping a love potion to a girl, for any reason, I will chop off your family jewels and transfigure them into a lovely set of earrings for said witch. The venom in her voice spoke of how much the pretty young witch detested those potions. Blaise turned his lower half away from the witch next to him as he said, it's not like those two aren't already together. All the love potion would do is give them a push and win us the bet. We don't need a love potion for that, we just need good old-fashioned bottled courage. She held up a bottle of vodka from her expanded handbag, careful not to let anyone else see but Blaise see it. Neither Harry or Hermione realized they were drinking alcoholic drinks whenever they took a short break from dancing. Normally, he wouldn't have been so eager to spend time on the dance floor, but after his victory in the first task he had wound up dancing with Hermione after Luna pulled them both up to dance in the Gryffindor common room. The two of them had so much fun that Harry wondered why he was so reluctant to dance until recently. As the evening progressed, Hermione grew slightly less stable in her high heels and had to lean on Harry a little to keep from falling. The two of them danced closer and closer throughout the night, until they were dancing while Hermione rested her head on Harry's chest. After about 2 hours, the two needed to get out of the Great Hall. The two of them were overheating, and a hall full of teens dancing to the Weird Sisters wasn't the best place to cool off, so they went out into the garden that had been set up for the evening. Harry, why did you ask me to the ball? Harry thought about it for a few long seconds before he answered. I wanted to enjoy the evening, and when I thought about it, you were the only one with whom I could see that happening. Anyone else and it would have felt like a chore, an obligation that I just needed to get through it and be done with it. But with you I am having fun, Harry explained as they walked around flowering bushes. I'm glad you asked me. I like things like balls anyway, but coming with you is so much more special. Hermione went silent for almost a minute before she spoke again, this time in a quiet, unsure voice. Harry, I want to try something but I'm afraid. Hermione, you are one of the bravest people I know. What could be so scary? Harry asked. It took Hermione a few moments to pluck up the courage to answer Harry. Losing you as my friend, Hermione admitted. Impossible, Harry stated as though he was quoting a fundamental law of the universe. I doubt there is anything you could do that would keep me from being your friend, Hermione. After all these years, you are the only one I can truly trust without any doubt. Watso. Harry never got to finish what he was saying as Hermione grabbed him and pulled him into a kiss. Harry froze as his brain tried to catch up with the reality that Hermione was kissing him. She stopped suddenly and looked at him sadly. I'm sorry, Harry. I knew I shouldn't. During Hermione's apology, Harry's brain finally kicked back into gear and he realized what a mistake he had made. Hermione had kissed him and he had stood there like a plank and done nothing. She probably thought he hated her right now. He tried to think of what to say, but then suddenly he knew what to do instead. He didn't even let Hermione finish talking. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight, then did what he should have done earlier and pressed his lips to hers. Hermione relaxed in his arms and started to kiss him back, and everything just clicked for them both. This was why most people assumed they were together, because they really were. They had just been too blind and too stubborn to see it for themselves. The kiss slowly deepened and the two of them started to get more enthusiastic, until they were interrupted by a camera flash. They turned to see Daphne Jeangrass and Blaise Zabini standing there, Daphne holding a camera with a wide grin on her face. Looks like we won the bet. And some of you may find that selling alcohol to teenagers is something that should never happen. However, the truth is in Britain there are, or at least were, a lot of shop owners who only care about making a sale. When I was 14 I knew of a few shops that would sell alcohol to me. Not that I used it often. I had a family that believed, as I do, that responsible drinking at home was okay, so it wasn't uncommon for me to have a beer or a cider, British cider being alcoholic and carbonated, so I didn't need to go buying it. How do you like my Daphne and Blaise in this chapter? I wanted them being Slytherins, but not actually working against our main couple. Extremely Slytherin, but in a way that helps. Yes, it was for their own good, but at the same time they chose to do something that makes other people happy rather than making enemies. As this is the last time I will be posting before Christmas, I just wanted to wish everyone a good holiday season. I also might not update next week with Christmas and New Year. I may be too busy to write, though I will still try, but my beta may be too busy as well, so no guarantees. At worst, I will be back in January. Chapter 14. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters: Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. Also, I don't say it nearly enough, to my beta flying Deutschman, you are epic, man, and I couldn't do this without you. As always, chapters 15 and 16 are already available on Patreon. Lowten, where there is also a full-sized downloadable copy of the cover art. There is now a poll on my fanfiction bio page about what story I should do next. 4,442,866, Lowten. It won't be published soon, but I need to start putting a storyboard together. Anyway, I have rambled enough. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Chapter 14. Harry woke up slowly, and the first thing he noticed was the headache. It was only small, but it was annoying enough that it was still the first thing on his mind. The next thing he realized was that his mouth was dry and disgusting, and only then did he notice that there was a large weight on his chest. Harry opened his eyes to examine what on earth the weight was, only to see a large mass of Hermione's bushy hair covering his face. He remembered what had happened the night before: the Yule Ball, the dancing, taking a walk in the garden, and kissing Hermione. Harry felt a warm feeling welling up in his chest. They had talked once they got back to the common room and decided to give a relationship a try, but they were going to be careful about it. No matter what, they didn't want to risk their friendship, though he was sure after the rough patches that their friendship had already been. Though, with the bond between them only growing stronger, that it would take something monumental to truly risk it. Their one concern was from Greengrass and Zabini. The way they had taken their photo last night suggested that something more might have been going on. At Hermione's insistence, they were going to go by the hospital wing today and have Madame Pomfrey check to make sure neither of them were under the effects of something like a love potion. They didn't think they were, but Hermione wanted to make sure. They had ended up falling asleep on one of the sofas in front of the fire after their talk. Harry had checked the time once and found it was 2 in the morning, and they had kept talking for some time after that. He couldn't see the common room clock from where he was lying, and Hermione had the arm with his watch trapped between him, and the sofa, so he couldn't check it either, but given the amount of light that was coming through the window, he guessed that the only reason the two of them were still alone in the common room was because the other students were still sleeping in after their late night. Harry decided that he had to wake Hermione up, as it wouldn't be long until students started coming down, and if the two of them were down here showing obvious signs of having not gone to bed, they would make assumptions that he was sure Hermione didn't want them to make. "Hermione," Harry said as he placed a hand on her side, making sure she didn't roll a little and fall off the sofa as she woke up. "Hermione, I need you to wake up." "Don't wanna. Comfy," Hermione mumbled, still half asleep. "People will be here soon," Harry told her. Hermione turned to look at him and half opened one eye. "Harry, why are you in my bed? Am I dreaming again?" Hermione asked, her head still clouded in sleep. Harry smiled at that. In her early morning confusion, she had just admitted to dreaming about him in her bed, and the part of him that was flooded with teenage hormones couldn't help but grin at the idea of what he and Hermione were doing in her bed in those dreams. However, he had to focus. "I'm not in your bed. We fell asleep in the common room, and everyone is going to start coming down soon and we need to shower and change," he told her. Harry's words seemed to quickly bring Hermione to her senses. Oh my god, I need to go get changed. I'm so sorry for falling asleep on you." She climbed up off him, straightened out her robes, and started to rush off up the stairs before stopping and turning back, walking up to Harry with a slight blush on her face before she leaned down and captured his lips with her own. Harry quickly lost himself in the sensation of Hermione kissing him. She reluctantly broke the kiss, stood up, and smiled at him. "I really enjoyed my time at the ball last night, Harry," she said before she turned around and disappeared up the girls' staircase, leaving Harry with a dopey expression and a smile on his face. Harry and Hermione waited until mid-morning before they went to the hospital wing for what must have been the most awkward conversation that Harry ever had with the school nurse. "Excuse me, Madame Pomfrey." Hermione spoke rather nervously and quickly. "I was wondering if Harry and I can get checked for love potions." "Please?" The nurse looked over Hermione and Harry with a piercing look, noting that the two teens were holding hands before she sighed. And what makes you think that the two of you may need a test for love potions, and do you need a morning after potion miss? Granger, Hermione blushed. No, I don't need one of those, nothing like that happened. She told the older woman, and Harry noticed that the healer's shoulders relaxed when she said that. Harry and I became a couple last night, but something someone said makes me afraid it wasn't our choice. I'm really hoping that I'm just being paranoid, but I'd rather be sure. Madame Pomfrey nodded. I can understand that. Given how the two of you are together, I don't think you are under a love potion, but I will check and make sure. Can the two of you please sit on that bed there while I receive a testing kit? Oh, can I ask what was said? Madame Pomfrey motioned to one of the beds nearest her office, which she stepped into and left the door open so that they could keep talking. Harry answered this time as they sat down on the bed. One of the Slytherins took our photo during our, first kiss, and said something about winning something. That makes some sense, Madame Pomfrey said as she returned with 2 packets in her hand. While not strictly allowed under the school rules, it's not uncommon for students to have betting pools. I wouldn't be surprised to find that there was one on when you two would share your first kiss. And at the Yule Ball, at least after it became so well known that the two of you were going together, it might have been a good bet that someone took the photo for evidence to collect on a bet. Neither of the teens knew how to feel about that. The idea that there were enough people in the school who considered their relationship such a foregone conclusion that they were betting on, when, not if, was a big thing to get their heads around. Now these kits are pretty simple to use, the healer said as she held out 2 vials, each with a potion. Unstoppering the vial, you will find it has a pin on the underside of the stopper. Use that to prick your finger and add 3 drops of blood to the vial, give it a little shake, wait 30 seconds, and then we can consult a color chart to determine the results. Both teens did as instructed. Harry pricked his thumb while Hermione decided to prick her index finger. They added the requisite 3 drops of blood to the potion stop at the vials, gave it a little shake, and waited 30 seconds. Both potions turned a shade of pale blue, and Madame Pomfrey looked at the potions and smiled. Well, this is good news. This is exactly what I want to see whenever I use one of these kits. Pale blue means you are not under the effects of any love potion, nor are there any remnants of such in your system. Both of the teams felt a wash of relief flood through the system. Their feelings were just theirs and there was no trickery involved. So what if someone like Daphne Greengrass was able to make a few galleons by guessing when it would happen? The two of them left the hospital wing feeling lighter than they had when they arrived. With the Yule Ball out of the way, Harry and Hermione returned to their preparations for their upcoming conflicts. They made sure they were still proficient with the Bubblehead charm, after having learnt in their 6th year. Being a spell that Harry hadn't had any cause to use much for years, it took him a bit of practice to get back up to scratch with it, but once ready the two of them did spend some time in the Room of Requirement after having used it to create a replica of the environment at the bottom of the Black Lake to practice some of their spells underwater. They were also planning on what they were going to do at the end of the 3rd task. They were sure that was the day Voldemort was going to try and kidnap Harry again. According to Hermione, when she'd been reading the Horcrux books, there were some references to the ritual that Voldemort had used to return himself to a body, and the summer solstice was an important component of the ritual, or rather the end of the ritual. Voldemort would have had to start making some preparations on the winter solstice, the symbolism being that Voldemort grew as the days got longer. Would Voldemort still try using the Triwizard Cup as a portkey? Without Crouch Jr. taking the place of Alastor Moody, would they be able to ensure that Harry was the first one to get to the cup? After all, Voldemort wouldn't be happy if after all his preparations he was stuck with some random person that wasn't his enemy. What if he got Crumb? The Bulgarian wasn't a bad sort, but he had some loyalty to his school and his headmaster, a school that preached blood, purity, and a headmaster who was at one point a Death Eater. Hardly counts as the blood of an enemy. And what about Fleur? From what Harry knew of the young woman, she would definitely consider herself on the opposite side to Voldemort and therefore would count as an enemy. But how would Vela blood, the blood of an all-female near-human magical race, affect the results of the ritual? Would Voldemort want to take such a risk? But if Voldemort didn't want to take such a risk, how would he go about kidnapping Harry? And more importantly, how could Harry turn that kidnapping to his advantage? With Christmas over, the time until the 2nd task didn't seem that long. Before Harry knew it, January was over and February was disappearing just as quickly. On the morning of the 2nd task, he couldn't find Hermione anywhere, so he knew who his hostage was. His plan for handling the 2nd task was rather simple. He was going to speedrun it. Armed with his knowledge of the task from the previous timeline, he knew he didn't have to worry about other hostages waiting down there concerned for the other champions to show up, so he was going to get down there and back as fast as he could. Given what he knew and how long he and Hermione had to plan, he thought he could be down there and back pretty quickly. As they had guessed, the tournament organizers chose Hermione as his hostage this time. She was the obvious choice for him, especially after she became his girlfriend at Christmas. It didn't mean, however, that he was a fan of the idea, especially as Hermione wasn't asked beforehand. So Harry stood on the pier with the 3 other champions listening to Bagman drone on and on about stupid stuff while trying to get the crowd excited about sitting and watching the surface of a lake on a cold morning in February, wanting to get the task underway as soon as possible. Finally, 11 a.m. came around and all the waffling ended with the whistle blown for the start of the task. Harry checked his pocket again for the weird random-looking items he had brought with him. As eager to get on with it as he was, he did wait until all the other 3 champions had dove into the lake before he did anything. Starting with summoning one of the school boats that quickly came floating over to him, he climbed in and pulled out a map he had copied from the Marauders' map that morning. Harry had gotten lucky, while the whole lake was not on the Marauders' map, the part of it that contained the merfolk village was. He had been able to see exactly where Hermione and the other hostages were in relation to the rest of the Hogwarts grounds, so with a quick tap of his wand he was able to send a small boat so that he was parked directly over the village. It was only then that he cast the bubble head charm and pulled a stone out of his pocket that he had picked up on the shoreline. He cast Engorgio on it, turning the pebble into a boulder, and held on as it suddenly pulled him under the water, straight down to the village of the merpeople. Either the Black Lake was much deeper than Harry realized, or gravity works surprisingly slowly through water, because it took Harry a few minutes before he had to end the Engorgio on the rock before it could hit one of the merpeople's homes. He heard the singing of the merpeople calling to the champions to the center of their village, so he swam in that direction. Harry found the hostages quickly enough that the merpeople, who all seemed to have gathered in their village square to watch for the champions, were surprised to see one of them so early. He didn't wait around, though. He swam up to Hermione and released the bonds that were holding her to the statue. He took the rope that had held her and used it to tie Hermione to himself so that she was on his back looking over his shoulder. Then Harry withdrew the last weird item he was carrying, a balloon. Not a standard party balloon, but instead a much larger, stronger variety called a punch balloon that Hermione had gotten her parents to get for him. While not indestructible, these balloons were meant as toys for kids that would last at least a few days, and also had a loop on them that came with a long elastic band attached. Kids were meant to hold the band in their fists so that they could punch the balloon and it would spring back, allowing them to punch again and again in rapid succession. Harry, however, had removed the elastic and instead attached a shorter piece of rope that he now looped through the rope that was holding him and Hermione together. He took his wand and put the tip in the open neck of the balloon and cast Ventus. The spell created a gust of air, but it was trapped inside a balloon, blowing it up instead of creating wind as the spell originally was intended for. With the air in the balloon, that was now the size of a small beach ball, the 2 of them started to rise to the surface. It was a little awkward for Harry to get his wand out of the neck of the balloon and to pocket it without letting all the air out of the balloon, but he managed it and was even able to tie off the balloon once he had 2 hands free. It took quite a bit longer for them to float to the surface than it did for Harry to sink to the bottom, but Hermione came to life as soon as her head broke the surface of the water. After a few seconds, she got her bearings and he untied the rope that was holding them together. Once freed, Hermione gave Harry one of her patented rib crackers she called Hugs, and he summoned the boat to them, as they had surfaced a good 100 feet from it. The boat floated over to them, and then the 2 of them had fun trying to work out how to get into the boat without tipping it over. In the end, Harry levitated Hermione into the boat first and she returned the favor. With a tap of his wand, Harry sent the boat back to the pier and pulled Hermione into his arms in an attempt to share what little body heat the 2 still had. He stepped back onto the pier 26 minutes after 11, according to his watch, and the 2 were quickly bustled into the medical tent by Madame Pomfrey, who didn't waste any time in pushing pepper-up potions into their hands and told them to drink. Being the first back by such a large margin meant that when it came time for the judges to give the scores, Harry was already dry and clean, whereas most of the others, while dry, were still covered in a layer of lake grime and shivering a little. The only exception was Fleur, who was probably using her innate Vila fire magic. What an exciting task we had today. Bagman's voice boomed out, sounding cheery although it came across as false, as all the spectators grumbled after having had to watch the surface of a lake for over an hour. The judges have decided to give out the scores as a whole this time rather than separately. In fourth place we have Miss Delacour, who arrived back at the pier 10 minutes outside of the time limit with her hostage, her little sister. According to the chieftainess of the merpeople, Fleur was also the last of the champions to arrive at their village where the hostages were being held. She did, however, use the bubble head charm to great effect, and fought off a pack of Grindylows, so we award her 30 points. The crowd clapped politely, though there were a couple of boys cheering like she had won the whole tournament. In third place we have Cedric Diggory, who also used the bubble head charm and arrived at the pier with his hostage, his date to the Yule Ball, 3 minutes outside of the time limit. According to the chieftainess of the merpeople, Mr. Diggory and Mr. Crumb arrived at the village at the same time. Mr. Diggory is awarded 35 points. The crowd reaction was more enthusiastic this time, though Harry guessed this was more to do with the fact that Cedric was a Hogwarts student and a majority of the students were also from Hogwarts, rather than any particular joy at watching what Cedric had accomplished. In second place we have Victor Crumb. Mr. Crumb, instead of using a bubble head charm like the other champions, used a partial human transfiguration and turned his head and part of his upper torso into that of a shark, giving himself gills. He also transfigured his hands and feet so that they would be more adapted to moving in the water. These changes meant that, even though he reached the village at the same time as Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb was able to swim back to the pier with his hostage, who was also his date for the Yule Ball, much quicker. He arrived 4 minutes inside the time limit of the task, and as such he is awarded 40 points. The cheers for Crumb were almost as loud as the ones for Diggory. And in first place, we have the largest upset of the task and the tournament of all so far, the boy who lived himself, Harry Potter, who arrived with his hostage back on the pier only 25 minutes into the task. Mr. Potter used a combination of the bubble head charm, the engorgement charm, and the summoning charm to reach the merfolk village in record time. He summoned a boat and used it to position himself above the village, then the engorgement charm on a pebble to sink directly down to the village. After freeing his hostage, Mr. Potter used a wind charm to fill a balloon and use it to return to the boat, which he then used to return to the pier with his hostage, who was also his date to the Yule Ball. Most of the judges feel that this warranted full marks, however we decided to officially award Mr. Potter 48 points. Harry received the loudest cheer of all, even if a large part of the school didn't like him, such as the Slytherins. They did not want to be seen not supporting a Hogwarts student who had done so well. Harry suspected that by tomorrow most of them would return to business as usual, such as calling him a cheat when they passed in the halls. Right now he didn't care at all for the adulation. He actually was cheating because he had done all this before. It might be necessary, but every second he had made over the others was a chance to keep them alive. So as the scores currently stand, in fourth place, with a total of 50 points out of a possible 100, we have Fleur Delacour. In third place with 67 points, Hogwarts' Cedric Diggory. In second place, we have the international Quidditch star Victor Crumb with a total of 79 points. And in first place, with a total of 89 points, we have Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry winced at the commentator using that hated title again, but Bagman continued. The final task will be on Midsummer's Day, and the champions will be informed of all the pertinent details exactly 1 month before the task. Until then, let's have one final round of applause for the champions. Bagman got everyone clapping and cheering again. Taking it as their dismissal, the champions climbed down from their platform and made their way back into the medical tent where the hostages were waiting for them. Hermione was waiting there now. More because of Madame Pomfrey's more cautious nature rather than any actual need. Harry laughed to himself when he had the thought that Madame Pomfrey would keep someone overnight for observation if they came to her with a splinter. He sat himself next to Hermione, rather than in the bed Madame Pomfrey wanted him in, because honestly right now he needed to hug his girlfriend more than he needed fussing over by the nurse. Hey Hermione. His girlfriend turned to look at him. It's a Hogsmeade weekend next week. Want to go together? Harry, we always go to Hogsmeade together. I meant more like a date, Harry clarified. Oh, right. Yes, sorry I was being an idiot for a moment. I would love to go on a date with you. Hermione agreed, a big genuine smile on her face. Remember I love reading your reviews. Smiley face, Chapter 15. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters. Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on Patreon for my supporters under the name Lowten. There is also a link to my Discord for everyone if you want to join for a chat. Chapter 15. Draco Malfoy wasn't having a good year. It all started when his father saw a young mudblood performing accidental magic at the World Cup and decided to get his old friends together to do something about it, to show the little bit of filth what her place was before she could come to Hogwarts and have Dumbledore and his soft ways give her the delusion that her life was actually worth anything. But everything had gone wrong. One curse from a random witch or wizard was all it had taken, and his father was dead. His mother suspected that it was a foreign wizard who hadn't learned to fear the Death Eaters in the previous war. It didn't really matter who it was, though. What mattered was that Lucius Malfoy was dead. Not just dead, dead while publicly dressed as a Death Eater in the middle of an assault on Muggles. The Malfoy name was currently dirt, though the Ministry hadn't levied any fines against the house, though Malfoy was sure that was because his mother had bribed the minister, saying that it was already on record that his father was susceptible to the Imperious Curse and he couldn't defend himself in a trial. The problem was everyone else. Every ally that the Malfoy family had were keeping their distance. Malfoy had tried to get meetings with the warlocks of the allied houses, but all he ever received back was a notice that basically said that being seen with the Malfoy at the moment was tantamount to declaring that they were on the side of the Dark Lord, and that Malfoy needed to stay away if he was to have any hope of keeping those friendships in the future. Without those alliances to help him, Malfoy was on his own with only his mother for backup. His mother wanted them to keep their heads down and slowly rebuild the houses standing. However, Malfoy had ruled the Slytherin dungeon using the influence his father had shared with him. Now Malfoy was bloody and the Slytherin common room was more of a shark tank than a snake pit. If he didn't do something soon to remind everyone what his family stood for, then things might get desperate. Harry and Hermione were blushing as red as tomatoes as they stood in line waiting to get one of the Thestral-drawn carriages down to the village of Hogsmeade. While they had each done this dozens of times before, this time it was a date and they were both nervous. Harry's nerves weren't helped by the fact that the only experiences he had with taking someone on a date had all turned out disastrously. Taking Padma to the Yule Ball, taking Cho to Hogsmeade, and taking Luna to Slughorn's party. Apart from the one with Luna, which was only ever as friends, they had not had a good ending. Once they were in the carriage and heading down the road that led to Hogsmeade, Hermione cuddled into Harry and wrapped her hands inside his cloak to steal his body warmth. It was something she had done plenty of times before, and Harry automatically did what he always did and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her in a little tighter. He couldn't miss, though, that the girl he was on a date with had pressed herself against him. Now that he looked at it from the outside, it was obvious why everyone already considered them to be together. If he saw two people acting like they did, Harry was sure he would jump to the same conclusion. Once they reached the village, their first stop was Tomes and Scrolls. While not traditionally on the Hogsmeade date checklist, it was bloody cold, and visiting the Shrieking Shack to Snog was less appealing when needing to visit Madame Pomfrey to have the frostbite reversed. But far more importantly, Harry's date was the biggest bibliophile that he had ever encountered. He wasn't exactly a fan of searching the bookstore for what Hermione was calling treasures, which as far as Harry could tell meant books she wanted to read that were cheap enough that they were in her budget. But he did like the look on Hermione's face whenever she found a book she wanted. There were a couple that Hermione reluctantly returned to the shelf, and Harry took note of the titles. They were lucky that the owner of the shop was in, as he offered to send the stack of books up to the school for them, otherwise they would have been stuck carrying the books for the rest of the day. And the big leather-bound tomes that the magical world preferred were not as light and portable as a stack of Muggle paperbacks. As they left, Harry handed the man a hastily scribbled note and a stack of gold coins when Hermione couldn't see. She then wanted to try Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, and Harry, while not really being a fan of the place, agreed that a hot drink would be a good idea. The tea shop was nowhere near as bad as the last time Harry had visited in the future. With it not being Valentine's Day, the gaudy over-the-top decorations were gone and their atmosphere was a lot more relaxed. They chose an out-of-the-way table for a couple near the back, and when Madame Puddlefoot came to get their orders, both ordered a hot chocolate and Harry got a scone with closed cream and raspberry jam, while Hermione ordered a croissant. The hot chocolates each came with a small bag of marshmallows, and neither teen hesitated before emptying the whole bag into their drinks. "So, are you enjoying yourself?" Harry asked nervously and awkwardly. Hermione looked at him over the mug of hot chocolate she had been gently blowing on to cool. Yes, Harry, I'm having a great time. Just relax, I'm not expecting some grand surprise or the ultimate date. What we normally do in Hogsmeade is already pretty date-like. We just get to do things like this now. And at that she leaned over the small table that separated them and pressed her lips against Harry's. Harry, who had grown to love the frequent little kisses that Hermione gave him since Christmas, returned the kiss with equal enthusiasm. Both teens were a little embarrassed when, after finishing with their kissing, they found a need to apply a couple of heating charms to their once hot chocolate. Apparently getting caught up in a moment doesn't stop time passing for everything else. They soon finished their drinks and baked goods and returned to the chill of a Scottish winter as they did some window shopping, stopping in Honeydukes so Harry could refresh his supply of sweets. He also got Hermione a box of deluxe sugar quills, a favorite of hers that she would never admit to due to her parents being dentists. He wished that there was somewhere more upscale that he could take Hermione to lunch, but unfortunately the only restaurants he had ever seen in the magical world were pubs that also served food. Harry supposed that there would be one somewhere. He didn't think people like Narcissa Malfoy would consider an evening at the Leaky Cauldron or the Three Broomsticks an acceptable night out, but wherever that was it wasn't in Hogsmeade. The Three Broomsticks was, as it always was on Hogsmeade weekends, loud and overcrowded with Hogwarts students fighting with the regular crowd to be the next to order a drink or a meal. Harry asked Hermione to find them somewhere to sit while he went to order them something to drink and eat. He waited in a crowd of what felt like half of Hogwarts, but was eventually able to get to the barmaid, who was considered quite the looker by most of the Hogwarts boys, and ordered a couple of butterbeers and 2 plates of the day's special honey roast ham with fried eggs and chips. Rosmerta was too busy to talk, so after getting the drinks Harry went over to the table that Hermione had found. Harry, I was wondering, once we are finished with school and the war, what do you want to do with your life? Hermione asked after her first sip of butterbeer. I know you were originally thinking about joining the Aurors, is that still the case? Harry considered the question for a moment. Honestly, I can't see myself joining the Aurors anymore. Originally it was more about continuing the fight after Hogwarts. Joining the Aurors wasn't really an after-the-war thing, it was part of the war. But we're already so much closer to finishing it than we were last time. If we can actually get this done, so he doesn't come back in the future, I don't think I'd like to keep fighting. I don't really need to rush anything, there is enough gold in my vault that it will last me a good few years. I'm not sure what I want to do, but something where people are regularly trying to kill me, well, I've had enough of that. I could always try playing Quidditch for a few years, if nothing else catches my eye. Whatever happens, I'm looking for something where my family doesn't need to worry about whether I am coming home. What about you? Hermione seems to like Harry's answer. Well, I want to do something to help the house elves. I haven't really focused on SPEW this time. I wanted to focus on getting rid of Voldemort and the Death Eaters first. I was thinking maybe the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I think from there I could spearhead an animal welfare law preventing cruelty to any magical creatures that a witch or wizard owns. I was thinking if we have pictures of a few of the cuter animals as a focus, like Krups, Kneazles, Puffs, etc. Then I can get a law passed that protects house elves quickly, and then work on getting them reclassified as magical beings instead of creatures, as well as centaurs, merpeople, and a bunch of others. Really, the only other race the Ministry considers beings are goblins, and that's mostly because Gringotts would close the bank and refuse to open if the Ministry ever reclassified them as creatures. Harry smiled at her. That plan sounds almost Slytherin. Hermione shrugged. Almost everyone has some ambition and cunning, Harry, that's the problem with the Hogwarts house system. Most schools it's just random what house you have, it's just a team for sports days and house cups, but because Hogwarts bases it on personality traits, how many smart people don't end up at the top of their class because they are more loyal than smart and end up in Hufflepuff? By sorting the way we do, Hogwarts discourages developing the traits of the houses you don't get sorted into. How many times have you heard things like, we are, blank, we don't charge in like Gryffindors, we are both the kind to charge in and act, that's what got us into Gryffindor in the first place, but I'm as smart and bookish as any Ravenclaw and you want to win a war before your enemy even realizes he is fighting one. So that's pretty Slytherin as well. That's also without pointing out we are both loyal to our friends and don't shy away from hard work, the Hufflepuff traits. Harry smiled as Hermione went off on one of her impassioned rants. Well, the Had did consider putting me in Slytherin. But I asked it not to as it was Voldemort's house and I already had a bad impression of Malfoy, so I asked it to put me anywhere else. The hat also said I didn't have a bad mind, so I see what you mean though. While something might be a stronger part of someone doesn't mean the other traits shouldn't be nurtured. Just then, their dinner appeared on the table in front of them and the two were distracted with the delicious food, which quickly disappeared as the two chatted about inconsequential things. Harry was about halfway through his dinner when he remembered his butterbeer and took a drink from the full drink. He returned his drink to the table and was just reaching for his knife when he suddenly couldn't breathe. At first he thought he was just choking on a bit of butterbeer, embarrassing and unpleasant but something that happens to everyone occasionally, but then he couldn't cough it up. In fact, he couldn't cough at all, and then his stomach started to feel like it was on fire. Hermione was having a great time with Harry. First, he had taken her to the bookstore where she had managed to find a book on permanently resizing and reshaping minerals, which had been reduced in price to almost nothing because it was an older edition. If she was right, then you could use the information in the book to build your own house, and if that was true then maybe it would be an option for her to build her dream house. Even if it wasn't, it would still be a fascinating read. Then they had tried the tea shop and it was nice, though rather boring until she had gotten distracted by Harry's lips. Now they were in the Three Broomsticks talking about their futures. The daft boy had totally missed the point and assumed she was asking about career options, and gotten her distracted talking about her plans. However, he had said that he wanted a career that fit around having a family, so that was enough for her right now. Their dinner arrived and Hermione was enjoying her first real date until Harry started to choke on his butterbeer. Hermione sent him a sympathetic look, but 10 seconds passed and Harry still hadn't stopped choking. His face was turning red, so Hermione pointed her wand at Harry and hit him with a spell to clear his airway. However, instead of sucking in lungfuls of air as she expected, Harry started to foam at the mouth and his body stiffened and started to have some kind of fit. Hermione panicked. Harry obviously wasn't just choking on his drink, was he sick? Did he catch something? No. Everything was happening too quickly for that, and she had to do something because Harry wasn't breathing. Hermione tried to vanish the foam that was blocking Harry's airway, and she was rewarded by Harry taking a deep and desperate breath. However, her relief was short-lived, as only seconds later there was more foam coming from Harry's mouth, once again blocking his air. Hermione did her vanishing spell again and he once more took a desperate breath. This time, she didn't wait and cast the spell again. She could feel that the amount she had to vanish each time increased, like whatever was doing this to Harry was fighting her efforts to keep him alive. Hermione didn't know how long she was kneeling on the floor, vanishing foam from Harry's lungs as he coughed and sputtered trying to get enough air, while a bunch of people who had been enjoying an afternoon in the pub stood around him watching. What she did know was that she couldn't keep this up forever. Casting spell after spell back to back like this was burning through her magic, and she was quickly approaching a limit where she wouldn't be able to keep going. Someone put a hand on her shoulder, but she ignored it to focus on Harry and kept casting. She barely noticed another person kneeled on Harry's other side. "It's okay, we got this. Let us do our job now." Hermione turned and found that the witch who had put her hand on her shoulder was wearing the lime green robes that were the uniform of the healers at St. Mungo's. "I have to keep vanishing the foam or he can't breathe," Hermione insisted weakly. "My colleague can do that now, you sit down and get your energy back up," the witch said in a tone of authority that Hermione was too tired to fight against. She looked at the colleague the witch had indicated and found a wizard who looked like he was younger than her real age already vanishing the foam from Harry's lungs. Hermione slid out of the way, but stayed close to Harry holding his hand. The witch started waving her wand over Harry, casting diagnostic spells all over him. "Okay, it's not a virus, not a bacteria. I don't detect any curses or hexes that have gone out of control. Bloody hell, the boy's been poisoned." The healer was muttering to herself, but Hermione was close enough to hear her and her eyes went wide. The healer put a hand in her bag and pulled out what looked like a stone, which Hermione realized must be a bezoar. "Okay, I'm going to need you to swallow this for me, young man. Do you think you can do that?" She held up the stone for Harry to see, but he shook his head. "No, okay. I have a charm that can help, just let me pop this in your mouth." Harry didn't object and the healer quickly put the bezoar in his mouth, and with a quick wave of her wand the stone shot down Harry's throat. "The foaming is slowing. It should stop in a few minutes," the younger healer who had taken over from Hermione told the other. "It hurts." Harry was able to choke out a few words now that the foam coming from his lungs was slowing and he wasn't having to fight for every breath. The witch answered him. "The poison didn't just fill your lungs with foam, it was also burning away at your stomach." The bezoar neutralized the poison, but it didn't fix the damage that was already done. You are going to have to come to St. Mungo's for at least the next few days, but you should make a full recovery. Hermione relaxed hearing that, and after a bit of fussing around, Hermione and the witch healer both busied themselves collecting samples of what Harry had been eating. The healer so they could run tests on it, and Hermione so she should give samples to the DMLE. Then Hermione and the two healers supporting Harry between them disappeared into the flow to St. Mungo's hospital. Okay, Miss Granger, can you please tell me what happened from your point of view? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked Hermione. Harry was sleeping next to her, a dreamless sleep potion allowing him to remain unconscious while his digestive system and lungs were still damaged to the point of agony. Hermione had refused point blank to leave his side, which was why the Auror she knew well from the Order of the Phoenix was asking his questions here. It was difficult for Hermione not to react when Kingsley had walked through the door with her mother, who was there because Hermione was a minor, at least legally, and needed an adult to be questioned by the DMLE. From her perspective, the man was an old friend, whereas he had never met her in his life. Hermione explained how she and Harry had been out in Hogsmeade on a date and how Harry had just started choking in the middle of dinner. Kingsley had written down everything she said and was surprised when Hermione told him that she had also collected samples of what Harry had been eating for them to test. If you can determine whether it was in what he had at the Three Broomsticks, then it could help work out who poisoned Harry, right? Hermione asked. Normally yes, but in this case we already know who did the poisoning. Madame Rosmerta has already admitted it. That shocked Hermione. Madame Rosmerta had never been against Harry or anyone else for that matter. The woman operated under the rule that as long as you behaved yourself in her pub then you were welcome. It looks like she was placed under the Imperious Curse and forced to poison Mr. Potter. That made more sense to Hermione, but then she realized this exact thing had happened last time. Malfoy had Imperious Madame Rosmerta to poison a bottle of mead meant for Dumbledore, which ended up poisoning Ron after he had gotten dosed with a love potion meant for Harry. Hermione hadn't been involved in that incident, she had only been told about it later, so she hadn't connected the two incidents straight away. Hermione debated internally if she could point the Aurors at Malfoy in a way that was believable. She would need more than just, "It was Malfoy, I know he did it." In the end, she decided that she would talk it over with Harry when he woke up. She and Shacklebolt talked for a bit more as he asked questions and Hermione told him everything she could. Then the man left Hermione alone in the room with her mother and an unconscious Harry. "So you and Harry were on a date. When did the two of you finally admit you were dating?" Emma Granger asked with a sad smile on her face. "Harry asked me to be his girlfriend at Christmas. We are taking things slowly, we don't want to risk our friendship if this doesn't work," Hermione explained as she took Harry's hand and held it. Her mother shook her head in the way that Hermione knew meant that she thought her daughter was being naive. "Hermione, I don't think you have much to worry about in that regard, though you and I are going to be having a long talk when you get home this summer." Hermione blushed. She could remember what talk her mother had planned and it had been embarrassing enough the first time. "Mum, Harry and I aren't anywhere near there yet," Hermione whined in the way teens can only do with their parents. Emma Granger gave her daughter a hard look. "Hermione, you spend 9 months of the year in a boarding school. Even if you aren't ready for sex yet, can you honestly say you won't be by next Christmas? Or Valentine's Day? We will talk this summer, or you won't be going back to Hogwarts. I'm sure we can find an all-witches school for you." "Fine, we can talk, just don't expect me to be enthusiastic about this," Hermione capitulated. "Now can we drop this in front of Harry, please?" She definitely didn't want Harry to hear any of this. This chapter wasn't in the original plan, but I couldn't believe that Malfoy would go any longer without doing something. I know you might not like where this chapter ended, but before you all start looking for your pitchforks, think you will love what happens next chapter. I love reading your reviews. Chapter 16. Thank you to all of my supporters, with a special thank you to my awesome Terror supporters. Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ibuki Miota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I love you all. The next 2 chapters are already available on Patreon along with a link to my Discord server where you can get updates and sneak peeks of upcoming fics. Chapter 16. Harry felt like he had to force himself awake. He imagined it was like trying to swim in a pool full of golden syrup. A lot of effort for not getting very far. It was still too much effort to even open his eyes, but as Harry became aware of himself he noticed that he was lying down in a bed. Someone holding his hand and his lungs felt like someone had filled them with sandpaper. OWW. His voice was weak and raspy. Harry, you're awake. Oh, finally. How are you feeling? Harry recognized Hermione's voice and sentence structure, and the hand holding his tightened as she spoke. OWW, Harry elegantly repeated. He heard someone get up and leave the room, but he knew it wasn't Hermione as she was still holding his hand. What, he tried to speak, but it was hard, it hurt and his voice was weak. You shouldn't try to speak yet. Just nod and shake your head for now, okay? Harry nodded. That made sense and talking hurt. You wanted to ask what happened? At his nod, Hermione told him about how he had been poisoned. Oh Harry, it was horrible. Once we flew here to St. Mungo's, they took you straight into a treatment room and I was left just sitting outside. The Aurors came and talked to me. They wanted me to go to the ministry with them but I refused to leave. I gave them samples of the food and drink you were eating to test. Turns out that was a waste of time. For poisonings, the DMLE sends samples here to St. Mungo's to test. Apparently they have the best potions team in the country and they specialize in breaking down poisons and working out an antidote. The healers had already collected samples for their team, and it's standard practice to send a report to the DMLE in a case that looks like it might be deliberate. Poisoning. Harry was finally able to open his eyes as he continued to listen. They had you in the treatment room for hours. Sirius turned up at some point. I'm not sure when, I just noticed at one point that he was sitting next to me and I had been crying on his shoulder. Eventually they worked out the counter to the poison, but it had already damaged your lungs. The foam that I was clearing from your lungs wasn't just choking you but was also acidic and burning away at your lungs. You have been in a healing coma for 3 days while they worked on your lungs. How long? I told you, 3 days. Harry shook his head. How long till you can go back to Hogwarts? Harry shook his head. How long till your lungs heal? Harry nodded. Well, Healer Nightingale, and it's no relation, I asked, said that it will take a month to fully heal, but you should be at 95% within another 3 days. Harry was confused. He didn't think he knew any Nightingales to connect a relation to. Hermione must know one at Hogwarts. None of that mattered to him, though. It was going to take 3 days until he could breathe properly again. The door opened and Sirius walked in with a man in lime green healer robes. The healer was all business and examined Harry and the condition of his lungs, then wrote out a prescription that copied itself, one set attaching itself to a clipboard at the foot of Harry's hospital bed and the other folding itself into a paper aeroplane and flying out the door, presumably off to wherever street Mungo's potion lab was. He must have guessed right, as not even 10 minutes later an apprentice healer came in with a tray of potions. Harry had to drink 6. 1 to stop the pain from his lungs, 1 to oxygenate his blood directly to cope with his currently diminished lung efficiency, 1 to remove the carbon dioxide from his blood, 1 to vaporize any dead skin in his lungs so he could just breathe it out, and 2 to actually heal his lungs. The apprentice healer told Harry he would be taking these potions every 6 hours for the next 3 days. Harry did the math in his head quickly and realized he would have to drink 144 potions over the next 3 days, and all of them probably tasted like water that a troll had used to soak its feet. 5 minutes later, he had to admit he was wrong about the taste of the potions. They tasted worse. But he also had to admit that after the pain potion and the potions that replaced his breathing, he felt 1,000 times better. His breath was shallow and a little laborious, but he didn't feel out of breath, and when he tried talking the pain was gone, though his voice was huskier and he still had trouble saying more than 3 or 4 words before he had to breathe in again. So tell me, who did this, to me? Harry asked Hermione and Sirius after the healer and his apprentice had left. Well Harry, the Aurors don't know yet. They found out it was Madame Rosmerta who put the poison in your butterbeer, but they also found out she was under the Imperious curse. She is incredibly shook up by all of this and has written to me to convey her deepest apologies, Sirius explained. Fuck, it was all Harry needed to say. It was impossible for the DMLE to track who had cast that spell on Rosmerta without testing the wand of the person who did, and the chance of that happening without an eyewitness was remote at best. Even with the potions, the more he talked the more the soreness returned to his throat, although now it was more like a bad cough. Understanding that Harry couldn't talk much, Hermione pulled out a book and started reading it to him. Hobbit. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. So, it was Malfoy, right? Harry asked Hermione as they walked from the hospital wing to the Gryffindor common room. It had been impossible for the two of them to talk about their suspicions at the hospital, as they were never alone. Hermione hadn't left his side, sleeping in the chair next to his bed even when he said it was fine for her to go home or back to school to sleep, but there had also always been an adult there with them who wasn't in the know. The most common was Sirius, followed by one or the other of Hermione's parents, but even Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin had each stopped by for a shift. Harry understood. He had been attacked and they were worried for him, but he would be lying if he said he hadn't found it a little irritating after 2 days. It was his plan in the other timeline, but that in of itself isn't proof, and it's not like we can tell the authorities why we suspect him. True. Is there anything we can do? I don't think so, Harry. It's not like we can tell anyone how we know what we do. True, we'd end up with Lockhart as a roommate. No, remember? He still has his memories this time. Oh right, I wonder what happened to him? I heard that his publishers dropped him after he got students pregnant and he is on the hook for child support. He is now working as a freelance manuscript editor. Basically, if a writer wants someone to check their punctuation and spelling, they can pay him to do it. Harry laughed and Hermione looked at him. I wonder if he will edit essays. I could send him my defense against the dark arts one and maybe he would learn some of what he was supposed to teach. Hermione laughed along as well. I'm just glad that this won't interfere with the third task. The last thing we need is me losing my magic due to not being able to compete. Hermione looked at Harry, surprised, and then she smiled. Harry, that's it. She took off running back the way they had come from. Harry guessed towards the library. Still unable to run yet, Harry followed at a walking pace. He found her in the library, reading a thick leather-bound tome that looked like it was a couple 100 years old. When Harry put a hand on her shoulder to tell her he was there, she looked up at him. It's right here, Harry, look. She passed the book over to him. Harry looked at the passage that she was indicating and gave a quick read through. This is perfect, almost too good to be true. Are you sure it would work? Hermione bit her lower lip, her nerves failing her a little, and said, well, I need to do a little more research to check, but I think so. He recognized when she was just second-guessing herself, so he just leaned in and gave her a quick kiss before saying, this is perfect. It took Harry and Hermione 3 days to finish checking what she had found would work the way they wanted to, then another week to check the legality of doing it, and they were in the clear. They decided on doing it on Friday, as the weekend would likely be needed for dealing with the fallout. After classes had ended, Harry and Hermione walked into the Great Hall hand in hand, but instead of going to the Gryffindor table to eat, Harry, with Hermione there supporting him, walked up to the staff table and waited politely, as Dumbledore was in the middle of a conversation with Professor Vector and had held up a hand asking them to wait a moment. Once Dumbledore had finished with his conversation, he turned to Harry and Hermione. Good evening, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. What can I do for you this evening? And how are you feeling now, Harry? Everything healed up after the unpleasantness? I'm mostly good now, sir, still a little short of breath, but Madame Pomfrey assures me everything will be back to normal in 2 weeks. I'm glad to hear it, Dumbledore said, sounding sincere. Sir, as per my right as a champion of the Triwizard Tournament, I formally request an audience with the Goblet of Fire, Harry said in the most polite way he could. Harry, that's extremely dangerous. You could very easily lose your magic if you do anything even slightly wrong. I refuse your request, Dumbledore said in his usual grandfatherly tone, the one Harry wished he could still trust. I'm afraid I must insist, Professor, and with all due respect I phrased it as a request, as a courtesy. If a champion asked for an audience with the Goblet of Fire, then there is nothing a judge can do to prevent it. But Harry, Dumbledore started, but Harry cut him off. Sir, I understand why you are concerned, but I have already made up my mind. Harry tried to be as nice as he could, considering he was dismissing the headmaster's concerns and essentially using the Triwizard contract to order the man around. Headmaster, if the boy wants to rush in like an idiot Gryffindor and destroy his magic, then that's his choice. I say we let the fool go right ahead. Maybe once he is done, there can be some peace around here again. Snape sneered at him. Harry had to fight to keep from rolling his eyes, but he was only now realizing that all of the staff were looking at him, as were 3/4 of the students. Dumbledore visibly deflated as he gave in and called on a house elf to retrieve the Goblet of Fire from his office. Then with a flick of his wand he created a small table in front of the staff dining table. When the house elf got back, she placed the cup on the small table. Harry nodded to Dumbledore and then turned to address the students. As you all know, as a Triwizard champion I have a contract with the Goblet of Fire, as do the head teachers of the 3 schools. What many of you may not realize is that all of you in this room also have a contract with the goblet, when the head teachers signed their schools up for this event. You are all part of the school that was signed up. There is almost nothing you are required to do, so this is mostly just a quirk of magical contracts. However, there is one class A that students can fall afoul of, and that's not to interfere with the tasks. Everyone was listening to Harry now. As you have all probably heard, I was poisoned almost 2 weeks ago. Despite what anyone has heard, this was an attempt on my life, and as a dead champion can't compete in a task this counts as interference. There were stunned looks on most of the faces. Harry glanced at Malfoy and noticed the little shit was wearing a smirk that basically telegraphed to Harry that he had done it and thought that his use of the Imperious Curse left him untouchable. Harry turned back to the Goblet of Fire. Goblet of Fire, I, Harry James Potter, champion of the Triwizard Tournament, ask you to render judgment. It is my belief that a student of one of the schools of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons or Durmstrang did attempt to cheat by bringing about my death before the end of the final task. Once Harry finished talking, he stepped up to the Goblet of Fire, the flame of which had just turned black, and pulled his potions knife from his pocket. After pricking his thumb, he let a single drop of blood fall into the cup. As soon as the blood touched the fire, it jumped out of the goblet to about 3.5 feet over the surface, then it turned pure white. When Harry was in his last year in Little Whinging Junior School, he and all the other students had taken a tour of the local comprehensive school. It was just an orientation for the incoming students, but when they were being shown the science labs, the science teacher had decided to impress everyone by burning a strip of magnesium in a Bunsen burner. The light from the fire over the goblet reminded Harry of that, brilliantly white and almost impossible to look at due to its brightness. As Harry was bathed in the light, he could feel the magic of the goblet reach into him and judge him. What it was looking for Harry wasn't sure at first, but then he was replaying some of his memories connected to the tournament. First was him giving Cedric a warning about the dragons after he had confirmed that the other champions knew about them, then it was him giving Fleur his copy of the clue for the second task. Harry was a little worried now that the goblet could easily take those instances as cheating. However, he soon felt a rush of approval coming from what he now realized was a fire spirit of some type. A spirit that seemed to think Harry's actions were fair to the other champions. Next he had to relive his experience of being poisoned. The spirit definitely didn't seem to like that, but when it withdrew from Harry he could tell that there was no danger to him anymore. From next to Harry there was a little, "Oh," from Hermione as the spirit examined her. And then there were little sounds of surprise from almost everyone in the hall as the spirit searched for who had tried to kill Harry. For almost everyone there were also little sounds of relief or curiosity. But from Malfoy there was a scream of terror. "No, please no, please no," Malfoy called as he was lifted into the air by an unseen magic, leaving him floating at the same height as the ball of fire that was floating over the goblet. The area above the Slytherin filled with a dense cloud of white smoke, and almost like the smoke was a projection screen, Malfoy's memories started playing out over the surface. The first memory was Snape handing Malfoy a book and telling Malfoy to be careful with it, as there were dangerous potions in the book and that he needed to keep the book hidden because it was banned in Hogwarts to any student not studying NEWT-level antidotes. The second was Malfoy brewing a potion. The third was him sneaking into the stockroom in the Three Broomsticks, and when Madame Rosmerta came to investigate what she thought was a Hogwarts student trying to steal a bottle of fire whiskey, Malfoy hit her with an Imperious Curse, gave her a vial of poison, and told her to make sure it ended up in Harry Potter's drink. Then he slipped out of the back room, ordered a drink, and sat down in a corner and watched as Harry and Hermione came into the pub and ordered drinks and food. Then he watched as Harry drank the poison-laced drink. Everyone got to watch Harry as he started to choke, then foam at the mouth, Hermione desperately doing everything she could to keep him alive. The real Hermione buried her head into Harry's chest, the images of Harry's near miss with death distressing her. Harry put his arms around her and ignored the rest of the hall as he reassured her that he was okay. Everyone else was now looking at Malfoy, and apart from a few holdouts in Slytherin, they were all looking at him like he was something disgusting they had trodden on in care of. Magical Creatures class. Even the people who didn't particularly like Harry were horrified that Malfoy had used an unforgivable on Madame Rosmerta, someone that was almost universally liked by the students third year and up. Snape snapped at Harry. "Potter, you have proved your point. End this now or I will have you in detention for the rest of your time in this school." Harry turned to the irate professor. "There is nothing I can do, this is out of my hands now." And maybe if you hadn't given him a how-to guide on making poisons, then this wouldn't have happened. Harry's words were cold and calm. "Who do you?" Snape started yelling at Harry, but he was cut off by another scream from Malfoy. The fireball was no longer floating over the goblet but flying straight at Malfoy. It flew directly into the Slytherin, but instead of striking him it flew into his chest and was almost absorbed into his chest. The Goblet of Fire had determined that Malfoy was guilty of interfering in the tournament and now his magic was now forfeit. A part of Harry was disgusted with himself for doing this to someone, but another, bigger part of him was thinking about the bigot's attempts to kill Dumbledore. How he had hospitalized Katie, almost poisoned Ron, led a gang of Death Eaters and Fenrir Greyback into a school, and now used an unforgivable to try and murder him, all for a belief that his blood status made him better than other people. Taking his magic was justice. Less than a minute later, Malfoy fell unconscious in the fire, now back to its regular blue, emerged from Malfoy's chest and floated back into the cup that was its home. As soon as the fire touched the goblet, whatever magic that was holding Malfoy in the air ended and the blonde git crashed to the floor. The whole room was silent now, looking at either Harry or Malfoy. Harry went to walk out of the Great Hall, as the excitement had ruined his appetite and he just wanted to leave, but Dumbledore stood up and shouted, "Mr. Potter, my office, now." And Hermione was asking if the healer was related to Florence Nightingale, an Englishwoman who was basically the founder of modern nursing when she and a number of other women aided wounded soldiers. She gave nursing a favorable reputation and became an icon of Victorian culture, especially in the persona of the lady with the lamp, making the rounds of wounded soldiers at night. This is someone most British children are taught about in history classes, though some teach it at junior school level and some in early comprehensive school, which Hogwarts replaces, hence why Hermione knows but Harry doesn't. Hermione reading to Harry. "Okay, I think this might find itself sneaking into any long Harry, Hermione fici right. The idea of them reading to each other is just so cute to me." Chapter 17. Thank you to all of the people who support my creativity, with special thanks to Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime, Jack Schreiner. To read the next 2 chapters right away or to get a link to my Discord server, go to Padre on Lowten. Chapter 17. Harry was now sitting in the headmaster's office while a bunch of adults shouted at him and each other. Professors McGonagall and Snape had both come along, and as soon as they were there, Snape had stuck his head in the fire and called Draco's mother and the head of the DMLE. Both had rushed to the school after Snape had told them that Harry Potter had just stolen the magic from Draco Malfoy. Only Narcissa Malfoy had called the Minister of Magic first, and the man had come running as well, drawing his pink toad with him. Now Fudge was calling for Harry to get the Dementor's kiss. Umbridge and Snape were egging him on. Narcissa was weeping for her son. Professor McGonagall and Director Bones were trying to get everyone to calm enough to actually get the full story. And Dumbledore was sitting at his desk silently staring at Harry like he had just killed a puppy. "This is a travesty. I will see justice done for this outrage." He was the last of a pureblood line that has been a part of Britain's magical society for hundreds of years. "It will have to be the Dementor's kiss," Fudge was shouting at the top of his voice. "Quite right, Minister. Public execution. Bare minimum." Umbridge was failing to hide her glee. "The boy has been nothing but a troublemaker since he got here. If the headmaster had actually expelled him when I asked, then this would never have happened," said Snape as he tried to stir the pot even more. "Oh, shut up, Severus. The only thing Mr. Potter has done is to stand up for himself when Malfoy antagonized him. If you had actually disciplined the boy instead of letting him off, then maybe Malfoy would have grown up," McGonagall snapped at Snape. With all the arguing around him, finally Harry had had enough. "Shut up, all of you, and listen. I am the Minister of Magic and I will not be talked to this way. If you don't listen, you won't be Minister for Magic much longer, because the headline in the Prophet will read something like, Cornelius Fudge wrongfully executes boy who lived. How long do you think you could survive as minister after a headline like that? Do you think you'd make it a full week?" But, preposterous, you broke laws." "No, Minister, I didn't. And if you actually listen you will understand, but to do that you need to shut up." The man did, and when Snape tried to jump on Harry calling him an arrogant something or other, he was unable to finish as Director Bone hit him with a silencing charm since she actually wanted to listen to Harry's side. "You all know of the attempt on my life where I was poisoned by an imperious Madame Rosmerta." Harry paused and everyone nodded. "Well, Under the laws that govern the Triwizard Tournament, no member of the host school can try to prevent a selected champion from competing. This was added in the 13th tournament, to prevent students from the host school sabotaging foreign competitors, though was written to include all champions and not just the foreign ones. If there was such an attempt, a champion can ask the goblet to render judgment. Now petty things like badges, chants, or tripping jinxes wouldn't be enough. For the goblet to act, the person must have done something such as try to kidnap, permanently injure, or kill a champion. Draco Malfoy put the imperious curse on Madame Rosmerta and forced her to try and kill me. And we all saw the evidence. The cup displayed Malfoy's memories of casting the curse to every student, professor and visitor in the Great Hall before rendering its judgment. So, Minister, not only was it completely legal, and I have copies of the relevant laws ready to be sent out to every paper and radio show in magical Britain, by people I trust, it was also the Goblet of Fire that took his magic and not me. And there is no way for you to keep it quiet that Malfoy was the one who tried to murder me using an unforgivable curse. Given these facts, Minister, how do you feel about that Dementor's kiss now? The minister prevaricated for a bit before conceding that he might have been a little hasty. Narcissa Malfoy had been crying the whole time since she had heard from Dumbledore that her son had been stripped of his magic. Harry had to give the woman one thing: she loved her son. Now that it looked like the minister was ready to walk away from the situation, though, she jumped up. But Minister, Draco is the last of his line. Without him the Malfoy name will die out. There are laws that punish anyone who ends a line like this. Bullshit. Harry shouted at the top of his voice. Your little shitbag of a son is guilty of an unforgivable curse and attempted murder. That is a mandatory life sentence in Azkaban. Not much chance to sire an heir there. But as he no longer has magic, I'm sure you can bribe enough people to reclassify him as a muggle to keep him out of there. If he were to marry a witch and have magical children, then they can continue the magical house of Malfoy. This way the brat can still try and make something of himself instead of dying from Dementor exposure. Harry's words didn't exactly have a calming effect on Narcissa Malfoy, who instead lunged at him. Her long nails caught his face, leaving 3 bloody scratch marks on his cheek before the woman was stunned by Director Bones. Harry agreed with the director when she suggested that pressing charges for Narcissa's attack on him was a bad idea, and after a quick bit of field healing from the former Auror, the stinging feeling in his cheek died down to barely noticeable. Narcissa was revived and Snape was volunteered by Dumbledore to escort the woman to the hospital wing where she could see her son. The two left, but not before Snape unloaded another barrel load of his vitriol on Harry. There was still more arguing and debating to be done in the headmaster's office, and over the next couple of hours it was decided that Harry would go to the DMLE and give his statements and Director Bones would stay in the school and do a fast preliminary investigation. If everything was as Harry had said, then he would be returned to the castle that night while the Aurors did a more in-depth investigation. If the quick investigation threw up any red flags, then Harry would be spending his time in a DMLE holding cell during the investigation. As he had thought, Harry was back in the castle by 10 o'clock that night and found a worried but very relieved Hermione once she saw him. As he expected, he had to deal with one of Hermione's rib crackers she called hugs before being subjected to what felt like a million questions. Harry carried Hermione over to one of the sofas and sat there answering as many of her questions as he could, telling her what had happened from his point of view. Honestly, Hermione, it was nothing. They had to wait for Sirius to get there before they could ask me any questions, and once he was there I just told them about finding the right in our reading of the Triwizard rules and laws and how I invoked the goblet to test the Hogwarts students. There were a load of clarification questions and I had to go over everything about 6 times, but eventually Director Bones got back to the DMLE, and after she talked with the people who were interviewing me they quickly decided to send me back here. There will still be a full investigation, as we guessed, but we know that won't turn up anything. What happened here? Well, Madame Bones and another Auror selected me and a bunch of students who were of age and interviewed us. They wanted to know what the of-age students saw exactly, and they wanted the full story from me. They just asked us each questions in the Transfiguration classroom. Hermione explained her part. Why only of-age students? Harry asked. Professor McGonagall had to sit with me just as Sirius needed to sit with you, but no need to worry about that if the person you are asking is of age. Hermione shifted as she spoke so she was now using his lap as a pillow. And as they let me go I'm guessing that everything went smoothly here? Hermione nodded as her only response. The two quickly found that sleep was overtaking them, and without a conscious thought decided to spend the night right where they were. Harry drew his wand, and with a few waves his feet were now elevated on a padded footrest. The back of the sofa he was sat on was transfigured to lean back like a recliner. There were a bunch more logs on the nearest fire and a blanket found its way over Hermione. The next few days were hectic. The darker students were terrified of Harry, afraid that he could do to them what he had done to Malfoy, whereas the lighter students, while cautious, thought that what Harry had done was justified. The DMLE were of course there, going over everything, doing their investigation, but it seemed that the investigators agreed with Harry and Hermione's interpretation of the law. What they had done was legal, though Harry wouldn't be surprised to hear that more than half of the investigators signed a motion to update the laws to make it illegal in the future. A bunch of unspeakables also came to examine the Goblet of Fire. They didn't say it, but Harry suspected that they wanted to discover if Malfoy's magic could be returned to him, or if it could be given to someone else. Harry doubted that. If he was right, then the fire spirit that lived in the cup had eaten the magic and it no longer existed as a separate entity to the spirit. The best part happened the day after Harry had turned Malfoy into a squib. Harry and Hermione were walking around the castle avoiding the attention from the rest of the school, when suddenly there was a popping sound and Dobby appeared in front of them. In less than a second the elf had grabbed onto his legs and was joyfully saying, "Thank you," repeatedly. "Dobby, what happened?" Hermione asked the elf, as Harry was too surprised to do anything. "Harry Potter is saving Dobby. First Harry Potter is killing Bad Master, then he..." Dobby started, but Harry quickly covered the elf's mouth with his hand, and after looking around to see if there was anyone around they pulled the elf into a nearby out-of-use office. As soon as the door was closed, Hermione started casting every privacy ward she knew. Once she was done, she nodded to Harry, who removed his hand from Dobby's mouth and asked, "Dobby, what makes you think I killed Lucius Malfoy?" Dobby looked at Harry confused. Dobby is knowing because Dobby was there. Dobby is watching as the great Harry Potter Sir is stopping old Bad Master. That worried Harry and Hermione. They had both thought that being under the cloak had protected them from being seen. "Dobby, can you tell me exactly what you saw?" Harry asked. Dobby is not seeing anything. Dobby is feeling it. Mr. Harry Potter Sir and his grandee was being stealthy, and when Bad Master was hurting Muggles, Harry Potter Sir stopped Bad Master from ever hurting Dobby again. Dobby was looking nervous now. "Did any other elves sense what we did?" Hermione asked openly. There was no point in pretending now. Dobby is not thinking so, but even if they did, they is not knowing how the great Harry Potter Sir's magic feels. So they is not knowing it is you. That caused the two teens to sigh in relief. Sensing that he was in the clear now, Dobby continued. "And now you has freed me from young Bad Master. Dobby is free." "But Draco is still alive, wouldn't you still be bound to him?" Harry asked. Dobby shook his head excitedly. "Bond is requiring magic. No magic, no bond." "I would have thought it would transfer to Narcissa then," Hermione questioned. "If young Bad Master be's dying, then yes, Mistress would be inheriting Dobby. But young Bad Master is still alive, so no inheritance. But bond also broken, so Dobby is free." The little elf started dancing as he said he was free. Harry suddenly had an idea. "Dobby, why don't you work for me? I'll even pay you 5 galleons a week." If Dobby worked for Harry, then he could order the little guy to never talk to anyone about how Harry had killed Lucius. The elf lit up at that, but decided he would negotiate his pay. 1 canute a month. The two negotiated for 20 minutes before they settled on 5 galleons a month, and Dobby was required to spend 1 day a week not working. Hermione tried to persuade Dobby to accept higher offers, but he outright refused to even consider what Hermione wanted to pay him, 10 galleons and 2 days off a week. Secretly, Harry was happy about that. Not that Dobby didn't deserve it, but Harry was still in school and paying that much for anything when he didn't have a job would be difficult. Harry had enough gold on him to pay for the elf's first month. As soon as the elf was officially in his employment, he said, "Right, Dobby, while you work for me you must never mention to anyone that I killed Lucius. I'm serious, I could get into big trouble for that." The elf nodded and Harry smiled at him. "Thank you, Dobby." After 2 days, Harry had his first lesson with Snape since the incident, and it was enough to prove that Snape, while unable to punish Harry for what he had done to Malfoy, was set on punishing Harry as much as possible. Harry was the last one into the dungeon, but only by about half a second as he walked in with everyone else. That didn't seem to matter, as Snape snapped out as soon as he walked in the door, "Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for being late to class." That set the tone for the rest of the lesson. "Potter, 10 points for disrupting the class, when Harry sneezed. Potter, 10 points for an untidy uniform, when Harry's shirt became untucked as he reached for an ingredient on a higher shelf. When Harry had replied, "Yes sir," Snape's response was, "And another 10 for talking back to a teacher." When Harry didn't say anything at the next point loss, 10 points for chopping his ingredients in the wrong order when it was the order they went into the potion that mattered, Snape barked out, and another 10 points for ignoring a professor when they're speaking to you. By the end of the lesson Harry had lost 120 points for Gryffindor, but if he was honest Harry didn't care. He had much more important things to focus on rather than the House Cup. The third task was approaching, and with it Harry's shot at Voldemort and ending this before it had even really begun. Yes, he couldn't kill Voldemort until they had tracked down Hufflepuff's cup, but being alive and being able to lead a bunch of bigots in a war were completely different things. However, with the exception of Hermione, Harry's feelings on the matter seemed to hold no sway in the decision of the rest of the Gryffindor fourth years. As a whole they went and complained to Professor McGonagall about Snape's unfair treatment, so the professor had no choice but to call Harry to her office and hear his side of the story. After she had offered Harry his pick from a tin of Scottish short-end biscuits, she had him recount his experience with Professor Snape. "Well, after I was on time for class, he docked 10 points for me being late." Professor McGonagall jumped in and asked, "Just what do you mean you were on time? I need more details." "Well, I was queuing up outside the classroom with all the other students waiting for Professor Snape to open the door. The whole class walked in, each person only a second or two behind the one in front of them, and while I was the last in the queue it was less than a minute after he had opened the door. Half the class was still finding their seats and in no way an unreasonable time to enter the classroom." Harry explained in detail and Professor McGonagall took notes. They were there for over an hour, going over every single point lost from that lesson and got almost all of them overturned. Even the ones that weren't overturned, like the one for the untucked shirt that he was technically guilty of, were reduced to a more reasonable level, most commonly a single point. There was one unfair point loss, though, that Professor McGonagall didn't touch, and he couldn't stop grinning when she told him why then swore him to secrecy. Snape was in a rage as he stormed through the castle. Students with red, yellow, and blue-trimmed robes started out of his way, and while normally he would take a vindictive pleasure in that, this time he was far too focused on his destination. Once he reached the door he was looking for, he banged quite harshly on it. However, the way he conveyed his anger was in stark contrast to the calm voice that called out, "Come in, Severus." He threw the door open and stormed into the office, finding Minerva McGonagall sitting behind her desk looking at him. "Do you want to explain to me why I have half of my Slytherins in the common room complaining about you taking points from Slytherin unfairly?" He struggled not to shout at the woman who was both his professional superior and someone who was his teacher when he was in school. "I have no clue what you mean, Severus," she said calmly, and Snape was too agitated to notice she was holding back a smirk. "Surely your band of attention-seeking troublemakers are just complaining about justly deserved punishments." "How are these punishments justly deserved?" Snape was losing his battle with himself not to shout. "Because they all need their egos deflating." Bullshit, and even if that were true, that's no excuse to dock points from students for being late to class when they were on time. "Oh, but isn't that the same standard you set in your class? If you can behave that way to Mr. Potter and my Gryffindors, then I can and will do the same to your Slytherins." Snape reared back as though Professor McGonagall had slapped him. "Potter is," he started, but Professor McGonagall cut him off. "Mr. Potter is one of the quietest, most studious students in the school, and while he is far from perfect, he has done nothing to warrant this kind of treatment from you. He stole my godson's magic. Your godson tried to kill him. Perhaps if you had done your job properly and actually punished Mr. Malfoy for his rule-breaking and bullying, then he wouldn't have thought of using unforgivable magic to attempt the murder of a student that had done nothing to him. If that same student hadn't watched you do everything in your power to bully Mr. Potter by constantly taking points when it wasn't deserved, then maybe he wouldn't have thought bullying Mr. Potter was acceptable. This entire situation is something you could have prevented, Severus, if you had only done your job, rather than trying to take revenge on a child for what the father whom the boy doesn't even remember did to you at school. Now grow the fuck up, go return the points you took from Mr. Potter, and publicly, just like when you took them, apologize to him, then I will restore the points to your Slytherin students. Now, get the hell out of my office." Snape retreated from the office and McGonagall closed the door with a flick of her wand, then slumped down in her chair. It took her a few minutes to calm down after blowing up at her colleague, but as she thought back on it she smiled a little. That man had had that coming for years. Chapter 18. Thank you to all of the people who support my creativity, with special thanks to Jimmy Adams, Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime, Jack Schreiner. As always, chapters 19 and 20 are already up on Patreon under the name Lowten. If you sign up there now, there is nothing to pay until April. There is also a link to my Discord there, you don't have to sign up to see and click. Chapter 18. Bagman called the 4 champions down to the Quidditch pitch that evening, and as soon as Harry saw the mass of small shrubs that were covering the Quidditch pitch, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He and Hermione had done everything they could to keep the timeline running parallel to the one they remembered, but they had made some big changes and they feared that those may have had a butterfly effect on some things they needed to remain the same, including the maze. That was the last thing they needed to keep the same, and the task couldn't be changed now, so it was finally time for the gloves to come off. Harry looked at the pitch as he walked up with the other champions and decided he was going to ruin Bagman's fun after what he tried to do to Fleur. Before the man could say anything, Harry called out, "I see you're building a maze. Let me guess, it's going to be filled with creatures, traps, spells, and anything you can think of to slow us down. The cup will be in the middle and the first one to get it receives full marks and wins the tournament." He watched as Bagman deflated, his chance to bask in the spotlight even for a few moments going up in smoke. Yes, that's it. You'll enter the maze in order of your points. Mr. Potter, you will go in first. You have a 10-point lead on Mr. Crumb, so you will have 3 minutes and 20 seconds alone in the maze. That's when Mr. Crumb will enter, followed by Mr. Diggory 3 minutes and 40 seconds later, which is precisely 7 minutes after Mr. Potter. Finally, Miss Delacour, you will enter the maze 4 minutes and 40 seconds after Mr. Diggory, or 11 minutes and 40 seconds after Mr. Potter. Harry was annoyed that the judges had changed the value of the points, as he had been hoping to have a lot more time alone in the maze. But the judges probably didn't think that almost 40 minutes between Harry entering the maze and Fleur entering the maze would give the other champions a fair shot, and they had awarded only 20 seconds for every point. Bagman asked if there were any questions, and then dismissed the champions, and they all returned to the school in time for dinner. Harry checked the map to see if Barty had turned up like he did last time, but he hadn't. His and Hermione's best guess was that Senior was either currently under the Imperius of his son, who was a better wizard than Pettigrew and was able to keep the man under control a lot better, or he was being kept a prisoner and his son was polyjuicing again, but this time as his father. Unfortunately, they had no way to confirm either way, and if it was polyjuice, then capturing the man early would not only disrupt the plan for Harry's kidnapping, but it would also leave a suddenly expendable Crouch in Voldemort's hands. Not that Harry could bring himself to feel much sympathy for the man who had locked Harry's innocent godfather up for over a decade for a crime he was innocent of. Harry spent the last month before the maze practicing for after the maze, rather than for it as most people assumed. The morning of the task he was busy testing his pumpkin juice for potions or poisons. After the incident in the Three Broomsticks, both Harry and Hermione had gotten more than a little paranoid. He was so focused on casting his detection spells that he didn't notice the man walk up behind him until he put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry spun around to see who it was and was confronted with the grinning face of his godfather. "Sirius, what are you doing here?" The champion's family are invited to spend the day with them. An overeager and obviously happy Sirius told him. Harry had forgotten about this part. With Harry and Hermione avoiding Ron, their friendship with the rest of the Weasleys hadn't formed like last time, and because he wasn't close to the Weasleys, Harry realized they wouldn't be coming. However, Harry still fell back into thinking of Sirius as the escaped man on the run who couldn't risk going places or doing anything in public. Harry put it out of his mind. Hermione wanted to spend the day with Harry as well, but it was exam time at Hogwarts, and unlike him she wasn't excused from tests. So Harry and Sirius just strode around the grounds and chatted. "So what's the opinion of the public over me making Malfoy a squib?" Harry asked. Sirius grimaced. "Well, some people think you let him off lightly. They remember that he used an unforgivable spell and tried to kill you and think he should suffer in Azkaban. Almost none of these people have met Malfoy. Those who have are in agreement that losing his magic is far worse for him." Harry understood that. It was part of why using the goblet was so appealing over their alternate plan to slip the prick Veritaserum at dinner and ask him how he did it. Draco without his magic was a nobody. The boy had no clue how to do anything without his wand and was too bigoted to learn. A bunch of people think you got it right by allowing an old family to keep going rather than destroying it. In fact, I hear Draco is already inundated with marriage offers, but Narcissa is sitting on them at the moment as they all seem to require Draco to surrender the head of house duty to his wife, and for his wife to assume financial control of the Malfoy estate. That the girls in the contract would eventually be puppets for their fathers means that Draco is basically looking at becoming some pureblood princess's new toy, while someone else gets his family's wealth. The old pureblood faction sounds like they are out for your blood. The idea that you stole the magic from a pureblood echoes a lot of the hippogriff crap that you know who used to say, "I wouldn't be too concerned." They lost a lot of support at the World Cup when a bunch of them were captured after they were hit with that stray exploding curse. Sirius finished up his explanation. Harry sighed before speaking. So pretty much nothing has changed except that the people who never liked me have a response to be loud about it now. The more things change, the more they stay the same, he thought to himself. Eventually Harry was called down to the task, and he and Hermione walked down together. Harry handed her a backpack that he had stuffed a few things in and she took it wordlessly. Once they were near the Quidditch pitch, Hermione was the one to break the silence. "Harry, do we really need to do this?" The nerves were evident in her voice. Harry didn't really want to do this either. "What other choice do we have?" he asked. Hermione bit her lip nervously before saying, "We could leave. Just disappear and let magical Britain deal with its own problems. We could go anywhere. Well, anywhere they speak English. America or Australia are both big enough to get really lost in. We could have a life, no more war and fighting. Just you and me and normal lives." Harry understood, he really did. Even if they had been preparing for this for almost 4 years, it was still nerve-wracking and some cold feet were enviable. "I would lose my magic," Harry answered simply. "Fuck your magic. You're not Malfoy, both of us could get by without it. I'll make you a deal. If you lose yours, I'll never use mine again." Hermione sounded passionate. That Hermione has sworn said more about how serious she was than the fact that she said she would give up her magic. She only swore when she was absolutely serious, and this told Harry that unless he could convince Hermione to stay quickly, they would probably be in Australia by morning. "Hermione, we can't. If we run, Voldemort will never stop hunting us, and as good as we are he would find us eventually, and then I wouldn't have magic to fight with and you'd be out of practice. And what about the people we leave here? Not the public in general, people who constantly turn on me," Harry added as he saw the look on her face. "But what about Neville, or Luna, or even Professor McGonagall? What would we be condemning them to if we left?" Harry could see that Hermione agreed with him even if she didn't want to. She pulled him into a hug. "Just promise me you are going to come back. Whatever happens, I don't care if you have to just let him escape. You promise you will come back to me." Harry just wrapped her up in his arms. "Of course I'm coming back, I'll always come back to you." Hermione reluctantly let Harry go, and after checking that she was still holding Harry's backpack, she gave Harry a quick kiss and went to sit in the stands with Sirius. Harry was standing in front of a huge crowd. The stands were packed, not just with students but with any wizard or witch who felt like coughing up the 5 galleons the ministry was charging to come and watch the task. Given how little they would see, Harry wondered how many of them would demand the return of their gold. Bagman was doing his thing, warming up the crowd by going over what had happened during the first 2 tasks. Harry noticed Fleur's jaw clench as Bagman talked about her attempts at the first task. Understandable, as the way he talked Fleur had screwed up rather than Bagman sabotaging her. Harry still didn't know if that had been intentional. Unfortunately, he was greedy enough to have cheated but also stupid enough to do it accidentally. Finally, it was time for the task to begin, and Crouch called them all together for one last talk before they entered the maze. "Now, you all know that all you need to do is reach the center of the maze and touch the cup. The cup is a portkey that will bring the winner to the judges' platform. There are a number of dangers in there that could become deadly if you don't use your head, so stay alert. However, if at any point you are in trouble, then all you need to do is send up red sparks and you will be extracted from the maze. Be aware that if you are extracted you will receive 0 points for the task. I wish you all the best of luck." He nodded to each of them and left to sit at the judges' table. Nerves started to get to Harry and he missed most of what was being said around him. In a few minutes he would enter the maze, and even without the looming threat of Voldemort at the end, the maze was the most nerve-wracking task. For the first 2 you could plan, and Harry had a reasonable idea of what was coming his way. The maze, however, had random beasts everywhere. There was no real planning, just a list of goals and guesswork. 10, 9, 8, Bagman started the count and soon the crowd joined in. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then there was a loud bell and Harry ran forward. As soon as he was inside the maze, he stopped, turned around, and summoned his backpack from Hermione. He put it on before turning and entering the maze, the hedgerows quickly muffling the muttering that his summoning had generated in the crowd. Right, left, straight, T-junction, right, 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 left, cross road, straight on, right, left, dead end, back to the cross road, left this time. It continued like this for what felt like between 5 or 10 minutes until there was a loud bell and Harry knew that Krum had now entered the maze. A few minutes later Harry came across his first obstacle. He was lucky that this was one he had faced last time, so he knew exactly what the mist was. There was a charm to dispel it, but Harry didn't bother, it would just take time he didn't want to waste. He just ran through the mist, and for the second time he experienced the sensation of gravity reversing. It was just an illusion to make anybody in the mist feel that way, disorientating but not crippling when you expected it. Harry ran straight through. More turns, choices of path, and dead ends followed, and soon Harry ran into something new. There was a set of wrought iron gates that were closed and wouldn't open. However, where the lock was normally, there was an inscribed question. Why is it impossible to conjure food but possible to increase the quantity of food you already have by magic? Harry grinned. This was a post-NEWT question but one he knew from a Hermione lecture in the tent after Ron had left. Food was, chemically speaking at least, complex. Complex chains of amino acids in very specific orders and folded in just the right way and you would get just one of the proteins in the steak you were trying to conjure. Not impossible as far as magic was concerned. That you could increase the amount of food you already have was proof of that, but impossible for a human to hold detailed enough information in their heads to conjure what they want. Increasing the amount of food bypassed the need for people to need a detailed understanding of what they were creating, the original being used as a template. Harry gave his answer to the gate and it swung open for him, though it shut again as soon as he was through, with a handle on this side to open the door again if he wanted to. He continued on. He ran into one of Hagrid's Scroots and quietly decided that he wasn't going to be gentle, he didn't want that thing coming up behind him later. As the Scroot charged at him, Harry did a quick transfiguration in the ground under it, flipping the Scroot on its back and exposing its unarmored underside. Sectum Sempra. The dark curse tore through the flesh of the Scroot and Harry didn't stick around to listen to its cries of pain or to watch it die. He took no pleasure in what he did but at the same time didn't feel bad about it either. The things were crazy and dangerous. They should all be destroyed. The flock of Cornish pixies that he came across next he was far more gentle with, just immobilizing them the same way Hermione had in their second year and rushing past them. More turns and choices, and Harry came across something that reminded him of the portable swamp the Weasley twins would develop in a few years. There were stepping stones through it and Harry was just about to try and jump from one to the next to get across when he realized he was being stupid. He conjured some thick wooden boards and laid them over the stones like a bridge. He wasn't at all surprised when a few of the stones turned out to be fake and the board passed right through them. He was surprised, though, when as soon as the board touched the swampy mud, it was sucked straight under. Harry made a mental note to stay away from the mud and finished building his bridge. He stopped for 2 minutes for a breather after he passed, pulling a bottle of asterisk glucosate out and drinking about half of it before returning the bottle to the bag. He considered leaving the bridge there, but if any of the other champions were caught in it then he doubted they would be seriously hurt and it would keep them from facing the graveyard, so he vanished the wood planks. Harry did meet the Sphinx again and she was just as polite as the first time, though this time she had a new riddle. What is so fragile that saying its name breaks it? That stumped Harry for longer than he would care to admit. He and the Sphinx stood there for almost 5 minutes while he puzzled it out but eventually he got it. Silence. Correct, young one. You are close to your goal. I suggest you hurry, she told him after he had given his answer. Harry thanked her and gave her a riddle that he had prepared as a parting gift on the off chance he met the Sphinx again. A lifeless cripple who likes to run, who always waging war against the sun. Always drawn, never dry, I feast on earth, born in sky. I'm life's best friend. What am I? Harry pulled a folded up bit of parchment from his bag that was sealed with wax. In case I can't see you again before you leave, that contains the answer. He knew the Sphinx would only open it to confirm if her answer was right, never to find the answer. It was the nature of Sphinx, they loved riddles, and if this one took her a long time to answer, then she would prize it all the more. Harry moved past the Sphinx and continued along the path, cautious because he remembered what lay beyond here. As he was looking for it specifically, he saw it before it saw him. While it only took a second more for the acromantula to see him, in that second Harry's wand was already halfway up and the spell was already forming in his mind. Incendio. The fire burst forth from Harry's wand and engulfed the spider and the hedge behind it. This created two problems. The first caused Harry to mentally start calling himself an idiot. Just because something is on fire doesn't make it dead, and Harry now had a giant, flaming, passed-off spider that, while it would probably die of its wounds, seemed determined to take Harry to hell with it. The second problem was Harry's spell had opened up a section of the maze walk, and through it Harry could see Krum, and Krum could see the cup. The Durmstrang champion wasn't able to get through the hedge yet, but he was pouring water on the flames from his wand, so it wouldn't be long. Harry's first task was going to have to be dealing with the spider. By deal with, he of course meant dodge as the spider tried to kill him, because it was leaping at him. Harry ducked back around the corner he had just come around and the acromantula took a mouthful of leaves. While it was pulling itself out of the hedge, Harry stepped back around and hit it with another spell, Confringo. The blasting hex sent the flaming spider reeling away from him and towards the flaming hole that was almost extinguished enough for Krum to climb through. Harry hit the spider again, pushing it so that it was half in the hole and half out, then decided that he didn't have time to go with his original plan and ran towards the cup, only to hear a spell he was all too familiar with come from behind the spider. Avada Kedavra. There was a flash of green light and the spider stopped fighting as it fell limp. It was then blasted out of the way, and Krum climbed through the hole in the hedge, while Harry stood there shocked. He had never thought Krum knew and would use such dark magic. Krum saw Harry staring at him, horrified by what he had just done, and scoffed at him. What I did was far kinder than setting the bloody thing on fire. It was quick and clean. It was dark magic, Harry said, his horror giving way to anger. And that was a dark creature that would have killed us given the chance, Krum replied. Look, Potter, I understand that you have a history with that spell, but I need you to understand this quickly. I don't use that spell except under exceptional circumstances, and I have no intention of using that spell on you or anyone you care about. However, he raised his wand and sent a nonverbal red jet of red magic at Harry. If they had been any closer, Krum might have hit, but Harry had good reflexes and dove to the side, avoiding the spell. However, Krum had been taught how to fight a wizard's duel, a structured fight with rules and accepted practice. Harry had learned how to fight a war. The main difference between the two was that in one you stood your ground and put up a shield. If you moved at all, you never strayed more than maybe 6 feet from where you started. In the other you moved, you didn't put up a shield unless you had to because it takes time and magic. Dodging let you cast more offensive spells, and even the spell that broke through shields mostly did nothing if they didn't hit you. So as Harry dove to his left avoiding the silent, maybe a stunner, he was already sending his own spell back at Krum, a silent Expelliarmus. Krum got his shield up just in time, so Harry sent his next spell at the ground just in front of the shield. Reducto. The spell slammed into the dirt and the dirt exploded out from under Krum's feet. It wasn't strong enough to do any damage, but it did cause the Bulgarian to stumble. Harry used Krum's distracted state to hit him with a stunning spell. Harry got up and dusted off his robes, then went to go and examine Krum. The international Quidditch star looked no worse for wear, and Harry considered the other boy's words. He could see where Krum could make that argument, but he was wrong. The emotional component for the spell made it a double-edged sword, because if you need the hate for the power, the more you look for reasons to hate. Before long you find them, and you get positive feedback by more power in your spells, and slowly that emotion becomes a bigger part of your personality. It wasn't magic, just the psychology of positive reinforcement, but that didn't keep it from being dangerous. With Krum unconscious, Harry had a minute, so he opened his backpack up and pulled out his invisibility cloak, though he also pulled out the last of the bottle of Lucozade and finished it off. He vanished the empty bottle and then pulled his invisibility cloak around his shoulders, then strode up to the Triwizard Trophy, the portkey that would send him to a place he wanted to be and a place he wanted to avoid for as long as possible. The problem was that he had no more time to prepare. It was time. Once more unto the breach. A part of him wondered where that quote was from. If he made it back, he would have to ask Hermione. He reached out and clasped the handle of the trophy and felt the familiar hook behind his navel as he was wicked halfway across the country. Lucozade is a sport and energy soft drink first introduced in the United Kingdom in 1927. It was originally called Glucosade by William Owen, a pharmacist in Newcastle. It was created to serve as an energy drink for people when they were ill. Wiki. Lucozade was the only real choice for energy drinks in the UK at this point. While Red Bull was introduced in '94 and the story is currently in '95, people still knew Lucozade and Red Bull was still new. Given that Harry and Hermione spent most of their time in Hogwarts, and even when they were at home they spent half their time in Grimmauld Place, they didn't get bombarded with ads about a drink giving you wings. So when Hermione writes home to ask for some energy drink for Harry's maze kit, she naturally asked for Lucozade. Chapter 19. Thank you to all my supporters with special to Jimmy Adams, Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Abuki Miota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime, Jack Schreiner. I love you all and you really motivate me to keep going with my writing. As always, chapters 20 and 21 are already written. Find them at Pat.re on under the name Lowten. Chapter 19. One moment Harry felt like the world was a storm of wind and chaos, and the next second he slammed down in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. He didn't bother trying to keep his feet, instead using the fall to quickly move away from where he had landed in case there was a spell coming his way quickly. His instinct was right on the money, as Crouch shot a stunning spell right at where Harry landed, missing him by inches. As Harry was wearing his family's invisibility cloak, he quickly but cautiously started backing away from Crouch, making sure to put gravestones between them when he could. "Where are you, Potter? It's time for you to have your role in my master's rebirth." The man sounded half crazy, but Harry guessed that's what being kept a prisoner under the Imperious Curse for over a decade would do to you. Crouch started firing off stunners at random, and one flew right over Harry's head and would have hit him if he had been standing up, rather than crouching behind a gravestone as he tried to work out his plan. He could try taking Crouch out, but Harry knew that Wormtail, Lestrange, and Voldemort were also out there, and as soon as he used any kind of combat spell he would give away his position with the light from the spell. He also couldn't just sit still because the damned snake would be able to smell him. While they wouldn't kill him yet, they needed his blood after all. It wasn't part of Harry's plan for Voldemort to get a new body tonight. He looked around to see if he could spot Lestrange or Wormtail, suspecting that Bellatrix would be helping Crouch because she was a better fighter than Wormtail, while someone would need to act as Voldemort's babysitter since the bastard was still a weird baby. However, he couldn't see her, which meant she was probably disillusioned waiting for her opportunity to get him. One thing he did spot was the oversized cauldron where they planned to finish the potion. There was a figure over there doing something Harry couldn't make out from where he was, but he assumed it was Wormtail doing some last-minute adjustments to the potion. Harry then got an idea on how he could deal with Crouch without being spotted. He looked around the graveyard for a large rock and moved so that Crouch was directly between Harry and the rock and silently summoned the rock, pouring as much magic into the spell as he could. The rock came flying and bounced off the back of Crouch. Although Harry was able to get the angle to hit the man who was looking for him with some force on it, he couldn't control how high the rock flew. While Harry had a mental image of the rock hitting Crouch in the back of his head and knocking him out, in reality the stone hit Crouch in the back just below his left shoulder. Although there wasn't an unconscious or even a dead Crouch laid out on the ground, there was still a loud crack and a satisfying scream of pain from the man, followed by a string of swearing that was surprisingly creative. Sometimes Harry wondered if there was a higher power like fate on his side or if he was just lucky. Of course, whenever he wondered that, he was often soon reminded that he had just as many, if not more, problems in his life as he had things go right. In this case, Harry just happened to look behind him and was lucky enough to see Nagini, Voldemort's snake and horcrux, slithering along the ground as it came trying to find him. Harry didn't hesitate. He doubted that he would have another shot this good. He raised his wand and shouted, "Sectum Sempra," as he flicked his wand across the body of the snake. A white light lanced from the tip of his wand and struck along the body of the snake, cutting a deep gash in its side. Blood started to spill from the wound, but Harry didn't have the time to appreciate taking down another horcrux, as the flash of white light from his wand had told everyone else in the graveyard exactly where he was. He dove to the side, not even stopping to look around him, and avoided the stunner immediately thrown his way. With Crouch now knowing where he was, Harry had no reason to conceal where he was, so as he crouched behind a gravestone for cover, he called out, "So, Crouch, how long have you had your father under the Imperious? Was that how you got my name in the goblet?" Oh, worked that much out, did you? My father had me under the imperious curse for over 12 years, 12 years of nothing but staring at a wall or being forced to read books on why the Death Eaters were wrong. But during the commotion at the World Cup, his control slipped. I was able to snag my father's wand from him, and from then on it was his turn to live as a slave. While Crouch was distracted, Harry crept clockwise around the man, hoping to get a clear shot. Did you know my master was there at the World Cup? Well, close by anyway. He had Auntie Bellatrix looking for an opportunity to grab you. Bella saw me only for a second when I opened my invisibility cloak to Imperio my father, and she took me to our lord to tell him all about the Triwizard tournament that was planned. I was forced for years to listen to my father prattle on about what he was doing in the ministry, so I had years of intelligence to give to my lord, and my lord used it to craft his plan to catch you. Harry was still assessing the situation throughout Crouch's monologue. If he was far enough away from Crouch, then there was the chance that he could get a shield charm up in time. All Harry would have done then is give away his advantage, and he would then have to take Crouch in a straight duel. He had no clue how good a dueler Crouch was, but given he had once watched the man silently transfigure Malfoy into a ferret, he doubted the man would be an easy victory if Harry didn't take him by surprise. However, even invisible he could still be heard, and the grass under his feet could still be seen as it was compressed by his feet, so he had to be cautious. As for getting your name in the goblet, originally I was going to kidnap a teacher and replace them in the school. However, no opportunity presented itself, so we tasked my father with putting your name in the goblet. Your name was the first one entered. It was done even before the Goblet of Fire was in the school. Now why don't you give up like a good little boy? I even promised not to kill you. Harry had a dry mental laugh at that last line. Sure, Crouch wasn't going to try to kill him. Voldemort wanted that pleasure for himself. He was close enough now. He raised his wand so only the tip would be poking out of the folds of his invisibility cloak and thought, Petrificus Totalis, as hard as he could. Harry got lucky. The Death Eater's arms fell to his sides, his legs snapped together, and he fell forward, face planting into the hard earth that hadn't seen any rain for a few weeks with the rapid approach of summer. Harry squatted down next to the petrified Death Eater and looked him over, picking up the man's wand and pocketing it just in case, before saying, You talk too much. Then, he stunned the man. Harry was starting to think that Bellatrix wasn't here. She hadn't attacked him yet and she wasn't over with Voldemort and Wormtail. Wormtail was starting to look nervous and was looking around all twitchy, as he wasn't much of a fighter and Voldemort would probably punish Wormtail if he failed. Little did Wormtail know it was Harry that the man had to be afraid of. Harry and Hermione had had long discussions over what Wormtail's fate should be. With Sirius already free and a kiss-on-sight order out for Wormtail, Harry had advocated hard for what Hermione had dubbed righteous vengeance. He wanted to end the man, preferably slowly and painfully. Hermione, on the other hand, had advocated for handing the man over to the DMLE. According to her, he would regret killing Wormtail after he had done it, not because the man didn't deserve it but because it would change him in some way. Harry had agreed to consider Hermione's point of view, but he hadn't made a decision yet. A part of him really wanted to kill the man who had ratted out his parents to Voldemort, yet he trusted Hermione, and if anyone knew him better than he knew himself, it was her. A part of Harry wanted things to go wrong, for it to be a choice of Wormtail or him, just like it had been that first time with Quirrell. However, part of him still wondered if he had actually been the one to kill Quirrell. The burn he had given the man was bad, but he was sure Madame Pomfrey could have fixed it up. Burns, even painfully bad ones, were relatively simple to fix. Now that Harry was able to take the time to look, he could also see how agitated Tom was. Things weren't going according to the plans of the monster inside the body of a sickly toddler. Harry could try to sneak over there under his cloak and end this quickly, yet something was telling him that he shouldn't use the cloak for this. Instead, he dropped behind the large grave marker that had a statue of death on it, the very same one that he had been tied to this night years ago from his perspective. As he did, he felt his scar prickle and he realized why using the cloak against Voldemort was a bad idea. If he could tell when Voldemort was near, and Voldemort had used that same connection to raid Harry's mind in the past, it was entirely possible Voldemort would know Harry was there. As if to confirm his suspicions, a voice broke the air just as Harry was reaching to pull off the cloak. Harry Potter. I know you are there. I can sense you. Come out and face your destiny. Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. With the prophecy and Voldemort still having a horcrux in play, it was too early to be talking about destiny, He called out, "1 second, I'll be right there," as he stuffed the cloak back into his backpack. He didn't want to risk leaving that behind. When he was ready, Harry rounded the statue wand in hand ready to react, only to see that Voldemort was alone, propped up by bundled cloth on a hastily conjured table. Harry reacted quickly, and in a gamble chose the Protega charm. A shivering field of energy surrounded him, reflecting the stunner that had just been fired from behind him directly back at Peter Pettigrew, who had been trying for a sneak attack. Harry was more mad by how quickly the man had gone down than at the attack. How could such an incompetent smear of dragon shit be the one that was responsible for leading Voldemort to his parents? It was just wrong. Harry wanted to make the man pay, but he had knocked himself out and now he couldn't justify slitting the rat's throat during a duel. He wanted to rage at this, but instead had to focus on his main objective for tonight. Harry decided to borrow a play from Dumbledore's book for dealing with Voldemort. "Good evening, Tom. Lovely night for a party, isn't it?" He had to struggle to keep himself from smiling as Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "So Dumbledore has told you my birth name, which I abandoned long ago." Dumbledore? No, though I can see where you got that idea. In his position, it would have made sense to train me and give me information on you. But no, Dumbledore hasn't taught me anything. That was technically true, this Dumbledore hadn't taught Harry anything. He slowly walked around the small clearing, which really was little more than 2 paths between the graves, just wide enough that 2 men on either side of a coin could walk unobstructed. As he walked, he kept watching Voldemort, his wand at the ready to react to any hostile actions from the so-called Dark Lord. The bundle of cloth kept turning, keeping Voldemort facing Harry. "Then where did you learn such information?" He seemed genuinely curious. "Oh, I came across an old diary. It had a lot to say about you." Harry saw what little color was in the skin of the mockery of life in front of him fade away. "Your diary was quite chatty for a while. Muggle father. In fact, that's his old home up there, isn't it? You killed him instead of letting your Slytherin friends find out you were half Muggle. After all, your squib of a mother wasn't around anymore to back up your claim of being the heir of Slytherin." Harry knew he was winding up Voldemort, but he also knew that Voldemort couldn't risk killing him right now. Not only was Harry still needed for the restoration ritual, he has just revealed that he had a horcrux in his possession. Voldemort needed to discover just what Harry knew about the horcruxes and who Harry had told about them. He was relatively safe for the moment. "How did you come by my diary?" "I confess I left it somewhere where I don't think you would be welcome." The tension and displeasure was evident in his voice. Harry had no reason not to say. "Lucius Malfoy planted it on a little first-year girl. I think he planned to get her family in trouble. But I found it first and saved the girl before your diary could get its hooks in her." "And what did you do with the diary once you were finished with it?" If Harry didn't already know that the diary was a horcrux, he would have guessed that it was important just from how desperate Tom sounded to hear what had happened to it. Harry had agitated him well past his capacity to remain subtle. "Why are you so interested? Is the diary important? You seem far more concerned for it than you do about your followers whom I just took down," Harry asked. "You will tell me now," Tom screamed at Harry, waving his wand threateningly. "Oh, will I now?" Harry taunted. That was a stroke too far for Voldemort, and he raised his wand at Harry, Crucio. This was just what Harry had been waiting for. His plan was quite simple. He needed to disarm Voldemort. However, a disarming charm was probably one of the easiest spells to block. He needed Voldemort's wand to be busy casting something else. He was sure Voldemort wouldn't kill him when there was still a chance to finish the ritual, and he added even more reason to keep him alive by revealing he had the diary horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's very soul. Of course, if Harry had revealed he had destroyed it, then he doubted Voldemort would have even hesitated to try and kill him. Harry had been hoping that Voldemort would try the Imperius first, make him revive Wormtail and Crouch, then tie himself to the grave so that they could finish the restoration ritual. This time around, Voldemort had no way of knowing that Harry could completely throw off the curse, so it would have made sense. Unfortunately, Harry had pushed Voldemort too far to be thinking completely straight, so he had sent the torture curse, probably intending to teach him a lesson. Harry, while he wasn't expecting a Crucio, was expecting something, so as soon as Voldemort shot a curse at him he flung himself to the side and cast an Expelliarmus at Voldemort. Both spells flew through the air. The Crucio curse found its mark first, catching Harry on his arm even as he tried to avoid the spell. Harry's world turned to nothing but pain. It was as though someone had exposed every single nerve ending Harry had, then thrown him into a vat of acid. Harry had no concept of time or hope, he just wanted the pain to end. Luckily, his relief came after only a moment, as his Expelliarmus spell was already fully formed and on its way to Voldemort before he was hit. Even after Harry had been overwhelmed by the pain, the spell continued to do as it was intended and struck Voldemort right in the chest. Voldemort's wand flew out of his hand, and without his wand the Dark Lord couldn't keep directing magic into his curse. Harry had no memory of how he ended up on the floor, though he was sure he could piece it together easily enough given the curse he had just been hit with. It has been a long time since Harry had experienced pain like that, and he hoped it would be even longer. Until he experienced it again, he rallied his will and used it to climb to his feet. Before he did anything else, Harry summoned Voldemort's wand, and after a few moments of consideration he used a sticking charm to affix the wand to his arm. The sticking charm would keep the wand from being summoned or swiped from his pocket. He then mentally kicked himself for forgetting about the wands of the other two wizards and summoned Wormtails and Crouches as well and stuck them to his arm as well before lowering his sleeve. Harry glanced over at Voldemort and saw that he was looking at Harry's sleeve with a cold calculating look in his eyes. He had a sudden flash of a possible future where Babymort reached up his sleeve and, without even trying to draw the wand, gripping its handle and casting the killing curse. Harry quickly used the same charm and stuck the cuff of his sleeve to his wrist to prevent such access. Voldemort started to rant, which was mildly entertaining for about a minute. He was going on about being immortal, that it didn't matter what Harry did to this body, and it was only a matter of time until he returned, and then he would see Harry suffer for daring to oppose Lord Voldemort, the rightful heir of the noble house of Slytherin. Harry got bored of listening to the mad ramblings and cast a silencing charm on Voldemort, then cast the stunning spell on Wormtail and Crouch again. They were supposed to stay unconscious for at least an hour if you didn't apply the counter charm, but Harry wasn't going to risk it. Harry also bound Wormtail up in ropes and hit him with an Incarcerous spell, then floated the bodies over and set them down next to Voldemort. He levitated the Triwizard Trophy, which was also the portkey, back to Hogwarts, over to where the unconscious Death Eaters laid at the feet of their helpless master. Next, Harry brought the body of Nagini over and watched Voldemort go into a silent rage at seeing what he had done to the Horcrux and Familiar. Harry ignored the tantrum and rummaged in his backpack for a potion flask that he had brought. He used the bottle to take a sample of the potion Voldemort was going to use, but as he didn't want to touch the potion he used the Wingardium Leviosa spell to dip the flask into the liquid. He put in the stopper, cleaned up the flask with a spell, and put the sample into his backpack. Harry didn't know what he was going to do with the sample, but if nothing else it was evidence that Voldemort planned to do something here. He then vanished the remaining potion and shrunk down the cauldron until it fit in Harry's backpack. Portkeys require skin contact to transport a person, and the Triwizard Portkey was set up to respond to touch. Harry had a difficult time getting two unconscious men and an incooperative toddler as well as himself to touch the cup at the same time, but he was finally able to do it, and for the second time in under an hour he felt the hook in his middle as he was pulled through a tunnel of wind. Harry arrived back at the school, landing on what was evidently meant to be the winner's platform. Unlike the last time when everyone had assumed that Harry had just been teleported out of the maze to the platform and started celebrating, this time it was a sense of relief that washed through the crowd. He didn't know why, but apparently the whole school had already been told about the kidnapping, almost as soon as Harry had recovered from his landing. If you were feeling charitable, two people in red aura robes came running up to him. "Mr. Potter, can you tell us what happened?" He was surprised to see Kingsley Shacklebolt was asking the question. Harry took a second to compose himself before saying, "I was kidnapped by Peter Pettigrew." He gave Wormtail a kick as he said that, and Barty Crouch Jr. also got his own kick. "They plan to use my blood in a restoration ritual to restore Voldemort here." He lifted up Babymort to a full body rather than just a parasite inhabiting the body of a homunculus. To cut a long story short, Junior claims his father is under the Imperius and they used him to enter my name into the tournament. Dumbledore was finally able to catch up with a very distressed-looking Minister Fudge, who had lost nearly all his support. A lot of the men who were sent to Azkaban for rioting at the World Cup were his political supporters, and with Lucius dead he wasn't getting the money he used to get votes in the Wizengamot anymore. Fudge was holding on to his job by a thread, and he knew it. Any kind of scandal, and Fudge would be out of the minister's office and would be very lucky to head up the department for magical catastrophes again. Dumbledore and Fudge both demanded to know what had happened, so Harry decided to throw the minister a bone. "The penalty for escaping Azkaban is the Dementor's kiss, right?" Harry asked. "So I say we do that quickly but with full public scrutiny. It will be a win for you in the press. It's a pity we didn't get Lestrange as well, but two dangerous supporters of Volume you know who removed from posing a danger to the public. And while we are at it, let's give this bit of shit to them as well." Harry indicated the still silenced Voldemort in his hands, but before he could say any more he was interrupted by what might just be the strongest hug Hermione had ever given him. His bushy-haired girlfriend had finally pushed past everyone to get to Harry, and now that she had no intention of letting him go. And don't worry guys, this is not the big bad boss fight. This was just a preliminary round. Don't forget the Cup and Bellatrix are still out there and Harry is still a horcrux. Voldemort is still coming back and Harry will kick his ass. This FIC is so close to having 3,000 followers on this site and that's amazing. I love all you who are following this FIC of mine. Please consider leaving a review, I always get a thrill reading them. Edit. We passed 3,000 followers. Yay. The user who put this FIC over that milestone was Hadrian Targaryen. Chapter 20. Thank you to all who support my creativity, with special thanks to Jimmy Adams, Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Antar Das, Legendary Wasabi, Ibuki Miyota, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime, Jack Schreiner. I love you all and you really motivate me to keep going with my writing. As always, chapters 21 and 22 are already written. Check out my Patreon to find out how to get updates early and for a link to my Discord server. RQDCXG6. Chapter 20. Dumbledore was shocked at Harry advocating for the use of the Dementor's kiss. He was going to object to it on principle but then thought about it. Nothing he or Harry said could save Peter or Junior from that fate. That had been the law ever since the British Ministry had started using Azkaban as a prison. It was part of the treaty they had with the Dementors. There were certain crimes that had to be an automatic kiss sentence. As for Tom, there was no hope of saving him. He had progressed so far down the road to darkness that his very existence was an affront to the natural balance of both magic and nature. Also, while it may not solve the problem permanently, it would be a major setback as the part of Tom with the most knowledge and experience would be gone. The remaining portions would only know what they knew when they were separated, so whatever they learned since is separated from what the main soul had learned. But that couldn't be the right answer, could it? Dealing with Tom's darkness was supposed to be countered by light magic and acts of love, not by one of the darkest creatures that magic ever spawned. Dumbledore almost considered that Harry had gone dark, with what he had done to the Malfoy heir and now to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. It was as if Harry was trying to be as destructive as possible while staying just inside the law. When dealing with young Draco, Harry had shown mercy too, giving the boy a path to remain out of Azkaban and a way to keep his family alive. And even now, as Harry stood there convincing the minister to call for a few Dementors to meet them outside the gates to Hogwarts, he stated that he wouldn't allow the monsters onto the school grounds. And all the time he was comforting Miss Granger, someone that it was clear Harry loved. Dumbledore was staring at what, to him, was something he thought was impossible. Harry was a true contradiction, dark and light, and Dumbledore had no idea how to deal with that. Harry found that Fudge wasn't that hard to convince, especially as there were more than a few Wizengamot seat holders watching the final task who had come over to see what was going on, and who had recoiled in horror hearing Harry explain that the child was in fact a homunculus that was housing what was left of the spirit of Voldemort. Fudge would much rather that headlines read that Voldemort was defeated than accuse him of not taking decisive action, so he sent Kingsley to retrieve a Dementor. Harry, who was floating the three prisoners in front of him, was surprised by the number of people who were following them. Of course, Sirius, who had joined them not long after Hermione, but 3 members of the Wizengamot also came to act as witnesses, and a few members of the public decided they wanted to see this for their own reasons. Harry thought they were out of their minds. If he could be anywhere else while this was happening, he would gladly take the opportunity. The only student apart from Harry who was with them was Hermione. A few others had tried to follow them, but Professor McGonagall rallied the teachers and they collectively put their feet down and sent the rest of the students to the castle. Dumbledore and Snape were the last 2 to go with Harry and the minister. They got to the front gates long before the 2 Aurors got there. The group stood around in silence as they waited, almost as if magic itself had decided to cast a silencing charm on the whole area. Harry had once read a line in a novel Hermione had lent him. The quiet was so silent that it was screaming at them. At the time, Harry had thought the line pure fantasy, a writer trying to be poetic, but as the minutes ticked by he was forced to reconsider that idea. Suddenly, there was a rush of wind and Kingsley returned via portkey with Amelia Bones, the head of all the departments that made up the DMLE. Harry could understand Kingsley going to her to cover his ass. Fudge had basically just signed off on an execution without a trial. While it wasn't a true execution, because Voldemort still had a horcrux out there, there was no way for the minister, Kingsley or Director Bones to know that. And even though Harry didn't think there would be any backlash over denying Voldemort his right of trial, it was normal they would want to check. Harry conjured his Patronus and he and the other witnesses retreated back into the warmth and protection the stag offered from the tall robed figure that had arrived with the two Aurors. Almost everyone there looked shocked at Harry casting such an advanced spell, except Hermione, who had seen his Patronus plenty, and Dumbledore, who already knew time travel was involved. Kingsley revived Crouch and forced some Veritaserum that the director had brought with her down his throat. She asked him how it was that he had escaped Azkaban, but more importantly had him confirm the identity of the other two. Once it was confirmed that Voldemort was in the homunculus, Crouch went on to describe how Bellatrix and Pettigrew had created the homunculus for Voldemort's spirit to inhabit. Harry thought it was going to be the execution that upset him, but it was the description of the torture and murder of 7 innocent Muggles that reintroduced Harry to the cereal bar and Lucozade that he had consumed in the maze. Hermione, who looked just as sick as Harry felt but who had managed to keep from being sick by virtue of having not eaten recently, pulled out her wand and cleaned up the mess and hit Harry with a very welcome breath-freshening charm. The last question Crouch was asked he was unable to answer. When asked where Lestrange was he simply said, "I don't know." They didn't bother reviving Wormtail or Voldemort, and Harry stunned Crouch before he was given to the Dementor. When Director Bones asked Harry why he had done that, he replied, "It's all well and good to execute the man, but there is no need to torture the man with fear first." A few looked like they wanted to protest, but Dumbledore and Bones both just nodded at Harry. It was obvious the two of them understood what he was saying. They all watched as the Dementor picked up Crouch with one hand and pulled his hood back enough so that Crouch's head was able to slip into the folds. There was a bleak glow of pale light and the Dementor released Crouch Jr., who collapsed back to the floor. Director Bones hit Crouch with the re-enervate spell but Crouch didn't move, so she hit Crouch with a stinging hex. There was a small flinch from the sudden pain, but apart from that nothing. There was no Crouch Jr. anymore, just an empty shell. "The sentence has been carried out. Bartemius Crouch Jr. has passed from this world," said the director, the words having some ceremony to them. Harry suddenly had a thought and was glad that Voldemort had been stunned. The last thing they needed was for Voldemort to flee his current body and dive into Crouch. Harry wasn't sure but he guessed that without a soul of its own, Crouch's body would accept Voldemort in a way Quirrell's body never could. Once they were done with Crouch, they moved on to Peter Pettigrew. The only real difference here was that Sirius got the mad look in his eye that Harry had only seen once in the previous timeline, in the Shrieking Shack when Harry still believed that Sirius was the one to sell out his parents. Harry knew that the man would flip-flop back and forth for probably the next month, on one hand happy that the betrayer had been dealt with and the other mourning the loss of his old friend, Wormy. Harry could understand that. The reason betrayal hurt so much was because you still had all the positive memories and feelings that were now tainted. Peter Pettigrew passed in the same manner as Crouch Jr. and Director Bones once more checked the living but lifeless body before making the pronouncement. For all the anticipation in the crowd of witnesses, Voldemort's execution was almost exactly the same as the previous two, with one notable exception. When the Dementor sucked out what was left of the soul, the light that glowed for about a second during the kiss was blood red instead of the silvery white that had come from everyone else. As the light flashed, Harry felt his scar burn. Only for a second, but it was still the worst pain he had felt since coming back in time. He winced and caught Dumbledore giving him a knowing look. Director Bones once more did her test, but when it came to pronouncing the death of Voldemort she hesitated. Harry realized what it was and so gave her what she needed. Tom Riddle. That's his legal name. Whispers broke out among the crowd as Harry casually gave out one of the biggest secrets in the country, but Director Bones ignored it and made her announcement. "The sentence has been carried out. Tom Riddle has passed from this world." As soon as the director had finished, Harry had what must have been the weird experience he had ever had. He had a flash of memories, but each one was less than a second long and had a person saying a single word before moving to the next. "My task is complete. I will Return. Now. Suddenly the Dementor disappeared, sinking into the shadows. Harry realized that this must be how the Dementors communicate, a combination of legilimency and making you relive your memories. It was both strangely interesting and disturbingly creepy. After everyone had left, Harry found himself in a room he didn't recognize, sitting on a sofa with Hermione's arms around him. The last thing he could clearly remember was asking Hermione if he was a bad person. He tried to remember how he got from the hallway where he asked that question to an unknown room that looked rather comfortable, with large French windows that were open to let a cool breeze to tackle the summer heat. The only other thing he could say was he thought he saw Hermione walking up and down the 7th floor corridor, the room of requirement. Harry turned to look at Hermione and found she was looking at him in concern. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" Hermione's voice was soft and she was being careful, like she didn't want to spook him. Harry told her about what he did, how Krum had called him cruel for using fire and not using the killing curse. How he had killed the snake by letting it bleed out from his wounds and how he had fed people to a Dementor. He hadn't just let the law deal with the 3 prisoners, he had actively encouraged the Minister of Magic to have all 3 kissed with no trial or them having any chance to defend themselves. Not just killing them, their souls were eaten, destroyed as far as wizards could tell. He had taken part in the destruction of souls, knowingly, willingly. He was a monster now. Hermione strongly disagreed with that. "Harry, you are not a monster. You are one of the best people in the world. 10 years ago when I had to leave you to go after Quirrell on your own, I said you were a great wizard, Harry. You have spent the time since then proving me right. Monsters don't feel like you do right now. Monsters have no remorse for killing people. You feel bad for killing those that clearly are monsters." Hermione hugged him closer, pulling his head onto her breast as she tried to soothe his heart. "But I had people killed, Hermione. How am I ever going to be okay again?" "With time, Harry. Maybe try talking with people who have been where you are right now. Maybe someone like Mad Eye. I'm sure he had to kill in the Blood War." "I'm not sure Mad Eye is a good person to copy here. The mad part of his name has nothing to do with his eye, after all," Harry quipped. It wasn't that funny, but Hermione laughed anyway as it broke the tension a little. "Maybe he is a few fingers short of a trifle, but you wouldn't call him a monster, would you?" Hermione pointed out. He had to give her that point. Of all the things that you could say about the man, the only part of him that you could call monstrous was his appearance. But what if this is only the start? I still need to deal with Lestrange and what is left of Tom. Plus we still need to decide what to do with Snape. What if this is just the tip of the iceberg? What if I became nothing but a killer? "That would never happen, Harry," Hermione said. He tried to say something but she put her finger on his lips. "Just listen for a moment, Harry. There is so much more to you than some chosen one. You love flying, you want a family and a real home. You are great with magical creatures, you are a great teacher. You are so much more than you give yourself credit for. We just need to get past some obstacles before we can start building the life we want to have. And I promise you, if you ever start to forget, I will be right there to remind you who you are and why we are doing this." Once Hermione finished talking, she climbed into his lap so that she was facing Harry, her legs either side of his, and she leaned down and claimed his lips with hers. She knew that what he needed right now was a distraction, and a reminder that the world was not some joyless hellscape, that hope and happiness were still there. As she kissed him, Hermione started to unbutton Harry's shirt. This life had been good for him, especially physically. Without being sent to the Dursleys every summer to be half-starved, Harry had been able to fill out with a bit of muscle. Plus, with his training for the Triwizard Tournament, that muscle, while lean and wiry, had enough definition that Hermione felt a small thrill as she ran her hands over them. She could actually feel as the stress and tension started to leave Harry as his muscles started to relax. It hadn't taken Fudge long to get the story out to the papers. It was in a special evening edition of The Prophet the very next day. The story, written by Rita Skeeter, heaped praise on both Harry and Minister Fudge. Harry for winning the Triwizard Tournament and defeating Voldemort again at the same time, and Minister Fudge for his quick and decisive handling of the situation. The article also mentioned what happened to Crouch Sr. He was sent to a secure ward at St. Mungo's for evaluation after being the victim of the Imperious Curse. Unfortunately for him, as soon as the healers decide he is fit, he would be facing charges for assisting in a prison escape and prolonged use of an unforgivable curse. The speculation in the paper was that Crouch will probably avoid the Dementor's kiss for the charges due to his long history in the Ministry, but that he would probably face the life sentence in Azkaban for his crimes. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about Crouch Sr. On one hand, he had broken an unrepentant Death Eater out of prison, one responsible for torturing Neville's parents into insanity. But it was his son. Harry could at least understand why the man had done it. Harry had once again become infamous inside Hogwarts. He couldn't go anywhere without the Whispers following him around. The first time he had walked into the hall after the Prophet had published the story, almost the whole school had stood and clapped for him, and people kept coming up to him and thanking him for what he had done. Often the people thanking him would tell him a story of a family member that they barely remembered, or that they had grown up hearing stories about who had died in the Blood War. The more they thanked him, however, the more hollow Harry felt. Hermione had helped him get over the hump that had developed because he had helped kill 3 people. He wasn't okay with what he had done, but he was improving. However, he knew that it wasn't over. Voldemort still had one more horcrux, and Harry had no idea where the cup was located. The war wasn't over yet, but people were praising him like he had won. The one handshake Harry was happy to accept was the one from Neville. Harry's roommate had come up to him in the dorm room the night after the paper had published the story and thanked him, telling Harry the story of what had happened to his parents. Harry just listened as Neville told him the story, all the time thanking him for dealing with the man who was eventually one of their killers. During the last couple of weeks of term, Harry had taken to hiding from everyone but Hermione in the room of requirement. It was easier to hide away, especially when he didn't have classes to attend, than to put up with all the whispering. While most of the whispering was more positive, at least if you consider, "Oh Merlin, there goes Potter, isn't he amazing?" to be positive, there were still a few who definitely were not members of the Harry Potter fan club. While a lot of them were in Slytherin, there were some people in every house that were shooting him dark looks and were saying things in harsh whispers when they saw him. That's not to say that all of Slytherin was bad. A number of the green-robed students came up to him and thanked him for what he had done. He just hoped that over the summer everyone would calm down and he could go back to the more quiet life he had enjoyed since coming back in time. Yeah, and he better get started on practicing using the Wingardium Leviosa spell on large heavy mammals, because the wizarding world would treat him normally when pigs fly. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into her vault and her eyes fell on the chalice that her master had entrusted her with. Her master had sent her to retrieve it as he would need the restorative magics that the cup processes to speed up his full recovery after he finished his restoration ritual. The hardest part had been getting into Gringotts without being seen. Well, that and not killing the goblins for taking so long to verify her identity because she had no idea where her old vault key was after all these years. The goblins, filthy creatures that they are, at least only cared about their contracts and how you behaved in their bank. You could murder half the world, and as long as you followed your agreements with them and behaved in their bank, then they didn't care what you had done. Bellatrix picked up the chalice from the pedestal she had placed it on, a treasure of her master's deserved pride of place in her vault. As her hand closed on the golden metal, she could feel the power of her master humming inside it. She ran her finger over the badger that was engraved into its surface and frowned. The badger engraving was the only part of the artifact that had never felt like her master's power. It was almost as if that one part of it had refused her master. She wanted to destroy it for refusing him, but his instructions had been clear. She was to protect the artifact at all costs and his word was law. Her prize in hand, Bellatrix also collected a mokeskin pouch from a drawer of them and stuffed it full of gold, as a sack of gold was always useful. She returned to the goblin that was waiting nervously next to the cart. The disgusting little creature was annoying, but killing it would just cause problems that she couldn't deal with alone. "Take me back up now," she ordered. The goblin bowed deeply to her. "Right away, Lady Lestrange." As they traveled up the tunnels, Bellatrix drew a small flask from her handbag and finished off the second half of the potion just before they arrived at the main floor of the bank. It was a woman in her 40s with short blonde hair that stepped out of the cart and left the bank. Bellatrix had an appointment with her master she was running late for. She had been devastated when she returned to the graveyard and found that her master hadn't been restored, but she was absolutely distraught a few days later when she managed to get an old copy of the Daily Prophet. Discovering what the Potter brat and the bumbling fool of a minister of magic had done had almost broken her. At least, until she felt her master's magic in the cup. There were old stories about becoming immortal, even children's tales about such a feat. The warlock's hairy heart had never been a favorite of hers, but if any wizard could figure something like that out, it was her master. With those thoughts to keep her calm, Bellatrix Lestrange was able to recall some instructions her lord had given her if something like this were to happen, so she got everything she needed. An A theme, She looked at the ritual dagger in her hand. Check. A stone altar that had been in use for at least 250 years. The country was full of really old churches. She had just picked one suitable for her needs. The heart's blood of a virgin. The stupid muggle teen on the altar had provided that, just a dumb teen who had followed her at the prospect of losing the very virginity that was the only thing that made him a use to her. Bellatrix squeezed the boy's heart, milking the blood into the chalice. My lord, my master, my love, may you return to us. With this you shall rise more powerful than ever before. Bellatrix recited to herself, before picking up the chalice and drinking the heart's blood in one swift gulp. A few fingers short of a trifle. This is part of a British turn of phrase when calling someone crazy. The idea is that you pick something and say something is missing from it. For example, a couple of sandwiches short of a picnic, a few grapes short of a fruit salad, or a few crumbs short of a fruitcake. While food is the most commonly used medium for this type of phrase, you can use anything. The fingers in the trifle refer to fingers of sponge cake that layer the bottom of a trifle. As always, I love reading and replying to your reviews. Chapter 21. Thank you to all supporters, with an extra special thank you to Jimmy Adams, Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I really love you all and you really motivate me to keep going with my writing. Join my Discord to get updates on my upcoming projects and notifications on updates. Chapter 21. Harry and Hermione weren't enjoying being at home in London for the summer as much this time. Unlike last year, Sirius and Hermione's parents had forbidden them from riding their bikes between the houses. Sirius had explained to the Grangers about Bellatrix Lestrange being on the loose, and that had seen the introduction of the rule that an adult was needed to drop them off, and if they went out they needed a chaperone. Mostly it was Sirius dropping them off and picking them up because he could side along them much easier than one of the Grangers could drive them, especially when they stayed inside the city. Once when Harry was over at Hermione's house for the day, she told Harry that she thought that this was also probably her mother's idea. She explained how her mother had pulled her aside for a talk the first night they got back from school and said she approved of Hermione and Harry but didn't want Hermione to risk pregnancy until she was finished with her schooling. Harry had laughed at that, which hurt Hermione's feelings a little until he explained, "My own, I love you, your quirks and all, but let's be honest here. If there is one girl that doesn't need to be told to finish school first, it's you. I don't think I ever met someone who puts such a high priority on their schoolwork than you," Harry said as he pulled her into a hug. He truly hadn't meant to hurt her. "You're more important, you idiot," Hermione admitted as she buried her head in his chest. Harry truly had no words to say to that, only pulling Hermione in tighter. The two spent most of the rest of that day just cuddled up on the sofa, causing Dan to call them sickly sweet when he got home from his shift in the Grangers' dental practice. Harry spent a lot of time reading the Daily Prophet that summer looking for information on Lestrange, but the paper had a distinct lack of blood and death that Harry would have expected from the insane women. As the weeks went by, most witches and wizards seemed to think that the woman had left the country, due to the fact that Voldemort had died specifically by the Dementor's kiss this time, something the wizarding community understood a lot better than him disappearing after trying to use a killing curse on a baby. This added up to the wizarding public starting to use the name Voldemort instead of the you-know-who nonsense. It was that more than anything that made Harry uncomfortable, because he had told them that Voldemort was beaten this time. Everyone was letting their guards down. Harry just hoped he could work out where the last horcrux was before Voldemort was able to find a way back, or he would have very little resistance when he did come back. The third week of the holiday was the worst for Harry. The Grangers had gone to France for the week for a vacation, so he was left without Hermione for the longest time they had been apart in a while. It turned out Hermione had spoken with Sirius about the trouble Harry was having coming to terms with what he had fudged due to Pettigrew, Crouch and Riddle. He found this out one day midweek, when Sirius had cornered him in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. He sat Harry down and put a large glass of fire whiskey in front of him. "Do yourself a favor and drink that." Sirius indicated the drink. Harry just looked at Sirius wondering what was going on. "Trust me, it will make the conversation we are about to have easier," Sirius insisted. Harry thought that his godfather was about to give him the talk-in. Mentally agreed he would rather be tipsy for that conversation. He drank down the fiery spirit and winced as it burned its way down his throat. As he hadn't drunk any spirits since coming back in time, and couldn't remember drinking any in the previous timeline either, his lack of drinking experience was obvious from his reaction. "You okay?" Sirius sounded concerned but looked amused at Harry's suffering. Why does anyone drink that? Harry was genuinely concerned that all adults were crazy. While appreciation for it is definitely an acquired taste, mostly it's drunk for the effects rather than the flavor, Sirius admitted. Harry just ignored him and got himself a glass and filled it with water. So what did you want to talk about? He asked before taking a drink. So what's all this crap about you being a monster? Sirius asked, surprising Harry and causing him to choke. Sirius whipped his wand around and the water in Harry's airway vanished, letting him breathe again. After a few breaths, Harry shot a look at his godfather. I thought you were going to give me the talk. I don't want to talk about this. He tried to walk away, but with a flick of his wand Sirius sealed the door and he couldn't open it. Harry considered his options. He could probably destroy the door with magic if he had his wand, but he would face trouble for breaking the statute of secrecy. He could just sit there in silence and see whose will broke first, his or Sirius, but he then remembered that in the previous timeline Sirius had moved into a cave and was living off of rats because he thought he would be a little bit of help to Harry that way. Harry could be stubborn as well, but he wasn't sure he could be that stubborn. In the end, he only had one real choice. He sat back at the table. Fine, what do you want to know? I want you to explain how you can think of yourself as a monster. The sadness in Sirius's voice was plain to hear. Harry refused to look at Sirius, instead choosing to stare at his half-empty glass of water. What else could I be? Victor was right. First I was torturing the monsters in that maze by setting them on fire and leaving them to bleed out. Victor may have used the killing curse on them, but at least that was quick. I was killing them slowly and painfully and I didn't even think about it. Then I was whisked away to that graveyard. Again I didn't hesitate in killing Voldemort's snake. I just cut it open and let it bleed to death while I subdued Crouch Jr. When I took down Pettigrew, I wanted him to put up more of a fight so I could justify killing him. Then, when I took them all to Hogwarts, it was me who pushed the minister into giving them all the Dementor's kiss. No trial, no confirmation, they were guilty. I just decided and had their souls destroyed. I know what ignoring the right to a trial can do. Harry looked at Sirius for the first time as he said that, but only for a moment. The worst part, I don't even feel guilty about what I did to those people. I would do it all again twice as hard if I had to. So tell me, Sirius, how am I not a monster? How am I not something my parents would find disgusting to call their son? Harry only realized he was crying when he felt the teardrop fall from his nose. He felt an arm wrap around him and felt both better and worse. Better because he had thought Sirius would be disgusted in him for what he said and wouldn't want to be anywhere near him, but worse because Harry was still holding back the worst of what he had done. Harry, there is nothing you have done that your parents would be disappointed in you for. They fought in the blood war, sometimes on the front lines. Both your parents and I have blood on our hands. And while your mum and dad will be disappointed in others for you being in the situation where you had to do what you did, they would never be disappointed in you for what you did. Peter and Junior both have broken out of prison. All a trial would do is give them an opportunity to escape, and who knows what Voldemort would have done. Your decisions may not have been the lightest of options, but they were the best you could do in those circumstances. You are focusing on what you did to those three, but consider what would have happened if you hadn't. They would have restarted the blood war and lots of other people, innocent people, would die instead. You would be a target. They might even make Hermione a priority target to get to you. And it's not like you killed anyone. Sirius paused as he felt Harry stiffen in his arms. It's okay, Harry. I'm on your side, just tell me what happened. Harry didn't know if it was the alcohol or the soothing tone in Sirius's voice, but he finally answered, which time? There was silence from Sirius for almost a minute and Harry was sure that he could finally see what Harry saw in the mirror. Why don't you tell me in order? Harry just nodded and started speaking. First was Quirrell. It was in the Great Hall on Halloween, my first year in Hogwarts. Everyone thinks it was just the result of some dark magic he was under, but he was possessed by what was left of Voldemort. I knew, and I knew what the result of touching him would be. I purposely went for the carotid artery, the one that takes the blood to the brain. He was still alive when he was taken out of the hall and I don't know if it was Voldemort abandoning him or the wound I caused that killed him, but I definitely intended to kill him, he explained. How did you know he was possessed by Voldemort, and what spell did you use? Sirius asked carefully. I can't tell you how I knew, but I trust where it came from. Harry wasn't going to tell Sirius about traveling in time. For one, Sirius might tell others. But more importantly, Harry didn't want to tell the man that he had left him in Azkaban for over a year while knowing how to get him out. He may have done it for an important reason, but letting Sirius know would only hurt the man. And I didn't cast a spell, my mother did when she died trying to save my life. It left me with a protection against Voldemort, and it was that protection that reacted to Voldemort in Quirrell that hurt him. But I wielded that protection like a weapon and killed a man who was just laying on the floor. He didn't even put up a fight. Harry was clinging to Sirius's robes hoping that the man wasn't about to leave, but Sirius just held on to Harry and prompted him to continue. I did the second one right in front of you. I was the one who killed Lucius Malfoy, under my invisibility cloak. Hermione was the one to slow everyone's fall. But I was the one who killed the man in cold blood. Harry went silent when he finished. The silence dragged on for what felt like hours, though it was probably 10 minutes. During this time Sirius held Harry close. Eventually his godfather broke the silence. Were there any witnesses apart from Hermione? Harry answered. Under the invisibility cloak, so no well, except for Dobby. Apparently Dobby recognized my magical signature, but he works for me now. Sirius looked thoughtfully when Harry got the courage together to look up at the man's face. Good. A house elf can't betray their master, so there is no danger there. And Hermione wouldn't turn you in either. You do realize how monumentally stupid that was, right? Killing a well-connected pureblood who had that much influence in the ministry. If they ever find out, you'd be lucky if they throw you into Azkaban for the rest of your life. Sirius proceeded to give Harry a lecture on doing stupid shit that could get Harry thrown into prison, lovingly of course, but still sternly. The day before Hermione was due to come home, Harry was brooding in his room at Grimmauld Place. Sirius had convinced Harry that he didn't see Harry as a monster, but he was still having a hard time not seeing himself as one. Part of the problem was that he knew he was going to need to kill at least one, maybe two more people, Tom and Bellatrix, before this was over. And he didn't have a problem with this. The more introspective Harry got, he realized that he had reclassified those two in his head so that they weren't people anymore. They were just problems to deal with. How could he reclassify people into a non-person so easily? Harry was interrupted from his brooding when Sirius knocked on the door and came in. He looked around and crossed the room before sitting on the opposite side of the bed facing Harry. When Harry looked at his godfather, he spoke. I need to vent a little, Harry. I was just chatting with Remus and he was moaning about work. That wasn't unusual, Harry thought. Sirius and Remus were on speaking terms again, which Harry considered a plus for Sirius if nothing else. Sirius continued. Apparently Minerva was chewing his ear off yesterday. Do you remember the Muggle-born girl who was the daughter of one of the campground owners at the World Cup? Sirius asked. The memory of the poor terrified girl being levitated in the air by a gang of naked terrorists played in Harry's mind and a sense of dread settled in his stomach. Yeah, I remember her. What's happened to her? Harry demanded. Sirius raised his hands placatingly. The girl is fine, as is her family. The problem is she doesn't have the money to attend Hogwarts. But isn't there a fund to help poorer families? Harry asked. Sirius looked a little pissed off as he started to explain. Yes, but it's not unlimited. And a number of fathers of pureblood kids went to Azkaban last summer, strangely enough not long after the World Cup. The people in charge of the fund have decided that the children of wizarding families get priority over Muggle-borns. Harry translated in his head. The blood bigots had decided to give the money to the children of the pieces of shit that attacked a defenseless little girl and her family instead of trying to help the girl. I'll pay for her, he suddenly declared. That took Sirius by surprise. What? I'll pay for her to attend Hogwarts, Harry said as though Sirius was a little slow. That's a lot of money, Harry. It's 1,000 galleons a year to attend Hogwarts, and once you make an offer like that official you are bound for the whole 7 years. 7,000 galleons is a lot of money. Sirius was being very careful not to tell Harry what to do but made sure he had all the facts to make the decision. Harry thought about it. While 7,000 galleons was a lot, almost 35,000 pounds, but it wouldn't put much of a dent in the gold in his vaults in Gringotts. I still want to do it, he decided. If it's what you want, then okay, but do me a favor, sleep on it, give yourself time to really think about it. In the meantime I will go and speak with Professor McGonagall and inquire how this needs to be done. Despite what he said, Sirius looked proud as he spoke. Sirius flew to the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade and began to walk up the road outside the village to the school. He could have flew directly but the weather was nice and he wanted to walk. Besides, it would give him time to work out what he was going to say to Professor McGonagall. As he walked, he considered the conversation he had just had with his godson. It had gone exactly how he had predicted it would. Harry had jumped at the chance to help the little girl straight away. He smiled when thought about why he had done this. Despite Harry still thinking so little of himself, his first instinct was to help. This would be good for Harry's self-image. Monster. That's a load of hippogriff shit, Harry. Now I'm gonna make you prove it to yourself. Harry was nervous. He and Hermione were currently waiting in the private function room of a small local pub not far from the campgrounds where they held the World Cup. Normally the room was rented out for functions like weddings or funerals, but as the room wasn't booked for anything today, the landlord had let them use it for free, but they would have to walk to the main bar if they wanted anything. It turned out giving people money for school was more complicated than Harry had expected. At first he thought he could just pay the school, but the school couldn't accept people just sending them money for a random student, and Harry couldn't give money to the hardship fund without losing control over how it was spent. In the end, Professor McGonagall had needed to go visit the Payne family and ask them if they wanted to meet with someone who was looking into offering their daughter a private scholarship. The family had of course agreed to talk to Harry, if nothing else. Hermione was busying herself going over the paperwork that Sirius and Professor McGonagall had drawn up in anticipation of a successful meeting. She had been a little surprised when she got back to the UK that Harry had decided to fund the education of the young girl, but she quickly saw the same opportunity that Sirius had and was fully supportive of Harry's idea. Sirius walked in with Professor McGonagall and a vaguely familiar family of 3.5, the woman, who Harry took to be Mrs. Payne, was obviously pregnant. A little behind the rest came who Harry knew was Mr. Payne in a wheelchair. Harry felt a flood of guilt over that. It was his actions that had taken this man's ability to walk. However, despite what Harry was feeling, the family were all smiles. The girl had long straight black hair that ended in the small of her back and tan skin that said she spent a lot of time outdoors. While she was dressed in a nice dress, the way she unconsciously fiddled with it made Harry think that it wasn't how she normally dressed and that her mum had dressed her up to make a good impression on Harry. Mr. and Mrs. Payne looked at Harry and were obviously surprised. He wondered if they hadn't been told he was still a student or if it was something else, but he stood up and walked over to the family and introduced himself. Mr. and Mrs. Payne, I presume. And you must be Suzanne. Harry smiled and shook everyone's hand. I'm Harry Potter and this is my girlfriend Hermione Granger. Hermione is like Suzanne, a magical person born to non-magical parents. Hermione shook everyone's hand after Harry. We thought you might like to talk to someone who went through what Suzanne is facing. She smiled at the young girl. Harry invited them all to sit, and with a few flicks of her wand Professor McGonagall had the tea set that she had brought animate and served them all a cup. The Paynes looked amazed but Suzanne looked at the display of magic like she couldn't wait to try doing it herself. Professor McGonagall took charge of the meeting from there and turned to the Paynes first. Well, as you know, your daughter has a place at our school. However, your financial situation, while not dire, is not up to sending a child to a private boarding school. I told you about the fund Hogwarts has to help families in difficult financial situations, but due to some outside factors that fund was stretched beyond its capacity this year. Mr. Potter here found out about this and has offered your daughter a private scholarship. Any questions? Mrs. Payne had a question. I need to ask. You look like you're still in school, can you really afford this? Harry smiled sadly. As you can probably guess by my godfather being here rather than my parents, I'm an orphan. My parents were killed by the leader of the terrorists who were behind last year's incident. I was left with a rather sizable inheritance, and paying for Suzanne to attend Hogwarts won't cause any problems, Harry explained. I'm sorry to hear about your parents, Mrs. Payne said sincerely, but she relaxed with Harry's insistence that he could afford this. Suzanne asked a question next. Why would you pay for me to learn magic? Harry grinned widely. He had been hoping to get this question. Forgive the bad pun, but Hogwarts is simply magical. The Paynes laughed at his pun, but everyone else let Harry know how unfunny he was. Jokes aside, I have been at Hogwarts for 4 years now and it's been an amazing experience, one I think shouldn't be denied to anyone who has magic. Magic is amazing and it can be beautiful. I have seen unicorns, fairies, and winged horses. I am in a position to help you experience that and so much more. Harry explained at least some of his motivation. Suzanne looked excited and ready to go to Hogwarts. Mr. Payne asked what exactly Harry was offering. so he slid 2 copies of the paperwork over to the 2 parents. The offer is quite simple. I will cover her tuition for all 7 years and I can help with supplies if you need it. All Suzanne will have to do is maintain an average grade of E, which stands for exceeds expectations, the magical world's equivalent of a B. Hermione and myself will even help her keep her grades up for the next 3 years. The conversation went on for almost an hour while they covered everything from who would administer the scholarship, Professor McGonagall, to what was the food like at the school. In the end, the Paynes accepted Harry's offer for tuition but refused his assistance with buying the school supplies at least for this year, but wanted to keep that option open for the future. Once they were done, Hermione gave a gift to Suzanne. In typical Hermione style, it was a book, a copy of Hogwarts, a history. The younger girl was happy to get the book and thanked Hermione, and they arranged to meet up in King's Cross on the 1st of September before saying their goodbyes. Once they arrived at Grimmauld Place, Harry and Hermione took over the library and tackled some of their summer homework. Harry was feeling better about himself than he had in a long time. Helping someone where he didn't need to risk his life or the lives of others, and where no wands needed to be drawn, was exactly what he needed. Now he just needed a plan for what he was going to do over the next year. Hope you all enjoy the chapter. Remember, I love to read your comments. Chapter 22. Thank you to all supporters, with an extra special thank you to Jimmy Adams, Rafael Badera, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I really love you all and you really motivate me to keep going with my writing. As always, the next 2 chapters and the link to my Discord are available on my Patreon page. However, there is now also the first chapter of my new FIC, Harry Potter and the Stitch in Time, the FIC that will be taking this fix update slot when this one finishes. Chapter 22. The 1st of September brought with it the trip to Hogwarts, which would be the first time Harry had been out in wizarding public since he had gotten off the train before the start of summer break. Wanting to avoid a fuss, he had even gotten Sirius to go do the back to school shopping for Hermione and himself. Hermione had been disappointed to miss out on a trip to Flourish and Blots, especially after her parents had given her £150 to convert to galleons after both she and Harry had been made the new Gryffindor prefects. However, she had completely understood what would happen if Harry stepped into the alley. Also, given the amount of times her photo and name had appeared in the media over the summer as the boy who lived's girlfriend while they printed story after story about Harry catching Voldemort, she wasn't sure she could go to the alley without being harassed either. The Grangers had offered to take Harry to King's Cross, and when they arrived at King's Cross they found little Suzanne Payne and her parents sitting in the small cafe. Suzanne drinking a Coke while her parents each enjoyed a cup of tea. Harry and Hermione asked Suzanne if she wanted help getting her trunk onto the train and if she would like to get a compartment with them, which the young witch accepted. Hermione said her goodbyes and promised to write to her parents, and then the 2 teens and the little first years stepped through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, finding themselves once more on the magical platform. Parents and children were saying goodbye to their sons, daughters, and older siblings who were about to leave for school, and a number of first years were crying, already homesick and missing family they hadn't even parted from yet. Owls and toads added to the noise as they called to each other or demanded attention from their humans. Then, people started to notice that Harry Potter had arrived. It was almost as if a wave of silence washed over the crowd, soon dispelled and quickly replaced by energetic whispers of, "It's Harry Potter." Suzanne, who knew nothing of Harry's past, got nervous at so many people staring at the group she was currently in, but before she could do or say anything, Hermione spotted how uncomfortable the young girl was. She put a reassuring hand on Suzanne's shoulder and told the girl, "It's okay. Harry is really famous among witches and wizards, and he won a big international sporting event at the end of our last school year. No one is going to hurt anyone." The little girl calmed for now, but Harry wasn't sure that would hold up to him being mauled by fans, so he leaned into Hermione and whispered, "Why don't you take the trunks and Suzanne and get us a compartment? I'll go play nice with the public." He tried not to say the second part like he was describing his own personal hell, but judging by the look Hermione shot at him, he didn't think he was successful. "Okay, but don't be long." She gave Harry a kiss on the cheek, and with a few flicks of her wand the 3 trunks stacked themselves and started floating towards the train while Hermione followed them, leading Suzanne. To give himself a reason to have separated from the girls, Harry grabbed the trolleys that they had their trunks on and pushed them to a trolley bay that was right next to the arch that led back to the Muggle station. When he turned back, just as he expected, more than a few of the parents had come over. The first one to get to him grabbed hold of Harry's hand and shook it. "It's such an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. I have been reading about what you did all summer and it's just astonishing. To think he was alive and hiding all this time. But you took care of that, didn't you?" Harry shook hand after hand, and while he didn't like it, he definitely wasn't as overwhelmed as he had been the first time this had happened to him. He did realize he was justified in getting Sirius to pick up his school things, though. One thing Harry noticed was that while the parents were all fighting to shake his hand, the students who went to Hogwarts with Harry just looked embarrassed by what their families were doing. It made some sense to them. He was just a student who did something crazy. No matter how much the prophet made him out to be some amazing hero, they still had their memories of the last few years where Harry was pretty quiet and focused rather than someone who wanted to be in the spotlight. Eventually Harry saw that he only had 10 minutes until the train left and had to leave, so he called over everyone. "Okay, I'm sorry everyone, but I need to get on the train. I can't go missing school now, can I?" Reluctantly the crowd parted and let him through. Luckily for Harry, they were all parents and the idea of a kid missing their ride to school was anathema to most of them. It took Harry about 5 minutes to find the compartment that Hermione had found. It wasn't just Hermione and Suzanne, though. Luna was sitting with them reading the latest copy of the Quibbler. "Good morning, Harry." Luna didn't even look up from her magazine. "Hey Luna. Anything interesting?" he asked, indicating the magazine. However, Luna answered the question more broadly. "Everything is interesting if you look deeply enough, Harry. Well, everything except Professor Binns's class, but that's just him, not the subject." Harry and Hermione both laughed at that, but Suzanne looked confused, so Harry filled her in. "Professor Binns is the most boring teacher you will ever meet. He is a ghost who teaches history, but despite how cool that sounds, he has an almost perfect record of making students fall asleep. In fact, Hermione here is the only student I know who has never fallen asleep in his class." The trip to the castle was fairly uneventful. There was a meeting where the new head boy and girl addressed the prefects, telling them about the schedule to patrol the train and to give them the time and place for the first prefect meeting of the year. However, there was no Malfoy to come and try to wind up Harry in the hope to get a reaction while he and Hermione patrolled the train, so the only problems were the usual stuff you get when a large group of teenagers has little supervision. The highlight was introducing Suzanne to chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Of course, Harry had to teach the first-year Muggle-born the ever-popular game of every flavor roulette. That he was able to pull Hermione and Luna into the game was a double win, except Luna never seemed to get a bad flavor. The feast went great. For the second year in a row, the defense against the dark arts professor was the same as the year previous. It seemed that Professor Lupin was going to be their defense professor permanently now. Suzanne was sorted into Hufflepuff. Susan Bones was one of the new Hufflepuff prefects, so Harry knew she would look after the new first years in her house. He and Hermione had to lead the new first years up to the common room, and as they led the first years through the castle, Hermione kept pointing out places where interesting things happened according to Hogwarts, a history. Harry, not to be outdone, decided to do the same, but much to Hermione's continued disappointment, he still hadn't read Hogwarts, a history. So, instead of pointing out places of historical interest, he pointed out places where some of the best pranks Fred and George had ever played happened, with a full description of the chaos that resulted. Harry didn't want to brag, but the first years definitely seemed to prefer his tales of chaos to Hermione's histories. The biggest stress, outside of homework, the next week was taking the Gryffindor firsties down to breakfast every morning, and the only reason that was stressful was because he was running out of prank stories to tell. Unfortunately, the piece couldn't last. The Monday morning paper proved just how fragile that once was. The front page had a photo of Bellatrix Lestrange firing a dark mark into the air while she stood in front of a burning building that looked like a normal Muggle home. Under it was the headline, "Insane Death Eater Begins Reign of Terror." The article went on to say that Lestrange had killed a Muggle-born wizard and his Muggle wife, and had also left a message in the house that indicated that more such attacks were coming. Harry let out a growl of frustration. He had hoped he would have a lot longer before any more of this madness would raise its head. Hermione asked him what was wrong, so he handed her the paper. It only took seconds for her to see what had gotten him so riled up. "Fuck, I didn't expect her to move this openly." Hermione surprised a lot of the people sitting around her by her use of profanity, but Harry knew that Hermione just saved the harsher language for when she thought it was truly necessary. Well, subtlety and planning were never the demented bitch's strong points. A part of me wonders how she ever made it into Slytherin. Harry tried to focus his mind on anything but the images that the newspaper had painted in his head. Probably pure ambition and blood fanaticism, Hermione pondered. The two of them and a number of other students, especially Neville, picked at the rest of their breakfast before going to class. Harry was only a little surprised when during his first lesson, Charms, Luna knocked on the door and handed a note to Professor Flitwick. After reading the note, the fun and excitable half-goblin teacher addressed him and Hermione. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, the headmaster has requested your presence in his office. Pack up your things and go with Miss Lovegood here. Oh, and be ready to demonstrate to me the muggle-repelling charm at the start of our next lesson. Harry and Hermione packed up and followed Luna out of the charms class. Any idea why the headmaster wants to talk to us, Luna? Hermione asked, even if they could both probably guess it was to discuss Lestrange. Luna nodded. He wants to discuss a new supplier of milk for the school. He's considering changing the dairy we currently use to one called Cadbury. Harry tried not to laugh but wasn't very successful. Hermione did a lot better but still smirked at their friend. Luna, Cadbury is a muggle company that makes chocolate. It's not a dairy. Luna frowned. I think the headmaster will be disappointed. He specifically mentioned Cadbury's dairy milk, and it looked like he thought it was delicious. This time Hermione couldn't keep a straight face, so it was left to Harry to explain. Luna, Cadbury's dairy milk is the name of the Cadbury Company's signature chocolate bar. The headmaster likes to use the name of sweets as the password to get into his office. I think that he was telling you the password so you could tell us. Oh, then I'm afraid I can't answer your question. I have no idea what the headmaster wants to talk to you about. The smaller girl sounded really disappointed that she didn't have an answer for them. They arrived at the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office, and the password was indeed Cadbury's dairy milk. The headmaster was waiting for them and called them in before they could even knock on the door. As soon as they stepped inside, he spoke up. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, please sit down. It was obvious that the man was a little agitated despite the smooth and even tone of his voice. I trust the two of you have seen this morning's edition of The Prophet. He paused for a second and both Harry and Hermione nodded. Tell me, what did you notice about the photograph? That it was weird they had one, Harry said after only a moment. Lestrange doesn't seem the type to let someone take her picture without killing them when they point a camera at her. The photo was taken using a highly modified pensive. I believe that the Prophet has the only one with that capability in all of Britain. The memory is from a bystander that Lestrange missed. That's not what I was referring to. There was a copy of the paper on the headmaster's desk, and Hermione opened up the paper and looked at the photo again. This time she ignored the obvious and paid attention to the details. Was there something specific about the house, or Lestrange's wand? Was she standing on something? All of those seemed unimportant as she checked them out. Maybe it was something in her outfit. That's when Hermione saw, tied to a loop on Lestrange's belt, a goblet. Harry, is that what I think it is? She pointed out the cup in the photo. Harry just looked at the photo for a full second before he said anything. I think it is. That could be Hufflepuff's cup. What do you think, Professor? Dumbledore looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses before saying, I, like you Harry, think that that is indeed the legendary cup of Helga Hufflepuff. Then the last horcrux is in the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange. Fuck, Harry shouted the expletive. While I can understand the sentiment Harry, I must ask that you refrain from using such language in my office. This is still a school after all. Dumbledore said in the way that made everyone think of him as a kindly grandfather. Harry didn't apologize though, instead he pressed forward. Sir, you don't understand. Horcruxes can possess people. If Lestrange has the cup, who are we facing? Lestrange? Voldemort? Some combination of the two? Now Dumbledore looked surprised and Hermione looked like she was going to be sick. Please Harry, I know you don't trust me, but I need to know everything you know about Horcruxes and hopefully how you learned it. The old professor sounded more weary than Harry ever remembered him, and Harry looked to Hermione for her opinion. She thought for a bit before saying, the timeline is completely different now. We don't need to worry about people changing it anymore. Not since the end of last year. You stopped Voldemort from returning that night, so we are flying blind again. So Harry told Dumbledore almost everything. Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. Ginny and the Diary Horcrux. Sirius, Peter and the Dementors. The original Triwizard Tournament and its outcome. Cornelius Fudge not believing that Voldemort had returned and sending Dolores Umbridge to the school where she tortured students. The war. Dumbledore's death. Searching for the horcruxes. The Muggleborn camps. The only real thing he left out was how he and Hermione had come back in time. When Harry finished recounting the previous timeline, Dumbledore looked shocked. I can see why you don't trust me. The other me had plans and kept secrets, and it led to such horrible things. I thought such camps were a mistake humanity wouldn't make again. I saw such camps. It was soul-destroying. Yet my actions, however inadvertently and indirectly, led to British witches and wizards repeating that mistake. Silence hung in the air after the headmaster spoke, and it was clear that Dumbledore was using the silence to think about all the information Harry had given him. They were there for so long that one of the castle's house elves popped in and gave them each a bowl of soup and a sandwich, indicating that it must be lunchtime for the rest of the school. Harry, just how complete was the possession of Miss Weasley? Was it just control like the Imperious Curse, or was it deeper than that? Dumbledore asked as he dipped the corner of his sandwich in his bowl of soup. It was deeper. The horcrux was feeding off her, but it was also using her to control the basilisk. The basilisk recognized her as the heir of Slytherin. She could even speak Parseltongue. Harry froze after he had said that last line. Harry, Hermione turned to look at him, concerned why he had stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence, only to find Harry had a stunned look on his face. He dropped his sandwich, not out of any conscious decision but because he simply forgot to keep hold of it. He then raised his hand to the scar that was on his forehead over his right eye, a look of mixed realization, fear, and rage on his face. God fucking damn it. That's right people, you have heard of Quirrell Mort, Ginny Mort, and even Harry Mort, but are you ready for Bella Mort? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, this chapter is a little shorter than normal. My old ass office chair finally decided to break on me. Unfortunately, I was sitting in it at the time, so ended up being sent flying. I'm fine, but I put my hand out to break my fall and jarred my wrist. That led to me losing 3 days of good typing time. But this chapter had the introduction of Bella Mort, not a name I will be using in the FIC, probably, and Harry has just realized he is a horcrux, so I hope you all like it. Chapter 23. Thank you to all supporters, with an extra special thank you to Jimmy Adams, Rafal Badera, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime, and Jack Schreiner. I really love you all, and you really motivate me to keep going with my writing. As always, check out my Patreon, Lowten, for early access. Chapter 23. The horcrux was feeding off her, but it was also using her to control the basilisk. The basilisk recognized her as the heir of Slytherin. She could even speak Parseltongue. Harry froze after he had said that last line. Harry, Hermione turned to look at him, concerned why he had stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence, only to find Harry had a stunned look on his face. He dropped his sandwich, not out of any conscious decision but because he simply forgot to keep hold of it. He then raised his hand to the scar that was on his forehead over his right eye, a look of mixed realization, fear, and rage on his face. God fucking damn it, Harry, what's wrong? Hermione sounded afraid, not of Harry but at whatever was coming that had gotten this reaction out of her. Harry. Tell me, Professor, how long have you known? Harry's voice was cold. Known what, Harry? Hermione asked, clearly worried. I'm a horcrux. That's why I can speak to snakes, and that's why I have visions of what Voldemort is seeing. And he has known about it for years. Harry pointed at Dumbledore when he said that last sentence. And just when should I have told you? When do you tell someone that they harbor a fraction of one of the darkest souls currently walking the earth? Dumbledore stared at his food, refusing to look up. How about when you found out we threw out the laws of time to fight this war? Hermione snapped. Or when we gave you the location of the ring horcrux with a way to destroy it. You can't hide behind the idea that we weren't ready, not after what we have done. Now tell the truth, why didn't you tell us? Harry felt his heart warm a little that Hermione was still using words like us. If he feared one thing from this, it was that Hermione, his foundation, his port in a storm, would distance herself from the disgusting thing he was now they knew the truth. Dumbledore looked up at them and Harry saw just how old the man had become. He was tired of the wars, of the loss of life. And give the opportunity for the shard to affect you even more? You're dark enough already? What? Both Harry and Hermione shouted at the same time. But Hermione continued, how can you possibly think Harry is going dark? How can I not? First year the soul shard was protecting you from my Legilimency probes, then on Halloween you killed poor Quirinus without a shred of remorse. Second year you befriend a basilisk, one of the darkest creatures ever created, which was first made by the same individual who invented horcruxes. You manipulated the Minister of Magic like a master to get your godfather out of prison. At the Quidditch World Cup, you killed Lucius Malfoy and permanently injured a number of people, including Miss Payne's father. Then, when you got back to school, you stripped Mr. Malfoy of his magic and once again manipulated Cornelius into doing what you wanted, getting him to order the destruction of 3 souls. Given all that, how could you possibly think you still stand in the light? Harry just stared at the headmaster unbelieving. Hermione, on the other hand, replied with a rather loud, "What a load of cherry-picked bullshit. Talk about the worst possible interpretation of events. Okay, Dumbledore, I'll answer every single one of your charges, and when I'm done you can answer mine." How dare Dumbledore call him dark after everything he had been through? Let's see, your first charge was that the horcrux was protecting me from your legilimency probe. That's nothing but a misdirection. I was acting. Why? Because my occlumency is not very good. I can tell when someone tries to probe me, but I'm not good at stopping them. So I had a plan to keep illegal mind-reading headmasters from learning that Hermione and I had traveled back in time. Absolutely nothing to do with dark magic. Your second charge, killing Quirrell. Let's not forget that the man was involved with trying to restore Voldemort to a full body, and all the while he was killing unicorns to keep his body from falling apart. The man was already dead and didn't know it. All keeping him alive would have done was torture him, sacrifice a few unicorns, and risk the Philosopher's Stone, as luck is a factor. Let's not forget that the only reason Voldemort was in a school full of kids was because you decided to move the stone here rather than putting it in a random location protected by a Fidelius charm. In fact, the only reason I can see for you to bring the stone here is that you wanted to see how Voldemort and I would react to one another. Dumbledore once again refused to look at Harry, and Harry knew he had hit the nail on the head with that accusation. Hermione gave the headmaster a hard look at the idea he had personally endangered the school. Now, my manipulation of the Minister of Magic to get my godfather out of prison. Let's not forget who exactly the chief warlock was who never got my innocent godfather a trial. I was serving both the law and the good and no one got hurt. Next, you claim I killed Lucius Malfoy. What made you come to that conclusion? Harry got up and started pacing back and forth behind his and Hermione's chairs. Dumbledore picked up his spoon and absent-mindedly stirred his soup as he spoke. I investigated once you took it upon yourself to pay for her education. It was obvious you felt guilty about something. You were at the campground, no one saw who cast the curse, and I know about the invisibility cloak. A few memories from people who were there. Timing from when the two of you vanished. It wouldn't hold up in the Wizengamot, but it was enough for me to know. Well, fine. I killed him and injured the other Death Eaters, Harry admitted. I was aiming to injure, not kill, but these things happen in combat. I would have preferred him to go to prison like the others. Don't you see, Harry, that when you killed him you removed any chance to save his soul? Dumbledore looked disappointed. Harry started to wonder if the man was senile. Save his soul? He didn't want to be saved. He had his second chance at the end of the war, and what did he do with it? He taught his son to be a blood bigot and encouraged him to bring the war to a new generation. Then he was the one who gave Voldemort's horcrux to an innocent 11-year-old girl so that she would order the basilisk to kill students. If allowed to live or go free, the man would kill people, a lot of them. Did I mean to kill him? No. Am I sorry I killed him? Again, no, you can't save a person who refuses to see what they are doing is wrong. Am I sorry Mr. Payne was hurt? Yes, and I will do what I can for him and his family. A full ride scholarship for any magical children they have seems like a good start. And your last accusation is basically feeding 3 men to the Dementors. Let's start with Pettigrew and Crouch Jr. Tell me, sir, what is the penalty, by treaty with the Dementors, for someone who unlawfully escapes Azkaban? Is it not already the Dementors' kiss? For them I only hastened a sentence that they were already guaranteed and prevented anyone from trying to break them out of holding while they waited for a trial. As for Voldemort, do you think anything short of the kiss could have done anything to him? What else should I have done? Let him get a body back and throw Wizarding Britain back into another civil war? Well, I've already seen that, and I refuse to see it again. Harry took his seat. I noticed you left out your friendship with the basilisk. Dumbledore didn't sound smug, but the words grated nevertheless. It's just a magical animal, no different than a dragon. Powerful and dangerous though it may be, it's no more evil than a dragon is. Just because some people who can control them have them do evil things doesn't make that evil part of their nature. Can you imagine what would happen if those same types of people could control dragons? The basilisk is more than happy to stay where she is and leave the students alone. If my visits keep her that way, I don't understand the problem. You admonish me for bringing the stone to the school but see no problem with the basilisk. Dumbledore sounded disbelieving. Then give me somewhere else to take her. I'm sure we could move her in the summer holidays when there are no students. You seek to save a monster that has killed people but condemn people who kill. Do you not hear yourself? Dumbledore sounded a little desperate. The difference is choice. The basilisk was never given one, just following orders she was given in Parseltongue. Those people all had a choice after the war ended, and they chose to keep on killing people. They made their choices, and if I have to be, I will be the consequences. Harry got up out of his chair and left the headmaster's office. Hermione got up to follow Harry, but just before she left she turned to the old man. I noticed you didn't answer for your deeds. From where I stand, you are far darker than Harry. Harry doesn't manipulate it so that innocent people are the ones who suffer and die. Here's a question for you to think on. Just how much has Auror and Healer recruitment fallen since you had to start constantly telling people that? Professor Snape has your complete trust. Also, you can have a ready-made spy for a war that Harry has already prevented from happening. Have a good day, Professor. And with that she left the room to go help Harry, who had just realized that he has a portion of his parents' murderer stuck in his forehead. Hermione eventually found Harry brooding in the astronomy tower staring at the Quidditch pitch. We should break up, Harry said sadly when Hermione moved to stand next to him. Fuck that. Hermione's response was immediate and adamant, but Harry tried to speak but Hermione cut him off. No buts, Harry. I love you. I don't care what you're facing. From now on you'll face it with me standing by your side. We have dealt with most of Voldemort already, and if we have to deal with the part in your head as well, then that's what we'll do, Hermione stated firmly. We both know the only way to destroy a horcrux is to destroy whatever is holding it. I need to die, Harry said sadly but resolutely. Hermione suddenly realized that was why Harry had come to the astronomy tower. He was thinking of throwing himself off it, not because he was depressed, but because he thought that this was the only way to keep everyone else safe. She forced herself not to panic and answered him calmly. Seems a little drastic, Harry. For one, we don't actually know if a horcrux can't be removed, and secondly you're not really a horcrux. Harry looked at her disbelievingly. Hermione, there has to be a piece of him in me, it's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, don't misunderstand, there is probably a soul fragment there, though we should probably test that before doing anything drastic. No, what I mean is creating a full stable horcrux needs an entire set of rituals that are complicated and takes a full day to perform. One of the first rituals is preparing the container to accommodate the soul fragment. I doubt that his soul fragment is as tightly bound to you as the other fragments are to their containers. Plus, the one in you is safely contained. The only problems it has ever given you are from its connection to the others. If we can destroy the one in the cup, or is it in Lestrange now? Not that that matters right now, but if that last shard is destroyed then there is nothing your little hitchhiker can do but just sit there and watch you lead a happy life. What if it takes me over like the diary did Ginny? Harry asked, but Hermione could see his resolve melting. If, and it's a big if it comes to that, I will stop you myself, said Hermione with conviction. They both knew what wasn't being said. Stopping Harry at that point would mean killing him. Doing that would destroy Hermione, but neither doubted that she would do it. Not for the witches and wizards out there, but she would do it for him. She wouldn't let him suffer watching out of his own eyes as Voldemort used his body to restart his reign of terror. Harry was reminded of what Hermione had done to her parents in the previous timeline to keep them safe. That had almost broken her, and killing him would definitely break her, but that wouldn't stop her if he needed her to do it. Hermione, Harry didn't know what to say so he just pulled her into him, wrapped her up in his arms, and kissed her. The two stayed like that for over an hour before they returned to the rest of the castle, only now realizing that they had now missed 3/4 of their potions lesson. Bellatrix Lestrange continued to attack randomly over the next 2 months, but Harry nor anyone else he talked to could make any sense of it. Despite the first attack targeting a Muggleborn and his wife, she wasn't attacking homes with Muggle-born witches or wizards. There seemed to be no pattern to the attacks. Muggleborn, purebloods, half-bloods, progressives, and traditionalists. There wasn't even a geographical pattern. Twice Harry had seen a student being taken aside by their head of house only to learn later that day they had been orphaned by an attack. Of course, reading the news and trying to predict where the next attack was going to be wasn't all Harry and Hermione were doing. After everyone had calmed down from meeting with the headmaster, Hermione had gone to speak with the man about the horcrux books. She wanted access to them so she could try and work out how to remove the soul shard from Harry. Dumbledore had not been in favor of the idea. He thought that it was a waste of time. Hermione couldn't tell if Dumbledore thought that it was impossible so hadn't even tried himself, or if he just believed that Hermione couldn't work out a solution when the great Dumbledore had failed to find a solution. In the end, Hermione convinced him, but Dumbledore insisted that the books in Hermione's notes never leave his office, and Hermione had to take an unbreakable vow to only use the knowledge she gained to destroy horcruxes, and that she would extract a similar oath from anyone she shared the information with in the future. It rubbed her the wrong way that Dumbledore didn't trust her, but as the magic she was researching was so repugnant, she agreed to the vow. Harry spent his time cashing in on his fame a little to get a meeting with the Minister of Magic. As much as Harry hated flow travel, he had to admit, as he picked himself up off the floor of the Minister for Magic's office, that it was quick. Even if you included the time Harry spent putting himself back together after the trip, Scotland to London's inner city in less than 3 minutes was fast. "Mr. Potter, good to see you," said Minister Fudge from behind his desk. "Please have a seat." He indicated one of the chairs in front of his desk. "Can I offer you a drink? Perhaps a cup of tea?" It was clear that the minister only remembered that Harry was still underage at the last moment. The pink-toed Umbridge was seated in a chair to the side of the minister's rather overly large desk. Harry had hoped that this meeting would be just him and the minister, but there was nothing he could reasonably say to get rid of the disgusting sack of hatred that had disguised itself as a human. Instead, he did his best to ignore her and nodded to the minister as he sat down. "Afternoon, Minister, and thank you for the offer, but I'm fine, thank you." "Well, Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? I must admit to finding your letter requesting this meeting rather mysterious." The older man smiled, trying to pull off the appearance of an approachable adult, but it was clear that the man had little to no experience with teenagers and was treating Harry as younger than he appeared to be. "Well, Minister, I was hoping to discuss the case of Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry said confidently. The minister's demeanor changed immediately. He sat up a little straighter and looked a little more confident in himself, apparently more comfortable with topics like this than anything he thought a teenager would have been looking to speak with him about. "Harry, you must understand I can't divulge information about an active investigation. Not even to someone as respected as yourself." Harry gave the man a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Minister, I'm not looking for you to tell me anything, but rather I have an idea what the escaped convict may be planning." "Oh, then please tell me what you know." "No is too strong a word, but I think the logic is sound. To cut to the chase, I think you need to beef up security at Azkaban." The pink toad interrupted Harry. "Are you saying that the ministry is not living up to its responsibilities?" Her voice had the forced sweetness that he remembered and loathed. "Well, that has to be the worst possible interpretation of what I actually said." Harry didn't even look at her as he spoke. He turned back to the minister. "Cornelius, let's see if you agree with my thoughts on this, and then you can decide if there needs to be more done to protect Azkaban or not." Harry tried to come across as a confident adult, and as he was actually 22, he was doing a fairly good job of it. Cornelius nodded for Harry to continue. "Okay, so the first thing I was trying to work out was what Lestrange's motivation is. If I could figure out her motivation, then maybe we can predict where she will be and we can lay a trap and hopefully put this unpleasantness behind us. Now, Minister, would you agree with me that Lestrange is a fanatic? A true believer in not only Voldemort?" The two jumped at the name, but also the message he spread. "So her long-term goal will probably involve restarting the war. At least that's what I think, do you agree?" Fudge looked contemplative for a while, then looked a little worried. Harry understood why. He was most definitely a peacetime minister and no one would trust him to fight a war. "I'm afraid I can see her trying that. Not that I think she will be successful, not many in the country would be willing to follow her. After the riot at the Quidditch World Cup, a lot of people who are more agreeable to the traditionalist message are in Azkaban." Harry smiled as the minister had made half of his point for him. "Exactly, Minister, so you can see then where the problem is. The people who Lestrange needs are all gathered in a prison that she knows how to break out of. If anyone knows how to plan a prison break, it's Lestrange, and with her in charge of that group, I think any hope of avoiding another war will be little more than a dream," Harry explained. "So you want me to beef up security at Azkaban? I wish I could say to you that you are worrying over nothing and to go back to school and let us worry about Lestrange, but your worries make too much sense." Fudge went and poured himself a glass of brandy. After warring with himself for a moment, he offered to pour Harry one and looked a little relieved when Harry turned it down. They spent another hour talking about what could be done and came up with a few plans to improve security on the island prison. Umbridge was a naysayer the whole time. Harry had to promise to declare who he was voting for as the head of House Potter in the next election for the minister, as he would be of age at the time, because Umbridge kept saying that Fudge would lose the vote of the traditionalists if he enacted one plan or the other. However, when Harry left, he was confident that Fudge would do something. Halloween, despite how nervous Harry had been, passed without incident. He had expected something, but the worst that happened was that Snape gave them a rather disgusting potion to brew in class. It was particularly nasty because you needed to add the slime of a flobberworm when it was fresh, meaning they had to extract the slime by hand while brewing the potion. So, Harry went down to breakfast the next morning in a rather good mood. It was the start of the Quidditch season, and he would be playing against Hufflepuff in a few days. Harry had missed Quidditch last year, and the match against the Hufflepuffs was always a fun one. The Puffs played hard, but fair. Feeling hungry today, Harry loaded his plate with beans, sausage, hash browns and some fried eggs. He was about halfway through his breakfast when his morning copy of the Daily Prophet was delivered, ruining the rest of his appetite. Underneath the headline of "Lestrange Strikes Again" was a picture of a burning house, the dark mark clearly visible flying over the roof. It was number 4 Privet Drive. Chapter 24. A thank you to all my Patreon supporters and an extra special thank you to Jimmy Adams, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. You guys are all amazing and I couldn't do this without your support. As always, the next 2 chapters are available there already, along with the next 2 of my other ongoing work and the first 3 chapters of Harry Potter and the Stitch in Time, the FIC that will be taking the update slot of this FIC when it's finished. I also have a new one-shot out that I posted a few days ago. The Power of a Cupcake is a fluffy one-shot that I think is worth taking the time to read. Chapter 24. Harry was currently sitting in the reception area of the administration building of Smelting's Academy, waiting for the receptionist to come back from talking with the headmaster of the school. "Are you sure that you want to do this, Mr. Potter? The authorities will take care of it in a few days if you don't feel up to it, Professor." McGonagall asked as she sat next to Harry, her regular witch's robes transfigured into an old-fashioned tartan skirtsuit. Harry pulled at the blazer that Hermione had transfigured for him from his school robes, though she had left the school crest on the blazer. "He deserves to know now. It would be cruel not to tell him," he replied. He really didn't want to be the one to tell Dudley that Petunia and Vernon had been killed, but Dudley wasn't his parents. He may not have been very good at it, but he had changed after the Dementor attack, proving that he could grow. Harry felt like he needed to at least try with his cousin. The receptionist came back and sat back at his desk, but didn't tell Harry and Professor McGonagall that they could go into the office and see the headmaster for another 10 minutes. Harry knew what the man was doing. Vernon had bragged about doing the same thing in his business often enough. Making them wait tells them that your time is more important than theirs. It was a simple power play that only works if the person waiting doesn't know exactly what you are doing. When the 2 magicals were finally shown into the opulent office full of rich dark woods and padded chairs, they were bidden to sit by the immaculately dressed man who looked like he was in his late 50s. Almost as soon as they had sat down, the headmaster of the school started on what must have been a well-rehearsed speech. "Well, Mr. Potter, Ms. McGonagall, my assistant said you wanted to talk about one of our students. Now, I don't know what one of our boys has been accused of, but I assure you." Harry raised his hand to stop the man from taking. "Mr. Creedy, as interesting as it is that your go-to response to someone coming to speak to you about a student is to defend them against whatever accusation is to be leveled at them, I am not here to accuse one of your students of anything." "Then can I ask why you are here?" "Of course, I need to speak with my cousin Dudley Dursley." The headmaster cut Harry off. "We don't generally allow our students to have unscheduled family visits." Professor McGonagall, who was getting a little annoyed by the man in front of her, cut in. "The matter Mr. Potter is here to discuss with Mr. Dursley is one of a particularly exceptional circumstance, and one of enough pressing importance to justify a bending of the rules. Only someone who knew the professor would recognize the presence of the Scots brogue in her accent for the indication of the strain of her patience that it was." Overly irritated by this meeting not going as he had predicted, Mr. Creedy demanded, "And what information could be of such importance?" Harry looked the man straight in the eye. "The death of my aunt and uncle, who are Dudley's parents." The demeanor of the headmaster changed immediately. going from irritable to cooperative in seconds. After checking something on his computer, he made a phone call and had Dudley come straight to the headmaster's office. Dudley waddled in looking nervous, but when he saw Harry his expression changed to one of confusion. "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Dursley, you might want to sit down. Your cousin has some news for you," Mr. Creedy directed his student. Once Dudley took one of the seats, Professor McGonagall turned to Mr. Creedy and said, "I think you and I should give these two some privacy for this conversation." Harry saw that the professor had subtly drawn her wand and cast a mild compulsion on the man. "While we do so, I would rather enjoy a cup of tea." Apparently Dudley had seen the magic as well, because as soon as the professor and the headmaster of Smeltings were out of the room he said, "She is one of your lot." She did that on Mr. Creedy, his accusation making the word, "that," sound like something disgusting. Harry felt no need to lie, so he told his cousin the truth. "Yes, she is one of my teachers and my head of house. They wouldn't let me leave the school without an adult. The magic was to make your headmaster think that leaving the two of us to talk was a good idea, so we can talk openly." Dudley seemed to consider that for a few seconds before he asked, "That means you need to talk to me about that stuff. Why would you need to do that?" Harry hesitated. They were now at the main reason he was here, but now the time had come he didn't want to do it. This news would break Dudley, and despite what had happened to Harry growing up, he didn't want to be the one to do that. "Dudley, I don't know how to say this, but Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, your parents, they're dead." Harry watched as emotions flickered across Dudley's face, first confusion as he placed together Harry's words, followed immediately by understanding, then disbelief, and finally devastation. Harry had seen Dudley cry hundreds of times, as it was one of his favorite tricks to get what he wanted from his mother. Now, however, despite the real pain that Harry's news brought, Dudley didn't shed a single tear. Showing an intelligence that Harry never would have attributed to his cousin, Dudley followed the logic and asked the question Harry dreaded. "How did you know about it before me? The cops wouldn't have been able to contact you at school." Dudley wasn't shouting or raging, but Harry could hear the edge to his voice. "They were killed by a magical," Harry admitted. "The police still don't know. The magical police are dealing with it before setting the scene for the normal police. They said they are going to make it look like a gasla." He never got to finish as Dudley's fist connected with Harry's jaw. "Just leave. You and the freaks like you are toxic. Leave, get out." Dudley now had a face that was flooded with tears. Harry rubbed at his jaw before he nodded. "Okay. I'll go." He took out an envelope and placed it on the headmaster's desk in front of Dudley. "If you ever need to contact me, there's an address in there. The people there will know how to reach me if you ever need help." Harry made his way to the door, but just before opening it he said what might be the last thing he would ever say to his cousin. "I will make sure the one who did this will pay." Then he opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he closed the door, Harry heard Dudley break down as only someone who had just been orphaned can. Harry went and found his professor, who was indeed having a cup of tea with the headmaster, and indicated he was ready to leave. He told Mr. Creedy what state Dudley was in and gave the man an envelope as well. "The people mentioned there will know how to contact me if needed. As my uncle is dead, if you need money to cover Dudley's tuition, get in touch." "Harry, what happened to your face?" Hermione demanded when he got back to the castle. Dudley got a little emotional, Harry explained as he sat down next to her in the Great Hall, just in time for lunch. Hermione started to make her thoughts on Harry's cousin clear, but he stopped her. "Hermione, of every time Dudley ever hit me, this time I feel I actually deserved it. Lestrange went there looking for information on me. If it wasn't for me, Dudley probably wouldn't be an orphan right now." "Harry, you can't go blaming yourself," she admonished him. "Oh, I don't. I know exactly who is responsible, but I left there when I knew it was me living there that protected them. It was Lestrange and Voldemort who need to answer for it, but I could have prevented it. A solid thump is something I deserved," Harry explained. Hermione frowned before pulling him into a hug. "We'll go see Madame Pomfrey right after lunch." It was a statement, not a request, which caused Harry to smile. December came, and with it came snow. Lestrange's attacks had slowed down as people started to ward their homes better and take more precautions. Hogsmeade was still its usual festive self in the run-up to Christmas. As dangerous as Lestrange was, the prevailing belief was that she would stay clear of Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, if for no other reason than because she would be so severely outnumbered. The Ministry had put a 50,000 galleon reward for information that leads to the capture of Lestrange, though everyone seemed to know that the Ministry was going to honor the reward even if Lestrange was brought in dead. Harry and Hermione were, a bit unusually for them, having a date. Or, they were at least combining a date with their Christmas shopping. After the Thestral-drawn carriages had dropped the couple at the edge of the village, the two walked in together, Harry with his arm around Hermione's shoulder as she leaned into his side and wrapped her arm around his back. Walking like that was a little awkward, but neither of them wanted to change a thing. Their first stop was Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Just like Harry's last time in the shop, it was decorated for a holiday, though Harry had to admit to himself that he found the Christmas, Yule decorations far less offensive than the Valentine's decorations he had seen previously. As both had already eaten breakfast in the Great Hall before coming, they only ordered drinks. Having come straight to the tea shop, they were given a small couple's booth with a comfortable two-seater bench that allowed them to sit close together, rather than on opposite sides of the table. They both ordered hot chocolate, though Hermione ordered one with peppermint flavoring while Harry ordered one with orange. When Madame Puddlefoot came back with their drinks, there was also a side plate with a pile of pink and white fluffy marshmallows, and both teens immediately dropped a few in the mugs of hot rich chocolatey goodness. "Does your family have any plans this Christmas? Or are you just staying home?" Harry asked, remembering that in the previous timeline the Grangers had planned to go skiing. "We are staying home this year. We are hoping to have a couple of guests over for Christmas Day, though." Hermione snuggled into Harry's side more. "Oh, who?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "Oh, just a couple of guys we know," Hermione said with a subtle emphasis, making it sound like she was saying more than she was. But Harry obviously hadn't gotten what she was hinting at and Hermione smiled to herself. "Anyone I know?" Harry asked. Hermione giggled for a bit and debated with herself about teasing Harry more, but she decided against it. "It's you and Sirius, you prat. We're inviting you both over for the day." A wide smile took over Harry's face. "We'd love to come," Harry accepted for himself and his godfather. "Well, you should probably talk to Sirius about it before I confirm with my parents." Harry agreed with Hermione's point, though he was sure that Sirius would jump at the idea of spending Christmas Day at the Grangers. Christmas with just the two of them was nice, but it wasn't what the holiday was supposed to be about. Christmas was supposed to be spent with your loved ones and Hermione definitely counted as that. Harry put his arm around Hermione and pulled her in closer, and the two turned to smile at each other. However, Hermione's smile turned mischievous, and before Harry could work out what she was planning she leaned forward and licked a dollop of melted marshmallow off his nose that he hadn't noticed. Delicious," Hermione said as she settled back into cuddling into his side. After they were done in the tea shop, the two set off looking for Christmas presents for their family and friends. Hermione's parents were both fascinated by magic, so shopping for them in Hogsmeade was not only doable but a good idea. They did split up for a bit to shop for each other's present, but it was less than an hour later that they met up again in the Three Broomsticks, a warm butterbeer. Exactly what they needed to recover from going shop to shop in the snow. It wasn't until Harry got home for Christmas that he was able to find out what was happening with Dudley. He found a telephone box near Grimmauld Place and, after looking up her dog breeding business in the Yellow Pages, called Aunt Marge. The conversation that followed had been hard, not just because he was talking to the sister of a man who had died because of his connection with Harry, but because Marge Dursley was a vindictive bitch who had decided that if this was going to be the last time she ever spoke to Harry, then she was going to tell him exactly what she thought of him. It took 10 minutes of Harry listening to Marge say what a waste of air and burden he was before she told him that she had taken in Dudley. Though she was gracious enough to offer to let Harry share Ripper's kennel until he could arrange for social services to pick him up. Apparently her brother hadn't told her that he had moved out over 4 years ago. Harry and Hermione were in Hermione's bedroom relaxing after the huge Christmas dinner that the Grangers had cooked, while Sirius, Dan, and Emma were all dozing in front of the TV. The three adults were all slightly drunk from the case of wine Sirius had brought as an offering for the feast. Harry and Hermione had only been allowed 1 glass of wine each with dinner, and so they were feeling a lot more awake than the adults. The two of them were lying on Hermione's bed cuddled up together, enjoying just being hormone-riddled teenagers. At first Harry had been reluctant, but as Hermione had put in a firm line that they were going to remain fully clothed, then the reluctance, born mostly from the idea that Hermione's parents could walk in at any moment, quickly faded. When Harry started kissing Hermione, she rolled onto her back and pulled Harry along with her so that he was on top looking down at her as he pressed his lips into hers. Their hands roamed over their sensitive spots and the two lost themselves for a few hours. Happy anniversary, Hermione. Happy anniversary, Harry. What Harry and Hermione didn't notice was Hermione's door opening a crack and Emma looking into the room to see what they were up to. Once she saw that the two teenagers had opted to keep their clothes on, she let the worried mum side of her relax and snuck back down the stairs. "They okay?" Dan asked as Emma walked back into the living room. "They're keeping their clothes on." Emma smiled as she sat in her favorite armchair. Dan didn't look too happy at the news, but when he went to get up, Emma stopped him. "Dan, don't. They're not doing anything any of us didn't do at that age. In fact, if you just recall the story you told me of your time as a teenager, those two could do a lot more, and all you shouting about it will do is make you a hypocrite. Oh, and your daughter mad at you. If it's any consolation, considering how magic affects relationships, if they have been together this long, Harry is probably your future son-in-law," Sirius said from his spot on the sofa, a cup of coffee in his hand. "What do you mean? Is my daughter being controlled?" Dan was quickly on edge, the wine still in his system making him a little less calm than normal. "Oh God, no, but when magical people get together, if they are incompatible, then their magic makes them uncomfortable. Such relationships burn out quickly. If your partner is a good match, you feel drawn together. It's not any kind of control, it's more like a magical dimension to attraction. After all, you wouldn't say your daughter is being drugged by the keen calts? Chom calls, her own brain makes? Chemicals," both Grangers said at the same time. "Right, chemicals. But the point is, considering they have officially been dating a year now, there is a good chance that unless something drives them apart, then they will stay together," Sirius finished explaining. "That's interesting and everything, and I'm happy my daughter will be happy, but what about what they are hiding from us? Have you had any luck finding out what it is?" Emma pulled them back to a recurring topic that they had been talking about for a while now. "No, and it has me worried. I explained to you what Harry did at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, when he helped have 3 people fed to Dementors. But I realized something then. Harry was upset by that, true, but nowhere near as messed up as he should have been," said Sirius before he drank some of his coffee. "What do you mean?" asked Dan. "Harry helped destroy the souls of 3 people, yet a few weeks of moping and he was fine once Hermione spoke to him. And I didn't realize this at the time, but Harry cast a Patronus at 5 blank looks from the Grangers," Sirius explained. "A Patronus is an extremely advanced spell not taught in Hogwarts, and it has only one real use: warding off Dementors. But here's my question, why did Harry learn to cast a Patronus? Why did he think that would be a spell that was worth the time and effort to learn?" "You almost sound like you think he planned it," Dan asked disbelievingly. "Harry, no, I don't think so. I think they both planned it. Whatever is going on, I think they are in on it together. Or at least Hermione knows and agrees. I don't get the feeling that Harry keeps anything from her, and I'm sure if Hermione disagreed, then Harry wouldn't have done it." "But wouldn't that mean Harry knew he was going to be kidnapped and just let it happen?" Emma sounded like she didn't believe it. "That's the only conclusion I can come up with as well. But that's not all. Harry has an emergency kit prepared. He has a wizarding tent, bigger on the inside, with the one he has basically with a London flat inside it. I found it the other day when he came over here for the day so he and Hermione could work on their homework. I went snooping through Harry's trunk to find what he was up to, and he has the tent fully stocked ready to go. There's about a month's worth of food in there for a family," Sirius said, feeling drained the more he spoke. "You don't think they are planning to run off together, do you?" Dan asked. Emma answered first. "No, Dan. Enough food to last a family a month sounds more like making preparations for all 5 of us to disappear to me. I'd call him paranoid, but it's not paranoia when they are really out to get you," finished Sirius. There was silence for 5 minutes with only the occasional bang or bump from the teenagers upstairs to break it up. "So, what do we do now?" asked Sirius. "I mean, you are the two with parenting experience. Move to Canada and enroll them in whatever magical school there is there," Dan suggested, only half joking. "Oh, not Canada, it's too cold there. How about Australia?" Emma joked. "But seriously, do we need to do anything drastic? As much as it pains me to say this, but haven't they pretty much already dealt with it? Yes, you have that one criminal on the loose at the moment." Sirius cut in. "My cousin Bellatrix Lestrange née Black." Emma nodded. "Yes, her. But isn't she pretty much all that's left of the group that's after Harry? As much as moving to another country might satisfy our need to feel like we did something, what would we actually accomplish?" That calmed everyone down a little. "I still wish that they would talk to us," Sirius said dejectedly. All we can do is be there for them until they are ready to open up, Emma told him, and Dan nodded in agreement. On the train ride back to Hogwarts, Suzanne found them and sat with them for an hour. She told the two teenagers, who had become a sort of cross between tutors and older siblings to her, about her Christmas, going into detail about every one of her family's reactions to her stories about Hogwarts, before returning to her Hufflepuff year mates. Both Harry and Hermione were glad that Suzanne fit in so well in Hufflepuff. They had worried that word would get out that Harry was the one who was paying for her tuition, and that would make the other students nervous about approaching her. However, as far as Harry knew, the fact that he had stepped up when the Hogwarts Hardship Fund failed hadn't come out, and Suzanne had been able to make real friends who wouldn't abandon her if, but more likely when, the truth got out. Not a lot of story in this chapter, just dealing with the fallout from Bellamort killing the Dursleys and some fluffiness. Oh, and would you look at that, Sirius and the Grangers are not so clueless that Harry and Hermione are hiding something. Chapter 25. A thank you to all my supporters on Patreon, and an extra special thank you to Jimmy Adams, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Sven GTX, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. You guys are all amazing, and I truly couldn't do this without your support. Go to the Patreon website and add Lowten to the URL to get over 7 chapters worth of additional content. Or just pop over there without signing up to get the pinned link to my Discord server. Chapter 25. The new year in the school started with every teacher giving another lecture on just how close their OWL exams were now. Hermione piled on the pressure when she handed Harry a study schedule and told him she expected him to pass every subject this time around with at least 5 outstandings. As this was Harry's second time through, he needed to improve on what he got last time. When Harry asked if that meant that Hermione was looking to get straight outstandings this time, she just smiled and told him, "Why not? That's what I was aiming for last time." Harry realized that Hermione had a point. They may have been focused on dealing with Voldemort, but the fact that they had a second chance with their OWLs and a head start on their NEWTs was a chance that they should grab with both hands, as their results here would stay with them long after they had finished dealing with Voldemort. Luckily, Hermione's schedule had plenty of free time in it for Harry to play Quidditch, and Hermione had the time they spent helping Suzanne doubled up as their revision of the first-year material. That had apparently been Professor McGonagall's input when Hermione had spoken to her. According to her, one of the best ways to improve your understanding of the basics is try to teach them to others, as you find yourself re-examining and understanding the topics with the experience you have gained since then. Hermione had considered trying to set up study groups to help second and third years as well, but Harry had talked her out of it. It was one thing to help Suzanne and a couple of her friends, but they didn't want to overcommit to anything, especially when they still had the cup and the scar in Harry's head to deal with. They had theorized that it would be okay to leave the soul fragment in his scar once they had dealt with the last horcrux, but that didn't mean that they weren't still looking into how to remove it. Hermione's theory that the soul fragment was less bound to Harry than it would be in a true horcrux had proven to be true when Hermione broke down the arithmancy behind the rituals, but still the only known ritual to remove a soul fragment from a horcrux was for the person who had made it to reabsorb the fragment into themselves. However, the main potion of Voldemort's soul had been turned into a Dementor snack, and they didn't even know if the fragment in the cup could merge with the fragment in Harry's head, even if it wanted to and could be trusted to do so. Needless to say, that solution was completely off the table. With nearly every Death Eater who Voldemort and Lestrange could trust in Azkaban after the World Cup, the terror that the two could cause was severely limited. Places like Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, Azkaban, and the Ministry were all too well defended for one body to attack on their own, and despite the craziness of both Lestrange and Riddle still had a sharp mind and avoided those places. They continued to attack homes, but most places had wards that took at least 10 minutes for even someone as powerful as Lestrange and Voldemort combined to break in. Also, the Aurors had gotten skilled at getting to a property quickly. They hadn't gotten close to catching the possessed bitch yet, but the rate of deaths from Lestrange had dropped sharply. They also finally found out why Lestrange and Voldemort were targeting random people. It turned out that a message had been sent to both the Ministry and the Daily Prophet demanding the release of the marked Death Eaters, and that the killings would continue until they were released. The Ministry had put a gag order on the Prophet preventing them from printing the ultimatum, and the Prophet had of course challenged the ruling in the Wizengamot, citing freedom of the press. The Wizengamot had upheld the gag order on the Prophet, declaring they didn't want the public demanding the release of Death Eaters who would undoubtedly make everything worse. What didn't make sense, however, was that the same Wizengamot members who had decided to uphold the gag order then went and gossiped about it to their families, who told their friends and so on. In Wizarding Britain, which only had a population of about 100 feet 000 witches, wizards, squibs, etc., that rumor spread extremely quickly until the gag order fell apart and the ministry was forced to release a statement. It turned out the ministry's fears that people would call for the release of the Death Eaters were misplaced. While some were in fact calling for the release of the Death Eaters, mostly people who were already supporters of pureblood supremacy, after an opinion piece that was penned by Rita Skeeter came out, the much bigger call was for the ministry to respond by executing Death Eaters in response. That the ministry couldn't do that by law actually helped Fudge stay in office, as after people started calling for the executions he went on record saying he wished he could but the law prevented him from doing so. Combined with the fact that Fudge had executed the 3 who were caught at the end of the Triwizard Tournament meant that the public believed him and began to see Fudge as someone fighting for them who was constrained by the law. The politician that Fudge was, he drank in the adulation and loved every second of it, but to maintain that image that was doing so much for him politically, Fudge actually started putting out policies that helped that image. One big thing Harry approved of was extra funding to the DMLE for them to increase their Auror recruitment. Harry and Hermione were walking around the school together after curfew when all students had to at least be back in their common rooms. Well, almost all the stuff. The metal badges that gleamed on the chests of each of their robes granting them the right to be out later than most of the other students. A pity it was only so that they could find those other students who were out after curfew and send them back to their common rooms. Harry pulled out the Marauders map and after a quick look around to check that he and Hermione were the only ones in the corridor, he tapped the map with his wand and uttered the phrase to activate it. "You know my dad is probably rolling in his grave that you convinced me to use a Marauder's tool to help stop rule breaking." Harry grinned at his girlfriend. Hermione grinned back up at him. "And what do you think your mum's doing?" "Probably laughing her ass off, if Remus's stories are to be believed," Harry admitted. "But the map was made by my dad. It seems more like a dad thing." "Well, the sooner we clear our part of the castle of any students the more time we will have for other things," Hermione teased Harry, reminding him of the deal she had made with him. Harry opened up the map and took a look at who was in their section of the castle. Apart from them there were 8 people. One they could ignore. It was Professor McGonagall going from her office towards her rooms near Gryffindor Tower as she turned in for the night. There were 3 pairs of people and one person who was sneaking around on their own. The nearest was a couple in a broom cupboard, and this one was going to be kind of awkward considering who it was. Harry let Hermione take the lead on this one as he pulled open the door, revealing Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas, both busy trying to inspect the other's tonsils with their tongues. The fact that Ginny's bra was on the floor and Dean's hand was inside her robes only made it more awkward for Harry given the history he remembered. With Ginny, though he was happy that he only felt awkwardness and none of the jealousy that he feared he would feel. "Okay, you two, break it up," Hermione told the 2 who were suddenly trying to right their clothes and mussed up hair. "Hurry up and get back to the common room, and Harry and I will forget we saw anything." Just as the 2 were leaving, Harry remembered 2 of the other people he had seen on the map and called after them. "I suggest that if anyone asks, you 2 say that Dean was helping Ginny with practicing her transfiguration and lost track of time." Hermione looked at Harry questioningly and he whispered, "The girl has 3 older brothers in the school, 2 of which are Fred and George. Do you want to be the one to try and deal with the fallout if they get protective?" Hermione admitted that that was a fair point before they made for their next couple. Technically the ones closest to them were Fred and George, but the 2 prefects decided to skip them for now and give Ginny and Dean time to be back in the common room before sending the twins their way. The next couple were in for some teasing from Harry, as he felt a lot less awkward about them. He opened the door to an old unused office and smiled when he saw 2 fourth-years snogging, though this time only one was a Gryffindor. Harry saw the camera that was set aside on the old writing desk and grinned to himself as he put a finger to his lips indicating to Hermione to be quiet. He picked up the camera and silently disillusioned himself before he stepped into the room, moving around Luna Lovegood and Colin Creevey until he had a good angle. Harry was glad that Luna and Colin, while enjoying each other's company, were not as handsy as Ginny and Dean, so he thought the photo he was about to take with Colin's camera would be a cute memory and nothing inappropriate. The flash went off, startling Colin, but Luna only smiled and said, "Hello, Harry," while looking directly at him despite the fact that Harry was disillusioned. Harry dropped the disillusionment and watched Colin relax as he saw who it was that had caught him and Luna. He held out the camera to Colin and the boy took it. "So Luna, you and Colin, how long has this been going on?" Harry was smiling, nonverbally telling them that he approved even if he had to stop them at the moment. "Oh, Colin and I first danced together the night after the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, after I pushed you and Hermione to dance together," Luna stated matter-of-factly. "I had to put it in your head that Hermione was a good person to dance with before they announced the Yule Ball, after all. And Colin here is cute, so I decided to claim him for myself." Harry was a little surprised by what Luna said and he tried to remember the party that Gryffindor had thrown after the first task. He remembered Luna drawing him and Hermione onto the dance floor and then disappearing, leaving him dancing with Hermione. Had that affected his decision to ask Hermione to be his date to the Yule Ball? Probably, he mused. He wondered if he would have even gotten together with Hermione without Luna's little push and decided that he would give her the benefit of the doubt. "Luna, you are by far the best wingman ever." He leaned in and gave the girl a quick side hug, not unlike the ones he had seen the Weasley twins give Ginny on occasion. "Now the two of you need to get back to your common rooms, before Hermione and I are forced to actually do something." The two smiled and gave each other a quick peck before scurrying off to their own common rooms. "So Luna pushed us towards each other then?" Hermione asked. "Looks like it," Harry admitted, curious where Hermione would go with this. "Remind me that I really need to do something to thank her then," Hermione said before she gave him a quick chaste kiss that wouldn't have been inappropriate to any professor except perhaps Snape, before they went off in search of their next victim. They ran into Fred and George as they were on their way to find the lone person who was skulking around, so they had to deal with them first. However, Harry still had the Marauders map out, and the twins recognized it. "Hey, how did you get your hands on our map?" the first twin demanded. "Yeah, it was stolen from us a few years ago." The second twin jumped in when the first took a breath. "And we would like it back now, if you please," back to the first twin. They both held out their hands as if they expected Harry to hand over the map just like that. However, he just blanked the map and put it in his pocket. The twins looked mutinous at Harry's actions, but he spoke before they said or did anything. "As the son of Prongs and the heir of Padfoot, I have more of a claim to the map than anyone." His tone, while not unfriendly, left no misunderstanding that he could be moved on this topic. He liked the twins and got on well with them, but the map was one of the only things Harry had of his father and he wasn't going to give it up if he had a choice. "You're the son of Prongs, so you're the one who stole the map," Twin 1 started off again sounding shocked. "Prongs was James Potter?" Twin 2 asked, just as surprised as his twin. "Who were the others? Do you know? You must know who Padfoot is if you are his heir." Harry rubbed at his head while Hermione answered them, the ping-pong speech giving him a headache. "Yes, James Potter was Prongs before he died. Padfoot is Harry's godfather Sirius Black. Moony is Professor Lupin and Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed the Potters to Voldemort." Both of the twins got disgusted when Hermione mentioned Pettigrew, as it was their family that was tricked into hiding the criminal for over a decade. In the end the twins agreed that the map was Harry's by right, but they took heart in finding out that their defense professor was one of their heroes, so it was a much hopeful pair of twins who made their way back to the common room. Harry and Hermione examined the corridor that Fred and George had come from, looking for whatever prank the Weasley twins had been setting up, but they couldn't find anything, so they both made a mental note to avoid the place for a few days. The last person on their round was Pansy Parkinson. They approached her cautiously. They had learned that two students together usually meant hormonal teens letting off some of their frustrations. A person on their own, though, was usually up to no good. They found Parkinson sitting on her own in an unused classroom crying. A part of Harry wanted to just say he didn't care and send the girl to her common room and report her to her head of house, but something stopped him. Before he could decide what to do, Hermione made the decision for him and asked the girl if everything was okay. It turned out that her father was one of the Death Eaters who was arrested at the World Cup, and with the losses that the blood purists outside Hogwarts had suffered, it had an effect in the Slytherin common room. Now there was a large group who were calling for the executions of the captured Death Eaters. One of the more vocal, who apparently grew up near one of the families Bellatrix had cornered Pansy in the middle of their common room and had gone on a tirade against her father, saying the world would be better off if the man was dead. Add to that the loss of Draco and she was feeling rather vulnerable. Hermione helped the girl for a few minutes before sending her back to her common room. When Harry asked Hermione why she was nice to Parkinson when the girl had always looked down on her, his girlfriend just said, "Sometimes all a girl needs is a little kindness when she's crying to change her whole life, and even Parkinson deserves that opportunity." Once they had dealt with Parkinson, Harry checked the map again and found that there were no more students anywhere near the parts of the castle they were set to patrol. Grinning, Harry showed Hermione and then picked her up bridal style and ducked into an unused classroom. A quick flick of his wand had the desk clear of any dust and he sat a giggling Hermione on the desk. "And just what are you planning, Harry?" Hermione's tone was more teasing than questioning. "Well, I was thinking I might just act like a massive hypocrite," Harry told her, the smile on his face mirroring hers. He leant forward and pressed his lips to hers, and Hermione kissed him back eagerly, her arms encircling him, pulling him in tightly, and increasing the pressure on their lips. She started to suck on Harry's lip in a way that drove him wild, and soon Harry's tongue was probing the inside of Hermione's mouth. Hermione sucked at him, her tongue caressing his and silently encouraging Harry to go further. Harry felt Hermione start to unbutton his robes a little, and her hand slid in and under the jumper he was wearing to ward off the chill, caressing his chest as she moaned in pleasure as she felt up the thin wiry muscles. He mirrored Hermione and his own hands made quick work of buttons of her robes. Harry was surprised to find that Hermione wasn't wearing any top under her robes at all, apart from a Gryffindor scarlet bra that looked frilly and absolutely gorgeous on her. The bra had a clasp in the front, and Harry fumbled with it for a few seconds before Hermione withdrew one of her hand from his chest and popped open the clasp herself, then grabbed Harry's hand and placed it on her boob so that Harry was palming her hard nipple, before she snaked her hand back inside his jumper. Harry absolutely loved seeing Hermione like this when she wasn't worried about homework, exams or wars, when they could just relax and let down all her barriers and just exist in the pleasure of the moment. The two soon lost themselves for the rest of the evening, only stumbling back into the Gryffindor common room just before the prefect's curfew. It was early February when they got the next bit of information on Bellatrix, Voldemort. Unfortunately, it came as a Daily Prophet headline. Bellatrix Lestrange attacks sister. At first, Harry and Hermione were worried that Andromeda and her husband Ted Tonks had been attacked. After all, Ted was a Muggleborn and that was just the kind of target the Death Eaters liked, second only to Muggle civilians with no way to fight back. However, the article revealed that Bellatrix Lestrange née Black had attacked her other sister, Narcissa Malfoy née Black. Narcissa had survived, as had Draco, who wasn't in the house at the time, but Narcissa was recovering in St. Mungo's, and Malfoy Manor now had a bunch of new holes in it. Why would Lestrange or Voldemort want to attack Narcissa? Harry asked once they had left breakfast and found a private classroom where they could talk. Maybe he, she, whatever, maybe it needs money. The Malfoys were always big funders, Hermione suggested. No, I don't think so. Narcissa would have just given them the money. She wasn't exactly unwilling to help Voldemort in the past. And her sister would probably have an easier time convincing her to part with gold. Plus, I think the Lestrange vaults weren't hurting for gold either, and you know the goblins are like Switzerland. They stay neutral and will bank with anyone. Harry was more thinking out loud than answering Hermione. Then why would Lestrange or Voldemort go to the Malfoys? What do they have that they could want? Maybe they just wanted sanctuary? A warm bed and a hot meal would be inviting if they haven't had it for a while. No, Narcissa would have even less of a problem providing that than gold. Harry was pacing back and forth as he thought it through. No, the Malfoys must have had something Narcissa refused to give up. Harry suddenly stopped moving. Or couldn't give them, because she didn't have it anymore. He was looking for the diary horcrux. Harry half shouted as he realized just what Voldemort was looking for. Wait, if he is looking for his soul fragments, then he is going to go to all the places that they were hidden. His mother's house, the cave, Malfoy Manor. He has the cup, his snake is dead, and the last one was here. Well, the castle will probably be the last place he looks. He is afraid of Dumbledore and quite probably me as well. Fuck, the locket in the cave. What about it? It's a fake, we don't need to worry about it. Hermione was confused by Harry's sudden intensity. But it still has the note from Regulus in it. That note will send Voldemort straight to Grimmauld Place. Straight to Sirius. We need to get there now. Chapter 26. Thank you to all of my brilliant supporters, with a shout out to H. Morgan, Jimmy Adams, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I would really struggle to keep this up without the support you guys give me. So next week on Thursday it will be the 1-year anniversary of posting the first chapter of this FIC. Which I think is cool. The next 2 chapters are already up on Patreon, with chapter 28 being the final chapter of the FIC. Chapter 26. Harry and Hermione rushed through the castle as they made their way to the headmaster's office. 3 different teachers shouted at them to stop running and took points, but neither of them paid any attention as they rushed past. As they ran up to the gargoyle, Harry shouted the password at it so that it had already gotten out of the way before the 2 teens got there, and they barely slowed down enough to not crash as they started up the spiral stairs. Harry didn't bother knocking on the headmaster's door either, just threw open the doors with a swish of his wand. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk and started to ask what was going on, but Hermione just summoned the headmaster's supply of flow powder and threw that handful into the fire. The flames instantly turned green and the 2 teens ran into the fire calling out, 12 Grimmauld Place. A few moments later, the 2 teens came tumbling out of the fire in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Sirius was sitting at the table eating his breakfast. He turned and saw the half-panicked teens with their wands out looking for danger. What's happened? Harry heard his godfather's question and relaxed a little. If Sirius was asking, then nothing had happened yet. He was about to answer when there was a sudden flash of red fire in the corner of the room. Harry turned towards it and was just able to prevent himself from firing off a spell when he saw Dumbledore standing there, Fox in one hand and his wand in the other, obviously ready for a fight. What's happening? Dumbledore demanded, ready to join a fight. Harry had to admit, while he and Hermione may have problems with Dumbledore, it couldn't be denied that the headmaster wanted to stop Voldemort. That was one thing they could trust he would do. Harry put his wand away, causing the 2 adults to relax a little, but he still went to the front of the house and looked out of the windows to check the street before he said anything. Bellatrix and Voldemort are trying to collect the horcruxes. She will come here looking for the locket. Harry had been talking to Dumbledore, but he hadn't minded if Sirius overheard. He didn't, however, expect what Sirius said next. Are you telling me that there is a horcrux, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, in my house? He sounded extremely pissed off. Sirius, my boy, you know what a horcrux is? Dumbledore asked, as surprised as Harry and Hermione that Sirius would know of such magic. Sirius replied with a hint at anger in his voice at his question going unanswered. Every male in the Black family is warned about those abominations and promises to destroy any of them that he finds. A Dark Lord about 600 years ago made one and he almost wiped out the entire family before we could permanently stop him. Now tell me where this locket is so we can destroy it. It's already been destroyed, Master. Creature popped into the room with the broken locket in his hands. Young Master Harry was giving Creature what he needed to fulfill Master Regulus' last order. And destroy the nasty locket. The little elf held out the locket to Sirius. Sirius took the locket and examined it, and Harry could see the tension leaving his godfather's body as the man sat down in a comfortable armchair. Tell me, Harry, how do you know about horcruxes? There wasn't any anger in the question, but it was somehow more demanding because it was basically an order, and not an order from his teacher or headmaster, not from an Auror or the Ministry. This was an order from the man who had accepted the job of Harry's dad. Dumbledore tried to distract them, but when it became clear that Harry wanted to tell Sirius and that Hermione supported him, Dumbledore took a seat so that he could listen. Fox perched himself on the back of the chair that Dumbledore sat in and looked like he wanted to listen as well. It made no difference to Harry, as Dumbledore already knew about their time travel. Harry and Hermione told their whole story year by year. The first year with a professor posed by Voldemort who tried to kill Harry 3 times. Second year with the basilisk and being blamed by the whole school. Third year where Sirius broke out of Azkaban to save Harry from Pettigrew and almost being eaten by a Dementor. Fourth year the Triwizard Tournament and a polyjuiced Barty Crouch pretending to be Mad-Eye Moody while he used unforgivable curses on students, and of course the return of Voldemort. Fifth year and the Shadow War between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, along with the inference at Hogwarts by the Ministry, ending with the fight at the Ministry where Sirius was killed by Lestrange but Voldemort was outed as being alive again, and the prophecy. Sixth year and the open war with the Death Eaters, how Dumbledore had told Harry about Voldemort's horcruxes, and how Malfoy had led a band of Death Eaters into the school, leading to Snape's cold-blooded murder of Dumbledore. Lastly, seventh year with the fall of the Ministry, the Muggleborn Registration Act, and the Snatchers. Muggleborn just disappearing and never being heard from again, the Horcrux hunt, how they lost at Christmas in Godric's Hollow to the Snake, and finally going back in time to Harry's 11th birthday. Harry specifically left out how they had traveled, but Fawkes gave a trill and Dumbledore put it together. I assume by this point you know that the feather in your wand, Harry, was one that was donated by Fawkes here. As Fawkes is my familiar, I asked Garrick to tell me when the wands were sold, just an idle curiosity at the time when I asked. And as Hagrid was there, he told me about Miss Granger suddenly appearing in a ball of fire when the wand bonded to you, Harry. I take it that this was when you two came back in time. Seeing no point in denying it at this point, both of them nodded. Interesting. Ollivander thought that you, Miss Granger, had just been teleported to the wand as the last one to try the wand before Harry. It's a well-known power of the Phoenix that they can apparate through fire. It's why Phoenix Ash is one of the key ingredients in making flow powder. But did you know that some Muggle thinkers are starting to believe that time and space are in fact just two sides of the same coin? It's not inconceivable, then, that the ability to travel through space could be used to travel in time as well. But if that were the case, I would have expected your 17-year-old bodies to be the ones that came out in this timeline. However, it was only your consciousness, your souls. That's interesting. But what does that all mean, Professor? Sirius asked Dumbledore. That we still have a lot to learn about time, space, magic, and of course phoenixes. Dumbledore reached up behind him and gave Fawkes a scratch under his chin. Deciding to get the topic rolling again, Harry continued. Well, once Hermione and I were back, we started making plans to deal with all the problems that we knew were coming. We couldn't do much, though, because despite having been through so much we were both only 11 again. So we focused on trying to find the horcrux at Hogwarts. I will admit it took us an embarrassingly long time to work out where it was. We couldn't do much that first year because we knew that the diary would be sent to Hogwarts the next year and we didn't want to risk changing that. Harry turned to Sirius. Waiting to get our hands on that diary was why I didn't do anything to get you out of Azkaban sooner. I knew you were suffering in there, but I left you there. I'm sorry. Sirius looked at him and Harry couldn't read his expression. He was terrified that Sirius would reject him for leaving him in that hell for over a year. His godfather stood up and walked over to Harry, and he thought the man was going to hit him. He decided that if Sirius was going to hit him, he was going to stand there and take it. Maybe if Sirius could get it out of his system, then the rest of the fallout wouldn't be too bad and Sirius wouldn't kick him out. However, Sirius pulled Harry into a hug, pressing Harry's head against his chest and said, "It's okay, Harry. I forgive you. You did the right thing." Harry couldn't help but become a little emotional at that and hugged his godfather back with a hug that would make Hermione proud. There was a bit too much emotion for them to continue the conversation for a while. Kreacher came in with a tray of tea and little cakes. Dumbledore poured himself a cup of tea and Hermione poured one each for Harry and Sirius as well as herself, having spent more than enough time in Grimmauld Place to know how Sirius liked his tea. It took them a while to get back to their conversation, but when they did, Harry and Hermione explained what they had done to prevent Voldemort coming back this time. Sirius was enraged when he heard that Lestrange was possessed, possibly willingly, by a horcrux. When Harry told him about his assessment of why Lestrange would attack Narcissa Malfoy the way she had while looking for the diary, Sirius agreed with Harry's assessment that Bella Mort, as he dubbed her, would come here looking for the locket. Sirius, however, quickly came up with a plan that Harry liked. He would put the house under the Fidelius charm. Dumbledore volunteered to be the secret keeper, but Harry instantly vetoed that idea. "No way, I won't let you be the secret keeper." "Why ever not?" Dumbledore asked, sounding genuinely confused. "Because neither of us trust you anywhere near enough to put that much faith in you," Hermione answered, indicating herself and Harry. "I'll be the secret keeper," Harry decided. "I'm afraid that won't work. As strong as a Fidelius charm is, it's also brittle if the secret keeper is too close to the secret. It will degrade the charm. In fact, a secret keeper will degrade all secrets they are too close to. In the case of a house, while it would take a few days of constantly being here, the charm needs twice as long without a secret keeper inside it to repair the damage. As you live here, then you cannot be the secret keeper," Dumbledore explained. "Then I'll do it," Hermione exclaimed. "Harry can spend more time visiting me than I do him." Dumbledore didn't like that and said as much, but Harry backed Hermione as the secret keeper and Sirius sided with Harry, so in the end the headmaster could do nothing but agree. Dumbledore did agree to cast the charm, which was a plus. Sirius was sure he could work it out, but Dumbledore was already proficient with the spell. Apparently the spell needed the secret to be written down on a parchment that was prepared with a potion first, so they couldn't do the spell right then, but Dumbledore agreed to give Hermione the recipe so she could brew it. It would take a few days for Hermione to get the ingredients and brew the potion, so Sirius agreed to move out for the week just in case Bellatrix Lestrange turned up before they were ready. Fawkes was kind enough to give Harry, Hermione, and Dumbledore a quick ride back to the castle. Harry and Hermione didn't know where Sirius spent his week away from Grimmauld Place. He wasn't going to tell them and he had no idea how they would react if they knew. However, Sirius found his weak sofa crashing at the Grangers' house quite comfortable. The conversation they had after dinner the first night, however, was never going to be a fun talk. The three of them were relaxing in the living room when Sirius decided to broach the topic. So I found out what the kids were hiding from us. That of course got the Grangers' attention immediately. What's going on, then? Emma half asked and half demanded in a way only a mother could. Sirius proceeded to tell them everything he had learned from Harry and Hermione earlier that day about having their souls sent back from the future. There was a lot of upset talk from the Grangers as they were told everything that their daughter had been through. Or, at least everything that Sirius had been told about. There was no doubt in any of their minds that there was plenty they hadn't told Sirius about, if for no other reason than they were condensing 6.5 years into a conversation that was only a couple of hours long. But after Emma had gotten out a bottle of bourbon, her drink of choice, and poured a not-so-healthy measure for each of them, they started to calm down. It was a comment from Dan that broke the stiffness, however. Well, at least we know how she made friends with Harry so quickly now. True. I remember that day. Emma's mood dropped as she spoke. I was terrified. Hermione and I were sitting in the kitchen. We had just finished having some mother-daughter talk before she went off to boarding school when she suddenly just burst into flames and was gone. I was distraught, of course. I thought my little girl had died. I almost didn't answer the phone when it rang, but I thought it might have been Dan and I couldn't not tell him. I was so relieved when it was Hermione on the phone saying she had just been teleported across London and that she was completely fine. I rushed out of the house and to her as fast as I could. But by the time I got to Diagon Alley and Harry showed me into a hidden pub, the two of them were already the best of friends. I thought at the time that Harry must be the type who made friends easily, because Hermione had always had trouble with that, and also he was going to the same school Hermione was and had been raised in the regular world, so they would understand each other. Getting my baby back and having her find a friend was enough for me to not question how quickly they became best friends. The three of them spent the rest of the evening talking and trying to decide what they were going to do going forward. By the end of the night, the only thing they could really agree on was that, from the descriptions that the two had given Sirius, things were definitely a lot better this time than they were last time. At least the two of them seemed to know what they were doing. The next week passed without incident. Not only was Grimmauld Place not attacked, no one else was either. In fact, there were no sightings of Lestrange in the country at all according to Dumbledore, who in his position as Chief Warlock had asked the DMLE to keep him in the loop. This unnerved Harry and Hermione. Unlike some others, they weren't naive enough to hope that Lestrange had accidentally killed herself. No, it was their belief that Lestrange had to be doing or plotting something. When Saturday came around, they went to Grimmauld again and Dumbledore cast the Fidelius charm with Hermione as the secret keeper. It was weird, because the secret was worded to hide the property and not that Harry and Sirius lived there, because a Fidelius charm would fail if the secret was no longer true. This meant that Harry was briefly inside a Fidelius that he wasn't told about. He couldn't focus on anything other than the other people in the room with him in the way out, and he was also compelled to get up and leave the property as soon as possible. He also couldn't remember anything about where he was. It was weird. He knew that as soon as he walked out the front door he would know what city he was in, but right now the house he was in could be anywhere, in any country on the planet. In fact, he wasn't entirely sure that the house he was in wasn't located on the moon. Could wizards do that? A few words from Hermione whispered in Harry's ear were enough, and suddenly Harry knew exactly where he was. He watched as she told Sirius and saw the moment Sirius's memories returned to him. Dumbledore expected Hermione to tell him next, but she refused until Sirius asked her to, proving in Harry's mind that she was the right one for the job. The rest of the term in school was practically incident-free, except for when they found out that Snape was marking down Suzanne Payne's potion work unfairly. Harry took this as a direct attack on her scholarship, so he had Professor McGonagall, as the one in charge of the scholarship, call a meeting between herself, Suzanne, Harry as the funder, Hermione as Suzanne's tutor. Sirius as Harry's guardian, Professor Sprout as Suzanne's head of house. They were all seated around in the deputy head's office, which was the only office in the castle except for Dumbledore's that was big enough for them to all sit comfortably in. Okay, enough of the mystery, Minerva. What's with this meeting? Professor Sprout asked once they were all sitting comfortably. Professor McGonagall nodded to Harry so that he would answer. Because, Professor, we believe that Snape is deliberately tanking Miss Payne's grades in an attempt to tank her scholarship. Suzanne just sat there looking at her feet, too nervous to say anything. Harry's statement shocked Professor Sprout. Why would he do that? Because Snape hates Harry and regularly drops his grade, and because Harry is the one paying for Miss Payne's scholarship that animosity seems to have spread to her, Hermione answered the professor. Harry picked up the thread. I honestly didn't care much while he was doing it to me. I know that my grades are higher than Snape claims, and it's only the outside OWLs and NEWTs that matter after school, so his pettiness had no real effect on me. Suzanne, however, needs to maintain and exceeds expectations average to continue her scholarship. If he is vindictive enough to give her a dreadful grade, it could destroy an otherwise brilliant average. Professor Sprout was looking angry now but asked an important question. Professor Snape has been a teacher here at this school for a long time, and in that time I have seen him produce some very talented potioneers. How are you so sure that your grade, Mr. Potter, and Miss Payne's grades are being lowered? Maybe the two of you are just bad at potions? She didn't sound like she believed it, but she had to ask anyway. I'm the reason, Professor, Hermione spoke up. Harry studies his potions with me and we both tutor Suzanne. While Harry doesn't find potions easy, his theory work I would say averages and exceeds expectations, and his practical skills about the same, maybe an outstanding on a good day. Yet Snape rarely marks him higher than poor. Suzanne doesn't have the same trouble Harry has with potions, and as Harry and I tutor her we have seen her homework before she hands it in. Plus, before going to Professor McGonagall I tested her brewing as well, looking for where she was going wrong so I could help her. Hermione added the last sentence as an afterthought, not wanting the professors to think she was looking to cause trouble. Professor Sprout looked angrier than Harry had ever seen her. One of the side effects of dealing with all of the big school problems before they could be blamed on Harry this time was that Harry didn't have the reputation of being a trouble magnet among the teachers that he had last time. This time they both had the reputation of being quiet and quite studious, although after the events around the Triwizard Tournament Harry also had earned the reputation of being dangerous when he needed to be. So Professor Sprout believed Harry and Hermione were at least telling her the truth as they knew it. They talked for a while about what they were going to do. Harry made a change to the scholarship that no grade given by Snape was to be used in calculating Suzanne's scholarship eligibility unless that mark was verified by either Professor McGonagall or Sprout. Professor McGonagall agreed to that change and Sirius signed off on it as Harry's guardian. The two teachers were also going to test Miss Payne's potions abilities themselves. While neither of them were in the same league as Snape when it came to potions, Suzanne was only a first year and they were more than skilled enough to test a first year themselves. If Suzanne's tests revealed that her marks were being manipulated, however, then the two witches who represented two of the Hogwarts heads of house as well as the deputy head were going to inspect Snape classes. Harry, who was confident that Suzanne's test would lead to the grease spill that the students had as potions professor being looked into, offered the two professors the use of his invisibility cloak so that they could observe how Snape behaves in class when he thinks no one can see him. Over the Easter holidays, Harry reflected back on the last few weeks. Suzanne had aced her potions tests and both Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout had heaped praise on the girl. Both the professors had also pulled Harry and Hermione aside and had told them the results as well as praising them for the work they had done in tutoring the girl. It was only one evening a week, but it was enough that the girl was one of the best students in her year. The heads of house did borrow Harry's cloak. Professor Flitwick had joined them at this point, and their return of it 2 weeks later coincided with a very unhappy Professor Snape. Harry asked Professor McGonagall what the results of looking into Snape were, but she refused to answer any questions regarding that because it would be unprofessional. However, Harry did notice that she never once referred to Snape as Professor Snape as she normally did when talking to a student. He found out the results were obvious. However, when Snape actually gave Harry and exceeds expectations on the next bit of homework Harry handed in. One night during the holiday, Harry and Hermione decided that they were going to break the rules about curfew that were already pretty lax because of the lack of classes. Once they finished their prefect rounds, instead of going back to their common room the two of them decided that the prefect's bathroom was a better idea. They spent the evening skinny dipping in a pool that was so full of bubbles that they may as well have been fully clothed most of the time. When they got out it was past midnight, and they used magic to dry off and get dressed. Harry got out the Marauder's map and had a look to see if anyone was leaking around the castle who could catch him out of bed. The last thing they wanted to end their night was to be dragged to an irate Professor McGonagall who would berate them for being out so late. Filch was out and about as usual, but he wasn't the only one moving on the map. Moving away from the Whomping Willow in the secret passage into the school was Bellatrix Lestrange. And this is my own limitation on the Fidelius charm. It explains why they didn't just make James or Lily the secret keeper but also explains why Dumbledore could visit Grimmauld Place while he was the secret keeper in Order of the Phoenix. As to why Harry, Hermione, and Ron were able to stay in Grimmauld, they never shared the secret with anyone so their presence had no effect on the charm. I couldn't fit that last bit in the description and have it flow right. The author would also like to point out that bourbon is a terrible drink and any of you who drink it should switch to scotch. Chapter 27. Thank you to all of my brilliant supporters, with a shout out to Jimmy Adams, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I would really struggle to keep this up without the support you guys give me. So this is almost its next chapter will be the final one for this FIC. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of the posting of this fix first chapter. It's cool seeing Gust how this FIC grew over a year. Now have a quick announcement. I will be doing an AMA this Friday on my Discord, 11 p.m. British time, 5 p.m. American Central. Chapter 27. When they got out it was past midnight, and they used magic to dry off and get dressed. Harry got out the Marauder's map and had a look to see if anyone was leaking around the castle who could catch him out of bed. The last thing they wanted to end their night was to be dragged to an irate Professor McGonagall who would berate them for being out so late. Filch was out and about as usual, but he wasn't the only one moving on the map. Moving away from the Whomping Willow in the secret passage into the school was Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry showed the map to Hermione, who understood what she was seeing immediately. They must be here looking for the diadem. I didn't think that they would try until the summer break when there were no students and less staff to catch them and get in their way. Apparently Easter break is empty enough, or maybe Voldemort is desperate. If he has checked on his other horcruxes already he may be panicking. Harry started to walk back and forth while staring at the map for almost a minute before he turned back to Hermione. I want you to go get Dumbledore. I will go after Lestrange, she is heading for the room of requirement. Hermione cut Harry off before he could finish. No, I'm going with you. You can't. Harry tried but she cut him off again. I bloody can and I bloody will. I'm not leaving you to fight that monster on your own. Hermione was determined. But someone needs to go get Dumbledore. Honestly, Harry would prefer to send Hermione further away from danger, but he knew she wouldn't give up on being a part of this fight. His only hope was that he could give her another job that she would agree to do. Hermione dashed his hopes with a single word, Dobby. The little elf popped into the room and looked at Harry and Hermione excitedly. What's can Dobby be doing for Mr. Harry Potter boss man and his grandee? In an attempt to get the elf to address him more normally, Harry had told the elf that he couldn't call Harry Master, because Harry was his employer, not his owner. But now Harry was called boss man by the sometimes maddening elf. Hermione took the map from Harry and handed it to Dobby. Dobby, we need you to go and tell Professor Dumbledore that Bellatrix Lestrange is in the castle. Harry and I are going after her and we would appreciate some backup. Give him that map and tell him it shows the location of everyone in Hogwarts. Dobby suddenly looked a lot more serious when he realized he was there because they needed help with something serious, rather than a bit of help to seek back to their dorms after a rather late date. I is doing it right away. And with that the little elf popped away to go rouse the headmaster. Hermione drew her wand and turned to Harry. Let's go. 1 second. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak and put it on Hermione. Harry, I'm not going to hide while you do the fighting. I don't expect you to, love, but Voldemort and Lestrange would go straight for the kill if they see you. However, they will want to enjoy it if they catch me. I'm counting on you to use that opportunity to save my skinny ass. Harry explained his plan and was glad that Hermione accepted it. It wasn't enough protection as far as Harry was concerned, but he didn't have the time or knowledge to build Hermione a tank to hide in while she fought Lestrange from a few miles away. To be fair, if he could do this the way he wanted, he would also be in that tank miles away sitting next to her. They charged out of the bathroom, abandoning all thoughts of sneaking through the castle. If Filch caught them then all the better, He could go get more teachers to punish them, and that would just be more people to help deal with Lestrange. Harry ran up the stairs 2 at a time, wanting to get to the room of requirement first. If he did, then he could set up the room to help him fight the possessed Death Eater. He used every secret passage and shortcut he knew, and when he got there was no door in the wall, proving that the room was still closed. Harry quickly started to pace back and forth, thinking of the room he wanted. I need the room where things are hidden. I need the room to help me fight. I need the room to help keep Hogwarts safe. The door appeared in the wall, and Harry wasted no time going inside. The room was just as he remembered it. Piles upon piles of random assorted items filled the cavernous space. Harry hid behind one of the piles where he could watch the door and started to wait. He felt Hermione settle next to him before he heard her say, "How long do you think it's going to take her to get here?" "Not long, a few minutes, tops. The castle is pretty empty at this time, so she shouldn't have much trouble sneaking up here. Unless Dumbledore catches them first. If he can, I hope he does. If we can win this without getting involved in the fight, then all the better. Though I doubt it, the damn prophecy said he had to die at my hand. Are you at his? Please be careful and don't make me mourn for the loss of my boyfriend tonight." Hermione's worry was easy to hear in what she said before she moved away from him to wait somewhere else. Despite what Harry had said, it took 25 minutes before the door opened, and it wasn't Lestrange who walked in first or even Dumbledore, it was Snape. Lestrange walked in behind Snape, however, and although both of them had their wands out, it was clear that they weren't fighting each other. The door was already open. It shouldn't have been. Lestrange's voice was flat, even, and a little raspy. But then her voice shifted until it was disturbingly bubbly and energetic. "Oh, maybe there is something for me to play with. Hominum Revelio." Harry suddenly had a line of light pass right through the pile of junk and connect him to Lestrange's wand. "Oh yay, I get to play. Come out, come out, he he he." Lestrange practically sang, the excitement evident in her voice. Harry, who knew his position was compromised, knew he would lose nothing by answering. "Oh, are you finally ready to play, Bella? You and your friends threw that lovely party last year, then you didn't even bother to turn up." "Still, I had a lot of fun." Harry was lying, of course. He hadn't had fun at all, but Lestrange thinking straight was something he didn't want. And Snape, finally finished with pretending to have a conscience. "I see. What's the matter? Being a decent human too difficult for you?" Snape's response was to cast a blasting curse at the pile of junk Harry was taking cover behind, but he had expected that and already had a shield up protecting him from the shrapnel. Harry flicked his wand about and cast a Pugno silently, and instantly bit of debris started to fly at Snape, also providing some cover for Harry to run and hide behind another pile of hidden junk. A green spell flashed past Harry as he ran, but he ignored it as it struck what looked to be an antique table that was ruined by a potion that had been spilt on it. Once Harry was safe, he peeked over the pile of hidden trash that was his current cover. Lestrange's face was one of fury, whereas Snape's face was covered in little cuts and blood. He apparently hadn't expected a counter-attack and had been struck by a few things before getting his shield up. Most of the blood was unfortunately from a forehead cut that still bled a lot despite being rather superficial. Harry shouted out from where he was. "You're going to have to do better than that. Didn't you hear I killed a Dark Lord last year?" He was really hoping Voldemort's spirit or whatever he was sure was in Bellatrix would rise to the bait, and he wasn't disappointed. Lestrange's voice went raspy again. "Oh, you think you killed me, do you, Potter? I am Lord Voldemort, the most powerful wizard to ever live, the finest a pureblood line has to offer. I am immortal, despite whatever temporary setbacks you may have been lucky enough to inflict on me, but I will always rise again." Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. "Oh Tom, if only you knew how wrong you are. You, the most powerful wizard, you're barely a shadow, a little more than a ghost. If you even qualify as a wizard anymore, you are probably the weakest one alive. Pureblood? Your mother was practically a squib and your father was as muggle as they come. You may be descended from the Slytherin line, but you barely even qualify as a half-blood." Harry mocked. "And best of all, you think your horcruxes make you immortal, but they're gone. Let's count them off, shall we? First, your diary. I stabbed it with a basilisk fang. Next, your locket. That one was destroyed by a house elf. I gave him the basilisk fang to do it with. Then was the one you put in the diadem and hid in this very room. Again, I stabbed it with, would you guess it, a basilisk fang. I gave one to Dumbledore to deal with the ring, and I cut up the snake in the graveyard before capturing the main soul part and feeding it to a Dementor along with Barty and Wormtail. "Oh Tom, the great and powerful wizard of the cup, you are the only piece left. And once I deal with your helper monkey, I will take you down to the Chamber of Secrets and that will be it, no more Lord Voldemort." The megalomaniac appeared to not like Harry's answer as he started to fire cures after curse towards him. Harry had been expecting this again and had been slowly retreating further into the room as he spoke. As soon as he had more piles of random junk between him and the people who were now focusing on killing him, he started to run even deeper into the room. Hermione was surprised when Snape walked through the door. Not that the greasy-haired gid would help Lestrange or Voldemort, she wouldn't make that mistake again. No, what surprised her was that Snape knew that he was in the castle. Or did Lestrange and Voldemort seek out Snape? Was that why it took the possessed woman so long to get to the 7th floor? And where was Dumbledore? Surely he should have been here by now. She almost threw off the invisibility cloak when Lestrange cast the revealing spell, but noticed in time that for some reason the spell hadn't picked her up under the cloak. She didn't know why she hadn't been detected, but she wasn't going to throw away her advantage. Hermione listened to Harry as he wound up Voldemort. On one hand, she was proud of the accomplishments Harry mentioned, however she could see how it was winding up Voldemort, Lestrange, and while that was obviously the point, she couldn't help but be terrified for Harry. When Snape fired a bombarda at the stack that Harry was hiding under, Hermione was only stopped from cursing Snape herself because she was distracted by Harry's counter-curse, sending the newly created shrapnel directly at Snape as he ran and hid behind another pile of junk. The killing curse that missed Harry by only centimeters had her heart pumping so hard that she was surprised that nobody could hear it. Harry taunted Voldemort again and Hermione was hoping that Dumbledore would finally turn up. Spells were flying again, but Harry had already retreated deeper into the room. "We need to check on the diadem. It's possible that the boy is bluffing. They may still be looking for it and he only guessed its location because we are here looking for it." The raspy voice indicated it was Voldemort talking from Lestrange's mouth. "Yes, master, then we can do the ritual you showed me and truly bring about your rebirth." Lestrange's real voice this time was followed by a girly giggle. Snape didn't say anything. He just drew his wand and started to move towards Harry slowly and cautiously, but definitely going after him. Lestrange turned and started to walk into the room somewhere else, probably going to look for the diadem. Hermione was just trying to work out who to follow when the door to the room of requirement burst open again, only this time it was a slightly out-of-breath Dumbledore who came striding into the room. Seeing the man, both Snape and Lestrange started to run, quickly going deeper into the cavernous room, each disappearing behind the massive piles of 1,000 years of Hogwarts detritus. Dumbledore charged after Lestrange, leaving Hermione to do her best to follow Snape. She ran into the maze at the same place Snape had, but she quickly lost him in the twists and turns. It became a large game of cat and mouse, only the stakes were very real and very permanent. Also, nobody knew who was the cat and who was the mouse. Hermione didn't run. She was worried that she would bump into something and cause a noise that would tell everyone she was here and where she was. Right now, her biggest advantage was that no one knew she was here. She moved through the room as fast as she dared, keeping her eyes and ears open. Unfortunately, Hermione heard plenty but saw little more than the flashes of spellfire lighting up the room from behind the mountains of hidden things, but what she heard was explosions and unforgivable curses. Hermione was terrified about what she would find. Harry came across Snape first and neither man held back. "Potter, I'm going to kill you for what you did to my godson. Sectum Sempra." Harry dove to the side and shot a bombarda not at Snape but at the ground the man was standing on. Even if Snape shielded, the spell would still damage the floor and lose Snape his footing. If he tried to dive out of the way, then he would get hit by the blast and the shrapnel. Unfortunately, Snape seems to know that tactic, as he jumped back while shielding and rode the shockwave, landing on even ground completely unhurt. Curses started to flash back and forth between the two. At first Snape underestimated Harry, having no clue about Harry being from the future and already having some real combat experience. Harry, however, remembered his fight with Snape after the man had killed Dumbledore and how Snape had made him look like a first year who could barely point his wand in the right direction. Knowing that it was likely that Harry would have to fight Snape or someone just as skilled, Harry and Hermione had set aside a few hours every week they were in school to practice, and 5 years of training had made a big difference. Harry dodged and parried spell after spell and sent every jinx, hex, and curse he knew back at the dungeon bat. Snape was able to dodge and parry as well, but he didn't look anywhere near as confident now as he did at the start of the fight. Then Harry shot a Sectum Sempra curse at Snape, almost enjoying the fury on Snape's face at having his own spell used on him. Snape tried to dodge the spell, knowing full well that while it was possible to block that spell with a shield, it would take a powerful shield and he couldn't risk using so much power and exhausting himself while fighting Harry. However, the bit of clear ground that he tried to step into suddenly wasn't clear, and as Snape shifted his weight he felt his leg slip from under him and he fell. Harry, who was in a full kill or be killed mindset, hit the man with an Expelliarmus, causing his wand to fly away in a Levicorpus, hoisting the man into the air by his leg. Then finally a Sectum Sempra, opening up the murderous Death Eater's neck. He knew that once he was out of here he was going to have to face what he had just done, but for now he pushed that part of his mind. That was screaming to one side. He still had a Dark Lord to deal with. Harry started searching for Lestrange, cautiously making his way towards where he had found the horcrux, thinking that if he was in Voldemort's position he would want to confirm that the horcrux was gone. Doubly so, given that Voldemort didn't know about the fragment of his soul in Harry's head. As far as Voldemort was concerned, without the diadem he truly was facing his morality. Suddenly, from somewhere in the distance there was shouting and flashes of spellfire. From the sound of the voices, it was Voldemort, Lestrange and Dumbledore. Harry started trying to make his way to them, but the piles of hidden things weren't neatly organized and it wasn't easy for Harry to find his way. If Harry could get there, maybe he could take Voldemort by surprise while he was distracted fighting Dumbledore. However, he didn't have enough time. There was a flash of green over the piles of junk in front of him paired with a feminine call of Avada Kedavra. And then all the flashes and the sound of spells stopped. For a second Harry hoped that Dumbledore had evaded the spell and stunned Lestrange, only for his hopes to be dashed at the sound of Lestrange's distinct laughter. It took 5 minutes for Harry to find a route in that led to the place Lestrange and Dumbledore had fought, but when he got there Lestrange had already moved on, leaving Dumbledore's body laying there with his brightly colored robes at odds with the lack of twinkle in the man's eye. Harry still wasn't completely sure how he felt about Dumbledore. On one hand, the headmaster had been an obstacle getting in his and Hermione's way and being so convinced that he was right that he saw only what he expected to see, but the man had definitely been on the right side, and there were times Harry even thought the man actually cared, at least a little. One thing Harry was sure of was that Dumbledore didn't deserve to die like this, in a pile of junk. Though if Harry understood the man even half as well as he thought he did, he was sure Dumbledore would be proud of dying while standing between his students and a threat. Harry kneeled down next to the man, and after removing his glasses he pushed his eyes closed. Now it looked more like the man was asleep. "I'm sorry." Harry voiced the last words he would ever say to the old man and stood up. It was time he finished this. It wasn't difficult to see the way Lestrange had gone. She had kicked things from the piles as she walked past, leaving an easy trail to follow. Harry soon found the possessed woman who was currently raging at the pile of junk Harry had found the diadem in as she vanished item after item. He knew he probably should have just shot her in the back, but instead he couldn't resist saying something. "I already told you I destroyed it. The pieces of all your old junk are currently in the Chamber of Secrets if you really want to see them." Harry had expected more banter. His memories of Voldemort said that the man liked to gloat and brag. Instead, all that Harry got was Lestrange tuning to face him. One of her eyes was pitch black and shiny like the surface of a pot of ink, the other was gray and insane. Instead of conversation, the word that came out of her mouth was Crucio. Only the word wasn't spoken by one voice, but two that spoke in perfect union, each voice still coming from the mouth of Lestrange. Harry leaned to his right and away from the witch and the curse shot over Harry's shoulder, passing through a space that was previously occupied by him. Harry shot a bone breaker back at her but she deflected it. The two started to rapidly trade spells, and they weren't playing around. Bellatrix was firing some of the darkest known spells at Harry, one after the other, and 1 in 3 spells was an unforgivable. Harry couldn't claim the spells he was using were light either. The most innocent spell he used was an overcharged fire spell that he used to try and burn Lestrange to death. Nothing Harry tried was working, likely due to Voldemort possessing Lestrange. Along with all the disturbing things that went with that, it was still a magical body that was younger than 40. As such, she was more nimble than the last time Harry fought Voldemort, which meant that she was rather effective at dodging any curses Harry used. That's why he had tried the fire. It was much wider than a curse and Harry didn't think she would be able to dodge it. The problem with fire is that it's bright and you can't see through it. So Harry didn't see the spell that Lestrange shot through the fire. Until it was right in front of him and he didn't have any opportunity to block or dodge it. The red spell hit Harry right in the chest and he was suddenly in too much pain to do anything but scream. As suddenly as the pain started it stopped, and as Harry tried to recover he heard the raspy voice of Voldemort cast, Expelliarmus. And Harry felt his wand shoot out of his hand as he was thrown into one of the room's uncounted piles of hidden things. Lestrange came strutting up to him, every move exaggerated into a gloat of victory. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Lestrange's giggly voice was back. "Crucio." Harry's world was again nothing but pain. She kept him under the curse and there was nothing he could do but scream. Then she let up only to taunt him. "I'm going to destroy your mind, and then I'm going to get really creative. I wonder how many ickle students I can traumatize for life by mutilating your still living body and leaving it on display in the Great Hall. Oh, I know, I'll make you invisible for a while so that you'll reappear right in the middle of breakfast. That should put them off their food for a while and send all the filthy little mudbloods running back to live in the dirt where they belong." Just as Lestrange was finishing her demented little speech, Harry saw something behind her and it took everything he had not to smile. Hermione threw off Harry's invisibility cloak and pointed her wand right at the back of Bellatrix's head. She must have sensed the movement behind her and started to turn, only for Hermione to shoot off a piercing hex. It bored a hole straight into the back of Lestrange's head and out the front. Harry suddenly found himself splattered in blood, lumpy bits of gray stuff, and a few small shards of bone. The body of Lestrange fell aside, revealing Hermione riding a broom, her wand still pointing at where Lestrange's head had been as she shouted, "Get away from him, you bitch." Chapter 28. Thank you to all of my brilliant supporters, with a shout out to Sam, Jimmy Adams, Joe Davis, Legendary Wasabi, Optimum Prime and Jack Schreiner. I would really struggle to keep this up without the support you guys give me. Join my Discord to chat and get updates on upcoming chapters. Links on Patreon and AO3. Chapter 28. Harry sat there in shock. He was covered in what was left of the matter that had been Lestrange's brain and he was staring up at Hermione, who had just killed the woman in the middle of torturing him. Hermione quickly ran out of the adrenaline that she had been running on to act as she had, and she sank to the ground and started to sob. Harry had just enough mind to pull his girlfriend to him and envelop her in his arms. Between sobs she would say things like, "I had to stop her," and "couldn't let her hurt you," but Harry couldn't focus enough to really understand what Hermione was saying, so he just held her as close to himself as he could. Neither of them could say just how long they sat there, with Harry and now also Hermione covered in things they didn't want to think about and the body of Lestrange lying just at their feet. Eventually they were interrupted by a screaming sound that came from the body. The teens turned and looked at the source of the sound, terrified of what Harry knew was to come next. Black smoke started to billow out of the hole that now made up the greater part of Lestrange's face. The instant that the cloud spilled forth into the room with them, Harry felt a pain like someone had taken a white-hot piece of wire and pressed it to his scar. The smoke formed a mostly human face, though it was twisted by hate and rage, and it continued to scream not in pain but in a primal fury. It tried to get at the teens to possess them, to control them, to hurt them in any way it could, but the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, the horcrux made to keep the soul shard safe and contained, still stuck to the hip of the dead body that had once been one of the most feared witches in all of Britain, did its job and started to draw the soul shard back inside it. The piece of Voldemort fought it, trying to get at Harry and Hermione, but it was in vain. The pull of the horcrux too much for it to resist, and soon everything was silent. After so much happening, the silence was overbearing and the two just sat there looking at the cup. It was probably a handful of minutes later that Harry got up, though it could have been an hour or more for all the sense of time he had. He summoned a bag from the piles of lost students' belongings, and a book bag that was originally black but looked like someone had spilled bleach on it came flying over. Harry used a cutting charm to separate the cup from Lestrange's body. He wasn't particularly careful with his aim. The cup was unfortunately immune to cutting charms and he didn't care about Lestrange's corpse enough not to hit it. He flouted the cup into the bag, careful that neither he nor Hermione touched it, then floated Lestrange's body before pulling Hermione to her feet. As Lestrange was floated through the room of requirement, a book slipped from her pocket and landed on the floor. Both Harry and Hermione were wary of the book and levitated it into the bag with the horcrux. The two trudged through the room, too tired and in too much shock to really be feeling anything. Hermione let out a small sob when she saw the body of the headmaster, but Harry just floated it up next to Lestrange's. Snape was still hanging in the air over a pool of his own blood, So Harry added his body to the collection he had floating behind him and left the room of requirement, leading the way to the headmaster's office. On the way he called on Dobby and had the elf bring him the last basilisk fang he had stored in his trunk. The headmaster's office was full of noise when Harry stepped in, the bodies floating behind him. The portraits were arguing as a new portrait of Dumbledore was sleeping in his frame. It would likely take portrait Dumbledore at least a few weeks to wake Harry walk into the office. A bunch of the former heads started to demand answers, but Harry ignored them. He knew the first thing he had to do was destroy the cup, and Dobby soon popped in with that he needed. A few of the portraits protested what Harry was about to do when they saw Hufflepuff's cup, but he didn't have the energy to listen to them. He stabbed the horcrux with the fang and felt oddly satisfied when he heard again the dying screams of a piece of Voldemort's soul. It was done. All the free parts of the soul were destroyed. Harry felt a wave of fatigue was over him at the thought that the fighting was over. A big part of him wanted to just leave the bodies in the office and for him and Hermione to go find somewhere quiet so he could just sleep, but he knew he couldn't do that. First he put the cup and the fang in the book bag and gave it to Dobby, telling the elf to put it in his trunk. He knew that the fires in the school were a flow network of their own and only the flows in the professor's offices were able to connect to the outside of the castle. Harry flew the DMLE from the office and reported that Lestrange had attacked the school and that she, Snape, and Dumbledore had died. After confirming that the danger had passed and the fighting was over, he was told that a team from the DMLE would be at the school shortly. Once Harry was done with the flow call, he sent a Patronus message to Professor McGonagall telling her to come to the headmaster's office as soon as possible. That done, Harry collapsed in a chair with Hermione, not having the energy to stand anymore. Professor McGonagall soon came running into the office dressed for bed in her tartan dressing gown. "Potter, what's going on? And why are you summoning me to the headmaster's office at 3 in the morning? I have half a min?" She then saw the 3 dead bodies and was shocked into silence. Director Amelia Bones of the DMLE herself soon came, leading a troop of Aurors. Harry had forgotten that, as the chief warlock, Dumbledore's death would require that the DMLE send the most senior people. It wasn't until the start of breakfast 5 hours later, and going over their story about 10 times, that Harry and Hermione were taken to the hospital wing and left in the car of Madame Pomfrey, who shuffled them into beds and gave them each a dreamless sleep potion. In the aftermath of Lestrange's raid of Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione had a decision to make. Would they try and go back in time again and try for a better outcome? On one hand, they knew even more now than they did the last time, but on the other hand, compared to the first timeline, things were pretty good now, and trying again could easily lead to a worse outcome. They still didn't know where the cup was hidden before this, so they couldn't destroy all the horcruxes before Voldemort attempted to come back, meaning there was always going to be an element of luck involved. What if Lestrange was the only one who knew where the cup was? If something happened to her, then they would be left with a bomb just waiting to go off? No, the current timeline was pretty good. No war, little chaos, and best of all, even if they hadn't been able to save everyone, they had saved a lot. Sirius, Mad Eye, Cedric, Director Bones, Minister Fudge, Rufus Scrimgeour. The Muggleborns weren't going through hell on the run, and best of all, Hermione's parents still knew who they were and who their daughter was. This timeline was worth fighting for. They weren't gods to decide to erase the past 5 years of everyone's lives on a chance that they could make a world they thought was better. They had used a situation they had found themselves in once, but doing it on purpose just didn't feel right to either of them. It was time for them to look to the future, not the past. With Dumbledore dead, Hermione was no longer bound to the oath of doing her Horcrux research in his office. The oath required there to be a Dumbledore's office for that to apply, and that office now belonged to Headmistress McGonagall. So Hermione stole the books on Horcruxes again, and she also had the book that had fallen out of Lestrange's pocket. At first they had been worried that the book was a Horcrux like the diary had been, or that it was cursed like the ring had been, but after every test she and Harry could devise, the only things on the book were some quick and dirty privacy charms. Harry had gotten Hermione a trunk like the one Mad Eye had, one with a secure room that could only be opened by the two of them. The room was set up as a study so that she could do her research without risking that one of her dorm mates might pick up one of the incredibly dark and dangerous books out of curiosity at what Hermione was studying. The trunk had been expensive, but it was better to be excessively cautious with books that contained instructions for such dark magic. Apparently, while on the run, Lestrange, Voldemort hadn't had the time or materials to enchant her book with real security. This meant that, While it took some time to beat the charms, it wasn't particularly difficult. It turned out the book was Voldemort's work journal. In it were the plans he had worked out step by step to restore himself to a full body. After his plans at the graveyard had failed, the younger version of Voldemort had another way to return, though this last method was nowhere near as fast. He had needed to posse 2 Death Eaters, one of each sex, and have them conserve a child in a ritual circle. The 2 soul fragments would be drawn into the fetus, where they would bond with the proto-soul of the fetus. 9 months later, a brand new baby Voldemort would have been born, a baby Voldemort with a whole and complete soul. It was a disgusting piece of magic, but it did prove one thing to Hermione, that it was possible to transfer a soul shard out of its horcrux. That information gave Hermione the hope she needed, and she started the long process of breaking down the ritual to find how to do the parts she needed. Harry and Hermione finished out their 5th year taking their OWLs, loving that exams were the biggest thing they had to worry about. Hermione's research into the horcrux in Harry's head, while important, wasn't time-critical. The last couple of weeks after the OWLs were mostly spent just soaking up the sun around the lake, sometimes alone and sometimes with their friends. Harry had a good laugh at one point when Colin and Luna had joined the 2 of them for a picnic around the far side of the lake, and the younger boy hadn't realized he was on a double date until they were about halfway through. Luna and Colin were getting pretty serious, and Colin had even been invited to go snorkel hunting with the Lovegoods over the summer holidays. Luna admitted that she was still unsure if her father had heard the part about Colin being her boyfriend and had just accepted because Colin was a skilled photographer. Soon the end of the year came, and all the students piled into the Hogwarts Express to travel south to London. Harry still half expected Malfoy to come bursting into his compartment, but from what he heard, Draco had been betrothed to a pureblood girl whose father had taken control of the Malfoy businesses as part of the deal. The part that had really amused the Weasley twins, from whom Harry had heard the information, was that as part of the deal Draco had to attend a non-magical school, and the grades he got there would determine how big the stipend he and his future wife received from the Malfoy business would be. Harry thought it was perfect. Dan, Emma, and Sirius were waiting for the 2 of them on the platform, and instead of taking them home they took them out to dinner. Not just a walk-in place either, Sirius had a reservation for a private room. Hermione asked what was going on once they were seated, and it was a grinning Sirius who told them that the Wizengamot had decided to offer both Harry and Hermione the Order of Merlin for their role in protecting the students of Hogwarts from Bellatrix Lestrange, and for Harry's actions in capturing 3 incredibly dangerous criminals at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. Both of them almost turned them down out of humility, as well as the fact that Lestrange wasn't interested in the students when she and Voldemort had snuck into the school. However, there was one thing that came with the Order of Merlin that pushed them to keep it. It also came with a lifelong seat on the Wizengamot. Hermione had put her aspirations to help the House Elves to one side while she worked on Voldemort and the Horcruxes, but Wizengamot seats would make that goal a hell of a lot easier to achieve, so they accepted the award. The award ceremony had been a big summer ball in the Ministry. The entire Wizengamot was there, and the whole thing was an excuse for each of them to talk to the new Order of Merlin holders and feel out just how they were likely to vote in the future. For a lot of the issues, Harry could honestly say he had no idea and would have to study the issues a lot more. However, he was happy to say he would vote for any bill that gave werewolves back all the rights they lost because of their curse, and that he would oppose any bill that restricted the rights of any magical citizen. One thing Harry truly wasn't looking forward to was going to visit his cousin. He and Hermione took the night bus to a small town out in the countryside of Surrey, and after talking with a few locals Harry was able to find Aunt Marge's house. According to the Dursleys' will, Harry had gotten a copy from the probate office. The house on Privet Drive was to be held for Dudley until he was 18 and rented out to a good family until then to pay the property tax and mortgage. Harry knocked on the door of the house and winced slightly as the sound of about 10 dogs barking assaulted his ears. "Get the door," Harry heard his aunt shout, and a short wait later, where Harry could hear someone struggling with a pack of dogs, the door opened to reveal Dudley. His cousin saw Harry standing there with Hermione, and for a moment it seemed like he was trying to get angry at Harry, only he couldn't seem to do it. Almost defeatedly, he asked, "What's happened now?" Harry saw the change in Dudley, so he didn't waste any time in saying that the monster that killed his parents was dead, and that while he had tried to do it, it was Hermione who had finished off Lestrange. Dudley actually surprised Harry by shaking Hermione's hand and thanking her. They ended up going for a walk around the local neighborhood, and Dudley apologized for hitting Harry the last time he had seen him. He told them that in his temper he had mouthed off that his parents' deaths were all Harry's fault, and a few of his dorm mates had called him out on the complete bullshit he had been spouting. They had, aggressively at times, made him think over everything. In the end, Dudley couldn't tell his dorm mates the truth because they would think him insane. He did, however, realize that after the way Harry was treated he hadn't owed his family anything, and Harry, being a teenager himself, couldn't be held responsible for what some murderer did. As they talked, Dudley revealed that he had done quite well in his GCSEs, but with his parents' estate held in trust for him until he was 18 he didn't have the money to return to Smeltings for his A-levels, and Marge apparently didn't have the money either. Harry told Dudley about how he had agreed to pay for the last 2 years if Dudley needed it and was surprised when Dudley tried to refuse, but Harry insisted, saying that the school had apparently been good for Dudley. Harry and Hermione left a much less mopey Dudley behind them when they left. Harry doubted that they would ever have a good relationship between them, but all that time away from his parents had led Dudley grow up into something that resembled a decent human. Harry's birthday came and went, and with it came his and Hermione's OWL results. Hermione had managed to fix her one bad grade in defense against the dark arts and she now had outstandings in all of her subjects. Harry hadn't done nearly as well as Hermione, as he only had 5 outstandings in defense. Transfiguration, charms, care of magical creatures, and potions, with an exceeds expectations in everything else. Sirius was more than happy with the results as soon as he read them, and the Grangers, once they understood that their daughter had just achieved the magical equivalent of straight A's in her GCSEs, were ecstatic for their daughter. With the problem of Voldemort, Lestrange dealt with and the adults in their lives happy with their OWL results, on top of no homework as they hadn't chosen what NE yet, Harry and Hermione basically had the summer to themselves to do whatever they wanted. With the night bus to get around the country cheaply and beaches being free to visit, the two of them spent a lot of time relaxing on the sand with Hermione catching up on reading a few novels and Harry goofing off in the sand or getting involved with some game other teens on the beach were playing. After everything that had happened, it was just what they needed. A slice of the normal life they had been fighting for. It wasn't until Harry and Hermione were in their 7th year and Hermione was head girl that Hermione finally made the breakthrough to get the soul shard out of Harry. As was often the case, the solution turned out to be much simpler than they ever would have guessed. Harry had to make a horcrux. Naturally, Harry had not been a fan of the idea when Hermione first told him. After a week-long fight where Harry had been an ass and refused to listen to Hermione at all, she had tied him to a chair in the room of requirement. After silencing him so that he had to listen, she explained, "God damn it, Harry, you are an infuriating git sometimes. Now you're just going to sit there and listen to me for a bit." Harry shot her a look, but that was all he could do. "I don't mean for you to murder someone and use that murder to split your soul. I'm talking about using the final part of the ritual where you push the fragment into an object. Only instead of a fragment of your soul, we target the fragment that is already separate from your soul. Put Voldemort's soul in something worthless, like a copy of one of Lockhart's books, then we destroy it and end the problem for good." Harry had calmed down when he understood that he wasn't going to kill anyone or any of the more distasteful parts of the ritual and had agreed to Hermione's plan, then spent the next few weeks apologizing to her for hurting her feelings. Hermione had to rewrite the ritual from the ground up to remove the elements that they didn't need. While they weren't completely happy with the results, as they couldn't remove the need for a sacrifice completely, Hermione was able to work it so that the sacrifice of her virginity to Harry was acceptable, even if she had wanted their first time to be more romantic. The ritual went off without any problems, and for hopefully the last time in his life Harry wielded a basilisk fang and destroyed the horcrux. Once the last horcrux was destroyed, Fawkes had made an appearance and started to sing a song of relief, joy, and apology. Harry and Hermione both understood the bird felt ashamed of what the feather he had donated for Voldemort's wand had done, and he had added magic to Harry's wand so that Harry could end the damage being done by Voldemort and his wand. Fawkes took Harry's wand from him and burst into flames just like on his burning day. Both the phoenix and the wand were reborn in the ashes, and the holly in the wand took on a much lighter color. Harry understood that the wand would never take him back in time again. Harry proposed to Hermione on his 18th birthday and she was more than happy to say yes. They both agreed to wait until after they had gotten their masteries to get married, and so it wasn't until Harry was 22 and had his defense mastery that he got to see a beaming Hermione in her wedding dress. Despite being members of the Wizengamot, They opted for a Muggle ceremony in the same church that Hermione got christened in. It was a great excuse to keep the wedding from getting out of hand, with half the wizarding world trying to gatecrash the wedding. Colin was there both as a guest and as a professional photographer. He mainly worked with Luna taking photos for the Quibbler, but it wasn't uncommon for his work to end up in other publications. It took Hermione and Harry 12 years of work to pass a law to help house elves. Unfortunately, the law wasn't one to free the elves, but an animal welfare law that protected all the magical creatures owned by witches and wizards, mandating a minimum standard of care where violators would have all the magical creatures they owned taken away from them. It wasn't what they wanted, and the pressure for the public was more about protecting cute pets like Krups and Neasels. But, as Harry told Hermione, it was a massive step in the right direction, and it wasn't like they needed to stop making things better. Harry and Hermione had 4 kids. They had meant to stop at 3, but Hermione's last pregnancy had resulted in twins. Harmony Rose was the oldest, William Harry was next, followed by the twins Charles Sirius and Portia Lily, who was the youngest, but Harry and Hermione refused to let the twins know who was older. Harry and Hermione were surprised when all of their kids could speak Parseltongue, but after some paranoid testing the best they could figure was that Harry had absorbed the Slytherin line gift and had passed it on to his children just like any other line gift. All of them were raised in both the magical and the Muggle world, so they were just as comfortable in both. Despite getting her mastery in Transfiguration, Hermione became an author, specializing in writing books that bridged the gap between the mundane world and the magical. 2 of her books were even added to the Hogwarts book list. Hermione's books were never quite as popular as Lockhart's had been at his height, but when the man tried to discredit her books in an act of sheer pettiness, Hermione had stood by her work and opened them up to public scrutiny. The public inspection of the papers just boosted sales of her books even higher when no errors, save a few missing commas, were found in her books. Harry had his mastery in defense against the dark arts and went through a few jobs before he found where he fit, when Moony retired from teaching at Hogwarts and Harry took on the role of defense professor. Harry, as he had learned in the DA, was a natural teacher, and he soon became one of the school's most popular teachers. Life was never perfect. There were times when he and Hermione had fights and times they both fought with their kids, but they were a real family, and Harry wouldn't change that for the world.